Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Don Boomhauer.
Down in Sarasota, Florida?
That's right.
Don, how are you? How's the real estate business?
Just fine, and business is booming.
Yeah, I haven't seen you since I flew down there to do some fishing with our mutual pal, Earl Poorman.
That one with his misguided sense of value.
Oh, what's that mean?
Oh, he trips out to California all the time. And this time it looks as though he might stay out there.
Don, I think all you Floridians are jealous of California.
Now, Johnny, you think we'd ever admit it, even to ourselves? Be rank heresy. Anyhow, with Earl Poorman out of town, at least for a while, I'm kind of holding down the office of Tri-State Life and Casualty these days. So, what happens?
Trouble.
Trouble. Client's name is Thomas Patterson.
All right, what's happened? Somebody knock him off or something?
No, not yet. But a few years ago, when he was living up in Jacksonville, well, Tom was the sole witness to a murder.
Yeah?
The killer was tried and sent to state's prison.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
So now this killer's on the loose, and you figure Tom Patterson's life isn't worth a bag of beans.
That's it, exactly. Want to come down here and see what you can do about it?
Nope.
Now,
But,
Johnny.
okay, Don, I'll grab the first plane I can.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company, Sarasota office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the deadly debt matter. Expense account item 17940, taxi in a plane out of Hartford. The flight was good, and by early afternoon I was in Don Boomhauer's real estate office in Sarasota, Florida. After the usual amenities.
Now, let me lay it all out for you, Johnny.
Yeah, sure, Don. Go ahead.
And to begin with, the life insurance policy involved has a face value of $70,000.
Let's see, then. My commission will come to,
Don't you ever think of anything but money?
Sure.
Like what?
Well, right now I'm thinking about the chances of staying alive. After all, with a killer on the loose, well, at least the thought of a few bucks coming to me could help me die happy. The insured's name you said is Thomas Patterson?
It is now.
Huh?
Some years ago, Johnny, young Tommy lived up in Jacksonville, worked as a milkman.
Uh-huh.
Early one morning, that was in 1951, he pulled up in front of an alley just in time to see a man named Casey Carey shoot down a fellow named Harker, who just happened to be busy at the moment blasting away at Carey with a .38.
Oh, so Carey pleaded self-defense, huh?
Well, he tried to, but the jury wouldn't go for it. You see, there'd been a long-standing feud between the two of them.
Uh-huh.
Only reason they didn't give Carey the chair is because Harker had a record as long as your arm.
I see.
Instead, Carey was given 10 years to life.
I see.
The point is that Tommy Patterson's testimony was what really convicted him. So, of course, he made the usual melodramatic threat.
Oh, yeah, that he'd get Patterson if it was the last thing he ever did.
He didn't care when. He'd be in no hurry. But sooner or later, he'd track him down and kill him.
Mm-hmm. So what's happened?
Tom had just got married, started a nice little family, 2 boys and a girl. So Carey's threat scared him as much because of the wife and kids as for himself.
Yeah, but now, Don, you know as well as I do how little those courtroom threats usually mean.
Now, wait.
Yeah?
About that time, some relative died and left Tom a considerable sum of money. So he changed his name, legally.
Changed it to what?
To what it is now, Thomas K. Patterson. What it was before doesn't matter.
Okay, go on.
Then he and his family moved on down to Venice, a few miles south of here.
Yeah, I remember the town.
Well, there in Venice, he set up the Excellent Dairy Products Company. Nobody down here has known him as anything but Tom Patterson, so he's felt perfectly safe. Until, that is, about 6 months ago.
Yeah?
He was up in Jacksonville on a business trip. He was just walking along the street one day, turned a corner and bumped into a man coming from the other way.
Uh-oh.
Yes, he took one look at the man's face and started running like a scared rabbit.
Casey Carey.
Well, what do you think?
But now wait, Don. If Carey got 10 years to life in 1951...
I know. When he stopped to think about it, Tom couldn't believe it. But he went down to the public library and dug into the old newspaper files.
Yeah?
Sure enough, thanks to good behavior, model prisoner, and all that sort of stuff...
Carey got out?
Carey got out, legitimately. But to Tom Patterson, that would only mean one thing. Carey was out to get him.
In the exciting history of great American inventions and inventors, there is no one who stands out with the eminence of Thomas A. Edison. Among his hundreds of great inventions, Edison gave us the phonograph, the microphone, a telephone system, various improvements for telegraphy and motion pictures, and most significantly, the electric light or incandescent lamp, originally referred to as bottled light. When Edison was still in his 20s, he set out to invent an electric lamp which could operate on low power and would be safe for use in homes and other buildings. He knew that resistance to electricity would make wires and other substances glow for an instant with white heat, but they would be instantly consumed. So he tried several types of fiber or wire sealed in a vacuum and succeeded in producing a glow which lasted for several hours. The next step was to find a filament that would give off a bright light and last for a longer time. In his search for the right substance which he could seal in his vacuum bulb, he tried 6,000 different substances, ranging from human hair and tar to foodstuffs and vegetable fibers. Finally, he hit upon the idea of using the fibers of the bamboo tree. Carbonized, these threads provided the filament he sought, and thus the incandescent lamp became a reality. It was discovered not by accident nor by profound scientific knowledge. It was the result of tireless effort and endless trials. Edison, like so many geniuses before him, found success through determination and the philosophy which has blessed the work of most American inventors. Somehow there must be a way. Let's find it.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, wait a minute, Don.
Yes, Johnny?
Tom Patterson wasn't sure that Carey actually saw him, recognized him, huh?
At the time, no. After all, Tom had only had a very brief glimpse of the man, and the man had made no attempt to go after him.
Uh-huh. But he's sure now that it was Carey.
Yes.
All right, so what did he do?
He drove on back to Venice, quietly bought himself a Colt 32 and got a permit to carry it.
Did he tell the police why he wanted the gun?
No. Of course, all along, Johnny, Tom had hoped that Carey hadn't recognized him. That even if he had, he wouldn't know where to look for him.
But, now, Don, unless this man Carey has made some move against him...
Now, just wait, Johnny.
Okay, tell it your way.
A couple of months ago, Casey Carey appeared and settled down in Venice.
Oh?
Yes, he rented a small house and got himself a job in charge of one of the filling stations on the trail.
Well, that doesn't sound as though he moved in just to carry out his threat against Tom Patterson.
Needless to say, Tom tried to avoid him. But now and then, when he'd see him on the street or forget and go past the gas station, it was Carey who'd avoid him, pretend not to see him.
Don...
I know what you're thinking, Johnny. But just remember one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Carey had made it plain right from the beginning that he was in no hurry to get back in Tom.
Oh, I see. So you think he's kind of playing a cat-and-mouse game with him, huh? Just to build up the old fear in him, prolong the agony, maybe?
What else? And believe me, he's succeeding. When Tom finally called and asked me to have you come here to protect him, he was almost a nervous wreck.
All right, tell me this. Has Carey any brains, or is he just a typical dumb hood?
He's in charge of a modern filling station for one of the big important companies.
All right, then he must have too much sense to commit another murder. But if he can simply wear Patterson down with fright, maybe even drive him off his rocker...
Johnny, Carey swore he'd kill Tom Patterson, and I'm convinced that he meant it. More important, Tom is.
What do the police say?
Well, Tom hasn't told him, in order to keep his wife and kids from finding out about it. That's a pretty small town, you know. If it weren't for his family, Tom would have just pulled up stakes and headed for Timbuktu.
Don, if he's as scared as you seem to think...
As I seem
and
to
if
think...
there's no good reason for it...
Well?
Got an extra car I can use?
Yeah, sure. The yellow one parked out front.
Good.
Here. There are the keys.
All right, thanks.
What are you going to do?
Drive on down to Venice to see Tom Patterson and the police. Item 2, $4.25 for a tank full of gas. In Venice, I found Tom Patterson in his office at the Excellent Dairy Products Company, about to leave for the day. What Don Boomhauer had said about him was true. He was just about beside himself with fear. And somewhat against his wishes, I hauled him over to police headquarters. Brad Younger, the chief, was most cooperative. But...
Okay, Billy, let me know when he comes in.
That's it.
And yes, Mr. Dollar, I know all about Casey Carey.
Oh?
Then why haven't you done something about him?
Now.
Why do you let him settle down here in Venice?
Now, just a minute, Mr. Tom.
If you know who he is, that he's the man who's threatened to kill me...
I said just a minute, Mr. Tom. Now, you just sit there and be quiet.
Yeah, please. Go on with what you were saying, Chief.
Mr. Johnny, I learned all about Carey from the big oil company he works for. All about him, including that foolish thing he said in court 9 years ago.
All right, then.
So I had a little talk with him, and we kind of kept an eye on him. Of course, only the boys on the force, and I know that. We weren't sure that Mr. Tom here knew about him being here or recognized him.
Of course I did.
There was no reason to scare him or that nice family of his.
Very considerate, Chief.
Considerate? What's considerate about letting a killer settle down here in the first place?
Now, hold it, will you, Tom?
But look here, Mr.
If you
Dollar.
want help in this thing from me or the police or anybody else...
Of course I do. Why else do you think I had Mr. Boomhauer send for
All
me?
right, then let us handle it our own way.
But don't you see...
Otherwise, we'll be glad to back out. Just let you take care of it all yourself.
But
Well...
All right, Mr. Dollar, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So anyhow, Mr. Johnny, I'm convinced that Casey Carey is all right. He's forgotten his threat.
And I tell you that he... No, Chief. I've got to have protection against him. Somebody to watch over me night and day.
Tom, suppose Carey hasn't forgotten his threat to kill you.
I'm sure he hasn't.
And suppose Chief Younger were to give you protection for a while in the hope Carey might try to make a move.
For a while, did you say?
That's right.
He said he'd be in no hurry to get me.
I know
and
that.
He's waited 9 years so far. He'll wait longer if he has to, but sooner or later he's... And what about my family?
Excuse me, Chief. Here's that report you asked.
Oh, okay, Billy, okay. I'll be through here in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're a very upset man, Mr. Tom.
Well, wouldn't you be?
And I see there's a pistol permit listed in your name. You have that gun on you, Mr. Tom?
It's at home in my bureau. What about it?
Now, don't you think it might be real sensible if you turn it in before you get excited and do something foolish?
No. No, I don't.
Why not, Tom?
Because if you won't help me, then maybe I'd better help myself.
I took the chief aside and promised I'd stay with Tom Patterson, if possible get his gun and turn it in. Then Tom and I left. As we rounded the corner, we passed Carey's gas station.
No, Mr. Dollar. He's off duty this time of the evening.
You know where he lives?
Yes.
Where? Because that's where we're going.
What?
Well, now, you wanted a showdown with him. Okay, now's your chance.
But without my gun? You can't be serious.
While grabbing a sandwich and some coffee, that's item 3, $1.40, I managed to sell him on the idea. Then we drove on over to Carey's house on a lonely side street.
He must have seen me, Mr. Dollar, and he's probably waiting in there
Ask
in the dark.
me, there's evil in there, mister.
Yes? Oh, what did you say, ma'am? And who are you, please?
I'm one of the neighbors, mister, that's what. And when I heard that shot in there...
You heard a
while
shot?
ago, well, then I kind of thought about it for a while, and then I called the police.
While we were sitting in that restaurant having... Come on, Tom, this door's open. There's got to be a light switch here on it. Here it is.
Mr. Dollar.
This is Casey Carey.
Yes, sir. Only...
Yeah. Shot through the head. And it looks like about a 32. Tommy, isn't that the caliber of your gun?
Why, yes.
And where did you say it is?
At home, in the bureau.
Well, there's no use to lie about that.
Well, Chief Younger.
Sorry, Mr. Tom. I'm holding you for murder.
Gold is considered more precious than silver. And because it is, we find it hard to understand why silver takes precedence over gold in the military insignia of rank in the United States. At one time, except for the silver stars of generals worn on epaulets of gold, the color of an officer's insignia of rank depended on his branch of army service. Infantry officers wore epaulets of silver with insignia of gold. All other officers wore the opposite. In 1851, all epaulets were gold with silver insignia. But majors and second lieutenants had no insignia at all, except for a difference in size of the epaulet fringe. Between the Civil War and the Spanish-American War, most epaulets were abolished, and majors were given gold leaves to indicate their rank. But the poor second lieutenant had to wait for his gold bar until, and believe this or not, 1917. Regardless of the date of establishment, all military insignia have been a source of pride for members of the armed forces of the United States of America.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Deadly Debt Matter.
That's right, Mr. Tom. I'm holding you for the murder of Mr. Casey Carey.
No, Chief, you're wrong.
Am I? Looks to me like this is his dead body laying here, and I'd guess this hole in his head was made by a .32 caliber bullet.
Chief Younger, look,
Mr.
listen.
Tom, that's the same as this gun of yours. So, here you are, Mr. Dollar. Here's a murder weapon.
That's my gun. Where'd you get it?
Mr. Tom, I hate to say this, but I had a feeling your coming to see me was a bluff.
Bluff?
Yes, sir. To make me think you hadn't yet done any harm to Mr. Carey here.
Wrong, Chief.
Am I?
I had to practically drag Tom over here to see you.
Well, then, let's just say he was more willing than he let on.
That's not true.
And when some woman phoned about hearing a shot out here, and young Billy Barker came in...
Barker?
One of my new boys on the force. When he laid this gun on my desk and the number on it checked out against your permit, Mr. Tom...
Where'd you get this gun?
Right where you throwed it off to the side of the road over toward Midnight Pass.
What?
That's right. If young Barker hadn't stopped to fix a tire on his squad car and stepped on it, it could have laid there forever, nobody the wiser.
But I told you, I left it in my bureau at home.
That just doesn't make sense now, Mr. Tom, and you know it.
But it's true.
So where were you after you and Mr. Johnny left me at headquarters?
Well, I can answer that,
I'll tell you where,
Chief.
Mr. Tom. You came over here and killed Mr. Carey and took the gun and throwed it off in the bushes.
Wait, Chief Younger, listen.
Yes, sir?
Tom has been with me from the time we left you.
Who?
Yes.
Well, then all that means is you killed him before you came to see me.
No, Chief.
And when the doc digs a bullet out of Carey's body, and I take it along with your gun up to the police lab in Sarasota...
Mr. Dollar.
And if they match up together...
Tommy, it looks kind of bad for you, doesn't it?
No, please, listen.
You better come along with me, Mr. Tom.
Maybe Chief Younger was right. And when a report came back from ballistics that the bullet had come from Tom Patterson's gun, when Tom had no way of proving he'd left the gun at home. Well, I still couldn't believe Tom had done it. Another thing, the neighbor woman had heard the shot only a little while before we got there. What's more, Carey's body had still been warm. But instead of putting up a defense for Tom, I decided to play a real wild hunch that just might turn up Carey's killer. Item 3 from a phone booth, 30 cents for a call to Don Boomhauer.
No, Johnny. The man Tom saw Carey murder back in 51 was named Harker.
Not Barker?
Nope. Gerald Harker, with an H.
Well, then I guess my hunch about this new man in the department.
Hunch about what?
Oh, it's nothing, Don. Forget it. And thanks. So maybe I was wrong. So maybe instead of always acting on these crazy hunches. And yet... Item 4 was $1.10 for a call to Jacksonville to Mike Kirby in the city room of the Times-Press. And bless him, he came up with some mighty revealing information for me.
And then he worked for a while on the police force, Johnny.
Oh, they're in Jacksonville?
That's right. Looked to me as though the boy was trying to live down the family reputation by putting himself on the side of law and order.
Maybe.
And a month or two ago, he handed in his badge and moved to... Hey, what was that maybe you threw in? About his being on the side of law and order?
That's right.
But, Johnny, if he was a cop...
Here's another maybe.
What?
Maybe that boy still is.
What?
A cop. Thanks a lot, Mike. I went back to police headquarters where Chief Younger was half asleep at his desk. I told him I wanted to have a little talk with one of his men.
Well, Mr. Johnny, but it's after midnight, and he doesn't come on duty until late in the morning. But okay, if you insist, I'll call him, get him out of bed, and have him come down here.
And then about half an hour later, they're in Chief Younger's office.
Something special, Chief? Get me out of bed this way?
Billy, I want you to meet Johnny Dollar. Mr. Johnny, this is Billy Barker.
Hi, Billy.
Mr. Dollar.
Only, why did you change your name from Harker when you came down here to Venice?
Huh?
What's that, sir?
I'm afraid it was a dead giveaway.
I don't know what you mean, sir.
I'm sure I do.
That and the fact you didn't move down here until Casey Carey did.
Oh, you mean that man that was killed this afternoon?
That's right. The man who'd killed your own father back in 51.
Is that true, Billy?
How did you know, Mr. Dollar?
Casey Carey, the man you swore you'd someday get even with for killing your dad.
How did you know that?
I didn't. I was guessing.
Looks to me like you guessed right, Mr. Johnny.
Now look.
When you learned that Carey was getting out of jail, you joined the force up there, hoping that maybe you could find some excuse to kill him in line of duty.
You don't know that.
But before you could do it, he moved down here to Venice. So you followed him and joined the force down here.
You think that's the reason I came down here?
All you could do was bide your time. Until this afternoon, when you heard us talking in here and found out about Tommy Patterson recognizing Carey, being so wild with fear that he was willing to kill him.
Now, you listen.
So all you had to do was get hold of Tommy's gun. I don't know how or when. That's beside the point.
Mr. Johnny, you sure this...
I'm not sure of anything, Chief.
You bet you are.
But if Billy is willing to go over to the police lab in Sarasota, let them make a paraffin test of his shooting hand... Well, Billy...
All right, you two.
Oh, you don't you... Chief, you want to let Tom Patterson out of that cell so he can go home to his family?
Yes, sir. Right away. And thank you, Mr. Johnny.
Expense account total, including our motel room, some fishing out in the Gulf with Chief Younger the next day, then the flight back to Hartford. Call it $200 even. Remarks? The fishing was great. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Russell Thorson, Barney Phillips, Sam Edwards, Bert Holland, and Stacey Harris. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company brings to its entire network one of radio's most unusual programs. Pat Novak, For Hire.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. You don't get in the blue book that way, but you don't embarrass your friends either. Because down on the waterfront in San Francisco, they don't separate the good and the bad. They let them run together. And before long, you got a caste system. You're either alive or dead. If you're on top, you keep fading the crowd and trying for sevens until you lose the dice. It's about the only way to play it, unless you like worms. I rent boats and do anything else that'll put a fast handle on a buck, but it doesn't always work out because down here, all your luck is junior grade and trouble is trumps. I found that out Tuesday night. It was the first time I ever saw Reuben Calloway, and the last time, too, if you like to keep a tidy record. It was about 7 o'clock, and I'd just started back across the bay from Sausalito. You could still see Mount Tamalpais squatting on the Marin shore, light brown near the top, but dark and black farther down, like a cupcake that's been in the oven a little too long. A low fog was beginning to squeeze in on the far side, so I kicked in the searchlight, and that's when I picked him up. He was struggling feebly with his face near the water, and he was almost bald, so that when the light hit him, he looked like a cantaloupe that somebody got tired of. I pulled alongside and started to haul him aboard. He brought most of the bay with him.
Help me. Please help me.
Yeah, well, wait till I get a hold of you, will you? Come on. There. Sit down. No, here. Lean against the gunwale.
Yeah, thanks.
Is the water red or you've been shot a little?
Do you have to know everything?
No, it's your load. Carry it, mister.
Yeah.
Move your feet. I gotta get us ashore.
If you like it, go ahead. But don't hurry for me.
Well, if you feel that way about it, pick another spot to die in. Go back in the bay where you'll have company.
You've got to help me. I want you to get in touch with a girl named Alma Biggs.
Yeah?
You'll find her at the Empire Club out on Geary Street. My name's Reuben Calloway. Tell her about me. She'll pay you for it.
What'd she do, collect bodies?
Just give her this key. It's for a locker down in the bus station.
Now, look, Pop, you don't know me. Suppose I use the key.
You can't spend it. You better take the money.
All right.
Just see Alma and tell her it didn't work out. It didn't work out for me at all. I guess that's right, huh?
On the big things, you're 100%.
I don't need a check. Oh.
Here, set up. I told you I don't want you dying in here.
Stop beefing, fella. You don't have all the bad luck.
They must have sent a fast chariot, because when I leaned over, the guy was dead. And he was working hard at it, too. He was a skinny little guy, all bent up and twisted in the bottom of the boat like an old paper clip. It wouldn't do any good to straighten him out because he wasn't going to sleep easy. His eyes were open and rolling around at the sky as if he was on the make for a star. And the skin hung loose around his face so that when you touched it, it felt like an empty baked potato. I pushed him into a corner and started for Pier 19. When I got there, I hauled him on the dock and went down to call homicide. Must have been about 8:30 when I took a cab out to the Empire Club. It was a gambling joint out on Geary Street where they cut their whiskey and cards in different rooms. I asked the guy at the window if he knew Alma Biggs, and he pointed her out by the roulette table. She was wearing a white satin evening gown, and as I walked up behind her, I noticed she moved in rhythm with the roulette wheel. It was interesting. If it'd been a merry-go-round, they'd have pinched her. I squeezed in next to her at the table, and I was thinking of trying it again when she started to talk.
It's a tight fit. Are you sure you like it?
I'm not going to stay long.
That's what Rudolph Hess said.
Make your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Gamblers, make your bets.
Stake me, Alma.
I can't afford you, darling.
Well, go broke for Reuben Calloway, then. 4 on the red.
I ought to keep you for luck, darling. Will you comb your hair?
I'll take the chips. They'd look bad on Calloway.
Oh. It's too crowded here. Let's find a closet.
All right.
Did he look pretty?
For a fish, he was all right.
Who are you?
Pat NOVAK. I picked him up in the bay. He said to look you up until you didn't work out.
That would please Turk.
Yeah? Who's Turk?
The reason it didn't work out. Is that all, Mr. Novak?
Except for a key. It fits a bus station locker here.
You keep it, Mr. Novak.
It won't buy anything. Now, look, sweetheart, I picked up your boy and dried him out, but that's all. We were small friends at best, so the services stopped.
You can come to a slow stop for $200. Just take the key and pick up what's in that locker. I'll get it from you later.
Yeah?
I'll meet you in an hour. Where's a good place? Your apartment?
Well, it's a place.
I'll find it in the book. I hope you don't mind.
No, the thin walls will save me. What's in the locker?
What would it prove?
Proves you got a small mouth, Angel.
Unless you're going to kiss it, don't worry. 9:30 then?
All right.
I'll bring the 200 with me.
Don't worry about the dough.
Oh?
Because I scooped your chips off the table. See you later. She stood there watching me as I walked over to the cashier's window. Oh, she gave you a nice warm feeling like a Bunsen burner in the middle of your back. And as she stood there in the center of the floor smiling, you knew she could turn a glacier into a steam bath at 400 yards. A nice little mouse that made you want to go home and test all the old traps. Well, I cashed in her chips, and the boy at the window shoved out 200 rocks in a pained look as if he'd just handed over his right lung. I got a cab and rode down to the bus station at 7th and Market. There were a few people sitting at the counter and a couple of old men on the benches waiting for somebody to get up and leave the funny papers. I went over near the wall and opened up the locker. It was a long trip for a small package. It was a square manila envelope, and there was an address up in the corner. Reuben Calloway, photographer. I squeezed the envelope, and it felt like photographs, but I wasn't sure. I started to close the locker when I turned, and then I tumbled for the first time. It's like getting a drop of rain on your hand before you ever look up at the sky. The two of them were standing over by the cigar counter watching me. A guy with a heavy overcoat and a little small guy about the size of a hangnail. It wouldn't do any good to sit down because I knew they'd stay until somebody condemned the building, so I walked past them out onto the street. There was a cab standing right in front.
Cab, mister?
Yeah. Swing up toward the St. Francis, will you?
Yeah,
Now, look, you're going to be tailed, so brush up on your alleys.
if you like it that way.
Hey, you were supposed to take a left there on Mission.
I got a license. Where's yours?
I told you to double back over Market.
Look, get out and walk if you don't like it. I've been bought, mister.
Oh, my two friends.
That's right. You should have come first.
I ought to part your hair.
You got more chance with them. Here we are.
Where you going?
You like alleys, that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Take it easy, fella. You're not going anywhere.
You were nice while you lasted.
Take it easy. You better walk up a wall. They'll block the alley. See?
Crowded alley, huh?
Yeah.
Give me the envelope so we can all get out.
Can Junior help you?
Give me the envelope. There. Now let's see it. Yeah, it's still sealed.
You all through?
I don't know. I'll see. You like him, Joe?
No.
That's the way it is, mister. He don't like you.
I slid down like an old sock on a bony leg. I rolled over a couple of times and tried to stand up, but it wasn't easy. You might as well try to find a hair in a bowl of chop suey. Well, it began to rain, and I figured it'd be easier to float out to the street, so I went to sleep. When I woke up, the rain hadn't helped the alley much. It's like washing your kid's face and finding out he was ugly to start with. The mud had washed up against the walls, and there was a thick, sour smell, and down the alley across the street there was a part of a sign sticking out that said Eats. And that isn't what you felt like at all. I started groping around to get up, and my hand hit the pictures. They were scattered all over like clothes in a boarding school. I picked them up and started for the street. On the way up in the cab, I got a chance to look at them, and they didn't make sense. There were 6 of them, and they were all just about the same, a bunch of mob scenes of that fire over in Oakland. I didn't have time to figure it out because the cab pulled up in front of the St. Francis, and I went in to call Alma Biggs and tell her the party was off. Part of that alley must have come with me, because when I walked into the lobby, the doorman looked at me as if I'd just blown up a nunnery. I tried the number once, but nobody answered. I decided to wait 20 minutes and call again. That was a mistake because I just got in the booth and started to dial when somebody started rapping on the door with a nickel. It was Hellman from Homicide.
Hello, Novak. Come on out. You can't get a date in that suit.
What do you want, Hellman?
Come on out. Oh, you're a hard man to find.
Well, you don't look in the right places.
I'm a family man. Tell me about the dead guy.
I don't know, Hellman. He died in my boat. That's all I know.
He didn't say anything?
Just sentimental stuff. His name's Reuben Calloway. Somebody threw him in the bay without instructions. I don't know a thing about him except he takes pictures.
Yeah?
Oh, wipe off the drool. They're not your kind.
Who are his friends?
He's got new ones by now. I don't know, Hellman.
How about that guy up in your couch?
Huh?
I just left your place. How about that guy on the couch?
There's a gal up there, but that's all.
Does she wear suspenders?
Huh?
Then take my word, it's a man.
And you're going to tell me he's dead, Hellman?
No, I'm not going to tell you he's dead, Novak. He may be a soft breather.
When Hellman mentioned the stiff up at my place, I knew we were going to be in low gear the rest of the night because Hellman isn't an easy guy. He wouldn't give his wife an aspirin if she had concussion of the brain. He took me out the side door and we rode up to my apartment. The dead guy was lying on the couch with his arms across his chest as if he wanted somebody to give him a lily or a way out of this. The lamp was shining down on his face and the light was distorted, but when you stood over him, you could see his face was the color of pressed seaweed. If he had anything to be happy about, you couldn't tell, because his mouth was open and hung over to one side like a loose change purse filled with old teeth. His clothes were rumpled and his shirt was open at his neck. You could see a chain around his neck and a silver medal in the dull light against his chest. It looked out of place and made you feel funny, like seeing a picture of a Madonna in a bowling alley. I watched him while Hellman made noise.
He still looks like a man.
Yeah? Who is he?
George Leggett.
What does that prove?
Who his mother was. We're checking for a record. The gun, too.
What gun?
One was lying here on the floor. I want to know if it's the same gun that killed Reuben Calloway.
Well, you'll need some prints.
Anybody can buy a handkerchief. Where were you tonight?
In an alley down near Mission Street.
You like it down there?
It's all right. You'd like it. I got shoved in and pushed around for these pictures.
They don't look like the right kind of pictures.
Well, I can't explain that, Hellman. Maybe they took the good ones.
How do you fit in?
Calloway gave me a key to a locker down on the bus station. It was for a girl named Alma Biggs.
And the girl sent you down?
That's right, with $200 running money. If you want to know about Calloway, look up a guy named Turk.
Turk what?
I don't know, Hellman. Maybe he's only got one name. Maybe the other was Stinker. You got a police file. Look him up. The girl mentioned him. That's all I know.
We'll look him up. But I'm not going to forget you. One guy's dead on Pier 19. Another up here in your apartment. You're mixed up, Novak. There's a connection. I'll shop around till I strike it.
You couldn't strike oil on a filling station. You got a double murder. Shop for a pair of people.
I'll shop far enough to get you, big shot. Far enough to see you fry.
Well, you got the lard for it, Hellman.
If you keep your mouth shut now, you can hold in the blood. Oh, Hellman talking. Yeah? Where'd you find out? That'd make it easier. You sure the same gun killed them both? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in.
Well?
Huh? Oh. Wrong number, Novak.
They didn't give Hellman a sense of humor. They gave him a loud laugh instead. When he walked out of my place, he was smiling like a funny man who's just exposed Santa Claus. I didn't feel very funny myself. I took another look at those pictures, and I was as mixed up as a guy with a Mexican divorce. They were just ordinary pictures of a fire in Oakland. What made them so important? I was sure that Gunsel had taken some pictures, but, well, Were they any different than those? And why was Alma Biggs afraid to pick 'em up? And who was a guy named Turk? I was full of questions, but no answers, like some guy at a peace conference. If I went over it any more, I'd be counting my toes. So I got out of there and looked up Jocko Madigan. Oh, he's a good guy, and he was a smart one, too, until he decided the only way you can get a good trade-in on hard luck is with a bottle of whiskey. I found him at Emilio's bar, patting Bill the bartender on the back with one hand and pouring jiggers of gin with the other.
At the tables down at Murray's, in the place where Louis dwells.
Jocko.
Ba, ba, ba. Gentlemen songsters off on a spree, doomed from here to eternity.
Jocko, I want to talk to you.
Patsy, I'm driving a Harvard man crazy. He's at the end of the bar.
Well, stop drinking and listen to me.
I've got to keep on drinking, Patsy, if I want to preserve any continuity in my life, because I don't drink to forget, but rather to remember. To remember all the pleasant events of my life. There were 2 of them, I think.
All right, Jocko.
The first was a girl I met many twilights ago, and the second was a summer night in St. Louis when a bartender felt crazed with the heat and set him up on the house.
Will you stop it? I'm in trouble.
Memory is a blessed toy, Patsy. But you have to be careful because it can be dangerous, like giving a rifle to a small child for Christmas. It's true he can get some temporary pleasure out of it by shooting various neighbors, but sooner or later he's going to kill the only rich relative in the family.
Jocko, I'm tired.
And memory is the same way. So you're entitled to collect the few good ones you have. You're allowed to straighten them out and put them in order. After all, an old pool ball gets racked now and then.
You all through?
Yes. I've run out of memories.
Hellman thinks I killed 2 guys 10 miles apart.
Wasn't it difficult?
The same murder gun. The whole thing is tied up with some pictures.
In color?
A guy by the name of Reuben Calloway died in my boat. He gave me a key to a locker downtown. The pictures were there.
Is that one of them?
Yeah, take a look.
Oh, if it's a group picture, they were a very unruly family.
It's the Oakland fire. 2 gunsels followed me and took some of the pictures. In the meantime, some guy got shot in my place. Everybody's after the pictures. Why?
Have you seen the other pictures?
No, I took an intermission. That's why you gotta help. Now, you'll find Reuben Calloway's address in the phone booth. Get up there and go through his stuff, will you?
It doesn't sound legal.
Neither's a bum murder rap. Get up there and go through his pictures. Try to find anything that'll fit in with his set.
Where are you going, besides jail?
I gotta find a gal named Alma Biggs.
Oh, you'll have trouble with a name like that. She's probably changed it.
The locker key was tabbed for her, but she hired me to run her errands.
Is she pretty?
Yes, if you like a fast track. Now get up there, Jocko.
Why can't I see her?
Will you stop it, Jocko? Just get up there. Forget about her. She'd scare you to death.
Yes. Well, at least I'd die hopeful. Good night, lover.
Well, finding Alma Biggs was quite a job. I knew she was around, but I couldn't get to her. It was like trying to get a peanut shell out of a back tooth. I called the Empire Club, but they didn't know anything about her. I went through all the phone books and the city directories, and I didn't get anything but a sore thumb. And I didn't do any better with the hotels. I sat in Lupo's and called them all one by one, and by 1 o'clock I knew more desk clerks than a vice squad cop, but no Alma Biggs. Finally, I went out to the Empire Club and started talking to the cabbies. About 15 minutes later, one pulled up and remembered taking a girl in a satin evening gown up to an apartment on the hill. I called Hellman and rode up there to check the names. Alma Biggs had an apartment on the 2nd floor. I knocked on the door and she didn't answer, so I tried it. The lights were out, so I closed the door and groped over to the desk. I should have noticed the draperies as I passed because they were full of people.
Wait a minute.
All right, now.
Wait a minute, Mr. Novak. Stop breaking things. Someday you may want to mend me.
Do you always sleep in the curtains?
Do you always talk this long in the dark? Turn on the light.
Yeah.
I wanted to see who you were.
George Leggett, maybe.
Oh, do you know him?
We're roommates. He died on my couch tonight.
Anything serious or just humdrum death?
He's satisfied. What do you know about him?
Oh, I never heard anybody say a bad thing about him. Of course, I never heard anybody mention him.
Now, look, Angel, it's late. Who's George Leggett?
Why do you care?
Because homicide cares. They got Calloway and Leggett back to back, and they want my skin.
It's a nice skin, darling. Where are the pictures?
Unless you're a social worker, you're not going to like them here.
Let me see. They're not all here.
Yeah, I figured that.
Where are the other pictures, Patsy?
In some Gonoff's album. 2 of them jumped me down near Mission Street.
Who were they?
We never got that friendly.
Well, there couldn't have been 2 of them.
Well, maybe the little guy was just window dressing, but he gave the right answers.
Patsy, I think you're a liar.
You're nicer than homicide.
I want those pictures.
You do.
And I'm going to take them away from you.
And if I had them, that's a big enough gun to do it.
Get the pictures, Patsy.
It's a bad time for murder, Angel. Homicide's working this week.
I haven't time, Patsy. I'll push you down like a blade of grass. Get the pictures.
Now, look, sweetheart, I took a job for $200. It covers a tandem murder rap and a sapping down on Mission Street, but it won't cover big talk from you. Now, put the gun away or I'll bend you hard.
Don't move up when you talk.
You're around behind. Come on, give it to me.
Up it, Patsy.
Feels good. Let it go or take the pain. Drop it.
You don't have to hang on. I'm not a barbell.
You're handy now. Who's Turk?
Stop it. You're hurting my arm.
There's a guy named Turk. I want to know who he is.
You're late for that.
Who is he?
Go ahead, tear it off, and you'll die ignorant.
Yeah.
You sound blue, Novak.
Oh, what do you want, Hellman?
I want to give you a reason. We got the coroner's report on George Leggett.
Yeah?
He died in your apartment. The blood off your carpet looks good on these slides.
All right, so the murderer sold me the rug. So what, Hellman?
So we ran down George Leggett's record. A Detroit gunman who got out here 6 weeks ago.
Yeah?
He traveled for years with a guy named Turk Spaniel.
Now, that's your boy. You better find him.
We already have.
Don't tell me he's up on the couch.
He was born too soon for you. We checked with the Detroit police.
What'd they say?
They know all about Turk Spaniel. He was killed 9 years ago in West Detroit. But they found the guy that did it and sent him up to Lansing for life.
Yeah?
Yeah. He was a guy named Joe Biggs. Say hello to your girlfriend.
Well, I didn't talk to the girl because I knew she'd close up faster than a Dublin meat market on Friday. I left her and went down to the Chronicle morgue to find out what I could about Turk Spaniel. Hellman had covered it. Spaniel talked too much, and Joe Biggs killed him and left him growing out of a ditch like an old weed. I didn't know where to turn now. With Turk gone, who was after those pictures besides Alma Biggs, and what did they prove? I knew the answer was there, probably in plain sight like a blimp on a football field, but I couldn't get near it. It was past 2 when I got back to my apartment and the phone was screaming for help. Yeah.
Hello, Patsy. This is Jocko.
What'd you find out?
That Calloway was quite a photographer.
Yeah?
You should see some of the pictures. Ooh, I'm in love with him.
All right, Jocko. Did you find anything?
There's a check for $1,000 from Alma Biggs.
Yeah, what else?
Some more pictures of the Oakland fire. One of them looks good.
Yeah?
It's just like the rest, except in the background something is circled with a red pencil.
That'll do it, Jocko.
And there's a clipping here with another picture. I can't tell, but I think they match.
What's it say?
Well, it's all about...
Jocko, what's the matter? Are you all right, Jocko? Jocko, you all right?
He says to tell you no.
After Jocko's call, I grabbed a cab and rode up to Calloway's apartment. When I got there, Jocko was sitting in the middle of the floor as sad as a steer on a sheep ranch. He hadn't seen who hit him, and the picture was gone, so was the clipping. I asked him if there were any negatives around. He said no. That meant that somebody was still on the prowl for those negatives. So I called Hellman and briefed him. He said he'd meet us at Reuben Calloway's studio in 10 minutes. When we got there, it was dark, but I sensed Hellman in the back room. Turned out to be a couple of pans of acid, but Hellman was there going over the negatives.
All this guy did was take pictures.
Let me take a look, will you, Hellman? Can you spot the right one here, Jocko?
Hold them up to the light.
All right. Here are the fire pictures.
How about this one?
No, I had that one.
Yeah, that's it. And this fellow back here is the one that was circled.
Hold it up so I can see.
Hello, Turk. You waited too long.
Give me the picture, mister.
All that gun will do is make noise, Spaniel. It won't make enough to keep a secret.
Just hand me the picture.
Somebody knows you're alive now. The picture's for laughs.
It's your word against mine, and I'll be so far away I can't hear the argument. Let's have it.
Don't give it to him, Novak.
Yeah, I'll give it to him. You take it away, Hellman.
Thanks, Novak. That alley taught you manners. Just stand over there. I want to remember the way you looked.
Don't worry. I'll tell you about them, Turk.
Huh?
If you keep backing into this gun, it's going to show around your breastbone.
The guns are getting cheap. You better drop yours, Spaniel.
Over there. You look the same, Turk, or almost the same.
You got this all wrong, Alma.
Joe doesn't look the same. 9 years in the cooler and you lose your personality.
Please, Alma, don't do anything crazy.
After 9 years, you lose almost everything. Joe's lost everything but me. Down on the floor, Spaniel. I want you on your knees.
Please. Alma, you got it wrong.
I got it all right, Turk. Because Joe wouldn't lie to me. When he said he didn't kill you, I knew you were alive.
Please, Alma.
Down on the floor beside the table.
Go easy, baby. You got a copper here.
I can't hurt him, Novak. Turk Spaniel's legally dead. All you can do to a dead man is kick up the dust.
Please, Alma, you're not seeing this right.
I'm going to have a better chance than you. You couldn't see, Spaniel. You couldn't see your way back to help Joe out. You look good on your knees. Over by the table.
Leave that acid alone, sweetheart.
I'm going to help him see. With a whole pan full of it. I'm going to help you see, Spaniel.
Please. Please, Alma, you wouldn't do that?
You got the short end of the bat.
You better look at him, Jocko.
Don't bother, unless you're a baby doctor.
We may need you, lady.
Not for this copper. Remember, Turk Spaniel's dead. Detroit says so.
He looks live now.
He can't be dead there and live here. I like your climate, but it's not that good. You can't see me, Turk. So I'll bet you can hear me walk out of here. Goodbye, Turk. I'll send you a cane.
Well, Hellman managed to get most of the story out of Turk Spaniel. Reuben Calloway stumbled into the whole thing, and he didn't know what hit him. He went over to Oakland to take some pictures of the fire, and he got a picture of Spaniel in the crowd. Spaniel saw him and trailed him over to this side. He had to get the pictures because back in Detroit, he'd framed Joe Biggs with a riddled-up body and skipped out of the country. He'd been away until a few weeks ago, and now he was waiting for a boat out of San Francisco, so he had to stay dead. He sent George Leggett after the pictures, but Leggett figured it was a good way to double-cross him and stay in the clear, so he tipped off Alma Biggs, who'd come out here on a lead a few weeks before. Turk finally tumbled. With a local gunsel, he killed Calloway and left Leggett in my apartment where he trailed him. It almost worked out, but he didn't get to that shop in time. Well, Hellman asked only one question. When I first met her, did I know that Alma Biggs was that hard? No. In that satin evening gown, I didn't think so.
The American Broadcasting Company has just brought you the fifth of a new series, Pat Novak, For Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced and directed by William P. Rousseau. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Edlund. In our cast were Yvonne Patey, Charles McGraw, Herb Butterfield, and Herb Ellis. This program is being released to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Be with us again next week when over most of these same ABC stations we will bring you Pat Novak, For Hire. This program came to you from Hollywood. Now, a brief reminder. There is no mystery to this statement. Wherever they serve, at home or abroad, the men who wear the uniform of the United States are men of whom we can be proud. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. All of them serve our country and us with pride and honor. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Countdown for blastoff. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1, fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future. Adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus one. Tonight, X-1 presents PERIGI'S Wonderful Dolls by George Lefferts. The doll shop stood on a quiet Washington side street, not too far from the sprawling Pentagon building. A woman and child waited outside, the little girl peering eagerly through the window at the dolls inside, and the woman glancing impatiently at her wristwatch, as if expecting someone who was late for an appointment. There was nothing about the doll shop to warn them that they were waiting to keep an appointment with doom.
Mommy, look.
What, dear?
In the window of the shop, the tiny dolls. Oh, Mommy, do you think Daddy will buy me one?
We'll ask him when he comes, dear. Should be here soon. He said 3 o'clock on this corner.
I see him, Mommy. See?
Oh, Henry, over here.
Hello, dear. I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, we're all ready to go shopping. Cindy's been...
Yes, well, I'm afraid we'll have to call off the shopping element.
Oh, Henry, we promised Cindy.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's just one of those things. You've been the wife of an army colonel long enough to know his life isn't his own.
What is it this time?
Well, some more of that flying sphere nonsense. The pilot who says he sighted it last month crashed and was killed today, and the general wants the full report.
Oh, dear. What next?
Well, I got a staff meeting at the Pentagon at 3:15.
Daddy, look in this window.
Well, I haven't time, dear. Alma, I...
Just for a minute, Daddy,
Now,
please.
Cindy, I haven't time to stop and watch a bunch of 6-inch dolls parading around in the shop window. Say, they are lifelike, aren't they? Look at that, Alma. Dolls are marching around like a regular review. They've even got their own little band.
See the one in the red jacket, Daddy?
Yeah.
He's the leader. He's bowing to us.
Well, they don't look human.
Henry, your staff meeting.
Oh, yes. Well, I got to run.
Can we buy one, Daddy?
Well, not now, dear, and I'll run along. Now, don't go spending a lot of money on that nonsense.
No, dear.
Bye. Bye, Cindy.
Bye, Daddy. Oh, look, Mommy, the band is going to play.
Aren't they wonderful, honey? Honey, I must have stood on this corner 1,000 times. I've never noticed this shop before.
Look at the man inside, Mommy. Who's he?
That's the proprietor, dear.
Doesn't he look funny with those red cheeks and white mustache?
It's easy to see who he models his dolls after.
Mommy, look. He's coming to the door. He's coming.
Good evening, children.
Good evening.
How funny he talks.
Hush, Cindy.
Would you like to step inside the shop of Santo Perigi?
Well, yes, we would, but...
This way.
Mommy, it's like fairyland.
Here in the shop of Santo Perigi, creator of Perigi's Universal Wonderful Dolls, the world of adult reality is blended with the world of child's fantasy.
This is a new shop, isn't it, Mr. Perigi?
What is new and what is old? Come, this way. Would you like to meet one of my little ones?
Oh, yes.
Now, this one in the red jacket is Toto. He's the leader. Handle him ever so gently. See, I will set him on the table. Speak, little one.
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
Oh, Mommy, he talks. The doll talks.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
That is nothing for Perigi's Wonderful Dolls. Listen. Sing. Sing, Toto. Sing for the little girl.
My name is Toto.
Sing, Toto.
Men are big and tall. Dolls are very small. When men begin to fall, the dolls will rule them all.
More.
How do they work, Mr. Perigi?
How do they work? That is the secret of the great Perigi, greatest of all doll makers. To make an ordinary doll is nothing. To make a perfect replica, that is something. But to make a doll with intelligence, that is the work of an artist, eh?
I suppose that they're very expensive to buy.
Perigi does not sell his dolls, madam.
You don't sell them?
When I construct a doll like Toto, I cannot bear to be permanently separated from him. So instead of selling, I rent my little people.
You do? You rent dolls?
Precisely. $10.
For how long?
For as long as they are cherished. My only request is that when you grow tired of my dolls, you return them to me in good condition.
Oh, Mommy, could we take him home?
Take him home, take him home, take him home.
Oh, look, he's bowing and dancing. He wants to come.
Honey, your father said that we shouldn't spend a lot of
Oh,
money.
please, I'll take such good care of it, please.
Well, honey, we'll have to deal with your father later, but... Well...
Oh, Mommy.
All right, wrap him up, Mr. Perigi. But I have a feeling that when your father comes home, we'll be sorry.
Be sorry, be sorry, be sorry, be sorry.
Now, Toto, this is my room, and you're going to sleep right here next to my pillow. I wish you wouldn't laugh like that. I'm going to have to teach you some manners. And you be quiet because my daddy will be home soon. And he's a colonel in the Air Force staff. And he'll bust you to private if you don't behave. Come along now. I'm going to introduce you to my puppy dog, Mr. Blister, so be good. Here, Mr. Blister. Here, Blister. Come on. Mr. Blister, this is Toto. Dear, I don't think Mr. Blister likes you, Toto. Come over here and shake hands with Toto, Mr. Blister. Come on now. Mr. Blister! Let him go! Let him go! Let him go! Kill him!
Cindy! Mr. Blister, come over here! Come over here! Cindy, what happened?
Mr. Blister tried to bite my doll. How frightened he is.
Oh, honey, dolls don't get frightened.
But he was frightened, Mommy. He screamed.
You imagined it, dear. It's only a doll.
He did.
Well, Mr. Blister didn't mean it. Now, you know he's the gentlest little pup alive.
He is, and he's nasty, and I hate him.
Oh, now see, you've hurt his feelings.
I don't care. He tried to bite my new doll, and I don't ever want to see him again, ever.
Oh, dear. All right, Mr. Blister. You come downstairs with me. Cindy's angry with me tonight.
I'll kill him.
Cindy! Where did you learn a thing like that?
Toto said it.
Honey, you've had a very exciting day. Now, brush your teeth now and go to bed, Daddy's coming home late, so he'll see you in the morning. Good night, dear. Sleep well.
I hate him.
Hate him, hate him, hate him, hate him.
Morning, Alma. Breakfast ready?
In a minute, dear. How was the staff meeting last night?
Horrible bore as usual. I don't know what's got into the old man. Just because a few farmers corroborated the pilot's report, he thinks some strange aircraft has penetrated our radar zone. Well, where's the little one?
Up in her room.
Now, that's funny. She's usually down here before me.
Well, she's probably up to something. Sit down, dear.
Say, remind me to take some papers back to the War Department, will you? I left them in my strong box.
You haven't been bringing your reports home, have you?
Well, it's safe enough.
Well, you told me it was against regulations to bring secret papers home.
Well, I had to finish some work for the old man, and nobody will ever know the difference.
Well, I don't know. Oh, would you feed the puppy before we sit down, Henry?
Yes.
His bowl's under the sink.
Where is he? Say, that's funny. Here's his supper from last night, only half eaten.
He's getting fussy. Doesn't like canned dog food anymore.
Here, Blister. Here, Blister, Blister, Blister. I wonder where the dickens is that mutt?
Maybe he's on the back porch.
Here, Blister. Hey. Alma.
What is it, dear?
Alma, look.
Henry, is he...
He's dead.
But how?
From the looks of it, he might have been poisoned.
But who would do a thing like that to an innocent little puppy?
I don't know. Let me see his dish. Look at that. I don't understand this at all. Not at all.
What, dear? What is it?
There are pieces of broken glass in this food. Blue glass, you see?
How? Henry.
What?
I just remembered something.
What?
It may be coincidence, but in the bathroom this morning...
Well, what about the bathroom?
Oh, Cindy's blue glass, the one with the Mickey Mouse on it, was broken. I found pieces in the wastebasket. I meant to ask her about it.
Alma, for heaven's sake, you aren't suggesting that our little girl... Well, she loved Blister more than anyone.
Not last night, she didn't.
Why not?
He went after Toto.
Now, who is Toto?
That's her new doll.
Her what?
Honey, I was meaning to tell you.
Well, you bought her one of those dolls.
I just rented it.
Well, rented it. Now, look here, Alma. You know we haven't got the kind of money to throw away.
Well, she had her heart set on it, dear. I used my dividend.
All right. But what happened with Blister?
Well, he went for the doll, and Cindy said she hated him.
Oh, well, a child...
She said she'd kill him.
Where'd she get a thought like that?
I don't know.
Has she been watching those chillers on television?
I don't know.
Well, it's too ridiculous. Good heavens, a 9-year-old child putting ground glass in dog food. She'd have to be a monster.
Mommy!
She's coming.
Well, don't say anything. I'll talk to her.
Morning, dear.
Morning, Mommy. Morning, Daddy. What's the matter?
Sit down, dear.
Yes, sir.
Now, your mother tells me you broke your blue drinking glass.
Oh, no, I didn't break it.
Cindy.
I didn't.
Well, now, somebody broke it. It wasn't your mother, and it wasn't me.
And it must have been Toto.
Cynthia.
Cindy, you know Toto is only a doll. Now, a doll couldn't have broken your glass, could he? Well?
I guess not.
So we can't very well blame it on a doll, then, can we?
But he must have done it, Daddy.
Cindy, you know how Daddy feels about little girls who tell fibs. Now, did you break your glass and maybe accidentally get some pieces into Mr. Blister's dish to sort of punish him for biting your doll?
No, Daddy.
Well, I'd hate to think you'd done something you knew was wrong and you were blaming it on a doll.
Is something wrong with Mr. Blister? Is he sick?
Worse than that.
Henry.
The child has to face reality, Alma.
What's the matter with Mr. Blister?
He's dead, Cindy.
Oh, no. We can't be dead. He isn't dead, Daddy. No, he isn't. He isn't. Mommy.
Honey, he is dead, Cindy.
But he'll come back. He has to come back.
No, darling, he won't come back.
Ever?
Not ever.
Yes. Now that we've told you, Cindy, do you want to change your mind about the glass?
Henry, leave her alone, please.
You think I killed him?
Now look what you've done. The child feels guilty enough,
My
Henry.
dear, this is no time for feelings to interfere.
You go up to your room, honey. Daddy and I'll be up in a minute.
I don't want to.
Please, Cindy. Now, we'll be right up, please. There. That's a good girl. Close the kitchen door behind you.
Mr. Blister's dead. He isn't coming back. Ever. Ever. Daddy thinks it was me, but it was you. It was you.
Eat your supper, dear.
I'm not hungry.
You scarcely touched your lunch.
I don't feel like eating.
Is it Mr. Blister?
Now, answer your mother.
She'll work it out her own way, Henry.
No, I don't know, Elma. When I was a boy, there was such a thing as discipline. Now, the way this child is being brought up...
Henry!
Well, it's true. There's no respect, lying, and...
Oh, there, honey. Now, your father's upset. He doesn't mean it.
What's happened to us? We were a nice, peaceful, happy family until you bought that cursed doll.
Now who's blaming things on the doll?
Well, it's true. Oh, now I've spilled my coffee.
I'll get you another cup.
Never mind. I'm late now. I better be going.
Oh, you, wanted to get some papers from the strongbox.
Oh, yes.
Cindy, please. Try to eat something.
Yes, ma'am.
Alma! Alma!
What is it?
Alma! It's gone.
What's gone?
The box, the strong box is gone.
It can't be. The door to your study's always locked. You and I have the only keys.
I know all that, and I tell you it isn't there.
Well, who would go?
I don't know. Alma, those confidential reports, if they ever got into the wrong
I
hands...
warned you about keeping them there.
What if it ever came out in the open? Can't you see the papers?
Call the police, Henry.
And throw my Army career in a wastebasket after 17 years? No. We've got to find it ourselves.
Well, it was there when I went in to clean this morning.
What about your key?
It's right here. I always keep it with me. It's funny.
Oh, no.
My other keys are on the ring.
Oh, you've lost it.
I don't see how.
Alma, how could you do
Oh,
it?
Henry, please.
We'll search the house. I can't think of anything else to do.
Well, you'll miss the staff meeting.
Meeting? My whole career goes up in smoke if we don't find those reports. Somebody got hold of your key and opened that room and... I know. Cindy.
You leave the child alone. She's been through enough. You know she wouldn't do a thing like that.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't even know my own child. I don't even know you. All I know is that strongbox is gone and it contains papers that are dynamite if the wrong person gets them. The question being who? What's that?
It's coming from upstairs. It must be Cindy's doll.
Oh, that blasted doll again.
Something must have set it off. I don't know how the mechanism works.
For heaven's sakes, let's go up and shut it off.
Toto! Kill him! How do you do?
Stop it! Blasted little imp.
Henry.
Ever since you...
Henry.
What?
Look.
Where? What?
Around the doll's neck. The key. The key to your study.
You see, Alma. It was Cindy after all.
I don't believe it.
Well, good heavens, do you have to have it spelled out for you? Here's her doll with a key around its neck.
She wouldn't, Henry. You know she wouldn't.
Oh, ever since you got this fool doll, she's been acting half insane. At first the dog, and now this. I think she hates us.
Henry, Cindy is my child. I know her. I know she's a good, sensitive person with no malice in
You're
her.
simply refusing to face the facts, my dear.
What are you going to do?
I'm going downstairs and have a talk with that young lady. You're not telling the truth, Cindy.
I am.
Cindy, now you know that strongbox is very important to me. Now I can understand that you might have been angry at me because I scolded you. And so you took it and hid it, just to spite me. Now all I ask is for you to tell me the truth. Now where is it?
I didn't take it, Daddy. Honest, I didn't take it.
Well, I suppose you're going to tell me now that a little 6-inch doll took it and hid it. Well, I'm speaking to you, young lady.
But I didn't take it, Daddy. You don't understand. Toto did it. He's terrible, awful. He says things. He's going to kill everybody.
Cindy, you're inventing things.
It's true. At night when I'm sleeping, he stands next to my pillow and whispers things to me. Awful things. He told me he'd kill me, too, if I scold.
Alma.
If I told you.
I think this child is sick. I think she needs a doctor.
She's frightened, Henry. She's trembling like a leaf. Come on, dear. We'll go up to your room.
I don't want to go up there.
Honey, Mommy will stay with you.
I'm afraid he's up there.
Who?
Toto.
Well, he won't be up there for long. Mr. Toto is going right back to PERIGI'S wonderful doll shop before I lose my sanity, which means right now.
Colonel Grayson, welcome to the home of PERIGI'S wonderful doll.
Are you PERIGI?
Santor PERIGI, creator of the universal doll, the doll with a mind, the doll which...
I'm returning one of your masterpieces.
Oh? If you will step into the rear of my shop. Now the complaint?
No complaint. Here's your doll. Good riddance.
My little Toto. Rejected. You found the world of men too filled with hate.
Hate!
We will change all that later on. Return to your comrades in the window, little one. And now, Colonel Grayson.
I think we have no further business.
But we do, Colonel. Let me see. Yes, here it is. Do you recognize this strong box, Colonel?
My strong box? Well, where?
My little Toto is very clever, sir.
Are you trying to tell me your doll stole that from me?
Let us not say stole. I am merely keeping it in custody.
What's the game, PERIGI?
The game, as you call it, is blackmail. You give me what I want, and I do not ruin your career.
What do you want?
Information. We already know something from the reports of the War Department concerning a certain strange-looking sphere reported by one of your pilots.
What government do you represent?
I represent PERIGI'S wonderful dolls, none other.
I am not so naive, sir.
Perhaps I should explain. Each man hides something from the world. Each man loves something more than life. With the help of my wonderful dolls, I obtain personal information which enables me to control the men who control the world.
You're a madman.
A genius. You would be surprised at the list of men who have become the confidants for my dolls.
Do you think you can blackmail me into betraying my country?
If the price is right. And in this case, sir, the price is your career and the lives of your wife and child.
Why are you so interested in the flying sphere?
Let us say for reasons of my own. Well, Colonel?
Hand over the strongbox.
I warn you, I have a gun.
Give it to me.
You are being foolish. Put down that walking stick.
Now.
No closer.
Now. Hello? Give me the police. Hello? Yes, this is Colonel Henry Grayson. I've just killed a man. Yes, PERIGI'S doll shop, corner of 4th and Lexington. The body is in the back room. Yes, I'll wait for you. Shut up. Shut up, you little fiend.
Colonel Grayson.
Did I hear it speak?
Colonel Henry Grayson.
I must be going out of my mind, a 6-inch doll. Shut up! Your master's dead.
You are mistaken, Colonel. I, Toto, am the master.
What do you mean?
If you will examine the body of Santor Perigi, you will see that he does not bleed. And he does not bleed, Colonel, because Santor Perigi never lived.
Never lived?
Santor Perigi is a doll.
A doll? But that's impossible. He's a man. He talks. He walks.
The people of Meretrix are skillful doll builders.
People of Meretrix doll, but... Look, who are you?
I am Xanthus Imperator, commander of the legions of the 3rd planetoid, Meretrix.
Legions? Planetoid?
My people and I, whom you regard as dolls, come from a tiny planet beyond the moon, so small that it cannot support our population. We landed one of our space spheres on Earth 3 months ago with the intention of colonizing. Unfortunately, one of your pilots intercepted us.
So that's why you wanted our information.
Precisely.
Are you human?
Oh, quite human. Of course. In order to deal with Earth people without suspicion, we were forced to construct Perigi, a man-sized doll.
Well, I can't believe this. I'm having hallucinations. I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, that would be impossible. We have weapons of destruction quite unknown to Earth people.
Well, I phoned the police, and they'll be here soon.
By the time they arrive, my people will have prepared something quite shocking.
Cover him, Ryan.
Okay, Sarge.
You the guy who turned in the call?
Yes.
Where's the body?
Well, it isn't exactly a body.
What do you mean?
It's a doll.
A what?
Well, you've got to let me explain. Now, this sounds fantastic, but I've stumbled onto an unbelievable plot to control the world.
Keep talking.
Now, these little dolls, they aren't really dolls. They're tiny people. There's a big doll named Santo Perigi, and he runs this shop.
Holy smokes.
He's off his trolley, Sarge.
Listen, mister, we got a call that there was a murder here. Now, if there was one, where's the body?
Behind those curtains in the back. Only it isn't really a body, you see.
What?
I hear something back there, Sarge.
All right, cover those curtains. You, is anyone back there? Come on out. Come out or we'll come in and get you.
Something's coming. The curtain's opening.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Perigi. Well, this is impossible. I smashed his skull.
You know this guy?
Yes, that's the one. That's the doll.
What's your name, mister?
Perigi. Santo Perigi, creator of the Universal Doll.
You ever see this man?
Never until just now.
What? Well, he's lying. I tell you, he's nothing but a life-size doll. The real masters are these little dolls.
Ryan, are you getting this?
He's wacko, Sarge. Nutty as a fruitcake. Look, I'm not crazy, I tell you. I can prove it. They must have fixed up his head when I smashed it in. Touch him, you'll see.
Mr. Perigi, you know what the guy is talking about?
The man is demented, obviously.
Look, I tell you, there's a plot to control the Earth. Listen, you've got to let me call the War Department. They'll want to know about the flying sphere.
Holy mackerel, this gets worse every minute. Ryan.
Take him to headquarters?
Save some time. Take him down to the psycho ward.
Okay, Buck Rogers. Come along nice and quiet.
Look, you've got to listen to me. Don't you see the future of mankind is at stake?
Sure. I know how it is.
Look, he's nothing but a man-sized doll. Touch him.
And the little ones are going to take over the Earth. I know. I had the DTs once. Okay, Sarge. We'll see you later.
Please.
Come along.
Please,
now.
listen to me. You've got to listen to me.
Sorry to cause all this trouble, Mr. Perigi.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
Well, I'll be. That ain't the cutest little doll. Say, my little girl will be nuts for that.
But perhaps you will accept it as a gift?
Well, now,
for saving my life. That madman might have killed me. No home is really complete without one of Perigi's wonderful dolls, Sergeant. Is that right, Toto?
Yes, but I
would like in some way to show my gratitude. You will be doing me a favor if you will take the doll home to your little daughter.
Say, this ought to make her the happiest girl in the world.
Yes, Toto will come as a great surprise. A very great surprise. Won't it, Toto?
Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Perigi's Wonderful Dolls, written by George Lefferts. Heard in the cast were Janet Alexander as Cindy, Ann Petoniak as Alma, Nelson Olmsted as Henry, Joe DeSantis as Perigi, Michael O'Day as Toto, Ken Lynch as the Sergeant, and Frank Milano as Ryan. This is Fred Collins speaking. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Tonight's story concludes the present series of stories of the world of the future. If you'd like to hear X-1 return to the air at some later date, please drop us a postcard or letter addressed to X-1, care of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, New York.
This is John Daly in the Salem Court of Massachusetts Bay Province. The recess in the witchcraft trial of 71-year-old Rebecca Norse, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning of this 29th day of June, 1692, is just about over, and the trial should soon resume. As you know, Rebecca Norse, great-grandmother and mother of 8, whose husband owns a 300-acre farm not far from the Crane River Bridge, went on trial this morning as a witch. The penalty for witchcraft is death. This courthouse on Townhouse Lane is jammed to the rafters.
Salem, Massachusetts, June 1692. CBS is there.
A Salem court tries a woman as a witch. CBS invites you to believe that our microphone is there waiting for the verdict. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fourth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Salem, June 29th, 1692, and John Daly.
Tell them how this trial is progressing. The tension with which this day opened here in Salem has grown greater, if possible. In this trial, second in the biggest roundup of suspects these colonies have ever seen, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution this morning testified that the defendant, Rebecca Norse, was responsible for fits, seizures, and the unnatural torment which have been plaguing a dozen or so Salem girls for the last few months. Another woman named by these girls, Bridget Bishop, has already been hanged, and waiting in jail at this very moment to be tried by this same court on these same charges of witchcraft are 150 local residents who were seized in their homes in nearby Lynn, Topsfield, Marblehead, Amesbury, Andover, Wells, as well as Salem, and as far off as Boston. This morning, a prosecution witness, the Reverend Mr. Samuel Parris, minister of Salem Village, testified that the alleged unnatural activities of Rebecca Norse against the afflicted children are actually part of a much larger plot against the government. Is that correct, Mr. Parris?
If that plot had not been discovered, the plotters would soon have succeeded in sinking this government.
On the stand this morning, Mr. Parris, you spoke of proof.
They have been holding meetings, sir. They have been holding meetings and plotting to root out the Christian religion from this country.
I see. You said, too, that they were prepared to blow up all the churches and wreck our government.
And set up instead their own diabolism.
So, well, I'm told, sir, that before you came to this church, you were a merchant in the Barbados Isles.
I gave up commerce for the ministry.
You brought back with you some slaves, sir.
2.
Is it true, Mr. Parris, that there has been a dispute going on between you and members of your congregation as to what were the terms of your salary agreed upon 2.5 years ago?
When I accepted the call to this parish 2 years and 7 months ago, my salary was clearly determined.
But there is a dispute, isn't there, as to whether it gives you permanent ownership of the parsonage or merely the use of the ministry and the pasture.
The salary for my services includes full and permanent ownership of the parsonage and surrounding grounds. Those who have disputed it are simply not in possession of the facts.
I see, but is the prisoner's husband, is Francis Norse, among those who have disputed your claim to permanent ownership, Mr. Parris?
Francis Norse is not in possession of the facts.
Just one more question, Mr. Parris. About the committee charged with furnishing you with firewood last November, when you tried to have them brought to law.
The committee had stubbornly and for a long time been derelict in its duty to furnish the parsonage with firewood.
But it was argued then that an extra sum had been added to your annual salary to compensate you for finding your own firewood. Mr. Parris, Rebecca Norse's husband, the husband of the woman against whom you testified this morning, is on the firewood committee, is he not?
Rebecca Norse has been plotting the destruction of our government.
Thank you very much, Reverend Samuel Parris. Also on the stand this morning, we heard Dr. William Griggs, village physician, testify that a number of his patients had been bewitched. Dr. Griggs, you said that you yourself had seen evidence of their unnatural affliction.
I saw the ministers, the Reverend Mr. Parris's own niece, try to fly up the chimney.
You described how she was picked up by an unseen force.
An unseen force hurled her through the room so that she flew from wall to wall. Then she began to show every evidence of starting to fly, stretching up her arms as high as she could and crying, "Wish, wish, wish."
This morning, Dr. Griggs, you testified that the girls were under the baleful influence of an evil eye. Now, speaking as a medical man, what is the explanation of the evil eye?
When a witch turns her evil eye on a subject, an invisible and impalpable fluid darts from the eye of the witch and penetrates the brain of the bewitched. From then on, the witch can do with the bewitched as she pleases.
Thank you, Dr. Griggs. The excitement over the witches brings to a head the anxiety and unrest which has been disturbing these people of Salem. Dissatisfaction with a succession of governors, high taxes, a high cost of living, and lately rumors of war make it easy to understand why the distracted Salemites feel, as one put it to me this morning, that Satan is loose in New England, and why they're not surprised to learn that 150 of their own neighbors and even friends have been plotting with the devil against them and their government. The judges are coming in now. Judges Sewell, Sargent, Winthrop, Richards of Boston, Corwin and Gedney of Salem, and here comes the Deputy Governor, the Honorable William Stoughton, who has been acting as Chief Justice during the trial. This is the sign that the recess is over, the prisoner is about to be brought in, and the trial resumed. The crowd grows quiet. Attorney General Thomas Newton has walked over to say something to Deputy Governor Stoughton.
Here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. Here comes Rebecca Norse, accused witch. She's flanked by George Herrick on the right, another constable on the left. Her husband is standing up. Francis Norse is waving to his wife, trying to get her attention, but the elderly prisoner seems to be either too indifferent or too tired to look up. That was her daughter's voice. The voice you heard was Sarah Norse's, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter. She called out, "Mother," and her mother seems to have heard her. She raises her head. She looks a little bewildered. Judge Stoughton is pounding on the desk for order. The trial is about to start. In the front row, the afflicted girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, who are here to testify against Rebecca Norse, are staring at her. The marshal helps the prisoner to the platform. where she stood this morning. Apparently, Rebecca Norse is still not going to sit. She's going to stand through this session. She's standing about 8 feet from the judges now, facing the judges. Attorney General Newton has opened the trial, and he tells Rebecca Norse, you are now in the hands of authority.
I adjure you to answer the questions of the court truthfully, and not to lie.
He warns her not to lie, and now I'll throw open the microphone on the witness stand and let you hear the proceedings.
Rebecca Norse, why do you hurt these children?
I do not hurt them.
If you are guilty of this fact, do you think you can hide it?
The Lord knows.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me last night.
Despite the fact that Rebecca Norse was locked in the Salem jail last night, 12-year-old Ann Putnam accuses her of having beaten her in her own home, thereby implying that Rebecca Norse can be in two places at once and is therefore a witch.
Abigail Williams, have you been hurt by this woman?
Yes.
Now, Rebecca Norse, here are two, Ann Putnam, the child, and Abigail Williams, who complain of your hurting them. What do you say to it?
I do not hurt them.
This morning you heard read the confession of one Abigail Hobbs, confessed witch. She named you as the queen of a witch's feast. What do you say to it?
How could she say that? She is one of us.
What do you mean by that?
By what?
What do you mean by one of us?
She is like the rest of us, innocently imprisoned.
Didn't you say you would tell the truth? Who hurts these children now? Look upon them.
May I go to prayer?
We have not sent for you to go to prayer. Why did you stop coming to church when the girls were seized with fits?
It made me ill.
Why didn't you visit them in their affliction the way the other neighbors did?
I was not able to go out of doors because of illness.
What sort of illness?
I suffer from weakness of the stomach, sir.
What did he say to you?
We mustn't believe everything these distracted children say. There's no one whispering in the ear.
You dare to lie before this whole assembly. You are now before authority. I expect the truth. What did the man whisper in your ear?
I ask anyone here to tell me they saw anyone beside me. You can see I am all alone.
Let's go to the sacrament, David. Say you not be
There has been talk among your neighbors, Rebecca Norse, that your illness is of a supernatural character. What do you say to that?
I've had difficult times, sir. I am the mother of 8 children, and I suffer with the weakness that any woman would, my age and condition.
Do you have any wounds?
Attorney General Newton has asked the defendant perhaps the most dangerous question of all so far. Do you have any wounds? Referring to those marks found on the person of a witch which betray that she is in league with Satan. But Rebecca Norse being slightly deaf, he has to repeat the question, do you have any wounds? I have none but old age, she answers. 71-year-old Rebecca Norse is beginning to tire. Her white hair, somewhat disheveled, is clinging to her forehead. She's wringing her hands, nervously clasping and... Something strange is happening. 12-year-old Ann Putnam is screaming. She is pinching. She is pinching. And now Abigail Williams is screaming. She is choking me. Both of these girls seem to be having some kind of a spasm. They're writhing on the floor, clutching at their throats and crying that Rebecca Norse is choking them. Deputy Marshal Herrick and another constable have run over and are each holding one of the prisoner's hands to keep her from pinching and choking the girls, who are at least 10 feet away from her. They're now manacling her hands behind her back. The turmoil is dying down. The spectators are taking their seats. Attorney General Newton again turns to the prisoner, who seems visibly...
You see, Rebecca Norse, what a great condition these girls are in. Why do you hurt them?
I do not hurt them.
But when your hands are freed, the girls are pinched and choked.
May I sit down? I do not feel well.
You are strong enough, Rebecca Norse, to bewitch these girls. You are strong enough to stand at your trial. Do you think these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily? What do you say, Rebecca Norse? Do these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily?
No.
The court is not able to hear you.
May my husband come up to wipe me for it, sweat from me for it. My hands are bound.
These girls charge you with hurting them. If you think they suffer involuntarily, then you admit that what they say is true. And if you think they suffer not willingly, then you are calling them murderers. Which do you say, Rebecca Norse?
I do not mean to call them murderers. I don't know what to make of their conduct.
Answer the question, Rebecca Norse. Do you think these girls suffer against their will or not?
I do not think they suffer against their will.
Rebecca Norse is showing extraordinary courage, old, alone, pitted against men of superior education and legal training with no lawyer to defend her. She nevertheless sticks to her point that the girl's fits are not involuntary. Now Ann Putnam's mother, Mrs. Thomas Putnam, takes the
Tell
stand.
the court what happened.
One morning, Rebecca North came to me.
What time was it?
It was very early morning. Just as it grew light. She was still in her nightgown. She came to me, and she brought a little red book in her hand.
She tried to make you sign it?
She said if I wouldn't, she would tear my soul out of my body.
What happened then?
Then there appeared to me 6 children in winding sheets, and they called me aunt.
Who were these children?
They told me they were the children of my sister Baker, who lives in Boston. And they said that Rebecca North had murdered her. And they told me to go and tell it to the magistrate, or they would tear me to pieces.
Testimony piling up against Rebecca North has become more serious, if possible. And now another neighbor of the accused, Sarah Pepper, a widow, takes the stand.
Now, without fear, will you tell the court, Sarah Pepper, whether anything ever took place between the prisoner and any member of your family?
Well, yes, sir. About this time, 3 years ago, my dear husband, Benjamin Pepper, now dead, may the Lord bless his soul, was as well as I ever knew him in my life.
Yes, go on, please.
He was healthy and happy till one Sunday morning, Rebecca North.
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft?
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft.
What did she do?
She came to our house and fell to scolding and railing at him because our pigs had gotten into her fields.
Your fields are close together?
Yes, sir. And we're only supposed to keep half the fence mended. It's up to her to mend the other half. That was the agreement.
What happened then?
Her side of the fence was down and our pigs got through. We told her we kept those pigs hobbled, but there wasn't a thing you could say to quiet her down. She railed and scolded, calling on her son Benjamin to go and get a gun and kill the pig.
How did your husband answer her?
My poor husband never said one word amiss to her. And it was right after that he was taken with a fit.
Was his seizure the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having?
His seizure was the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having.
Did your husband have any seizures after that?
My poor husband was never the same again. The day before he died, he talked very cheerful, but he was seized at midnight, and this fit lasted till the next night. And then he died.
The deputy marshal is leading the weeping widow Pepper back to her seat, and Attorney General Newton turns to confer with the 7 judges behind him. This looks bad for the defendant. So far, all of the testimony... Wait a minute. A young man is coming towards the judge's bench. It's Samuel Norse, the prisoner's son. The sheriff challenges him.
Speak. If you have any evidence to present, Samuel Norse, present it at the proper time.
This is the proper time, and I ask leave of the court to present my evidence.
Tell your story.
On the 27th of March, I and my sister's husband, John Tarbell, he's here now, and he'll swear to everything I say.
Tell your story.
John and I went up to Thomas Putnam's to find out why his wife and daughter were making shocking accusations against my mother.
The reason why is no secret. You heard them tell the court.
I wanted them to tell me. At the house, I found Miss Putnam, her daughter Anne, and one of Anne's friends. I asked young Anne how she came to name my mother among the witches. I said, did she mention my mother's name first, or did someone else say it to her?
What point are you trying to make?
When I asked young Anne how she first came to mention my mother's name among the witches, she replied that she had seen the apparition of a pale-faced woman sitting in her grandmother's chair. I said, who was that woman? She said she didn't know her name. I said, who told you to say my mother's name?
Are you saying?
That's when her friend spoke up. Why, Anne, don't you remember? She said it was your mother. That made Miss Putnam very angry. She cried why it was not. It was you told her to say Rebecca Norse. Then they turned on each other and they said it was you told her to say the name.
I still don't understand the point you are trying to make, Samuel Norse.
What I'm trying to say is that not one of those who now accuse my mother would admit it was they first named her among the witches.
First all us, they named her.
Attorney General Newton seems to be a little impatient as he motions Samuel Norse to return to his seat. His sister has risen. The Norse family seems to be on the attack now in defense of their mother. Sarah Norse, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter, without being asked, without permission, has come up and is now standing before the bench. Attorney General Newton ignores her. He's conferring with the judges. Rebecca Norse is looking at her daughter. She's smiling, a strange, vague smile. Now Attorney General Newton has turned to Sarah Norse. He's taking her testimony.
I was in the meeting house on the 24th of March, the day the committee first examined my mother. I was there when Miss Bibber...
You are referring to the widow Bibber who lives in Wenham?
That's the one. I was there when she went into a fit.
The court knows that.
I was watching her when she began to scream that my mother was sticking her with pins.
You're adding nothing new to the facts, Sarah Norse. If that is why you have asked for permission to testify...
But I saw Miss Bibber take the pins out of her clothes. I saw her take the pins out of her clothes. That's a lie! I saw Miss Bibber take some pins out of her clothes and hold them between her fingers. Then I saw her clasp her hands around her knees. And that's when she began to scream that my mother was sticking pins in her... That's a lie! You're a liar!
One of the spectators probably sees Mrs. Bibber is screaming back the lie. It's a liar. Sarah Norse is answering her, shouting it's the truth, and you know it. The marshal is making her go back to her seat.
Come on down and take your seat. I would like to speak.
Benjamin Putnam is asking to testify. The Attorney General is inviting him to come forward, is asking the brother-in-law of Mrs. Thomas Putnam, who testified against Rebecca Norse just a minute ago, to come forward.
I have a paper here, signed by 39 people of Salem and Salem Village. I ask the court's permission to read it.
You may read it.
We, whose name...
will you read it a little louder?
We, whose names are hereunto subscribed, being desired by Francis Norse to declare what we know concerning his wife's conversation for some time past, can testify to all whom it may concern that we have known her for many years. And according to our observation, her life and conversation were as she claimed it, and we never had any cause or grounds to suspect her of any such thing as she is now accused of. Signed, Benjamin Putnam, Sarah Putnam, Job Swinnerton, Esther Swinnerton, Samuel Abbey, Hepzibah Ray, Daniel
This
Andrews.
is a surprise. 39 of Rebecca Norse's neighbors, including Ann Putnam's own brother-in-law, testified by petition to their belief in Rebecca Norse's innocence. Rebecca Norse seems stunned by this unexpected turn in her favor. The spectators, too, seem visibly impressed by the long list of responsible and respectable names. Mrs. Putnam looks startled. She keeps brushing her hair out of her eyes. Her face is pale. Judge Stoughton is turning to the jury.
Didn't you bring the devil with you? Didn't you tell me to test God and die? How often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation to
That was Mrs. Putnam. She's screaming, how often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation? She's hysterical. She's becoming violent. She's ripping her clothes. Her husband has received the court's permission to take her outside, and he's lifted her bodily. He's carrying out, kicking and screaming out of the courtroom, and has taken her out now. The trial can start again. Rebecca Norse seems to be on the point of fainting. It doesn't look as if she can keep standing on her feet much longer. Once again, Judge Stoughton... Wait a minute. Something else has happened. A woman among the spectators threw her shoe and hit Rebecca Norse in the face. There's a red streak on Rebecca Norse's right temple where Mrs. Pope's shoe hit her. Rebecca Norse looks white and shaken. The courtroom is quieting down. Judge Stoughton turns to the jury. Apparently there's going to be no more testimony. He's going to send out the jury for a verdict right now.
charge that you, being the judges of the facts, if you find that Rebecca North did bewitch the said girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, so that they were sore afflicted and tormented, then you must find her guilty of witchcraft under the statute of James I.
The jury has risen now and is filing out of this courtroom to consider the verdict. The judges are leaving too, and Deputy Marshal Herrick is taking Rebecca North from the courtroom. Some of the spectators are leaving for a breath of fresh air. The jury is out of the courtroom now. Of course, there's no possible way of knowing how long they will be. They may return momentarily, and if they do, we will switch back here to the courtroom immediately. Meantime, there are about 150 other suspects, as we told you, who have been rounded up in this drive and who are now in nearby jails waiting to be tried by this same court. My colleagues Harry Marble and Ken Roberts are at this moment in two of those prisons, Boston and Ipswich, with CBS microphones, and we switch you first to Harry Marble in Boston Prison.
This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I'm standing in a room about 25 by 35 and 7 feet high. The walls are of stone and the windows are barred. Leaning against the walls and chained to the benches here are about 25 or 30 men who are waiting to be tried for witchcraft. Right beside me, his hands manacled, is Navy Captain John Alden. Captain Alden, what are the specific charges against you?
Witchcraft, I presume.
You have to pay your own room and board while you're in prison, don't you, Captain?
Yes. And should I have the misfortune to be found guilty, my family would have to pay the cost of my execution. And, of course, my property would immediately be confiscated by the authorities. The deputy governor, I imagine.
I am told that some of your fellow prisoners confessed to practicing witchcraft, Captain.
I will tell you how one confessed. A boy of about 18. They had him tied neck and heels until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He confessed.
One more question, Captain Alden. Are you by any chance related to the John Alden who married Priscilla Mullen?
That was my father, sir. My parents met on the Mayflower coming over from the other side.
Thank you, Captain John Alden. This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I now switch you to Ken Roberts in Ipswich Jail.
This is Ken Roberts in Ipswich. The jail here is crowded with women of all ages. Beside me here is the prisoner, Dorcas Good, accused witch. How old are you, Dorcas?
I'm 4 years old.
4-year-old Dorcas Good was arrested the same day as Rebecca North.
I'm 4, going on 5.
Dorcas just corrected her age. She is 4, going on 5. Why are you here, Dorcas?
I want a piece of bread with honey.
Do you know why they put you here, Dorcas?
My name is Dorcas Good, and I'm 4 years old, going on 5.
Chained beside 4-year-old Dorcas here is Mrs. Rebecca Jacobs of Salem Town. Why have they put you in prison, Mrs. Jacobs?
They ran in the street. They ran in the street, and I said, look at the children. They are running in the street.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Then the men said, these are your children. They are running after you. Tell them to go back.
Your children saw you arrested, Mrs. Jacobs?
Come home, Mother. Mother, come home. I want my children. I want my children. I want my mother.
Do you get enough to eat here, Mrs. Jacobs?
Children, don't cry. Mother will be home. The night men are just taking your mother for a walk.
Mrs. Jacobs, have your children been allowed to visit you?
Bloodroot and windflowers, sweet Mary and lilacs, they grow in my garden. When night comes, they close their eyes and go to sleep. I want my children. I want my baby.
I want a slice of bread and honey.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, but a message has just been handed to me. The jury trying Rebecca North has just come back into the courtroom. So this is Ken Roberts returning you to John Daly in Salem. This is John Daly in the Salem courtroom. The jury has come back. The jury charged with the fate of Rebecca North has just returned. The judges are in their places. The prisoner, her hands still manacled, stands facing the bar. The spectators are silent, waiting. The jurymen have taken their seats, all except Thomas Fisk, the foreman. The foreman is standing, and now Judge Stoughton turns to the jury.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What have you found?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has found Rebecca North not guilty. She looks stunned and stands bewildered and confused, pale and shaken. Her husband is fighting his way up to her. 72-year-old Francis North is crying, and his wife, Rebecca North, is now in his arms. Rebecca North, her gray head sunk on his shoulder, is crying for the first time since this trial began. Her sons and daughters are kissing and hugging her. They're all trying to touch her. They're patting her face, her hair, her dress, and they're laughing, and at the same time, tears are streaming down their cheeks. Now Judge Stoughton has left the bench and is talking with Thomas Fisk, the foreman of the jury. George Herrick, the deputy marshal, is pushing his way through to Rebecca North, probably to tell her that he's glad she was acquitted. The deputy marshal is saying something to Rebecca North now, and for some reason or the other, he's taking her by the shoulder. And now the jury is going out again, and Sam North has run over to the deputy governor. He seems to be having a heated argument with Judge Stoughton. I'm going to get over there to find out what's going on. There's something going on. There's a great deal of confusion all around here.
I did not impose on the jury. I've merely given them a fact which they had overlooked.
Mr. North, what has happened?
They're making the jury convict my mother. The jury comes back with a verdict of not guilty, and Stoughton sends them out again. They come back and he tells them that they have misinterpreted the facts. They have my mother on the stand, and they tell her Abigail Hobbs said she was a witch. And she says, how could Abigail say that? She is one of us. Now the judge says that when my mother said she's one of us, she admitted she was a witch too. But he heard my mother say she didn't mean that. She meant Miss Hobbs was just one of the prisoners. Why, what Stoughton's done is tell the jury to hang her.
But why? Why should Judge Stoughton do this?
Because they've got some people in office around here who are scared of being pushed out. There are too many people who don't like them. So they find themselves some scapegoats. They take women like my mother. They say she's a witch. They say they're trying to bewitch our children and sink the government. All they're trying to do is save their own necks, and for that they're going to hang my mother.
Sam North is angry, frenzied. He seems to be absolutely sure the jury will change its verdict. I've never seen anything like this happen in a courtroom before, and it's hard to believe. But we'll see. The jury is coming back already. They've only been out a short while. With Tom Fisk leading them, they're coming back into the jury box. Their faces are grave. Judge Stoughton is banging his gavel for order and has turned now to jury foreman Thomas Fisk.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict?
We find Rebecca North guilty as charged.
Mother!
Rebecca North has been found guilty. What Sam North feared has happened. Everything he said was apparently true. And if this is contempt of this court, let it be so. A woman adjudged innocent by a jury of her peers, by almost precise direction of a presiding judge, has been found guilty and now must pay the supreme penalty.
Salem, June 29, 1692. Rebecca North is guilty, and the witch hunt goes on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fourth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
July 29, 1588, the English Channel. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Salem Witch Trial was written by Sylvia Berger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you by Del Monte Foods, the brand preferred by more women than any other line of canned fruits and vegetables in the world. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Man with No Name.
It was night, around 11 or so, and business was about as slow as a camel in a headwind. Few people were scattered through the tambourine, but none of them was making much of a noise in the register. It was the man on table 6, however, who caught my eye. He'd ordered a bottle of gin and a pitcher of tonic, and was doing his own mixing and enjoying what he made. He was a big man, stocky, with a bush of gray hair and a pair of sharp blue eyes. His skin was bronze and tough, and I figured he'd spend a lot of time outdoors. When his hand started fumbling through his pockets looking for a match, I stepped up to his table and offered him a light.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, a second, I'll get you a book of matches.
No, it's not necessary right now. You're the proprietor of this place, aren't you?
That's right. Jordan's the name, Rocky Jordan.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Jordan. I've enjoyed this hour or so here very much. Won't you join me?
Oh, fine. I'd like to.
Gin and tonic?
No, I'll pass if it's all the same to you.
Certainly. Through the evening, you must get many offers. I like your place, Mr. Jordan. I like it very much. Most of all, I like the fact that you and your help leave the customer alone. This is something that other restaurants and cocktail lounges could well emulate. To leave alone is an attribute lost by our civilization.
Perhaps you'll come back soon.
Perhaps, Mr. Jordan. I plan to leave the continent in a day or so, but I hope one day to come back to Africa. One day soon, Mr. Jordan. Africa has much for me.
Oh, have you been in the interior?
I have. Matter of fact, that's where I've spent most of the last few years. Wonderful years, Mr. Jordan. Primitive land with primitive peoples, but they've both meant a great deal to me.
A lot of people feel that way, Mr.
Have you ever been on an elephant hunt, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah.
Then you know how thrilling an experience it can be. Marvelous beasts, elephants. Had an exciting time. Mr. Jordan. You're an American, aren't you?
I am.
American and business in Cairo. Boston wasn't right for you, nor Seattle or New Orleans or Chicago. You turned your back on your past and came to Egypt for reasons which are your own concern, of course. Mind you, I'm not prying.
What are you doing?
What am I doing, indeed? Perhaps I'm trying to find a justification for something I once did.
And look, Mr.
I can't say I'm not a happy man. I am happy. I'm contented. For the past few years, I've lived the kind of life I've wanted, and not many people can say that, can they? Well, one last swallow. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you for a fine evening, for the fine cafe, for the fine gin and tonic, for the comfort you've been to me. Good night.
I watched him walk out of the tambourine, pause for a moment in the doorway, then disappear in the dark up the street. Well, people come and people go. You meet all kinds running a cafe in Cairo, as I do. And usually you don't give them a second thought. This time it was different. I started to the register when I heard someone call my name.
Mr. Jordan?
It was a thin man in a light suit and a large brimmed Panama hat. He was sitting in the shadows at the end of the bar.
Mr. Jordan, could you come here for a moment?
Yeah, sure. Oh, what's on your mind?
My name's Craven, Gerald Craven. That man.
What man?
The one you were talking to, the big fellow with the gray hair.
What about him?
His face looks familiar.
A lot of faces do.
What's his name?
I don't know.
Well, you talked to him for quite a while. Surely
I said I don't know.
All right, don't get sore. Just anxious, that's all. Do you have a phone I could use?
Yeah, at the end of the bar.
Well, don't you have one that's a little more private?
All right. Come on.
Sorry to bother you like this, Mr. Jordan. It's just that it's very important for me to...
Sure. Here's my office. Oh, there's the phone. Help yourself.
Thanks a lot.
I'll be out in front.
Hello, operator. I'd like to put a call into New York City in the United States.
New York?
Don't worry, Mr. Jordan. I'll handle the charges. The number is Plaza... just a moment, please, operator. Do you mind, Mr. Jordan? This is a pretty confidential call.
Oh, no, not at all. Make yourself right at home. Just don't forget to stop by and see me on your way out. He didn't forget. He made the call, paid me for it, and left. That, I figured, was to be that. It was, for 4 days. Craven, the phone call, and the gray-haired guy who drank gin and tonic faded from memory till I picked up a copy of the Cairo Mail 4 days later. A small article on an inside page got my interest. It said the police had fished a murdered man out of the Nile, but the thing about the article that struck me most was that the police had to say about the way the man died. They said it looked like he'd been shot in the face with an elephant gun. I figured that maybe I ought to run over to the station and tell Captain Sabai about the things I had in my mind.
Come in, Jordan. Come in.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
Sit down, Jordan. Now, and to what do I owe this unexpected visit?
Just curiosity, Sam. And this little item in the paper.
Oh?
And the one in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh, the man who had been shot in the face with an elephant gun.
Who is he, Sam?
We have not been able to identify him.
Seems to be a lot of mystery about him.
Jordan, what do you know of this?
Oh, very little. A man came into my cafe a few days ago, drank a lot of gin and tonic, talked about an elephant hunt, and a lot of other things.
An elephant hunt, you say, Jordan? A moment, please. I would like you to look at something. Ah, here it is. Now, study these photographs for a moment, Jordan. They are of the man we took out of the Nile. Is he the one you speak about, the one who was in your cafe?
Whoever shot him didn't leave much face for identification.
Quite purposefully, in my opinion.
Looks about the right size. Clothes are the same. Very tan skin, Sam?
Yes.
Gray hair?
Gray hair?
He's the one, all right. He's the gin and tonic man. Oh, what's this photograph, Sam?
Oh, that is a close-up of the inner portion of his right arm. Observe the tattooing.
Can't miss it.
Now, tattooing, of course, is quite common in the East, but not the tattooing of numbers.
11-24-42.
11-24-42. What does that mean to you?
Nothing.
Jordan, when a foreign national is murdered in Cairo, quite naturally I am under extreme pressure from my superiors, who in turn are under pressure from the foreign embassy involved, whatever it may be. Now, Jordan, I must apprehend the murderer.
Yes, Sam, I know that.
Now, you will be so good as to relate to me in detail the exact happenings the night this man with no name visited your cafe.
Sure, Sam, be glad to.
And, Jordan, I must insist that you leave out nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, proceed.
Well, I told Sam all I knew about my conversation with the gin and tonic man, about Gerald Craven and his questions concerning that man's identity, and about the telephone call in New York City. Then I went back to the tambourine. I was sitting in my office thinking about the whole affair when suddenly I found myself wanting to know more about that telephone call. A little later, I was talking to one of the girls at the phone company's business office.
Yes, I have the record of a phone call made from your number to New York City.
Well, the call was made by one of my customers, and I'd like to know the charges.
It was a person-to-person call to Gloria Hennessy at Plaza 79970, and the charges will be £5 and 35 piastres, including tax.
Okay, thanks. Well, I found out what I wanted, who the call was made to. What I was going to do with the information, I didn't quite know. But right then and there, I had something else to think about. I no sooner had put the phone in the cradle when a big hand grabbed me by the arm.
Mr. Jordan, turn around.
You don't give me much choice.
I'm sorry if I appear to be rough, but we must talk. Look at me.
I did, but I had to look up to see his face. He was 6'6" or more, and he was from someplace in the middle of Africa. But I figured he'd had some education. He had a grim look and a vice-like grip, and I knew he meant business.
My name is Jonah. I'm a Zulu from South Africa. We have something to talk about.
How did you get in here?
4 nights ago, the Bwana came into your place.
Lots of people come into my place.
The Bwana, you remember. He drank gin and tonic.
And let loose your...
Last night, he left the rooming house to come back to your cafe. I never saw him again. The police found him dead in the river.
Let go, I said. You get a knee in your stomach.
And you, Mr. Jordan, will have a broken arm. Now listen to me. He knew no people in Cairo. He saw few people here. But someone he saw killed him. And perhaps it was you.
You can stop squeezing. I get your point.
I do not know it was you, but I shall watch you, Jordan. I shall watch you most closely. And if I find out it was you who did the killing...
What then?
Then you shall die most hard. Good evening, Mr. Jordan.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. All good cooks know it's flavor that counts in satisfying healthy appetites. That's why millions of housewives, particularly those with long cooking experience, depend on Del Monte tomato sauce for added flavor. There's just no better way to brighten plain foods or give added zest to low-cost meals. One Del Monte enthusiast, Mrs. John H. Anderson of Los Angeles, said,
Del Monte tomato sauce has plenty of good, rich tomato flavor. That's why it's been my favorite for over 20 years. It really brings out the flavor of the food you cook with it, and I say that's the test of a good tomato sauce. Another thing, Del Monte tomato sauce is dependable. I use it many ways: vegetable soup, meatloaf, stuffed peppers, meat pies, and so on. Del Monte tomato sauce is always good.
Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. It's a fact. American housewives have bought more cans of Del Monte tomato sauce than any other brand. Flavor is the reason. The flavor that's never been matched. You can depend on Del Monte, the original tomato sauce. Many women buy it by the half dozen or dozen cans. Then they're never without it. And now we take you back to Cairo, and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Man with No Name.
Well, Jonah, the Zulu, let me keep my arm and left. The next incident didn't happen till some hours later. After the supper rush, I went for a walk in the Cairo night. 1, to get some fresh air. 2, to do some thinking about the affair of the man with no name. I was moving down the Sharia Muhammad Ali when a street peddler came up from behind.
Highest quality type water for sale at most reasonable prices. The good Effendi wishes to purchase from noble water seller some of the same.
No, thanks.
Oh, do not rush off yet, good Effendi. Observe the good, clean, clear water. Observe the cool, comforting water.
Look, I'm not thirsty.
Observe same and listen, Jordan Bay.
Huh?
Jordan Bay, is it not?
It is.
You are wanted.
By whom?
A lady of your kind. Even at this moment at an address in Cairo, an American lady waits for you.
With a candle in the window? What's her name?
Gloria Hennessy, she is called.
Gloria. The address?
742 Sharia El Rokar.
Thanks.
I have done her bidding. Assalamu alaikum. Water for sale.
He slid off into the dark and left me thinking about Gloria Hennessy. 742 Sharia El Rokar, he had said. That was worth a try. 10 minutes later, a cab dropped me off in front of a small hotel just outside the Bab el Nasser gate. Gloria Hennessy's apartment was second floor front. I rapped on the door. A moment later, it came open. I was looking full into the face of a brown-eyed blonde who had got her hair color out of a bottle. She was loaded down with emir, and the clothes she was wearing wouldn't have passed inspection for a Sultan's dancing girl.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Jordan.
Hey, should have let me know sooner.
Come in, please.
Yeah.
This divan will be fine.
Oh, thank you.
Drink?
No, thanks.
Do you mind if I...
No, go right ahead.
I wonder if you know who I am.
The name's Gloria Hennessy. Miss?
What I meant was, I wonder if you know more than my name.
You're from New York. 4 days ago, you received a phone call from Cairo from Gerald Craven. That suitcase in the corner still got the TWA tag on it, so it figures you flew here in a big hurry.
Yes, that's right.
Just to see me?
In a way, yes. A few nights ago, a man came into your cafe. Big, heavy-set, drank gin and tonic.
Yeah, a lot of people are interested in him.
I know.
Even the police.
Yes, I read about that, too. It's a shame. If I'd been able to see him, I wouldn't have had to bother you like this.
Well, so far, it's been no bother.
All I want you to do, Mr. Jordan, is tell me who that man was.
Don't you think you ought to get Craven in here before we take this any further?
What?
The cigarette in the ashtray hasn't got any lipstick on it. You wipe yours off before you smoke?
All right. It's Craven. It's Craven. You may as well come in.
Good evening, Jordan.
Hi.
We thought it'd be better if I spoke to you alone.
I already told Craven I didn't know who that man was.
That was 4 days ago.
And you think I may know now?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask the police?
They don't know.
The police figure he was shot in the face on purpose with a big gun, so he couldn't be identified. What's so important about that man? Why all the questions about his identity?
Mr. Jordan, I am willing to pay you $1,000 if you tell me who that man was.
A lot of dough for the name of a dead man.
I have the money right here in my purse. You can leave with it.
I could make up a name.
You could.
Sorry, lady. I'd be happy to take your money, but I don't know who that man was.
Well, then, I suppose that's that. You are my last hope, Mr. Jordan. I really thought you might know. Suppose I'll have to go back to New York without knowing.
Well, if that's all we've got to talk about, I'll run along now.
Thank you very much for trying to help me.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, Miss Hennessy.
Yes?
There was a tattoo on the dead man's arm. Numbers.
Oh?
11, 24, 42. That mean anything?
I don't know.
Date, maybe. An American would mark a date like that. Well, anyway, Miss Hennessy, that's all the help I can give you.
Thank you, Jordan. Thank you very much.
Oh, one thing more.
Yes?
Why don't you just keep that $1,000 handy? Who knows? Maybe before this thing's over, I'll know the name of that man. I left and walked out into the street. I knew I couldn't catch a cab on the lonely Sharia El Rokar, so I decided to walk back to the Tambourine. I had a lot to think about anyway. I wound my way through the dark Cairo streets, up the Sharia Ibrahim Pasha, past the Empire Club and the Victoria Hotel. Then I turned off, making my way down the Sharia El Bean, half street, half alley. That's when it happened. The window pane in front of me shattered, and it didn't take a lot of figuring to realize I was a target. I hit the pavement and scrambled on all fours for the protection of some garbage. Well, I waited until it looked like it was over, and I picked myself up. That's when I saw that 6'6" mass of muscle standing at the end of the alley. Jonah, the Zulu. I started to look around for a lead pipe.
Mr. Jordan.
What's the matter? Run out of bullets?
You do not have to be afraid of me.
Prove it.
I did not shoot at you. I have been following you as I said I would, but I did not shoot at you. Look, I have no gun.
You could have thrown it away.
No. This shooting has convinced me that there is more to the Bwana's death than I suspected. Perhaps it was not you who killed him.
Well, thanks for the vote of confidence. Who threw those shots at me?
I did not see. Mr. Jordan, let us talk.
No, you talk. I'll listen. Who is this Bwana of yours?
A friend.
He's got a name.
I never knew it. We met 3 years ago in Cape Town. I was going to the university. I've been showing him Africa ever since.
You must know something about him.
Only that he was a good friend.
He had some numbers tattooed on his arm. 11, 24, 42.
A date he wished to remember.
Why?
He never said.
You're a great help. What was he doing in Cairo?
Arranging for air passage on TWA for New York City. He wished to arrive in the United States before some holiday.
What holiday?
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving? What day does it come on this year?
I believe he said the 24th.
4th of November. 11, 24, 49. No, but the tattooing said...
11, 24, 42.
Yeah, 7 years difference. 7 years.
What does it mean, Mr. Jordan?
Well, I know one thing it could mean. Come on.
Where are we going?
Put in a claim for $1,000. And incidentally, find an answer to this mess of the man with no name. Jonah and I took out fast, like the super chief on a downgrade, retracing my steps down the Ibrahim Pasha, across to the Sharia El Rokar. The hotel I was looking for was easy to find because I'd been there once before. So was the apartment, second floor front. When I rapped on the door, it was opened by the same one who'd opened it for me before. And a moment later, Jonah and I were inside, and Gloria Hennessy was looking at me kind of funny.
Mr. Jordan.
The same. Oh, this is Jonah, a friend of mine, I think.
How do you do?
How do you do? Why did you come back, Mr. Jordan?
Oh, maybe to earn that $1,000. Jonah was a close friend of the man who was killed.
I see. And he knows who he was?
No.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will.
Please get to the point, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Craven and I are leaving Cairo soon.
I want to ask you one question, Miss Hennessy.
What is it?
That's it.
That's what?
That's the question. Is it Miss Hennessy or Mrs. Hennessy.
I don't see what that's got to do...
I haven't heard your answer yet.
Maybe I don't think I ought to answer it.
Huh? You don't have to.
Where are you going?
Your purse here on the table?
You leave that alone.
Sure, after I find what I want. Here. Driver's license, this'll do. Mrs. Gloria Hennessy. There's your purse. I guess it was I who made the first mistake. I looked at you and started calling you Miss. Maybe it was wishful thinking.
Oh, don't worry, mister. A guy with your manners hasn't got a chance. All right, so I'm Mrs. Gloria Hennessy. What does that mean?
And let's see if we can figure it out.
What's going on? Jordan.
Hi, Craven. Come on in. You're just in time to see me earn $1,000.
Who's this?
Oh, his name's Jonah. And he's not going to like you.
Gerald, he's found out that I'm Mrs. Hennessy and not Miss. He's trying to make something out of it.
Oh, but that's preposterous, isn't
Yeah,
it?
not if the man who's dead was Mr. Hennessy. You supply the first name, Gloria. He was your husband. Well, the way I figure it, went something like this. 7 years ago, Hennessy disappeared. I don't know what the circumstances were. You'll have to tell me. Anyway, he spent the next 7 years in Africa, living the kind of life he wanted. But after 7 years, New York says a man is legally dead. All his possessions, and they're probably quite a bit, go to his wife. Hennessy didn't want that, because I don't suppose he liked you very much, Gloria. So he was making it a point to get back to the United States before the 7 years were completely up. Well, that wasn't so hot for you, so you decided to kill him in a way the body couldn't be easily identified. And as far as the law knew, Hennessy'd been dead for 7 years. The riches are all yours.
Jordan, you're a beast.
Please, Gloria. Jordan, that's a very fanciful theory you have.
When I tell Captain Sabaya about it, he'll just lift a few fingerprints off the dead man. Check it with some of Hennessy's papers in New York. That'll tell you how fanciful my theory is. You want to call Sabaya? Or shall I? Both Craven and Gloria stood there, neither moving. I was wondering what Craven had in mind. I found out. He started slowly, as if he was making for the phone, but as he got there, he turned his back toward me, and his hand made a dart for his inside coat pocket. It never got there. Jonah got to him first. He grabbed Craven by the scruff of the neck with one hand and the seat of the pants with the other. Then lifted him high over his head and with all his might threw him against the far wall. Well, as it turned out, when Craven landed, he wasn't even in condition to dial a phone. So it was I who had to put the call in to Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo Police.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story.
What gives Del Monte ketchup such marvelous flavor?
Pineapple vinegar.
Pineapple vinegar? Sounds good. But just what is this pineapple vinegar?
It's a superlative vinegar, crystal clear and sparkling. It's made by Del Monte for its own use. No other catsup has it.
And that's what gives Del Monte ketchup its wonderful flavor?
Yes, it's one of the things, and a very important one. Catsup experts say the finer the vinegar, the better the catsup flavor. It isn't that you taste the vinegar itself. It's the way pineapple vinegar brings out the very best in the other ingredients that is so important. It accents the rich, sunny flavor of Del Monte's plump, vine-ripened tomatoes. And it helps blend the special herbs and spices with the tomatoes to make catsup that just can't be topped for hearty, satisfying flavor.
Del Monte ketchup has always been my favorite. Now I know why it adds that appetizing zest to plain foods and everyday dishes.
Friends, if you haven't already tried Del Monte catsup, make a note to get some next time you go shopping. We know you'll like it.
And you'll be surprised at its low price.
For all its goodness, Del Monte catsup costs less than many other quality brands. Back now to Rocky Jordan and the conclusion of tonight's story.
Well, Sam came and I told him what I knew. He hustled Gerald Craven and Gloria Hennessy to the station, told Jonah to go back to his rooming house. He'd talk to him later. He told me to go into his office and wait until he had a chance to talk to Gloria and Craven. And 20 minutes later, he came into the office and roused me out of his squeaky chair.
Hello, Jordan. Jordan, please, use the other chair. I do not like you looking through the papers on my desk.
I didn't find much, Sam. Just your weekly quota for traffic tickets.
Your Occidental brand of humor has always failed to impress me.
Sorry?
Well, Jordan, as they have confessed all, I understand from my conversations with Craven and Mrs. Hennessy that this is approximately what occurred. After Hennessy arrived in Cairo from the interior of Africa, he sent a telegram to his wife in New York advising her of the fact that he was not dead and was returning within the 7-year period.
She must get a big kick for that.
She did not know whether or not it was a hoax, so she dispatched her lawyer, Gerald Craven, to Cairo to find out. He found out it was no hoax, called her, and etc., etc. Now, her long conversation with you, of course, was not to determine the identity of the dead man, which she already knew, but to determine whether or not you knew his identity.
And when I said I might find out, Craven took his bullets after me.
Precisely. Well, coffee, Jordan?
No, thanks, Sam. I get back to the tambourine.
Tambourine? What is the hurry?
Want to cross gin and tonic off my menu.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte ketchup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Quest for Tranina. Looking for a glamorous dessert that's easy to prepare? Then serve Del Monte Fruit Cocktail. It's ready diced. Its 5 tasty fruits are mixed and carefully balanced for a sparkling flavor treat. Best fruit cocktail you ever tasted. Del Monte, the brand that always puts flavor first. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Refuses to buy our insurance. One of their trucks leaves for California tonight on Highway 42.
Highway 42. Ace Trucking Company. Instructions?
You will wreck the truck.
What about the driver?
If necessary, you will kill him.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Gauld, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City, Then, as Philip Galt uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now we find Philip Galt in a phone booth, speaking in the voice of the whisperer, making his report to a superior in the syndicate.
Hello, New York. Madden given instructions. Will report progress.
All through?
Yes. I see you're not.
They have a special here today. 25 cents for a super banana split. Okay, I'm through. And you're just in time.
No, for what?
To pay the bill. What a bargain you got, Phil. It's only 25 cents.
Did I enjoy it? Yeah, that'll take care of it. Let's go.
What are you so grumpy about?
I'm not grumpy.
Sneezy then?
What?
Are you sleepy or dark? Which one of the 7 pours?
Oh, I'm worried.
And I'm sorry. Making jokes. What is it, Phil?
Trouble. Let's get in the car. I'll drive you back to Dr. Lee's office so you can earn your salary.
Now tell me, what horrible instructions did you give your syndicate henchmen?
To wreck a truck?
And now you've got to stop it.
Yes.
Playing footsie again. Pass along the murder orders and try to stop them from being carried out.
Yes, try.
How long, Phil?
Till they're smashed.
Not by you?
By me, by the law, by the government, by every means possible. Ellen, the syndicate is moving into every line of business. They put their grubby fingers into every kind of work. Take pennies out of piggy banks and $1,000 bills out of safety deposit boxes.
But, Phil...
Without knowing it, you keep them alive. Maybe when you buy a paper. Maybe when you eat a banana split. Wherever you go, whatever you do, they've got themselves into legitimate businesses. Fronts, expanding their interests all the time.
All right, Phil.
Trying to do something about it.
All right.
I'm sorry I blew off steam.
I asked for it.
They're in the insurance business now.
For real?
For real. Honest-to-goodness insurance. And they're using their usual strong-arm methods to get business.
Wrecking a truck?
Yes, because the trucking company won't buy insurance from them.
I see. Here we are, Phil. Want to come up?
I can't.
Guess I have to buy my own dinner tonight, eh?
I'll call you later.
Oh, I almost forgot. In the drugstore, you wanted those special flashlight batteries.
Oh, yeah, thanks. The flashlight's in the glove compartment.
It's a funny kind of flashlight. Shall I open it?
I can do it.
There's nothing to it.
Ellen.
Uh-huh.
You'll be late.
Plenty of time.
I know why you're sitting here.
Why?
Because you're worried. Thanks, sweetheart.
Smart fella.
Sure, it's dangerous, but I can take care of myself.
I know, but... Oh, darn. The flashlight doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
Well, it doesn't. Whoever saw a contraption like this must have put it in wrong or something. Pressing a button, but it doesn't light.
In the glove compartment.
What?
Those glasses.
Oh, the red one?
That's right. Put them on.
Well?
Now I'll flash the light.
Oh, now it works.
It's an infrared light. You can only see it with those special glasses. It'll light up in the dark. Only you can't see the light or what it lights up unless you have those glasses on.
Phil, another gadget.
Clever, isn't it?
Yes, but I wish that...
What?
Nothing. I wish I were a gadget. Maybe you'd pay more loving attention to me.
I'll call you later. We can look into it.
After dropping Ellen at her office, Phil drove to the north side of Central City, down Maryville Street, until he saw the unpainted wooden building with the sign over the entrance, Ace Trucking Company. J. Stevens, president and general manager, and M. Coffey, vice president and treasurer. He parked behind an ancient truck and went up the wooden stairs. The door was open and he went in. He stood there for a moment in the front office, and then the door to the inner room opened.
Yeah?
My name is Galt.
Well, what can I do for you? Got some eggs to haul, some cantaloupes, machinery?
No.
Yeah, just as well. Couldn't handle it anyway. Well, what can I do for you?
It's a pretty big business you run here.
Yeah, we get by.
How many trucks do you have?
2. Why?
How many employees?
None. The bosses are the employees. I'm Stevens. My partner is Coffey. We run the business and the trucks.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's on your mind?
Mr. Stevens, I'm going to be frank with you.
Why?
Because I may save your life.
My life? What is this?
I'm an attorney. I want you for a client.
Sorry, I don't need you.
Now, hold on. This isn't going to cost you anything.
Probably worth that much, too. I still don't need you.
Going on a haul tonight, aren't you?
So?
A long haul. To California.
Go on. What else?
By Route 42.
I'm all ears, Counselor.
If I were your counselor, I'd advise you not to take Route 42.
Yeah, but you're not, and I'm going to take it.
If I were your counselor, you'd have come to me when somebody tried to force you to buy their insurance. Wouldn't you?
Seems as though you know an awful lot about my business. What'd you say your name was?
Galt.
Hey, Galt. Well, Galt, I still say you're not my counselor, and since I'm not paying you for advice, I don't see why I should take any from you.
I told you why, because it'll probably save your life. The people who were trying to sell you insurance are a group called the Syndicate.
Oh, yeah? Well, now I've heard everything. This was an insurance company, Galt, a real insurance company, not a bunch of gangsters.
Will you do me one favor?
Probably not.
Don't take Route 42. It's a setup. They know you're going to California with a load. They know you're leaving tonight. They're going to wreck your truck.
Nobody's going to pressure me, Galt.
They're going to try.
I'm talking about you.
Me?
Yeah, you. How do you know so much about this operation? Where do you get your information? You must be part of this syndicate you're talking about.
It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens. On your way, Galt, vamoose. I met tougher guys than you around a campfire toasting marshmallows.
Now, look.
I'm busy. I gotta pick up my load. You go on back and tell your outfit I ain't interested in insurance or protection either, which is what you're trying to sell me. You're a lousy salesman, Galt. I don't buy a word of what you said.
Dr. Lee's office.
Ellen.
Oh, hello, Phil. What's a good word? Calling me for a date?
No, sorry, Ellen.
You're having trouble?
Plenty. The Ace Trucking Company isn't in the market for advice. Won't listen to me.
What are you going to do, Phil?
Try to stop it, sweetheart.
How?
I'm going along for the ride.
But if they won't listen, they won't let you near the truck.
The driver won't know it, but when he pulls out tonight, I'll be in the back of his truck with his load of heavy machinery.
Phil, you can't do any good back there, and if the syndicate wrecks the truck as they threatened...
I'll be in the cab of the truck trying to talk the driver into stopping before that happens.
But Phil...
I'll be careful, darling. Call you later.
That evening, as the ancient truck reached the open road outside Central City, highballing for California, Phil worked his way forward between the huge crates of machinery in the rear of the truck and knocked on the window and the door separating him from the cab.
Hey, what the... Oh, the syndicate counselor. Come on, get out of there.
I can't. I'm stuck against these crates.
Yeah, I'll open that blasted door. All right, come on, climb over into the seat.
All right.
Thanks. Yeah, it's mighty crowded back there between those crates.
All right, counselor, better have a good explanation.
I'll do the talking. Just keep your eye on the road and cut your speed.
I got a long way to go, and I ain't cutting nothing. I don't believe you, Galt. I don't trust you. Anything that happens to me is going to happen to you in spades.
I came of my own free will, Stevens. You didn't force me. Keep your eye on the road, I tell you. I don't know how they're figuring to wreck this truck, but it'll be soon.
Yeah, well, I ain't cutting my speed. You got an idea you can lead me into trouble, you ain't going to do it. You can do all the talking you like. It ain't going to make no difference to me.
All right, just keep watching the road.
And better not try any tricks.
Now, look, it'll probably be something on the highway. Maybe a barricade of some kind.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe somebody thumbing a ride. Don't stop for anybody.
I don't stop anyhow.
Or another truck coming alongside, forcing you off the road.
You got them all figured out, huh?
Keep your eyes on the road, man.
One of them. The other I got to keep on you.
Are you married?
Yeah.
How does your wife put up with you? I never saw anybody so stubborn and obstinate in my life.
Now, you're pretty much of a bulldog with an idea yourself.
There it is, the barricade. Now, you're going too fast. Hang on. You can't stop now. Go through. Go through.
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of death, living his dual role. As the Whisperer, Phil Galt had passed on the syndicate's instructions to a man he knew only as Madden. Instructions to wreck one of the Ace Trucking Company's trucks. And then as Philip Galt, attorney, he tried to warn one of the owners of the company. Failing to convince the trucker that he was headed for danger on Highway 42, Phil secreted himself inside the truck and just barely made his way up to the cab in time to put Stevens on the alert. But it didn't stop the barreling truck. It took a barricade on the road to do that.
Hold that wheel steady. We're going into the ditch. Hang
on. You okay?
Yeah, okay. You?
Yeah. Stevens.
What? You insured? Yeah, but not with Cato Underwriters. Come on, let's see how much damage. Duck! Shooting at us.
Unless you see some other squirrels around.
Hey, they play for keeps.
I tried to tell you. Better get out of here. We're sitting ducks. Come on, make for those trees.
I'm behind you. Maybe I made a mistake about you, Counselor.
Maybe you did. It might be a costly mistake. Down.
Well, the shooting stopped anyway. And a truck on fire.
Uh-huh.
I'll get him, the dirty robbing thieves.
Take it easy, Stevens.
Work yourself to death, scrape a few pennies together to buy a couple of trucks, go into business, and then somebody muscles in.
You said you were insured?
Yeah. For the load, but not for the truck. Was too old, figured I'd get away with liability. Cost more than I paid for the truck the way they got insurance costing these days.
I see.
Yeah, that sounded like they took off.
They did their job.
Now what? Now what, Counselor?
Want my professional advice?
Yeah.
Get a new truck, a brand new truck. One of my clients has been after me for a safe investment. You interested?
How safe?
He's more interested in the people in the business than in their assets.
Yeah, but how safe? I'm still not in the market for the kind of insurance they sell.
And I'm not selling it. But right now, we better see about stopping that fire.
Phil! Oh, you look at
As if I'd been through fire and brimstone. Through fire, anyway.
Are you all right?
Kind of tired, but all here. Have you dinner?
Uh-huh.
Well, I didn't. I'm starved.
How about a sandwich?
Wonderful.
What happened, Phil?
They got the truck burned to a cinder.
And the driver?
He's all right.
You're sure you're all right?
Just hungry.
Come on in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. All right if I use your phone?
Of course. I have sandwiches in the refrigerator.
Oh, operator, I want long distance. New York, circle 1798. Ring me when the call is ready, will you? Thanks.
Here, Phil. Some coffee?
Milk, if you have some.
Sure. How did it happen, Phil?
A roadblock. Then they shot at us. Then they burned the truck.
Did they get a look at you?
Madden might have seen me, I don't know.
You don't know. Phil, if he did and he ever sees you again,
It wouldn't take the syndicate long to figure out that Phil Galt is also the Whisperer.
Phil, how long do you think you can go on keeping your double life a secret from everyone but me and Dr. Lee?
Those are the chances I have to take, sweetheart.
Is Madden from out of town?
I wish I knew. All I know about this setup is the insurance company the syndicate runs is called Cato Underwriters, and there's my call.
Hello? Central City?
Right. Mission accomplished. Ace Trucking Company, now minus one truck.
Good. They will be approached by Cato Underwriters for insurance again.
Instructions.
Madden already has his instructions. If they refuse to buy again, he will shoot to kill.
Phil,
If Stevens refuses to buy the insurance, he'll be murdered.
will he buy?
No.
You've got to make him, Phil.
I can't interfere that way, and I don't think it would make any difference if I tried. He's as stubborn as...
Have you?
Almost.
Oh, this is serious, Phil. You can't let Stevens be murdered in cold blood.
No, Ellen, I can't. And right now, I don't know how to stop it.
Without telling Phil Galt her plans, Ellen determined to find out if she could whether Madden had seen Phil, whether Madden would be able to identify Phil. Or if the syndicate once learned that Phil Galt was also the Whisperer, they would arrange to have him killed in a matter of hours. And so on her lunch hour, Ellen walked to the Ellsworth building and took the elevator up to the 8th floor.
Yes, miss? May I help you?
I wanted to get some insurance on my car.
Of course. Won't you sit down?
Cato Underwriters was recommended to me.
Oh?
I was told to ask for a man by the name of Madden.
Madden?
That's right.
Now, who could that be? Madden. I'm afraid I don't know any Madden. Are you sure?
Positive.
Anything wrong, Collins?
Oh, Mr. Palermo, this young woman is asking for a man by the name of Madden.
Oh, I see. Will you come with me, please,
It's
miss?
a simple matter. I just want to insure my car.
I'll write it up for you in my office, huh? You know, it's odd, but Cato Underwriters have branches in all the large cities, and I myself just arrived here the other day. And I know a man with our company by the name of Madden in Richmond, Virginia. Oh, please sit down, Miss...
Norris.
Miss Norris.
It's strange you should ask for him.
Oh, I don't know if it's the same Mr. Madden, but Mr.
Palermo.
Mr. Palermo, I was recommended to Mr. Madden.
Oh, who recommended him, Miss Norris?
A friend.
A friend, yes. What's his name?
Her name.
All right, what's her name?
Susie.
Susie who?
Mr. Palermo, I don't see where it makes much difference who Susie is or why she was recommended to me. Does it?
No. It just struck me as being peculiar.
Do I get some insurance for my car?
Yes, of course, of course. You see, Madden came into town with me, Miss Norris, and he hasn't been selling any insurance. Not to anybody by the name of Susie, anyway.
Mr. Palermo, I'm a working girl. I only get an hour for lunch.
Who do you work for, Miss
I really don't
Norris?
see that it makes much difference.
Maybe I can give you a lift back to work.
No, thank you. Now, if you can tell me where I can see Mr. Madden or when he'll be here.
Insurance, eh?
Insurance.
All right, Miss Norris, if you'll tell me where Madden can reach you.
I'm a nurse with Dr. Benjamin Lee. Mr. Madden can call there.
Yes, I'll tell him. And maybe you and I can take up some of these other details at another time.
It was 2 o'clock when Phil Galt reached the Ace Trucking Company's offices. The front door was open and he walked in, but nobody was there. He sat down in a hard-back chair, tilted it so that his feet could find support on the rickety desk, and waited. And it was 4:30 when footsteps came up the wooden stairs and Stevens came in.
Oh, hello, Counselor. Hey, Counselor, wake up. Wake up. You're a fine picture of a young, wide-awake attorney. Sleeping like a baby. Don't you have any problems?
No, a few.
They don't bother you.
Appearances are deceptive. I keep them locked up in here.
That's just indigestion. What's the good word?
Just what I was going to ask you.
No good word. I've been to every bank in the city. I can't raise a thin dime. My credit is stretched so far it's worse than a size 32 girdle on the circus fat lady.
You didn't go to the right bank.
Oh?
Here.
What's this for?
Made out to the Ace Trucking Company, isn't it?
That's not what's bothering me. It's the amount.
Mm-hmm. I had to scrape the barrel a little.
A little? $16,423.
That includes tax, licenses, and insurance. And not with Cato Underwriters.
What's the gag?
No gag. I told you. A friend of mine is always looking for good investments, and he listens to me.
You said you had to scrape the barrel.
My best friend. Myself.
Well, you could buy this whole company for $500.
What good would that do me? I'm no trucker.
Of course, we built up some goodwill. How much interest in the company you want for this?
10%.
I don't get it.
You don't have to understand, Stevens. I live my life on hunches. I think you'll do okay. I want to invest in you. When the business can afford it, you can pay me back for the truck.
Counselor, you got yourself a couple of partners. Wait till Monty finds out. 16. Hey, that's the big one. You must have priced it.
I did. Now listen.
I'll listen all night. Those words you keep saying are like music.
You're going to get a visitor.
Who?
Someone to sell you insurance. Cato Underwriters.
I'm not having any.
Ain't you, Stevens?
What?
Ain't you having any?
Is that the same gun I heard last night?
The very same. All right, wise guy. How do you know so much?
I've heard about Cato Underwriters, and I heard nothing good.
I don't like your attitude. And I don't know where you fit in, but I'm going to find out.
It's easy. I'll tell you. I know how you operate. Madden.
How do you know who I am?
Stevens.
Sure, Counselor. Now, he wasn't looking at me. Get his gun. Yeah. Let go. Okay, drop the gun. I'll blast you. They'll be picking lead out of your ears.
Counselor, you okay?
Yeah. Accident. He shot himself. Barrel turned in when he pulled the trigger.
You didn't touch the gun. I had his wrist.
Sure.
Is he dead?
Yeah. Better sit down, Stevens. You're not toasting marshmallows now.
You really think he meant to shoot?
Yes, I do.
I ain't going to ask you a lot of questions, Counselor. I just want to thank you. And not only for the truck.
That's right, the truck. Look, we better get the police over here. They're going to want to know all about this. Call Lieutenant Denvers at Homicide. But you can do me a favor.
Anything.
Leave me out of it, unless it's absolutely necessary.
Okay, will do.
After you get through, want to take a look at your new truck?
Is it ready for delivery?
As soon as you pick out what color you want. Meet me at the corner of Broad and 7th. Say, 8 o'clock?
I'll be waiting there for you.
Dr. Lee speaking.
Doc, this is Phil.
Yes, Phil.
Is Ellen there?
No, she left an hour ago. Said she had an appointment.
An appointment? Did she happen to mention what it was about?
No, she didn't. Anything wrong? Something I can do?
No, thanks, Doc. Nothing wrong, I hope.
What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Thanks. I'll call her at home.
No answer at Ellen's apartment. Phil was a little concerned, but then he thought perhaps Ellen had gone shopping or she was on her way home. He felt a little restless, a little uneasy. He drove to his office, but there was no message from her there. He called her apartment again. "7 o'clock. She should be home. She wouldn't have gone away without leaving word for him. She couldn't be shopping this late." Phil drove to keep his appointment with Stevens at the corner of Broad and 7th.
Hey, it's the big job, Consular. You sure you don't want to change your mind? I still got the check.
No, you go on in, Stevens.
Something wrong?
No. Everything go all right with Lieutenant Denvers?
Oh, yeah. Hey, funny thing, this Madden guy's from out of town. And you know, he don't work for Cato Underwriters. He don't work for them at all.
I didn't think they'd admit he did. Cato... Look, Stevens, carry on, huh? I've got to check up on something.
Cato Underwriters.
I'm looking for someone. Thought you might be able to help me.
Certainly, sir.
I'm looking for a woman by the name of Ellen Norris. Do you know whether she's in today?
Well, quite a few women came in during the day, sir. I'm not quite sure I can answer that for you.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, about 5'2".
Sorry.
She might have been looking for a man by the name of Madden.
Oh, why, yes, I believe such a woman was here. But we don't have any Madden working for us. I turned her over to Mr. Palermo.
Palermo, huh? I see. Thanks.
Hello?
Ellen?
Yes?
You all right?
Yes?
Can't talk?
No.
I'm coming up.
No.
It's all right, sweetheart. Palermo there?
Yes. Goodbye.
Just hold everything, sweetheart. I'll be there.
What makes you think Phil Galt will come here?
That was him on the phone a little while ago, wasn't it?
No. It was a friend of mine, a girl.
You're a pretty good actress, sweetheart, but not good enough. No two women in the world ever held a conversation as short as that. Yes, no, goodbye.
But I tell you
that was him, all right. And when he gets here, I'll give him a real warm reception.
But I told you, Phil's out of town. He won't...
Certainly. I'm beginning to get the idea all around. Him knowing so much about what goes on. My partner, Madden, getting his on the Ace trucking deal.
You're right. What happened?
Fuse must have blown or something. Now just stay where you are, sweetheart. Got a match?
No.
Drop the gun, Palermo. There, you see, sweetheart, I told you we'd show. What do you figure to do in the dark, Mr. Galt?
It may be dark for you, Palermo, but not for me.
Who are you kidding? You a cat or something?
I've got you in the beam of an infrared flashlight. I can see you as plain as day. Drop the gun.
Well, if you can see so good, I guess you can see this.
Take your hands off her, Palermo.
You what? Go ahead, shoot. Maybe you'll shoot straight enough to hit her.
I might have figured you use her as a shield.
Meantime, a couple of pot shots in the direction of the kitchen door might just hit you.
Phil, look out, darling.
I guess you don't have cat's eyes, Palermo. You missed a mile.
Yes? Well, suppose I shoot what I can't miss. Suppose I shoot your girl here.
Phil.
I'm all right, darling. I had to shoot him before he pulled the trigger on you.
Oh, the hall lights are on. Phil, he was waiting for you. He wanted to kill you. He came from Richmond with Madden. I went up there.
Easy, sweetheart, easy. I know.
Then he called me at the office. He was waiting for me outside with a gun. He made me come here to wait for you.
Easy, darling.
Oh, Phil.
It's been a hectic day.
Uh-huh.
I noticed it didn't spoil your appetite.
Oh, but it did. I only had one helping of cherry jubilee.
Hey, that's right.
Maybe because you had a double sirloin steak.
You think that could be why?
It's my considered opinion. Ellen.
Yes, dear.
Those lights in your apartment. All you have to do is take out a penny from the socket of your light over the stove, then replace the fuse. I left the kitchen window open in the back where I crawled in.
I'll take care of the fuse in the morning.
But you'll want to use the lights tonight, won't you?
Will I, darling?
Huh?
Oh, aren't you going to come up for a while? Just to say goodnight?
Oh.
Oh, that's what I love about you, dear. You're so romantic.
Hello, New York. Madden and Palermo killed. Local police investigating. Cato underwriters here. Recommend closing Central City office immediately.
We will consider your recommendation. For further instructions, call Seattle at midnight.
Seattle at midnight. The Whisperer.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer, Betty Moran as Ellen. Others in the cast were Julius Kraulbein, Herb Ellis, Jim Nusser, and James Bush. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn, original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
The Whisperer.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Today, join in the fun with screen actor Walter Brennan as Grandpa Vanderhoff, the leader of the lovable, laughable Vanderhoff family, on You Can't Take It With You. Then hear Mr. Moto, ace Japanese-American security agent, working to stop those who would plunge the world into another war. Later, there's fun and prizes with genial Phil Baker as he asks that all-important $64 question.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, 2 for the money.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
As New Year's Day 1945 draws to a close, the Signal Oil Company joins 1,800 Signal gasoline dealers in hoping that the coming year will be a good one for you and for your car, too. During 1944, you know, 150,000 cars wore out each month, 1 out of every 12 on the road. So yours has been a pretty lucky car so far. But it'll take more than luck alone to make today's cars last out the duration. It'll take thorough, conscientious servicing of every part. And no one gives more conscientious service than your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. Being in business for himself, he naturally has more incentive to do a better job, the kind of job that will keep you his satisfied customer. Later in the program, I want to tell you about several outstanding Signal services. for each one is designed to do for your car the thing you want most today, to help it go farther. But now, the Whistler.
It's strange, isn't it, how a man can live his life through several decades, simply, quietly, in peaceful obscurity, and suddenly, through one small incident, find his world turned into chaos. For instance, there was Tom Barlow, who lived with his wife Ellen in the small seacoast village of Marblehead, and whose whole life had been spent as a lowly driver of the town carryall, combination taxi, delivery truck, and tow car. To everyone in Marblehead, he was just old Tom, until that night a few months ago. A raining, stormy night it was, with a feeling in the air of foreboding, if you were particularly sensitive. And the man who came to Tom, just as he was getting ready to go home to dinner, with Ellen and Judy, his daughter, wanted to be driven out to Guilford Inlet. It was no pleasant trip on a night like that, lonely, miserable. But a fare was a fare, and Tom started out. Halfway there, they had to cross the inlet, and Tom was just beginning to worry about whether or not the bridge might be washed out.
Driver? Driver?
Yes, sir.
Is that the Guilford Bridge ahead?
Yes, sir, that's it. Lucky for us, it's still there. You sure picked a night to come out to this godforsaken neck of the woods.
When you get to the bridge, stop.
Stop?
What I said, stop.
Well, mister, there's no need to stop. It's 8 miles yet to the inlet.
Stop when you get to the bridge.
Okay, mister, whatever you say.
How much do I owe you?
Well, you're not getting out here.
How much do I owe you?
$1.50, but look, mister.
Yeah, $2. Keep the change.
You're crazy, mister. There isn't a house within 8 miles of here.
I like walking.
But, mister, I'm not going to leave you out on this bridge alone.
Good night.
Well, Tom, that's a queer thing, isn't it? Strange fellow. Never did get a good look at his face. He kept it muffled up in his scarf, his hat pulled down low. You've half a mind to run after him, but in 10 seconds he's disappeared into the blackness, and you drive back to town wondering, trying to make up your mind whether you should tell somebody about him or not. Then, when you're putting up the cab for the night and you happen to glance in the back, your mind is made up for you.
That's just what I told him, Sheriff. I said, I'm not going to leave you out on this bridge alone.
Mm-hmm. What time was that, Tom?
Oh, about 2 hours ago, 9 o'clock. I tried to argue with him, Sheriff, but he just wouldn't listen.
Okay, what happened then?
Well, then I came on back to the garage, and when I was cleaning out the back of my cab, I found this package.
Package? What package?
This package right here, what I came to see you about. Here, look for yourself. Cash, $25,000. I thought I'd better turn it in quick.
Well, I'll be... Hey, Tom, listen.
Huh?
You left this man on Guilford Bridge 2 hours ago?
Yeah, that's right. 9 o'clock. Sure was a queer bird, Sheriff. Had a muffler over half of his face. Could hardly hear him talk. I said to him...
Sergeant, get out the car. Get 5 men. We're going to Guilford Bridge. Gary, you see anything down there?
Nothing here, Chief.
Well, this is the spot where I left him, Sheriff. Right here.
Hey, Chief, look.
Yeah?
I found this coat and hat under the bridge.
Hey, Eddie, put your flashlight over here.
That's the coat the man was wearing. And that's his hat, too.
Sure, Tom?
I'm positive.
Oh, Sheriff, dug this muffler out of the water about 20 yards downstream.
That's his, too, yes. That's what he had over his mouth. Made him talk so peculiar.
The hat, coat, muffler. Looks like he drowned himself, all right.
You aiming to drag the inlet, Sheriff?
Not tonight, I'm not. In the morning. Anyhow, with that undertow, a body would be 2 miles out to sea by now.
That's right.
Huh. Well, what do you suppose he done it for? Poor guy.
Poor guy? Tom, he left $25,000 in your cab, didn't he?
Oh, well, money don't mean much if you're so low you want to jump in the river.
Money don't mean much, huh? Listen, Tom, if we don't find that man's body, if nobody claims that money in 6 months, you know who it belongs to? It belongs to you, Tom.
Me?
Yes, sir, you. That's the law.
Me?
if nobody claims it in 6 months, and if we don't find the body that fits this hat and coat.
Well, Tom, that's quite a stroke of luck, isn't it? Imagine, $25,000. More than you've ever dreamed of. And it's yours. Almost. You stand on the bridge and gaze into the dark water below and wonder about your strange passenger. But perhaps you wouldn't wonder if you could see something happening at a lonely house 8 miles away at Guilford Inlet.
Who's there?
Asking fool questions. Let me in.
Who is it?
Well, Mrs. Wilmey, so you don't recognize me. And after I've paid your salary, kept you living here all these years.
Mr. Ben.
Yes, it's me, and don't stand there gawking. Let me in and close the door and make some hot coffee. I'm frozen to the bone.
Of course. Of course.
Same dismal old place.
Mr. Ben, where's your hat and coat? You're soaking wet, Mr. Ben.
Where's your hat and coat? You're soaking wet, Mr. Ben. Hey, heaven, woman, can't you say anything better than that? 20 years. 20 years, and I come home to, where's your hat and coat, Mr. Ben? Mrs. Wilmey, you're still a fool.
Yes, sir. I'll get the coffee.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
You still go down to the village every day and gossip like a fishwife?
Well, sir,
Stop stirring me. Now, listen. While I'm here, you keep away from the village, do you understand? Order your groceries by phone, if this morgue still has a phone.
Oh, no, sir. Not since you left. Barlow Manor's all boarded up, except in my room.
All the better. You'll have the delivery sent once a month then. Nobody's to know that I've come back to Guilford. Is that clear? No one.
Yes, sir. If you want coffee...
Mrs. Wilmey, for the love of heaven, stop fluttering.
Yes, sir.
Oh, me. Nothing changed. You're still afraid of me, aren't you? Aren't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, please, sir.
Go get the coffee.
Yes, sir.
No. Wait. My brother Tom, he still drives that taxi of his, I suppose?
Oh, yes. They say down in the village.
Never mind your fool gossip. Still driving a taxi after 20 years. Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky. Everybody loves good old Tom. Don't they, Mrs. Wilmey?
Oh, yes. He's such a cheerful man. And his wife, Ellen,
Get
is
out
such...
of here. Get out. Go get the coffee. And don't you babble about Ellen Barlow, you understand? Don't you ever babble to me about Ellen Barlow.
Yes, Tom Barlow, if you could see that scene, and your brother Ben sitting in the old family house in Guilford Inlet, perhaps you wouldn't wonder so about the stranger's disappearance. But you don't see that, and so to you and your wife, Ellen, it's like a dream.
Oh, Ellen, it's like a dream. $25,000. Why, we're going to be rich.
Tom, put me down. Put me down.
Oh, we are, Ellen. We are. Even the sheriff thinks so. We ought to go out and do the town.
Well, we'll have plenty of time for that, Tom Barlow, after 6 months.
Mrs. Wilmey.
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming. I was just bringing your tea things.
Oh, never mind the tea things. Where's my tonic? Heart's pounding like a trip hammer.
Right here, sir, on the tray.
Where's the afternoon paper?
Here you are, sir. But there's nothing new about Mr. Tom and the money.
Who asked you that?
Mrs.
Wilmey, you're nosy, aren't you?
Oh, please, Mr. Ben.
Oh, stop that sniveling. You're nosy, Mrs. Wilmey. But you are a good housekeeper.
I do try.
Be quiet. I feel like talking.
Yes.
Pour the tea. No, don't stand up. Sit down here by me.
Very well.
We're going to chat, Mrs. Wilmey. I'm expecting a business friend of mine today at 5 sharp, Mr. Peterson. He's going to do something for me.
Yes, sir.
But you and I will chat until he arrives.
Yes, sir. Lemon and 2 sugars, sir.
Well.
Yes.
So you remember after all these years, huh? That's nice. Mrs. Wilmey, I'm a very rich man. I made a good deal of money in the city.
Yes, sir.
And I have remembered you in my will.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Be quiet, be quiet. You'll be well off when I die, Mrs. Williams. Very well off. That's why I think you'll keep your mouth closed about lots of things.
Oh,
I feel like talking. Mrs. Williams, did you read that they haven't found the body yet of the man who left the money in my brother's taxi?
Oh, yes. They've been dragging the inlet for weeks, sir.
They can drag for years. They won't ever find the body. You know why, Mrs. Williams? Because I am the body.
Oh, Mr. Ben.
Sure, I'm the body. I left that $25,000 in Tom's cab. I wanted him to find it. I put it there.
But, Mr. Ben...
I'm going to break Tom Barlow. You watch.
Please don't tell me. I don't want to know.
6 months he'll wait, thinking he's rich every day, more certain. He'll be building air castles. You watch. I know Tom. He won't wait for 6 months. Fools around here to lend him money on speculation. He'll get in deep. You watch. Tom, happy-go-lucky. Always said he could get along without money. Married Ellen on a shoestring. Shoestring. And I could have given her everything. I could have given her clothes, a house in the city.
You mustn't tell me, please don't.
They're happy-go-lucky. I can just hear him now. Money isn't everything. Money only causes trouble. Married Ellen on a shoestring. Well, this time he'll find out what money can do.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
And now the pattern is clear. Ben Barlow, after 20 years, is planning to extract his revenge for his brother Tom's marrying the woman he loved. He's planning to ruin his brother with the promise of the money he found, and then snatch it away at the last moment. And Tom, good old Tom, seems to be falling into the trap slowly, reluctantly, happily.
Oh, now, fellas, money isn't everything.
We'll see if you say that when you get the $25,000.
I will.
He's got 4 months to go yet. No use sense counting his chickens. The money's as good as in the bank. Been 8 weeks now. Nobody's claimed it. And what do you expect going to claim it anyhow? A ghost? Hey, Tom, I hear you and Ellen and the kid are planning a trip to New York. See all the shows. Huh?
Well, maybe.
Well, all I can say is if anybody deserves that money, it's Tom Barlow. Tom, we're with you.
Well, thanks.
Any person in the village won't be counting the days till 6 months is up.
104.
Judy, are you doing your homework?
105, 106, 107. 107 days, Pa, and we'll be rich.
Judy, I told you not to talk about that money.
Oh, now, leave her be, Ellen. It don't hurt thinking about it.
Oh, Tom, can't you see what I mean? Can't you understand? We've always been happy, Tom, the three of us, without too much money. And now...
Of course we have. And that's why I want you and Judy to have everything in the world. Why, you don't think I want the money for myself.
Tom, listen. Let's withdraw our claim. Let's forget all about the money. What do you say? Tell the sheriff to give it to charity or something. Will you, Tom? Will you?
Ma, are you crazy?
Oh, she's teasing you, Judy.
I'm not teasing. I've got a funny feeling about that money.
But, Ellen, dear, I'm kind of counting on it. We've already run up a few bills and all, and what with this little deal I'm working...
Deal? What deal?
Oh, nothing, Ellen. Judy...
What deal, Tom?
Just a little surprise. You know what I've been thinking? We all need a little vacation. Yes, sir. Get away from town for a while. Jerry Mason says that I could get $600 for the cab.
Tom, you're not going to sell the cab.
Well...
Oh, Pa, that's wonderful. We could go to New York and see Radio City and go to all the big shows and everything. Oh, Pa, I love you. You're so wonderful. Isn't he wonderful, Ma?
Tom, you're not going to sell the cab. Please.
Now, Ellen, don't you worry. Everything's going to be all right.
Yes, everything's going to be all right now, isn't it, Tom? You're getting more certain of it every day. It's been 4 months now, and you've almost forgotten about the stranger. But, he hasn't forgotten about you, Tom.
So look at Mrs. Wilmer.
Yes,
Good. And now what about this man Peterson?
Well, sir, Mr. Peterson said that everything was going the way you wanted, sir.
That's fine. Good man, Peterson. Real good man. What else?
What, sir?
What else?
Well, sir...
Come on, out with it.
Well, sir, there's talk around that Mr. Tom and...
For the love of heaven, woman, will you go on?
You told me never to mention Mrs. Barlow's name, sir.
What about Mrs. Barlow?
She and Mr. Tom aren't getting along so well.
Good. So they're not getting along, huh? Now, isn't that too bad? Money isn't everything. You watch, Mrs. Wilmey. He'll probably mortgage the house next. Money isn't everything. You watch. I know, Tom. He'll mortgage the house. And when you find that suicide note...
Suicide note?
Oh, didn't I tell you, Mrs. Wilmey? You're going to discover a suicide note in Guilford Inlet. And you're going to bring it straight to Sheriff Tompkins.
Well, Ben, you have it all figured out, don't you? And it's working out just as you expected. Because when the sheriff tells Tom Barlow about the suicide note that was found at the bridge, you react just as your brother expected.
But, Ellen, there's no need to worry now. With that suicide note found, the money's practically in our hands. I told you it was just as good as ours.
But, Tom, why did you have to go put a mortgage on this house?
No, you don't understand, dear. I needed the money now for that deal that I was working on. So why wait till the 6 months is up and lose out on a great opportunity?
But, Tom, how can you spend money like this before you get it?
But I'm not spending it, Ellen. I'm investing it for our future and Judy's. Why, Mr. Peterson told me we'd be set up for life. And as for the mortgage, well, that's just a trifle. I can pay that back 10 times over the day I get the $25,000.
The day you get the $25,000, Tom. The day you get it. Will that day ever come? Ben waits in the lonely house at Guilford Inlet, enjoying reports of your spending. Money you haven't got.
Yeah, set up 10 beers for the boys, Joe. You bet it won't be long now.
One ale, Tom.
And 1 ale for Jerry. Yes, sir. Oh, hi, Sheriff. What did you have?
Tom, I've got to talk to you for a second.
Well, sure, Sheriff. What's on your mind?
Do you know a man named Peterson?
Peterson? Well, I sure do. Come on, have a beer, Sheriff.
Have any dealings with him?
Well...
This is important, Tom.
Well, yes, I did. He came to see me with a mighty attractive proposition, and I placed some money in his hands.
Very much money?
All I could get my hands on. Mighty attractive proposition.
That's not good.
It's not good?
No. Tom, this Peterson, as he calls himself, is a well-known New York crook.
What?
Real name's Clark, Pinky Clark. Deals in phony stocks and bonds.
No.
He's skipped town, and your money's gone with him. Tom, you've been swindled.
So, Tom, now you know. The first blow has fallen. All your great dreams of wealth and affluence gone in an instant. You were smart, weren't you, Tom? Very smart.
Tom, why did you do it?
I was so smart, Ellen. I was going to be rich and to be a big businessman. Can you imagine me? I wanted to make you proud to be Mrs. Tom Barlow.
Oh.
Yes, I wanted you to walk down the street and have people punch you out and say, "Look, there goes Ellen Barlow."
Oh, Tom.
Guess I never meant to be anything but Tom, the taxi driver. You're right, Ellen. All along you were right. We should have withdrawn our claim like you said. Money's brought us nothing but trouble.
Tom, how much do you owe the bank?
$18,000.
$18,000. Oh, Tom. Tom, we've just got to get that $25,000 now. We've just got to.
Yes, Tom, your situation is desperate now. You have to get that $25,000 now. It will just about pay off your debt, lift the mortgage on your house, and buy back the taxi. And then the real blow falls. The 6 months is up. It's the night before you're to claim the money, and it's dark and stormy. Another foreboding night like that one 6 months ago. And as you sit by your fireside, you're startled by a knock on the door.
Yes? Hello, Tom.
Well, I'm afraid I don't... Ben.
Glad to see your old brother, Tom?
Ben.
I guess I'll have to invite myself in. Nasty night. Nice little place you have here.
Ben, what are you doing here?
Now, that's a fine way to greet your brother after 20 years.
Ben, what do you want?
Still haven't changed, have you, Tom? Still hate your devoted brother, Ben. Well, Tom, it's taken 20 years. 20 years. But I've just about done it.
Done what?
Driver, is that Guilford Bridge up ahead?
Huh?
Stop when you get to the bridge, driver. I like walking.
Ben!
Don't you remember your old lucky passenger, Tom, huh?
Ben, you were...
The man in the cab.
No, the man in the cab was drowned. They found a suicide note. Ben, it was you.
20 years, Tom. 20 years, and I've come back. So, money isn't everything, Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky. You'll find out, you and Ellen both. Right now, that $25,000 is the most important thing in your life, and you're not going to get one red cent of it. I put it in your cab. I'm going to be at the sheriff's office with serial numbers and identification. Money isn't everything, eh? You married Ellen on a shoestring. You married the only woman I ever loved. You'll find out how important money is tomorrow morning.
Now you know the whole plot, Tom. Now you know how you stand. The money you so desperately need is not yours and never will be. No need even to go down to the sheriff's office tomorrow morning, because Ben will be there ahead of you, unless, what if Ben didn't show up? What if Ben couldn't show up? Who would know but you? But that's murder you're thinking of, Tom. Murder. You've never done anything or thought anything like that. But tonight you're desperate and you think the whole thing out. It's simple, really. Ben's staying out at Guilford Inlet, alone in that big house. You can borrow the taxi back for a few hours and get out there. Drop his body in the inlet and... Yes, he's brought you to this, Tom. He's driven you to murder. A night just like the last time you drove out this way, isn't it, Tom? Stormy, dismal, dangerous. And you're driving faster than you should. You're almost to the bridge, Tom. Watch out.
Darn that windshield wiper, I can't... Good Lord, the bridge! It's out!
The Whistler will bring you the ending to our story in just a moment. Meantime, here are just a few of the signal services that are helping today's cars go farther. When your Signal gasoline dealer lubricates your car, he uses the famous Signal Safety Chart, on which the maker of your car shows every lubrication point and the exact lubricant it should have. And your Signal dealer checks every point against the safety chart, not just once, but twice, so not a single part can be missed. The Signal 4-star oil he puts in your motor is solvent refined to give you a pure paraffin-based oil that reduces carbon and sludge and protects every motor part with a tough, long-lasting film that resists heat and wear. His regular battery and tire checking service help you get extra months of wear. Should you need a new battery, his heavy-duty Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed up to 2 years. And his retread jobs, using only the finest material, help you get more miles out of every tire. In those and a dozen other ways, Signal dealers are helping today's cars go farther. You couldn't close New Year's Day with a better resolution and to get acquainted with your neighborhood signal gasoline dealer soon. And now, back to the Whistler.
The next morning, a man staggered into the sheriff's office at Marblehead to claim the $25,000. He was battered and bleeding and drenched to the skin, but he was alive and able to take the money and go home to his wife, Ellen. Yes, Tom Barlow was able to jump clear of his car as it crashed through the demolished bridge. He came back to the sheriff's office just because he wanted to make sure. And he was considerably surprised when Ben didn't show up. He found out later why. Because when they pulled his wrecked taxi out of the inlet under Guilford Bridge, they found a body close by in the debris-choked water. Ben Barlow. Ben Barlow driving the other way in the early dawn to claim the money and complete his revenge hadn't seen that the bridge was down either until it was too late.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by The Whistler. The Whistler is brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with story by Louis Pelletier and Jacques Anson Fink, and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
State your name and prison number.
Clarence Hogan, prison number SQ201-37.
Your age?
24.
Charges on which you were convicted, Hogan?
Cattle rustling and being an accessory to a murder.
Sentence now being served.
You want the original sentence or the one now?
Both, if you will.
First, I was sentenced 10 to 30 years. The case was appealed, and I got 5 to 10 years. That's what I'm serving now.
All right, proceed.
I served 3 years and 5 months so far, and now I'm up for parole.
Up for Parole. Tonight, another in the exciting crime series based on authentic cases actually heard by the parole boards in our state prisons, reenacted here for the first time. And now, Harry Marvel.
You are about to sit in judgment on another human being's freedom, to decide whether he shall become your neighbor, your employee, perhaps your friend, or whether he shall remain where you, society, have put him, behind prison bars. For that human being is a social offender, a criminal, now up for parole. The story you are about to hear was taken from the prison records of Clarence Hogan, prison number SQ201-37, now pleading before the parole board and before you,
Hogan,
for his
before
freedom.
you start your story, what do they call you?
Hogan. Clarence Hogan.
Don't they call you Rough-em-Up Hogan?
That's just ranch talk. That's because I know how to rope and tie and bust broncos.
Couldn't be because you know how to rope and tie and bust men, could it?
I told you why.
Hogan, you hate this board, don't you? You hate this prison. You hate every human being on earth, don't you, Hogan? Except maybe yourself.
I thought I was supposed to come before this board to make a statement.
This board is interested in that statement, Hogan.
What do you want me to say?
When I asked you before what you were in prison for, you answered cattle rustling. It's quite an achievement, isn't it? There hasn't been a case of cattle rustling in this state in 20 years. You're proud of your handiwork. Is that what you're trying to tell this board?
If I had to do it over again, I'd do it.
Revenge, is that it? Striking back at the world for what the world did to you? According to you, people are pretty lousy, aren't they, Hogan?
You said it, Mr. Chairman. I didn't.
But you think it's true. Because of what was done to you in those first 17 years of your life, you think you've got a right to step on people, steal from them, be an accessory to a murder, anything.
You don't let a guy alone, do you? Guy's got to turn himself inside out before you let him alone.
You were an orphan, Hogan, weren't you? Brought up in the county orphan's home? There wasn't much to eat, was there? And the place that you slept in was cold.
Quit it. It's got to be told, okay. I'll tell it my own way. All my life, my whole life, I had a number. I had a number when I was 2 months old. Now I'm SQ201-37. Then I was baby boy T317. Why they had me, my mother and father, I don't know, but they did. They left me at the county orphanage when I was 2 months old. And at the orphanage, you eat what they give you, you sleep in whatever kind of bed they give you, and you wear other kids' clothes. That's all you can remember. The years roll by, and then one day you wake up and you're 15. Paid us 10 cents a week, and in 15 years, I'd saved enough to buy a second-hand pair of jeans. The only thing worth anything at the orphanage was they had 2 horses. When I could, I rode. I learned everything there was to learn about horses, and I had that. Then Lynch came that day to pick out a son. Once a month, foster parents came to adopt us. Lynch came that month. Mr. Harry B. Lynch.
All right, boys. Now line up. No fidgeting. Mr. Lynch has kindly come and is going to adopt one of you. Take you to his fine ranch in the valley. He's going to be a real father to one of you.
He came walking down the line of us quiet, frightened kids with their hair combs, sweating, hoping to be picked. Hoping we'd get out of the home.
Now, there's a fine boy, Mr. Lynch. Poor but honest parents who died. He's a very fine lad. Of course, Mr. Lynch, if you have something in mind.
Like a general walking down in front of his troops. Or like a horse trainer in front of stallions. Looking at the mane, the withers, and at the teeth.
Who's this? Tell Mr. Lynch your name.
Clarence?
Your manners, Clarence.
Sir?
Does he ride? One of my best, Mr. Lynch.
What does he weigh?
Clarence?
159, sir.
It's pretty big for 17.
I'm 18, sir.
He's a good, strong boy.
Does he steal, drink, run after women?
None of our boys are like that, sir.
Okay.
I found out pretty quick how it all worked. The county paid foster fathers $12 a month to take us off the county rolls. For that $12, we belonged to Harry B. Lynch. There were 5 of us, and we were his sons, all from the orphanage. The bunkhouse where we slept was the orphanage all over again. 5 beds in a room big enough for 2. Same smell, the same handouts, the same cast-offs, but with a difference. One of my brothers, a kid named Jerry, let me in on it in the bunkhouse.
Did you get the speech yet?
What speech?
Didn't the old man give you the speech when he brought you over?
Well, he didn't say a word to me the whole way over. He just sat in the car driving.
He's saving it.
Look, I've been 18 years in that orphanage. This don't bother me. Nothing bothers me. This is good.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm here 2 years now. I lost 21 pounds.
It's your own place. You work, don't you? You got your own time and no bed checking at night.
He didn't make the speech to you, all right.
Outside, Jerry.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lynch.
Hogan, I like my boys to stand up when I walk into the room.
Sorry, sir.
All right, stand up now.
Yes, sir.
There's 200 head of cattle on this ranch and 40 milk cows. There's a lot of land and a lot of fences. And I want them just so. I want everything just so. You'll get up at 4 and report to milking detail. Then you'll ride the range till 7 on fences. Then chow. The morning and afternoons will be watching the herd, helping out with the broncos if you can. You'll learn it. Evening chow is 5 o'clock. Bed is 8.
You didn't say about lunch, Mr. Lynch.
My hands work on 2 meals a day. I'm not getting $1 million from the county to take care of you. You know that. One more thing. No drinking, no swearing, no gambling. And as you've already heard, I'm sure, from these other no-good loafers around here, you'll address my daughter as ma'am. You'll only answer when spoken to. By her.
I didn't know you had a daughter, sir.
Don't you lie to me. That's all this bunkhouse talks about. Letty.
Honestly, I didn't
said
even
you'll
know...
talk to her only when spoken to. If we understand each other, Hogan, there'll be no trouble. Now get out on the ranch. We lost a half hour already. See the foreman.
Well, I was stupid, gentlemen of the board.
What do you mean, Hogan? You were stupid.
Well, that first night after I came back to the bunkhouse tired, Jerry said to me, "You're going to stick it out. Ain't you going to run away?" I laughed at him. He tried to run away. All of them tried to run away.
Why did you laugh?
Because nothing Lynch said bothered me. The main thing was that I was out of that orphanage. Okay, it was hard work. Okay, you were treated like a dog, but still in all, it wasn't the orphanage. It was a home. And he was my father. Strict, sure, but I figured maybe he had his reasons.
And there was another reason, wasn't there? Why you stayed?
That's right. One morning I was chopping kindling wood for the Brandon fires.
You handle that like you know what you're doing.
And that splitting the logs a good sound.
I've been watching you, Clarence. You're not like the rest of the boys in the bunkhouse.
They're okay, Miss Letty.
I watched you ride, too. You can ride.
What I like to do, I do that the best. You shouldn't be talking to me, should you? Your father told me...
I can handle my father. But I wish he'd stop what he does. He treats the boys like dirt, even you. He's got no right to treat people like that. I told him to stop. For years I've been telling him.
Then why do you stay? You don't have to stay. Don't get too close, Miss Letty. A chip might hit you.
I stayed because he's my father, I guess. Because with everything wrong with him, I want to change him, and he's my father.
That's why he don't bother me. That's why nothing here really bothers me.
Clarence, you know the far ranch out past the wooded section?
Sure.
Would you meet me there tonight?
Oh, you know about bed check. I gotta be in the bunkhouse.
He's going to town tonight. I'd like it if you would. Over here, Clarence.
I shouldn't ought to be here.
A night like this? Even out here, you don't see nights like this too often.
That's what I was trying to tell you before. The work don't matter. You can ride. You can breathe. You can feel you're somebody, not a number.
You're a funny kid.
You're a pretty funny kid yourself.
What are your plans, Clarence?
I don't know. Make something out of things. Get a piece of land and a few head of cattle. Horses. Not a lot, but... That sound crazy?
No, that sounds Do you hear that? That's his horse. Get out of here, Clarence. Get on your horse and beat it.
I'm not going anywhere. I did it. I'll face it.
I won't let you. You didn't see me if he asked you.
doing here? You thought I was in town. You thought there wouldn't be any bet check. Who was that rode off?
That was Letty, Mr. Lynch.
Oh, it's Letty now, huh? You have the brass to just stand there and say that to me?
Don't do that again, Mr. Lynch.
Maybe you didn't read the papers on which you came to this ranch. You're my ward, Hogan. I have the right to discipline you in any way I see fit. And when you break every rule that I lay down, that slap was nothing.
You're right. I should have been in bed.
That's right. Try that smooth, polished stuff on me. You're different. You fooled her because she's a kid and doesn't know any better. But inside that mind of yours, I know what's going on. You don't fool me for a second. And I'm going to teach you, Hogan, that I mean it.
I told you don't do that. I can't stand that.
Go me.
Nobody likes to be slapped. Nobody. Not even an orphan.
For the love of heaven.
I could kill you, Mr. Lynch. Easy as that. But I don't want to. Up to now, I thought maybe I could get a father out of all this. A home. But I was wrong. Because you were rotten, Mr. Lynch. You made everybody else rotten. So I ain't gonna kill you. Not now or never.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna get out of here. And I'm coming back after I'm somebody. And I'm gonna take your daughter away. If she'll have me. You're so rotten, Mr. Lynch, that if I stayed here with you, I'd get rotten too. Then there's no telling what I'd do. So I'm clearing out. But you ain't seen the last of me.
We will return to our file in just a moment. But first, today marks the 130th birthday of Florence Nightingale. The American Hospital Association and the United States Public Health Service are observing the anniversary by celebrating National Hospital Day. You're invited to visit your local hospital to see the wonderful work that's being done to help preserve the health of your community. And if you're a young woman who has graduated from high school, stop in at the hospital's nursing office and inquire about the many opportunities that a nursing career can offer you. Back to the true story of Clarence Hogan, prison number SQ210-37, the man who is up for parole.
You see, gentlemen of the board, you may not understand it. I wanted to like Mr. Lynch. But he wouldn't give me a chance.
Mm-hmm. Those are fine words, Hogan. Only you didn't mean them, did you?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman. I meant them.
Yes, you meant them so much that within the next year you committed the offenses for which you were sentenced. That's how much you wanted to like him or anybody else.
I tell you, I wanted to like him. I didn't want to feel that way about people, but it was no good, that's all. Well, Jerry helped me pack my clothes, and then the two of us, and Jerry always wanted to go, we moved. We went up north. And that's where I saw the sign that got me started on something else. Something I really liked.
Hey, look! Roping, tying, busting broncos. $500 prize.
That was the first of the rodeos I went into, and I'll say this for old Lynch. Whatever else he did, he made me learn how to ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main event. The grand prize winner, $500 cash award, the Grass Valley Roundup, Clarence Rough 'em Up Hogan.
We did great. California, Arizona, New Mexico, Wyoming. Riding, tying, busting, roping. I got famous. Kind of. Well known, anyhow. Girls would go after me. But all the time, I kept my mind on, well, Lynch and Letty. Especially Letty. When I went back there, it'd be in a car. A convertible, red, with a horn on it that he'd hear a half a mile away. And I wouldn't be no ranch hand. I'd be somebody. Somebody to make his eyes pop.
Here it is, Clarence. Listen to this in the papers. Announcing the annual Ogden Rodeo. Special prize,
The Walt Petrie Award for Best All-Round Rider in the show. Guess how much? Come on, Jerry, how much? $7,500. Let's see if we can get that $7,500. So I went to Ogden, Utah, gentlemen of the board. The biggest single rodeo in the West. Everybody was there.
And you won it.
That's right. I was riding, roping, and the rest, not for the money. I wanted that too, sure, but because this was the one thing that I was waiting for all my life. A chance to do what I could do the best. And a chance to use it to show Lynch he was wrong about me. And to be able to ask Letty to marry me. But I was a starry-eyed kid. I didn't know what lice people could be.
You explain that?
I'll be glad to. Well, Petrie was one of those big, nice, smiling guys. Walt Petrie, the fellow who sponsored the $7,500 prize, a promoter. He paid me off in $100 bills.
You sure you don't want a guard, cowboy? It's an awful lot of money to be walking around with.
Nope. I can take care of myself.
Well, best luck, son.
So, in Ogden, right there, first thing I did was plunk down $3,000 for a red convertible with a horn you could hear half a mile away. And Jerry and me started. What a day. Roads going as far as you could see, and us going 60, 65 to the ranch 2 miles south of Lynch's. Blowing the horn even when nobody was around, just to hear it. And just like that, a car was parked across the road in front of us. And 2 guys walked out from behind some trees.
All right, fellas, outside. Keep your hands on top of your heads.
What's the idea?
You ain't very bright, are you? Where's the money? Come on, hand it over.
Hey, what is this?
Here it is. All right, both of you. Over to those trees. Start walking.
What? Ain't you even going to leave us the car? How are we going to get out of here?
You ain't got no place to go, so start walking.
You dirty lice. Did you see who the other fellow was? No. Who? I saw. The one who didn't talk. That phony handkerchief around his face. I could see him. Who? Walt Petrie. Big promotion man. Biggest prize in the West, $7,500. Give it out at the rodeo. Get your name in the paper. Then take it away on a road with nobody around. Petrie and Lynch. They must be brothers or something.
And, Hogan, that was the time that you decided to start your revenge, wasn't it?
All I wanted was to get my money back, and I didn't care how.
So you found out that Petrie had a ranch, 3,000 head of cattle. And you got a job on a ranch nearby his.
That's right. And if it hadn't have been for what happened, I'd have got it all back, too.
Just exactly what did happen?
The ranch where we worked was a little place, not too much to do. And there was a van on it, the kind they transport cattle in. And every night, me and Jerry, every night around 9:10, we'd go out where Petrie's herd was, back up the van, and shoot 2-3 cows in it. 2 or 3 of Mr. Petrie's best white-faced cows. They were bringing 600 a head. I figured to take 13 head, just what he stole from me. We got about 8 head. And then one night...
Okay there, girlie. Come on. Right up the gangplank. Let's go. Clarence.
Stay right where you are, both of you. Well, in this day and age, cattle rustling, huh?
I don't think taking back what belongs to me is cattle rustling, Petrie.
I heard your story, Hogan. Tough how after you won the prize, somebody stuck you up, took it away from you.
I'll show you. Jerry, I got the gun. You shot him. I don't think he's dead. Now I'm going to kill him.
I didn't even try to get away, and I didn't let Jerry run. What was the point? A couple of Petrie's men were nearby, and they saw it anyhow. So we walked in and gave ourselves up to the sheriff.
And the trial resulted in your conviction for rustling? being an accessory to the murder.
Well, Jerry took a plea of guilty to manslaughter, and I was sentenced along with him. What put the finishing touches to it was Lynch.
I didn't know Lynch was at the trial. It's not on the record.
He was at the trial, all right. All I had to go on at the trial was my word that Petrie had stolen the money from me and he'd attacked us with a gun. Well, Lynch fixed it good. He testified all along I was a troublemaker. I was no good. I'd been after his daughter. I'd nearly killed him, and, well, the judge gave me 10 to 30 years.
You're a pretty bitter man, Hogan.
What did you expect?
Shall I be frank with you? I expected a lot more. You told this board when you first came before it that you want nothing from anybody. That you make your own way in the world. That people are rotten and selfish. All of them.
All except Letty.
Yet all along you've met other kinds of people. There was Jerry, and there was the judge in your case. You yourself said it. When the appeal was made on your sentence, he reduced it from 10 to 30 years to 5 to 10 years. And yet you persist in your attitude, condemning everyone.
I said before, maybe I was stupid, maybe I still am. But I don't want anything from anybody. I want to do my time. I've done a good job in this prison. I know it. The warden's told me so. And I want to get out. I'll ride again. I'll do whatever I have to do. Win prizes again, maybe. And I'm going to go back to Lynch's farm. Walk in, take Letty, and walk out. And there's nothing you can say, or anybody else in the world, that's going to change my mind.
And do you think that with a statement like that, this board should grant you parole?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want anything from anybody.
All right, Hogan. We'll decide your case now. Step outside with the guard.
While Clarence Hogan waits and the parole board reviews his story, you too have a decision to make. In a moment, you can compare your decision with that of the actual parole board before which he appeared.
Triangle stories. You've found them by the dozens in the movies and in fiction. But tomorrow night, Gangbusters will bring you a triangle story that's a hair-raiser. It involves a manhunt across several southern states and ends up in Sunday school in the dead of night. The drama will be narrated by Tennessee's Commissioner of Safety and is called The Case of the Vicious Triangle. Be listening when Gangbusters brings you this exciting tale this Saturday on most of these same CBS stations.
Now the decision of the parole board in the case of Clarence Hogan, prison number SQ 201-37.
Clarence Hogan, you said before that you don't want anything from anybody. That correctly states your attitude.
That's right, sir.
This is an attitude, Hogan, common not only among inmates of prisons throughout the United States, but among many people who have never been arrested, never even tangled with the law. It's the attitude of dog eat dog. The devil take the hindmost. Let me try to tell you something, Hogan. Let me try to tell you how how this board feels. You know, you said something that moved me personally a great deal, Hogan. You said, I had a number all my life. Let's look at that life for a moment, shall we? The orphanage where you were raised lacked funds, lacked proper officials, lacked facilities, as so many of our orphanages still do. And here again, what basis was there for you to learn that the give and take among humans is what distinguishes this society from animals? Lynch, a cruel, selfish, unenlightened man. Petrie, a man who lived the jungle code and died by that same code. These were the influences that shaped you. This was our contribution to the making of Clarence Hogan. For the way we see it, it isn't you alone who were indicted and convicted and sentenced, but us too. The people who made you as you are today. And what are you, Hogan? Do you know?
What do you mean?
You're a man with enormous ability, with enormous drives which are worthy, and they're decent. You know, it goes to show you how much a human being can take and still not be thoroughly corrupted. Of course, what you did was wrong, the rustling, your part in the shooting of Petrie, but you know, it hasn't made you rotten. And what saved you all along was the fact that you met decency now and then. From Jerry and from Letty. And I certainly hope that you can add to that small list of decent people in your life this board.
I'd like to believe what you just said.
You can, Hogan. Because speaking for this board, I can now say to you, parole granted. Next case.
Today, Clarence Hogan is married to Letty Lynch, and he is now the foreman of a successful ranch in one of our western states. Yes, it's a fact that through the wisdom and understanding of the parole board, Clarence Hogan has been able to uproot the bitterness that had slowly become a part of him, and because he was given a second chance, like many thousands upon thousands of ex-convicts, he was able to adjust himself and become a useful, responsible citizen again. This story was presented in the interests of the men and women in our American prisons who someday may be up for parole.
You have been listening to Up for Parole with Cliff Carpenter as Clarence Hogan, written by Arnold Pearl, produced and directed by Mitchell Grayson, researched by Wally Gould. Music was under the direction of Harry Salter. Listen again at this same time next week when CBS will bring you the actual story of case number 247-350, Up for Parole. This is CBS, where you find adventure and glamour with Broadway is My Beat every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wanted! Wanted for jailbreak! Presented in the public interest, the program that brings you for the first time on the air a nationwide manhunt in action. The actual facts to date on a man wanted. From the record, hear the on-the-spot reports of the people involved. Real names are used. Nothing is withheld. No one is protected. Here are the dramatic eyewitness accounts of a man wanted. Wanted for jailbreak.
And now, Wanted's on-the-spot investigator, Walter McGraw.
Good evening. Every week at this time, I take you on a cross-country search for a criminal who is, at this very moment, at large. The actual people who know him, his victims, his friends, his relatives and law enforcement officials who are involved will talk directly to you. They'll tell you their own stories in their own way, giving you the facts as they know them. Remember, these eyewitnesses are putting themselves on the spot to give you first-hand information about a man who is wanted. Tonight we turn Wanted's spotlight to crime in the South. We're dealing with a case of Kenneth Wagner, a case in which there are many fabulous and unbelievable, contradictory and confusing factors. Wagner is a legend. He is also a convicted murderer accused of killing 5 men. Down Mississippi way, the legend is that Kinney shoots a perfect circle around a man's heart and then puts the 7th bullet in the center of that circle. But this is just legend. To the people who know him well, Kinney Wagner is a hero and a martyr, a man unjustly hunted, a poet and a superman, a Jesse James of the Southern Hills. Tonight we bring you as completely as we can both sides of this story. Listen, these are the facts.
The date, early spring 1920. The location, the tri-state area of North Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee.
The voices you hear next are the actual voices of the people who, through no fault of their own, are involved in the case of Kenneth Wagner, called Big Boy or Spacho.
I'm Ollie Cunningham, Kenny Wagner's sister. Kenny was a very honest, truthful kind of boy. He learned to shoot on the farm at home. Most farm boys do learn to shoot early. I didn't get to know him too well because he ran away from home when he was 14 to join a circus at Gate City.
An itinerant circus, a carny, and Big Boy Wagner started his career right then. Under the big top, he was a roustabout. He got the smell and feel of the sawdust. He took to the big ring, especially horses. He had learned about horses from his kinfolk and trained to be a bareback rider, a western hotshot mountain horseman. Trick stuff, good stuff, new stuff.
Kenny didn't learn to shoot no gun in the circus like some folks say. He always knew how to shoot. Down here, there's times you got no fresh meat and only one bullet. That's the way we live.
Kenneth Wagner, headed for stardom, decided to quit the circus and get another job. He moved to Loosedale, Mississippi.
I'm Ed Worley from Loosedale. Kenny Wagner, he had a job in a sawmill, but he was more interested in making a sawbuck. His real occupation was transporting moonshine. He was a runner. He'd take that there moonshine, carry it on horseback from Mobile County over in Mississippi and sell it. All the time the revenuers were after him.
They didn't catch him.
Big Boy Wagner was fast on a horse, faster than the revenue men, and he knew the back country of the tri-state region. He also knew the hills of Mississippi, and he knew the people who lived back there.
About this time, Kenny fell in love. He was planning to get married. She was a mighty popular girl. Next beau of hers, a deputy sheriff's brother, was mighty jealous of Kenny. And the story is, don't know how true it is, somebody planted a watch in his coat and said Kenny stole it.
A stolen watch. A small, cheap wristwatch.
Wagner was walking down the railroad tracks on the outskirts of Loosedale when he was stopped by the local law and searched. The watch was found, and Kenny Wagner was arrested and taken into custody.
Wagner proclaimed his innocence, but the case of the stolen watch was never resolved.
Big Boy Wagner, after 1 month and a day of awaiting judgment, became proficient in another trade. According to official files, he borrowed a hacksaw from a fellow prisoner who just happened to have one and sawed his way to freedom. 6 weeks of freedom in his beloved hill country. Then...
Wagner's hiding out in a cabin 4 miles out of McLean. If you want to get him, you gotta be careful. He's got a load of ammunition on him.
It was the night before Christmas, 1924. The night before Wagner was supposed to have been married.
My name's T.M. Hempstead, and I'm past sheriff of George County, Mississippi. On December the 24th, 1924, at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon, Deputy Sheriff Murdoch McIntosh came to me and asked me to accompany him and Sheriff Jonathan Turner to McLean, where they were going after Kenny Wagner. I told Deputy McIntosh that I would accompany them.
This is Larry Cooley, the night marshal of Leaksville. Jonathan Turner led a bunch of men over to McLean to capture Kenny Wagner, where he was camping out in an old house. They called him out, and Kenny started out without his gun. McIntosh shot him. And so Wagner stepped back and got his gun and said he killed him. Then run out over him, made his getaway.
Kenneth Wagner had walked out of that cabin with his arms raised, and Deputy Murdoch McIntosh had opened fire on the helpless Wagner. Helpless until the wounded Kenny returned to the cabin, got his gun, and shot back.
Killing number 1.
Mississippi's wires sang out the story of the murder of McIntosh. It became known there was a reward of $1,000 on Kenny's head. $1,000 brought out the huntsmen in men who never thought of hunting before.
Sure, half the county was hoping to collect that reward money.
The hunters didn't have to wait long for information. There are 2 stories about what happened next. One is that a woman reported that a group of young people were misbehaving on the banks of the Holston River, and that 5 men with 10 guns went down to investigate. The other story is that someone tipped off the law who saw opportunity for ambush. At any rate, 5 heavily armed men from the sheriff's office started for Lynn's Ford. but Wagner had friends.
This is Jerry Nelson of Nelsontown, Kingsport, Tennessee. I was out riding one day down the river and just happened to see some boys and girls sitting up on the riverbank, and I saw the law coming, which I thought it was my duty to warn them to get away. So I told them they better skedaddle, and so they did get up, or started up through the field. Pretty soon the law was pretty close, so I had to make some little excuse for myself. So I just waited till the law got up even with me, and then I asked them, could I ford the river? And they said I could. So I rode on out into the water about 50 or 60 feet, and I heard some shooting. So I heard a bullet whiz. I felt sure if I should get shot, even if I wouldn't be killed, I'd drown if I'd get shot and wounded and fall in the water. So I turned the horse and rode back out again, and rode a little ways up the road, and I heard a girl holler and say, Lord have mercy, somebody's killed, because I saw him fall. So they started on towards me, and I started riding on back up the road. I saw Kenny coming across the field towards the road where I was at. So we all met, even the girls and myself and the other boy and Wagner all met, and Wagner walked up to me, and I was still on the horse, and put his gun in my ribs and said, get off from that horse. So I got off from the horse, and he asked me to tighten the girt, and I told him to tighten it himself, which he did tighten it and got on the horse. Well, he told the girl, said, don't worry about me. He said, this law won't get me. And then he turned to me and said, you can follow me and get your horse, said, or I'll send him back. And away he rode. I just soon not follow him.
Killings number 2 and 3.
Kinney got away, but Sheriff Webb and Policeman Smith were killed, the victims of his deadly aim. Now the tri-state area organized a posse to hunt the 3-time killer.
100 men on horseback, armed and angry, went out.
I am J.D. Newland, President Sheriff of Sullivan County. After Kenny Wagner escaped this ambush at Kingsport, a posse of 100 men or more was sent out in search for him. They searched all night, and by the time daylight arrived, he'd been out so far in front that the officers lost all track of him.
The posse lost Wagner, but they found his horse near Cloud Ford. As for Wagner, Kinney had swum across the Holston River to safety despite a bullet wound. Then...
My name is Mary Bell Rose, Waycross, Virginia. We heard someone knocking on the window, and then he called and wanted in. And my mother, who was in an upper bedroom, came out on the front porch, so he talked to her. He told her all about what he had done. Said he had shot 2 men and maybe 3, and that one run, and said I wouldn't shoot a man in the back. And he asked her to let him in, and he asked if her husband was home, and she told him, no, there isn't a person on the place, not a one, just myself and the children. And so he says, oh, I see then why you won't let me in. He said he had never done a woman harm in his life, never had. Finally, he left and went to our barn. And so the next morning, she went to the barn and walked up on the hay, and then as she started to walk down off at the hay, she said he crawled out from under the hay and talked to her. And she told him that he ought to give up, that he might be in danger. Then he wrote a note to his sister, telling her that he was giving up and that it would be all right, that she could go on with her school. So she came back to the house and fixed his breakfast and took it back to him and talked to him a while. And then she came back to the house again, and directly Kenny came out of the barn and gave up to Mr. Poe, who was a merchant in the store building near our home.
I'm D.R. Poe, operator of the store at Waycross. I heard someone at the back of the store hollering. I recognized him as Kenny Wagner from the description I'd had of him. The rest of the men didn't want to have anything to do with it, so I told him I hadn't done anything to him, and I didn't think it'd harm me, so I went out and asked him what he wanted. Said he wanted to give up, and he wanted me to collect $1,000 reward. He wanted me to know if I'd agree to collect that and give his sister half of it to finish her education. So I made a note to that effect. Then Mr. Bussell come along, and we decided that rather than take him in my car myself, we'd put him in between us in the Ford Roadster. So we just loaded him up in the Roadster and started down to Deed City.
Wagner, convinced now that he had done the right thing, was docile and sat between his self-appointed captors, C.R. Poe and Neil Bussell. At sunbreak, this strange trio drove along the thin, gutted dirt roads for the sheriff's office in Gate City, Virginia.
Meanwhile, the law was still looking for him.
My name is Reuben Farrell, Deputy Sheriff of Sullivan County. We spotted Kenny Wagner, which we was hunting for. And I was going west, and he was coming east. And two other fellows was with him, Mr. Bussell and Poe. Recognized, and I said to the man sitting by me, "There come Wagner. Look out." And I tried to hit his left front wheel, but I missed it and hit the running board right beside of it. And I turned his car over. Well, Wagner, after I wrecked him, just raised his hand so high. Took 38 special off of him. Kenny acted just as nice as he could be with us. He never caused us a bit of trouble. Never even handcuffed him. We brought him back to Kingsport jail.
Now Mississippi was faced with the prospect of paying that $1,000 reward. Suddenly, she found herself unable to pay off. Besides, Mississippi wanted Wagner for the murder of McIntosh, and since Tennessee had him already, she sulked. Tennessee, on the other hand, was in a hurry. The case was rushed to court, and in less than 10 days, Wagner went to trial in Bluntsville for the murder of Policeman Smith.
Feeling was high in town, I can tell you, on both sides. There was talk of lynching Wagner, but then lots of other folks sympathized with Kenny. They chipped in their dimes and nickels and quarters to help him buy legal counsel.
6 lawyers rejected the money and volunteered their services for Wagner. As for the prosecution...
I am T.R. Bandy, at present County Judge of Sullivan County, Tennessee. I was city attorney and assisted in the prosecution of Kenny Wagner for the murder of John Smith. And as a result of the trial, which lasted several days, the jury found Wagner guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death in the electric chair. A motion was made by his attorneys to set aside the verdict and grant him a new trial on the ground that the court had committed error in his charge to the jury. After due consideration, the trial judge granted the motion and allowed the defendant a new trial.
Big Boy was placed in the county jail while his attorneys went to work collecting evidence for his new trial. But once again, Wagner's reluctance to remain behind prison bars made itself known.
Kenneth Wagner and Bert Davenport and 4 other prisoners broke out of jail at 6 p.m. this evening. They are wanted by this department for jailbreak.
Wagner was loose again. This time he headed for Mexico, and taking no chance on immigration authorities at the border, Big Boy Wagner dove into the Rio Grande and swam across the river to the state of Chihuahua. Wagner hoped to settle down in Juarez, but a strange situation between Mexico and the United States turned Mexican attention on Kenny. They thought he was a spy. In danger of his life, Kenny forswore the pleasures of bullfights and banditos and headed back across the Rio Grande to settle in the little town of Texarkana. Wagner worked in a sawmill there. At first he got along just fine. Then he got himself into trouble. And according to our reconstruction from the many legends...
That was over a girl. Nice girl in dance hall. Seems that Kenny said something that her brothers didn't like. Well, the brothers didn't know about Kenny's reputation. They had a fight with him in the dance hall, then they followed him out and ambushed him. There's a law that says you got no right to kill, but there's no law that says you gotta stand still and be killed.
Killings number 4 and 5.
2 more murders laid to Kenny. Now Wagner, of his own free will, walked into the sheriff's office in Texarkana and gave himself up. He gave himself up to a woman sheriff named Lil Barker.
Now, Walter McGraw. Much of the Texarkana story is lost in legend and dimmed by time. But one fact is clear. No charges were preferred against Kinney for the killing of the Carper brothers. Instead, Sheriff Lil Barker turned him over to Mississippi, who wanted him for the murder of Deputy Sheriff Mert McIntosh.
Again, Wagner went on trial for murder. Disgusted with the way his trial was handled in Tennessee, he handed his own defense in Mississippi, and once again he pleaded self-defense.
The jury brought in a verdict of guilty, and Wagner's sentence was fixed at life imprisonment at the Mississippi State Prison at Parchman.
With Wagner in jail in Mississippi, Tennessee entered a retaining order at the penitentiary. This order demanded that should Wagner be paroled, he must be returned to Tennessee to face a retrial, and if found guilty a second time, he was to face the electric chair.
Wagner wasn't happy with the order of retention. He wasn't particularly anxious for parole. He only wanted a happy life in the penitentiary. He became a trustee guard. Parchman presented him with 2 police dogs, which he trained for prison duty.
My name's Tommy Martin. I worked for the Mississippi Highway Safety Patrol. I first met Kenny at Parchman, where he was instrumental in bringing 3 or 4 prisoners back who had escaped from Parchman. He aided us and with the dogs. He was mighty good, and he also was a good shot with the rifle. One particular time, I picked him up and proceeded to Brookhaven with him and the dogs, where a safe cracker had shot 2 city policemen. We got to Brookhaven. We was unable to pick up too much trail with the dogs, but we tried. We stayed there for 3 days, and on the way back home, we stopped side the road to let the dogs get out and walk around for exercise, and he was showing me how he could shoot by taking a rifle to his hip and shooting fence posters with it. And I also had an extra box of cartridges in the car, and he asked me, could he have them? And I gave them to him because there wasn't any use of keeping them from having them, because he told it to Thompson Sub at Parchman as a guard.
For 6 years, Wagner's record was so good, there was talk of parole. But the dog trainer of Parchman didn't like his too-good record.
I'm Al Holman, radio newsman for WALA in Mobile. Here's an item that came over our state wire on the night of October 27th, 1940, and was broadcast over our facilities to audiences in the Deep South. Dateline, Parchman, Mississippi. Kenny Wagner, at one time known as the South's #1 public enemy, has just escaped from Mississippi State Reformatory at Parchman. Wagner was being used to track down an escaped prisoner in his capacity as keeper of the bloodhounds when he escaped. He turned the gun, which he was using in the hunt, on prison guard Ben Fowler and forced Fowler to drive him to a nearby town. Wagner not only stole his clothes, but also his gun. It is reported that by the time the guard returned to Parchman to bring news of the escape to prison authorities, the trail was too cold for even Kenny Wagner's dogs to do much good.
Kenny Wagner was loose again. Now 4 more charges were added to his record. The state wanted him for jailbreak, the federal government for kidnapping, unlawful flight, and for failure to register for the draft. The FBI joined in the manhunt, and results were fast in coming.
This is Howard I. Bobbitt, formerly Special Agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation at Richmond, Virginia. The officers of the Virginia State Police and agents of the FBI received information to the effect that Kenneth Wagner was to be at a residence a short distance from Gate City. Surveillance maintained upon the residence showed Wagner getting into a car with another individual driving and proceeding to Gate City. The Virginia State Police and the agents followed Wagner into Gate City and through Gate City for a distance of about 7 miles. They arrived at a place in the road where it would be possible to apprehend Wagner without him escaping. The siren was blown upon the police car, and the driver of the car pulled over. Wagner was commanded to get out of the car. Wagner got out, raised his hand, stood for an instant, and then dove back into the car to obtain a sawed-off shotgun. Shots were fired at him by the officers. He straightened up and dove into a shallow ditch alongside the car. He was given a command to come out of the ditch within 30 seconds. He complied with the officers' orders, and walking back into the headlights upon the officer's orders, he was commanded to take off his jacket. He did this. He was carrying 238s on a gun belt. He was commanded to drop these guns. He did that. He also took off his shirt upon orders of the officers, and in further compliance, to show that he had no further guns upon him, took off his trousers and dropped them to the road about 1 a.m. in the moonlight.
Wagner was taken before a United States commissioner. He waived preliminary hearing, saying he didn't want to deal with small shots. He wanted to tell his story only to big shots, and he did.
All 3 federal indictments were dismissed.
And Wagner was returned to the state penitentiary at Parchman, Mississippi. All possibility of parole was dismissed now, and Kinney was happy. Once again, Kenny Wagner proved himself and became Parchman's model, part prisoner, part guard. He was such an excellent prisoner that he was rewarded.
Kenneth Wagner, along with a group of other deserving convicts, was given a 10-day Christmas furlough home to see his kin and celebrate the holidays. And like a model prisoner, he returned to Parchman when his furlough was over.
But not for long.
Once again, the hillbilly Superman saw in the not-too-distant future another chance of parole. Once again, he was mindful of Tennessee's electric chair.
I'm Officer Tommy Martin with the Mississippi Highway Safety Patrol. On March the 15th, 1948, I was on patrol duty around Loosedale, where I received an item over my car radio that Kenny Wagner had walked off in the State Farm with a Thompson submachine gun and a .22 pistol, which he was carried as a trusty guard up there, and he had forced some people to carry him from Parchman to Greenwood, Mississippi. We was ordered to be on the alert.
They watched, but from March 15th, 1948 until the present time, Big Boy Wagner, the tri-state problem boy, has remained at large. It is not our function here to determine the guilt or innocence of a man, nor do we intend to. But according to the facts you've heard tonight, and or other pertinent material, Kenneth Wagner is wanted.
Here again is Walter McGraw. In this case, you must be informed of all the facts. What does Wagner look like? How does he dress? What are his habits? These we will give you, so stand by. How can you recognize him? Listen, and listen carefully.
The following is a description of William Kenneth Wagner, age 47, height 6 feet 2 inches, weight 235 pounds, eyes brown, hair dark brown, graying, bald on top. Marks of identification: cut scar under chin, another on the upper front part of the right ear, bullet scar on left hip and thigh, irregular cut scar on ball of each thumb.
And now back to Walter McGraw in New York.
There is one more voice to add to the sum total you've heard tonight. A man who knows Kenny Wagner better than anyone else.
I'm Kelsey Wagner, brother of Kenny. I'm making this statement on behalf of Kenny as to why he wants to give himself up to be a free man, and he says that some of our greatest apostles was former sinners. And if there's no forgiveness, what's the use to repent? Kenny feels that he has paid his debt to society with 21 years of his life. His main ambition in the rest of his life is to help youngsters that might get on the wrong track or maybe take to using guns. And why he wants to give himself up? He wants to be a free man. He wants to make amends for the wrongs he's done. And to make these amends, he'd have to have a guarantee of a charges dropped in Tennessee and a pardon from Mississippi, which has been offered years ago. An assurance that he can give himself up without a possibility of gunplay or getting shot in the back. And being his brother, I know him like no one else does.
Tonight you've heard many confusing, contradictory reports on Kenny Wagner. The question of whether or not Kenneth Wagner has been unjustly sentenced is not our problem. Wagner is a fugitive. But the fact remains that Mississippi has offered to parole him several times. In Tennessee, I've talked to many law enforcement officials, and many of these men gave me the impression of a closed-eye policy on Wagner. For instance, I talked to Judge Bandy of Kingsport, Tennessee, and he said,
Mr. McGraw, you have asked me why Tennessee is not interested in prosecuting Kenny Wagner on these charges. The reason is that the eyewitnesses and all material witnesses to the tragedy are now dead. If we undertook to try him, we wouldn't have any evidence that would justify the case being submitted to the jury. Consequently, it would be wasted time and effort under existing conditions.
So here is the situation. We have a wanted man who isn't wanted. This doesn't make sense. If Wagner is wanted, let's have the police go after him, which they are not doing. But if he is not wanted, let's clean this up legally. Free Wagner or bring him back to jail. And if Wagner will help himself and surrender, I'm sure justice will be done and this incredible situation will be cleaned up. Now, this is Walter McGraw saying there's no time like now to wipe out crime.
Be with us next week when you will hear the actual people involved give their eyewitness account of the cop killer of the West, who is wanted. Wanted for armed robbery.
All material heard on tonight's program was factual, from the record. Real names were used, no one was protected. Tonight's report was written by P.L. Mayer, music by Morris Momorsky. The narrator was Fred Collins. Wanted was supervised for NBC by James Kovac and was produced and directed by Walter McGraw. Hear Bill Stern's Sports Newsreel next on NBC.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale. A terribly strange bed.
Jack Westcott was the best friend I ever had. He was the gayest of people. That was until we left America. I was writing a book about historic murder cases and had come to Paris to do some research work. Jack was fascinated with my work. Strangely fascinated. Almost horribly so. He enjoyed finding twisted minds and probing them. His hunger for crime was bound to end in tragedy. On the last evening of our visit in Paris, we were walking on the left bank of the Seine River when Jack noticed a crowd gathered about our old friend, the head of the Paris police force, Inspector Duval. I was in a hurry to return to the hotel to finish writing my murder manuscript. The deadline was in the morning. But Jack insisted on stopping.
Stand back, please.
What's the excitement all about, Duval?
Well, hello, Mr. Westcott. Still looking for ancient murders, Mr. Manning?
Not tonight, Duval. Ancient or otherwise.
Stick around, Mr. Manning. I'll show you a murder the likes of which you've never seen before. Okay, boys. Drag it out of the river.
What is it, Inspector?
A corpse, Mr. Westcott. A corpse that's been squashed thin as a piece of paper.
Oh, let's see it.
Oh, what do you mean, thin as a piece of paper?
Hey, bring it over here, boys. Right under the gaslight.
Horrible-looking thing, isn't it?
Horrible and fascinating. Why, it looks like it got squeezed in a giant press.
We've had an epidemic of these corpses lately.
Any idea who's doing it?
Not even a vague notion, Mr. Hey, you! You, the fat man!
You mean me, Inspector?
Yes, I mean you, fat man. How come you're always around when we pull a corpse out of the river?
Why? I enjoy murder.
You enjoy it? You enjoy murder?
It appeals to my sense of the artistic.
Oh, it does.
Well, there's something fascinating about these bodies. Something for a connoisseur alone to appreciate. The symmetry of the remains. The beautifully flawless flatness of the corpse. The hollow in the stomach. Lying in this puddle of gaslight, this mass of flesh and bones makes a nice picture. I should enjoy painting this, if I could paint.
I know what you mean, fat man, but wouldn't you prefer probing the mind of a man who conceived this crime?
A man's mind is his secret self. Well, enjoy the ghastly spectacle, my friend. Enjoy it. Good evening, gentlemen.
All right, men. Take the body down to the morgue and try and find out who it is.
Come on, Burke. I'd like to follow that fat man.
In heaven's name, why? He's nothing but a psychopathic case.
I want to satisfy a hunch.
Well, if you're such a good detective, why don't you join Scotland Yard?
Why, I might, Burke. I might at that. Oh, where Where the devil has that gross piece of flesh disappeared to now? He was right in front of us until we turned this corner.
Well, we've lost him, Jack, and I don't wonder. We've passed through every side street in the whole city. If you ask me, he knows he was being followed.
Good. If he knows, he'll show his hand sooner. Now, the only place he could have gone around here is into the back door of this house. I wonder what house this is.
It's a gloomy dump. Let's go back to the hotel, Jack. I've got to finish that manuscript tonight.
It's like a public bar to me. The La Belle Tavern. Are you coming with me, Burke, or are you going home?
I'm with you, old boy. I brought you to Paris, and by heaven, I'm going to return you to America.
This must be the doorbell. Here goes. And Burke, no matter what I do tonight, don't worry.
Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
You were perfectly right, fat man. Those two Americans did follow you. They're sitting at the bar inside.
The Americans value their lives so slightly. Amazing, isn't it, Cecilia?
Their lives. Our lives. They might be cops. I don't want to get my neck in a noose.
To be quite candid, I am not interested in your neck. You're so impatient, and impatience is an evil ascribed to the very young. It might be a pity if you are not allowed time to cure yourself of that evil.
Don't threaten me, you fat pig. You pig.
I'd hoped to slap some sense into that lovely but empty head. Obviously, my stupid pigeon, those two Americans are wealthy. They would enjoy our roulette table if you would show them to it. Remember, I'll talk to the croupier, and he will take care of the wheel of fate. If you don't do your part well, you'll face a lifetime in jail.
What happens if they get wise? Room 16?
But of course.
Let me go.
I knew you'd understand.
Yeah, I understand. There's something so gay about Americans, I always say. I hope you boys don't mind if I stick around.
Well, miss,
Not at all, miss. Not at all.
You can call me Cecilia. How about another drink?
Oh, that's fine.
3 more of the same, bartender.
What do you do for a living, Cecilia?
Oh, I model in a dress shop.
I don't believe you, Cecilia.
Jack, stop ribbing the girl. She's a good kid.
I'm on the level. I'm interested in it.
Here's the drinks.
Thanks.
Why do I interest you?
Well, because you're fairly easy to figure out.
Am I? Why?
You really want me to tell you?
Sure I do. Well, here's mud in your eye.
Touche. Oh, potent stuff, Jack. Potent stuff tastes like cyanide.
Well, Cecilia, I'd say you're a poor girl who lives in the slums. But you're pretty. Prettier than anybody in your entire neighborhood. Well, let's see. Then you must have met a man.
What of it? I'm no saint.
He promised you a lot of doodads, and suddenly you found you'd committed your first crime. Let's say murder.
What'd she do? Set her mother on fire?
Oh, well, for that, let's have 3 more drinks. Bartender, 3 more. Well, now, let's say it really was murder. The second murder wasn't so hard. And the third was easy, wasn't it?
I never had nothing to do with a murder.
Well, for the sake of argument, let's say you have. But inside of you, all the time, is this wanting to be liked, wanting to be on the level. But your so-called friends, they don't trust you, Cecilia. Someday they'll double-cross you.
Here are the drinks.
Thank you.
Nobody'll ever double-cross me. Well, here's mud in your eye. Drink up, boys.
Is there anything else to do around here?
You seen the gambling rooms?
Gambling rooms? Ah, that's me. Who runs those gambling rooms, Cecilia?
I don't know.
One of your friends? A fat man, perhaps, with a long nose?
I don't know the owner. Gosh, you're real nice.
Is the fat man in the back room now?
Probably. Gambles here a lot. Do you replay?
Sure. Well, come on, Jack. We'll see who's right, my books or your instincts.
Number 21 wins.
Jack, The fat man's in the corner of the room.
Yeah, I saw him, Burke.
And he saw you, old boy. Don't think he didn't.
Come on, boys, let's play.
Money, money, money. Place your bets, gentlemen.
They'll make some room for us over here. Come on.
Hello, Cecilian.
Hello, Monty Laureate. You playing again? I thought you lost every cent you owned last night.
A desperate man finds desperate ways to raise money.
Even murder, eh? We heard about it.
Perhaps. And perhaps not.
I'd like you to meet some new friends of mine, Monty. This is Jack Westcott and Burke Manning. Monty Laureate.
How do you do?
Money, 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 gentlemen. Place your bets.
I bet 30 francs on odd.
How about 100 francs on number 13?
Good boy, Jack.
The play is dead. Round and round the little ball goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
Hey, Burke, I feel a little dizzy. You had too much to drink, pal, and those drinks were strong.
Number 13 wins.
What? I won! Good for you, American. Lucky for you. I won the first time I ever played here, but never again.
Money, 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 money.
That was the first time Jack won in that incredible evening. But as the ball spun, his winnings increased. The table seemed to have gone crazy. Jack became gambling drunk. The croupier seemed desperate as that wheel spun round and round, each time increasing Jack's winnings. The room was tense with excitement, and even the little thin loser Laureate seemed surprised.
Monsieur Westcott, your luck is phenomenal. You've won 30 times. 30 times.
Jack, you won a fortune, man. Stop now before it's too late.
Leave him alone, Burke. Let him play if he wants to.
Sure, let me play if I want to. I want to break the bank.
Careful, monsieur. Let me warn you. Careful.
Jack, it's almost midnight, and I've got a lot of work to do tonight. Please, let's go. And remember the fat man.
The fat man be hanged.
Here, Jack. Have another drink.
Thanks, is it?
Jack, be sensible.
Stop being an old auntie, Burke. I'll see you later at the hotel. Make the book have a bloody ending. I'm in the mood for a good murder tonight.
Remember, Jack, I warned you. Goodbye.
Money, 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 gentlemen. Place your bets.
I told the croupier you wanted to see him back here, fat man, but it wasn't the croupier's fault the American broke the bank.
That is for me to decide. Where is the American now?
Outside. Buying drinks for the house.
Good. That ought to keep him busy.
You called for me, monsieur?
Yes, I did. I'll need you too, Cecilia. Shut the door. I don't like to frighten our patrons.
I'm sorry about the wheel, monsieur, but it was broken and I couldn't control it.
That is unfortunate for you.
What are you going to do, monsieur?
Come here.
Don't put your fat hands on me, fat man. Let me...
Don't fight the fat man. You can't move, can you, croupier? Because if you move, my arm will break your neck. Call my men, Cecilia. I might need a little aid with this stupid fool.
What are you going to do, fat man?
Have his brains pressed out of his body in room 16. His mind is no good where it is now.
No, monsieur. Please, monsieur. Not room 16.
What's that? What was that, Monsieur Laureate?
We'll probably be luckier if we don't ask questions.
I want another drink.
Jack, listen to me. Put on your hat and coat and leave this place. You're being watched all the time.
Who's watching me?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, have a drink.
No, Jack. You've had enough to drink. Leave this place right away.
She's right, Jack. You must leave. I'll see you home personally. Come on, then.
Oh, no, you don't, Monty Laureate. I know your tricks. The last man you saw home was found with a dagger in his breast.
How come you're so interested in me, Cecilia?
Because you're the first person who ever treated me decent. Oh, please go home.
All right. Sooner or later, every woman develops some mother complex over me. Now, I don't want to be mothered.
Who is trying to mother you, my friend?
Oh, hello, fat man. Cecilia's.
Ah, she has developed a rather latent maternal instinct. I think a maternal instinct is out of place tonight. After all, tonight's a night for celebration.
Yeah, the fat man's right. Celebration.
Bartender, open a bottle of champagne.
Bartender, champagne. Champagne for Monsieur Westcott. Won't you join us, Cecilia?
Yeah. Of course I will.
Here is the champagne, monsieur.
Won't you drink with us, Monsieur Loriot?
No, thank you, fat man. I don't think so. I never enjoyed toasting to death.
Death? Open the bottle, bartender.
Good night, Jack. And good luck.
Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.
Here's the handkerchief, fat man.
Oh, Jack, your money is all tied safely in your handkerchief.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Oh, where'll I put the handkerchief?
It would be wisest to tie it to your belt.
I feel dizzy, fat man.
Oh, you need a cup of good hot coffee. That will straighten you right out. Cecilia, go in the kitchen and fix our friend a cup of coffee.
But I really...
Don't tell me, my little pigeon, that your hearing is failing you.
I'll get it right away.
I'm glad we're alone, fat man. I want a chance to talk to you.
Talk away, Jack.
Tell me confidentially. Why do you enjoy seeing a mutilated body dragged out of the river?
There's beauty in death.
In the act of death? Or in the recovery of a body after life is lifted?
In both.
Then, do you enjoy committing a crime?
Perhaps. Perhaps it would be pleasant to watch a man die. Slowly. Very slowly. In order to see life leave the body. Say that you and I watched a murder by pressure. What would happen?
I'm interested, fat man. What would happen?
The face is the first part affected. It would turn red. And the victim would probably feel hot blood pounding in his brain. Pounding like steel hammers.
Mm-hmm.
Then his eyes would feel sore, as if the fluid creating sight were ebbing slowly away.
That would be painful?
Painful but glorious. His face would discolor. The pressure on his chest would be so great he tried to scream, cry out, but he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to move, not a limb, not a muscle. He'd be paralyzed. I'd see to that. And in that moment, all the horror that is in man's mind would be indelibly imprinted on the brain until a sudden crushing noise would blot out thought.
And what would that crushing noise be?
The pulverizing of the human bone.
Here's the coffee, fat man.
Ah, let me see it. Tastes all right. Here you are, Jack. This will fix you.
No, I don't think I want any. If you'll pardon me, I'm so dizzy. So frightfully dizzy.
Oh, of course you are. Here, Jack, drink it. Drink it, my friend. My good friend.
If you don't want to drink it, Jack, don't.
Open your mouth, my friend. It will sober you very quickly.
No,
Open your mouth.
No.
There. Now, how do you feel?
I'm sick. I'm sick. It's dope, isn't it? It's dope. Let me get... Oh.
Our friend Jack is asleep, Cecilia. Call the bartender. I think our friend will spend the night with us in room 16.
Monsieur Manning! Monsieur Manning! I've been looking all over Paris for you, monsieur.
You've been looking for me?
Yes, I've called every hotel in the city trying to find you. I know you don't remember me, but I met you earlier this evening at the La Belle Tavern. My name's Loriot of the Paris Police Force.
Yes, of course. Won't you come in? Where's Mr. Westcott?
I had to leave him at the tavern. He wouldn't listen to me. You see, monsieur, I've been assigned to watch that tavern. It's been under suspicion for several weeks.
Oh, great Scott, man. Where's Jack now?
At the tavern. He's carrying an enormous amount of money on his person. I know the fat man will never allow him to leave with that money.
Why don't you raid the den?
Unfortunately, we can't. We have no proof. As a matter of fact, they might not harm him at all. But just in case, I thought it might be a wise idea for you to go down there. You can go to the door and ask for...
Yes? What do you want?
You're the bartender, aren't you?
I am not Napoleon's grandma. What do you want?
My friend Jack Westcott hasn't come back to the hotel as yet. We've been waiting for him, and I thought that he probably decided to spend the night here at your place, and
Your friend is not here. Go home, American, before you get yourself in more trouble than you can handle.
Who was it?
The other American asking about his friend. Where are you going?
Upstairs. To take Monsieur Westcott a candle, like the fat man told me.
Be sure the fat man told you, or else...
I'm sure. Very sure. Jack. Jack, I brought you a candle. Are you asleep? Wake up, Jack. Please wake up. Please. Maybe if I shake him. Wake up. Oh, I hate to slap you, but your life depends on it.
What is it?
Oh, wake up, wake up.
Cecilia, my dear. Jack. Luckily, he's still asleep. Come, Cecilia. Let our friend sleep.
I'm so sick. So dizzy and sick. Why didn't she let me sleep? Oh, I feel paralyzed. I can't move at all. Just as if I'm drugged. Maybe if I concentrate on the room, I'll go to sleep. Funny that a French gambling house should have a bedroom. What is an old English four-poster bed doing in a French room anyway? What a heavy canopy over my head. So solid looking. Almost as if it were made of steel. The mattress is so hard. I must concentrate on something. The picture above my head. It's just even with the canopy. An evil-looking Spaniard with 5 feathers in his head. The eyes moved. I'm certain of it. The eyes moved. Oh, I wonder if I dare look up again. I was sure there were 5 feathers. Now there are only 4. 4 feathers. 4 feathers. Now 3 feathers. I wonder who's outside my door. Try to sleep. No, look at the picture. What? Feathers have disappeared. I can barely even see the face. God in heaven. The canopy is being lowered on me. That's what it is. The canopy. I can't move. The paper-thin corpse. Oh, I gotta move. It's coming closer. Closer. Oh, squash me. Oh, I must move. I can't. Oh, it's almost down. Halfway down. Oh, Oh, just to crawl out of bed. Oh, if I get a crawl, what do you crawl out of here? I'm safe. Safer than that horrible contraction. Now to get out of here. The window. Open the window slowly. I'll crawl to the window. Now, I can push the window open slowly. Very slowly.
The bed must have clamped down on him by now. Listen to me, men.
Push the window open. Oh, it's stuck.
Be sure and deliver the money bags to me.
There. Now to open it wide enough to crawl through.
You can raise the canopy now. Let's go in, gentlemen.
Help! Help somebody! Help me!
Get that man before he jumps out the window.
Somebody!
I've got him.
Out the window. If the bed didn't work the first time, Mr. Westcott, I've ways and means of making it work the second, and perhaps it would be more pleasant to watch life ebb out in front of me.
No.
Place him carefully on the bed.
Let me go.
Good. This ought to prove most enjoyable, Mr. Westcott. It's a pity you haven't my detached viewpoint.
Let me go.
Put him in. Then lower the canopy.
No.
Miss Westcott, up this way. Hurry, Mr. Lawyer, I can hear the dead moving.
Cecilia, you
back, Jack, boy. Here, hold on to me. I'll drag you out.
Don't you put your hands on me, lawyer.
Bartender there. I'll take care of the bartender for a
I'm all right, Burke. Don't worry about me. Oh, Cecilia.
I'll help her.
Let me go, Cecilia. Don't push me.
Help me, lawyer. Help. No, you don't, Batman.
You little...
No, you don't. You're on to Michael me a Frankenstein. There. Try to get out of your own bed now.
Well, Inspector Duval, that's the story. Laureate and Burke were waiting outside all the time. They saw me at the window, and Cecilia let them in.
Close shave, eh?
A lucky escape. Laureate and I pulled him out of bed just in time, and Cecilia pushed the fat man under the canopy as it closed down.
Must have been a horrible sight, Burke.
Well, what about Cecilia, Inspector? What would they do to her?
Unfortunately, the police can't find her. And I've instructed them not to look too hard.
Pages of the past, we have heard the story, A Terribly Strange Bed. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Did you see anything?
Nothing. But it was a car, all right, Max. Going like blazes, too. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything.
Look, Rod, there can't be any such thing as an invisible automobile. And yet...
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Adventures of Max Chandler, featuring Carl Swenson in the role of the famous broadcaster and reporter, whose assignments bring him into constant conflict with the Whisper Men. In the city of Geneva in Switzerland, Linda Jones, official photographer for Globe magazine, is waiting in the restaurant at the railroad station for Max Chandler and his assistant, Rod Buchanan, who are arriving in the Constantinople Express with plans for a 2-week vacation.
Linda Jones.
What?
Well, this is wonderful.
Oh, hello.
Linda, what on earth are you doing here in Geneva? You should have let me know you were coming.
I don't quite know what this is all about, but I haven't the faintest idea who you are.
I've got to catch up on what you've been doing since you left the Far East. Saw some of your pictures in Globe. Come on, let's get out of here, Linda. There's so much noise you can't hear yourself think.
Now, look, this has gone far enough.
I've just got to know what's been happening to you. You feel that gun against your ribs, Miss Jones?
What is this?
There's a silencer on it, Miss Jones. I can leave you dead here on the floor, or you can walk out with me without making a fuss.
I don't understand what you want.
Yeah, we've got a lot to catch up on, darling. Come on, time's a wasting.
I don't see Linda anywhere. Do you, Ron?
Well, being the dame, she's probably late.
Yeah, but she wired that she'd meet the train.
What are you going to do? Spend the rest of your life here in the depot, or should we go on to the hotel?
Huh? Yeah, I suppose we might as well go to the hotel. Probably something connected with her job held her up.
You'll learn, brother. You'll learn.
Learn what?
I keep telling you, you can't depend on dames.
Yes, monsieur. My name is Max Chandler. I know that, monsieur. We are very honored to have you staying here at our hotel. We have always listened to your broadcast here in Geneva. Thank you. I'm trying to locate a friend of mine who's staying here, Miss Linda Jones.
Ah, yes. The American lady with the camera.
Well, she was supposed to meet our train when we got in. And that was nearly 3 hours ago, and we haven't heard from her. Are you sure that there wasn't any message for me?
It would have been in your mailbox, monsieur.
Well, there wasn't anything out at the desk.
I'm sorry, monsieur.
Look, I don't want to sound like an old maid, but I'm worried about Linda. Now, she doesn't answer the phone in her room, but it's possible that she might be there, ill or something.
It is to be hoped that is not so, monsieur.
Now, I'd like you to get your master key and come upstairs with me.
Ah, bon, that would be strictly against the regulations, monsieur.
I'll take that responsibility.
Okay.
I promise you, Miss Jones won't make any complaint about it.
Very well, monsieur. Only I am quite certain there can be nothing wrong. This is the room, monsieur. Numero 19.
Well, open the door, please.
Oui. Mademoiselle Jones?
Holy smoke, look at that.
Mon Dieu. But, Monsieur Chandler, I don't understand.
Well, somebody's turned this place upside down. Her clothes, photographic stuff. The place is torn to pieces.
It's impossible, monsieur.
It isn't impossible. It's happened. Look, they've even slit open the backs of your overstuffed chairs.
But, Monsieur Chandler,
You'd better get the police at once. I have a call to make.
At once, monsieur. Quelle affaire?
Hello. Get me room 11, please. Hello, Rod. Come down the hall to Linda's room. It's number 19. No, she isn't here.
You're making this a lot more difficult for both of us than you need to, Miss Jones. Now, sit down over there.
I'm going to make this so difficult for you. Before you're through, you'll wish you'd never seen me. Are you going to explain this outrage or not?
Perhaps I'd better begin by telling you that you can call me Dick. I thought I played the role of an old American friend back at the station very well, didn't you?
So help me.
You see, I was educated in America.
I don't care anything about your education.
You know, you're very pretty.
Get away from me.
You might just as well take it easy. Somebody here wants to see you, that's all. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Don't mind if I do.
Do you mind telling me where we are?
Do you think we'd have had the shades pulled down in the car when we brought you out here if we wanted you to know, Miss Jones?
Look, I don't know how the Swiss law looks on kidnapping, but I promise you...
Don't make promises you can't keep, Miss Jones. Oh, I think your interview is about to begin. Here she is, Dr. Brenner.
So, this is Miss Jones. You can leave us alone, Wrangle.
Look out for her, Dr. Brenner. She's something of a spitfire. Bit my thumb clear through to the bone coming out in the car.
You'll find iodine in the laboratory. Now leave us.
Better watch out for her, all the same.
I think we'll get along together.
I don't know who you are, Dr. Brenner, and I don't know why you brought me here. But you realize, don't you?
I'm not concerned with anything but the realities of the situation, Miss Jones. You're here, and we are going to talk. When something comes of that talk, we'll deal with that reality.
This whole thing is insane. I don't know anything about you. What have we to talk about?
You are a photographer, Miss Jones.
That's right.
During the last week, you have been taking pictures of the Swiss countryside. An assignment from your magazine, I suppose.
Yes, that's an assignment.
Well, the problem is a very simple one. I want the pictures you have been taking.
Why on earth do you...
All you have to do, Miss Jones, is to tell me where those pictures are. And when I say pictures, I mean any prints you've made and the negatives.
What possible value can those pictures have for you?
Let me point out to you that those pictures are so important to me that I have searched your room and have risked kidnapping you. I like to get out of this without any further complications. Just tell me where they are. And then you are perfectly free. You can go on taking pictures to your heart's content.
What particular films do you want?
I want all the films you have been taking since you came to Geneva.
Those films are my job. If there's one particular one you want...
My dear Miss Jones, if I were to tell you which one I wanted, you might start trying to guess why I want it.
And suppose I did?
Then, Miss Jones, you would not be taken back to town and allowed to go free. Let me make this clear. Turn over the films to me. Ask no questions. And there will be nothing for you to worry about.
I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more explicit, Dr. Brenner. Those films technically belong to my magazine, not to me.
Well, the minute you're free, you can go on taking the same pictures over again if you like.
This is crazy. You mean to say you've no objection to my taking exactly the same pictures again?
None.
I simply don't get it.
Don't try, Miss Jones. Just tell me where the films are.
Does this business have anything to do with Max Chandler, Dr. Brenner?
Chandler? Who is Max Chandler?
You don't know?
Should I? Come, Miss Jones. Where are the films?
I don't think I'm going to tell you, Doctor.
That's foolish. Very foolish.
You see, Dr. Brenner, it's fairly obvious that you and your friend, Mr. Rankle, are involved in something criminal.
Is it?
Otherwise, you wouldn't go to the lengths you have to get the films. Without knowing it, I must have taken a picture of something that would give you away.
I warned you, Miss Jones, that if you happened to guess right, your position would become much more dangerous.
I think I'm already convinced of that.
I'm trying to use reason in dealing with you, Miss Jones. But after a little while, I'm afraid I may have to use force. Think about it. And, by the way, you'll find that there's no way out of this room, Miss Jones. And I promise you that screaming or creating any kind of disturbance won't attract attention.
Still no word from the young lady, Monsieur Chandler?
No, not a thing.
The Swiss police are very thorough, monsieur.
They're thorough, all right, but they seem to take their time about it.
Look here, Mr. I don't think I got your name before.
Lefebvre, monsieur.
Are you a native of Geneva, Lefebvre?
Yes, monsieur. I've lived here all my life.
Well, here, will you look at this sketch? I found it in the wastebasket in Miss Jones' room. You recognize this house?
Well, I can't say that I do, monsieur. There are many houses in this neighborhood with cupolas on the roofs. It could be one of many houses.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Monsieur Lefebvre. That doesn't help much. Let's go, Rod.
I'm sorry not to be of more help to you, monsieur.
Oh, that's all right. Thanks anyway.
What's the idea of all the questions about this sketch, Max?
Well, we've got to find some kind of a starting point for a search, Rod. Now, nobody here at the hotel remembers seeing Linda since breakfast.
Well, there's no reason why they should pay any particular attention to her, is there?
Listen, Rod, Linda's room had been straightened up by the maid. Now, the manager assured us of that. And you'd expect the waste paper basket to be empty.
So what?
So I assumed that Linda came back to her room sometime during the day and threw those sketches away.
More likely the guy who tore the place apart did it.
Well, that could be, Rod, but we got to grab hold of any straw we can find. If Linda was sketching this morning, maybe somebody saw her.
How are you going to find a house with a doodad on the roof?
We're going to hire a car and do a little touring of the countryside. Go ahead, Rod, you first.
Taxi, sir?
Okay.
Where to, sir?
Say, do you know the countryside around here pretty well, driver?
Like the back of my hand, sir.
Well, here, will you take a look at this? You recognize it?
Looks like a lot of houses on the outskirts of town, sir.
Well, I want to find that particular house with that particular shed in back. You think we have any chance of finding it?
We can only try, sir.
Okay, let's get going.
That looks like it, sir.
So slow down.
No shed back of that one, Max.
That's not it. Keep going.
Don't look like there was a break coming our way, Max. We must have covered 50 miles back and forth.
Well, it has to be somewhere. Linda sketched it.
Maybe she invented it.
Hey, how about it, driver? Any more possibilities?
There's this one back road, sir. If we don't find it there, I don't know what to say.
Well, let's try it.
Hey, Max, look over there.
Slow down, driver. That's it, Rod. The shed. Even the car standing in front of it. All right, driver. Pull up in front of that house, will you? Wait for us, driver.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do?
Somebody here may have noticed Linda sketching.
Uh-huh. Not much sign of life around here, Max.
Well, there must be somebody home. There's a car there. Try it again, Ron.
They'd have to be stone deaf not to hear that.
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for a friend who seems to be missing.
Oh.
My name is Max Chandler.
Well, Maybe you don't have a radio out in this neck of the woods, huh?
I'm sorry. I am a doctor, Dr. Brenner. I don't have much time to listen to the radio.
Well, the point is, Dr. Brenner, a young lady I know has disappeared. And we found these sketches in her room, which are obviously of your house.
Oh, it's really rather good, huh? It certainly is a sketch of this house, isn't it?
Well, we thought that perhaps you might have seen her sketching. And we have reason to think that it might have been early this morning.
I'm afraid not. You see, I start out on my rounds quite early.
Oh, I see. Well, I was hoping...
But why do you think your friend is missing? Perhaps she's away visiting friends or something.
Well, I just got in from Constantinople this afternoon. My friend was supposed to meet the train, and she didn't. And when we got to the hotel, we discovered that someone had searched her room. Looks as though she were in some kind of trouble.
I can see why you're disturbed, but I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
I see.
Hey, what was that? I'm afraid I must excuse myself, gentlemen. There's a patient in the surgery. Abscess of the ear. Very painful.
Yes, thank you anyway, Dr. Brenner. I'm sorry we took you away from your patient. Good evening.
Good evening.
Boy, that scream ran up and down my back like an icicle.
Say, that's a funny thing, right? You'd think a doctor would have someone to answer the door while he's treating a patient, wouldn't you? Or else that the door would be open.
The more I travel, the more I figure out that people do things screwy every place except at home.
Yeah. I wonder if there's some place around here where we can find a telephone.
Yeah, probably.
I'd like to phone the hotel just on the chance there may be some news of Linda. Say, driver, is there a public phone anywhere around here?
There's a small inn about a mile down the road, sir.
You know, Ron, it sounded as though someone stopped that patient of Dr. Brenner's from screaming.
Oh, maybe he's got a nurse or an assistant. All I can say is the sound of it gave me butterflies in my stomach.
Yeah, me too, Ron. Well, I guess it's just that we both got a case of frazzled nerves over Linda. Come on.
What the devil is wrong with you, Rankle? Could have heard that scream all the way into town.
I don't know how she got that adhesive tape loose from her mouth, Dr. Brenner. Was Chandler suspicious?
I don't think so. At least he went away.
Well, what did you tell him?
I told him I had a patient with an abscessed ear. He seemed to accept the explanation.
That was a little too close for comfort.
Take the adhesive tape off her mouth, Rankle. We can't delay this thing any longer.
All right, Doctor. If you'll hold still, Miss Jones, it won't hurt while I pull it loose.
That was Max. You said you didn't know who he was, and yet...
I know who he is, Miss Jones. It seems that we were stupid, Rankle.
Huh?
In addition to photographs, Miss Jones has made sketches of the house. Chandler found them in the waste basket.
He was right here, right outside the door. I heard his voice.
I don't think he'll be back, Miss Jones. But I'm not going to risk it. Your time has run out. Now, where are those films?
You sent Max away. You sent him away, and he was right there at the door. Do you really think I'd ever tell you what you want to know?
Oh, yes, I think you'll tell me.
You can't let me go free now. You know that. Max has located the house. You know that the minute I see him...
That's quite right, Miss Jones. But if you'll answer my question and not make too much trouble, perhaps in a week or 10 days...
Am I supposed to believe you?
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Miss Jones. It's not going to matter very shortly whether you believe me or not.
Well, if there's any news at all, call me at this number I've just given you. That's right. Goodbye.
No news?
Nope. Linda hasn't called the hotel. The police haven't found any kind of a lead.
Begins to look bad, Max. Linda'd have called in long ago if she could. What next? Do we go back to town?
Yeah, I suppose we ought to, Rod, but for some reason I've got a great resistance to leaving this place.
Why, Max?
Well, I hate hunches. I feel like a sucker when I follow one.
What's a hunch?
Well, there's something about that doctor, Rod. I ought to accept his story about the patient with the abscessed ear. There isn't any reason to doubt it, and yet...
Well, what do you want to do?
Pay off the taxi driver, Rod. Then after we've had supper, we might walk back down the road to the doctor's house.
What do we do when we get there?
How do I know? I just have this crazy feeling about him.
That light off there must be in the doctor's house.
Yeah.
It's the blackest night I ever saw. No stars, no moon. Boy, the wind off these snow-capped mountains bites right through you.
Certainly can't see anything from here, except that light in the window.
Well, what do we do now?
Maybe I'm nuts, Rod. Maybe we ought to go back to the inn and go to bed.
Well, I sure wouldn't complain about crawling under one of those nice thick eider-downs.
Okay, let's start back.
You suppose there's another road around here we didn't notice, Max? That car sounds awful close, but I don't see any headlights.
Neither do I.
Rod, jump! That car's right here! Holy smoke, Max. That thing nearly run us down.
Rod, did you see anything?
Nothing. But it was a car, all right, going like blazes. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see anything.
Look, Rod, there can't be any such thing as an invisible automobile, and yet...
There was dust, and I could smell the fumes from the exhaust.
Guy couldn't possibly drive a car on this road without lights.
Well, he did.
You know, Rod, that car came from the direction of the doctor's house. We could hear it start.
Well, it beats me. It couldn't happen, but it did. So let's get going.
No, Rod, I'm not going back to the inn now. Maybe that guy will come back.
It's my bet if we walk a couple of 100 yards down the road, we'll find him wrapped around a tree.
Nope, I don't think so, Rod. I got a feeling he's going to come back.
Another hunch?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rod.
Okay. Play it your way. Look, Max, I'm frozen right clean through to my backbone. We've been waiting here 2 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Couldn't we risk just one cigarette, Max?
If anyone's on the lookout, he'd spot it right away.
Boy, I always knew it was a mistake to leave home. The day I got mixed up in this crazy stuff with you...
Listen, Rod.
There's a car coming, all right.
See any headlights?
No.
Get back off the road, Rod.
With pleasure, and I'm not kidding. It's that same guy. No lights. How can he drive in the pitch dark?
Listen.
You were right, Max. The car went to the doctor's house.
All right, let's go. I want to see that automobile.
I'd kind of like to see it myself, just to be sure I'm not having bad dreams. Gee, it's a wonder we haven't broken our necks.
The car ought to be in the shed. It's off to the right here somewhere. Here it is.
Yeah. Boy, that radiator's hot as a frying pan. Max, the guy that drove that car must have had cat's eyes.
I think so. Stand over here, Rod. I'm going to snap on my cigarette lighter. Here, get between me and the house.
Okay. Hey, Max, that's crazy. The headlights are painted over black. You couldn't see any light from them even if they were turned on.
Stay where you are, Rod. I'm going to get in the car and turn on the lights. See anything, Rod?
No, nothing happened, Max.
Come around here and get in the car. The other side, Rod.
Max, it's bright daylight. You better turn those lights off or they'll see them from the house.
I haven't touched the lights, Rod, since you were standing in front of the car.
But you must have. You can see plain as day.
Listen, Rod, I've heard about this before. The Germans used it during the war to keep their transport rolling in spite of Allied planes. They called it black light.
I don't get it. How's it work?
Those headlights that look as though they were painted are actually specially prepared glass. Now, this windshield is also specially prepared glass. You can't see any light from those headlamps unless you're looking through the windshield glass.
Yeah, I remember reading somewhere about something like this for taking the glare out of headlights back home.
Yeah, that's the same principle. Now, we couldn't see any light from that car when it passed us on the road, but the driver could see perfectly.
What's the gag? He's not hiding from any bombers now.
Not bombers, no, but something else.
What?
That's what we're going to find out, Rod.
Max, somebody coming from the house.
Quick, get out of the car, down behind it. And, hey, don't close the door.
Max, the guy's unscrewing that black glass from the headlamps.
Yeah. They wouldn't want them to notice it in the daylight. That's the guy that we've got to talk to, Rod.
You take him from this side. I'll go around the other way.
Now, for Pete's sake, be quiet about it, Rod.
right, brother. Now start talking.
You're Max Chandler, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Max Chandler.
So, Dr. Brenner didn't fool you?
Where's Linda Jones?
Oh, you know about that, too?
Why, you dirty rat. So you have got her, huh?
Where is she?
Look, suppose I help you. Suppose I tell you what the score is. Will you give me a break? That's all I ask. Just give me a break if I help you.
We'll give you a break if you don't help us, bud. Right in the middle of your back.
Miss Jones is in that house, isn't she?
Yeah, but look.
Where? What room?
Well, by now, she's in the doctor's waiting room.
Where's Brenner?
Well, he's in the laboratory now, but in a minute he'll start to work on her again.
What's your name?
Rankle. Dick Rankle. I'm Dr. Brenner's assistant. But I swear, I was forced into this.
Rankle? So help me, if anything has happened to Linda, if you and Brenner have done anything to her...
She's still all right, I promise you, but Brenner's losing his patience. She won't talk. She won't tell him what he wants to know.
What's he want to know?
He just wants the film she used for taking pictures around here. If she hadn't been so stubborn, if she just told him, she could have gone free.
Pictures of what?
Look, you got to promise to give me a break if I tell you.
We promised you a break, brother, and here it comes if you don't...
I don't think he has to tell us, Rod. Linda probably took a picture of this house that showed the car. Those black glass headlights hadn't been removed. That right, Rankle?
Yeah. I forgot about them the other day. I left them after daylight.
What are you and Brenner using this car for at night?
I've already told you more than I should. If you'd only promise me to...
Keep talking, brother.
All right, I'll tell you.
Make it fast.
Brenner's a brilliant scientist.
German, of course.
Yeah. Before the end of the war, Brenner got quantities of scientific equipment out of Germany and catched them here. He was working on atomic energy.
Go on.
Well, now he's planning to set up a laboratory in a place where he can work safely without being spied on. We've been moving the equipment at night.
And some people think there's no danger of another world war. All right, Rankle. Which door do we go in to get to the waiting room where Linda is?
Side door. I left it unlatched when I came out. If Brenner hears you, he'll kill you.
He'll think it's you coming back, Rankle. Tie this guy up, Rod. I want him here when we come out.
Tie him up?
Yeah, hurry.
But, Max, there isn't anything here.
Come on, hurry up, will you?
Oh, well, I guess this'll have to do. Oh! Rod, what the... Well, here, keep that way, Max. There wasn't anything to tie him up with.
There's a light showing under the bottom of that door at the end of the hall.
It must be either the waiting room or the laboratory.
Come on. All right, Rod. I'm going to open the door. Be ready for anything. Linda.
Max. Oh, Max.
Quiet, darling. Where's Brenner?
In the next room. It's a laboratory, I think.
Linda, are you all right?
Max, I've been so scared I couldn't hold out much longer. I don't know why he wanted the darn films. I don't know why I didn't tell him in the first place.
Never mind that now. I can explain it later. Has he hurt you?
Look at her wrists, Max. They're all bruised. That jerk must...
No, it's all right, Max. It's really nothing. I just want to get out of here, that's all.
Well, we're going to take you out. But first, I want Brenner.
I could hear you talking when you were here early this afternoon. I tried to scream.
Yeah, well, we heard you and went away like a couple of dopes.
He said he had a patient in here that was sick, and we fell for it.
Rod, take Linda out the way we came in. I'm going in to get Brenner.
Well, two can live as cheap as one. I'm going
You're
with
staying with Linda, just in case it doesn't come out right. I won't be long.
Max, please.
Chandler.
I've come to get you, Dr. Brenner. The authorities are going to be very interested in your operations here.
So, that's the way it is.
Rod, what happened?
If that's Brenner coming out of there...
Max!
It's all right, darling. It's all over. You can pour me a double one, Rod, and I won't be annoyed.
You're the boss.
Say, Linda, there's one thing that I still don't know. Where are those films?
I took them to a place here in town to be developed. Dr. Brenner didn't have any chance of getting them without an okay from me.
You know, Max, the people back home ought to be put wise to what these rats are cooking up over here.
Well, we're going to have a chance to tell them, Rod. That telegram that was waiting for me at the desk was orders to come home.
Oh, boy. At last there's a decent cup of coffee in sight. And maybe a little peace and quiet.
You're a knob to Miss Rod. Peace and quiet don't seem to go together with this guy.
Next week at this time, the Mutual Broadcasting System will bring you another in this series, The Whisper Men, based on the stories in Liberty Magazine by Hugh Pentecost. Tonight's program was written by Judson Phillips and Blake Cabot, produced by Dan Seymour, and directed by Tony Leader. Carl Swenson was Max Chandler, and the music was by Chet Kingsbury. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed from Hollywood Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingle. It took civilization a long time to reach the little old western town of Red Rock, and the last 100 miles was the toughest. That's where the rugged trail ran through Rawbone Gulch, up over Rattlesnake Ridge, and down across the Gila River into Mohawk Valley. It was that same trail which led United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his faithful deputy Jingles into Red Rock one evening about sundown on their way west.
Ho, boy, ho. Belle Brady's boarding house. Good grub and hot biscuits anytime. That sure sounds good, Bill.
Yeah, and it'll be a pleasure to see Belle again.
Well, it will if she can still cook like she used to.
Is that the only reason, Jingles? Seems I remember Belle kind of took to you.
Oh, now, Bill, don't you start getting me in trouble with her. You know, every time a gal starts making calf eyes at me, well, I get goose pimples all over.
Well, watch out for Belle. Let's go in.
Now, who's that? Is this Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles?
Hello, Belle.
Evening, Miss Belle.
Oh, now, if you two ain't a sight for sore eyes. Jingles, I haven't seen you for almost 6 years.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, you sure have plumped up some.
Oh, I've just got to give you a big hug of welcome.
Hold still, Jingles.
Oh, now, Miss Belle, I ain't much used to that.
Oh, well, a big, comfortable man like you should get used to it.
You'll find Jingles a little bridal shy, ma'am.
Oh, I know how to fix that. You sit down here by the window, and I'll get you a good supper. Now, what do you want?
Well, what have you got, ma'am? We've been on the trail so long. I worked up an appetite that'd just put a bear to shame.
Well, I got some ham, some lamb, pork roast, pickled pig's feet, short ribs, prime ribs, T-bone steak, goulash, potatoes, boiled and fried, onions, boiled and fried, turnips, tomatoes, and 2 kinds of pie. Now, what do you have?
Oh, why, that'll be fine, ma'am.
What'll be fine, Jingles?
Well, just what you said.
Oh, I declare, Jingles, you haven't changed a bit. All right, just cool your heels a minute and I'll bring it all.
That was a mighty fine spread, Bill.
Yes, ma'am, it sure was.
Thank you, boys. Now, what brings you two all the way out here to Red Rock?
We're just passing through on our way west, Bill.
Passing through, is it? Well, then I'll bet my new mail-order dress there's trouble to the west of here.
Yes, ma'am. Anywhere Wild Bill Hickok goes, you can bet on trouble.
Yeah, I know.
How are things going in Red Rock?
Oh, not too good, Mr. Hickok. Fact is, I wish you'd stay around here for a while instead of moving on.
Why? You got some trouble around here, Bill?
Oh, have we? We've got a bunch of gold thieves nobody can catch.
Gold thieves?
That's what I said.
You mean they don't steal nothing but gold?
Well, ain't that enough when half the folks around Red Rock depend on the High Pocket gold mine for their living?
How long has this been going on, Bill?
About 3 months, and that's too long. Mr. Hickok, I'm pleading with you. Stay around Red Rock and see if you can help us.
Oh, don't you do it, Bill. We gotta get...
You hush up, Jingles.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Mr. Hickok. If there's any man in the West who can smoke these varmints out in the open, it's Wild Bill Hickok.
All right, Bill. Maybe we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
2 birds? What do you mean, Bill? I don't...
Mr. Hickok, ain't those your horses?
Bill, some polecat's stealing our horses.
Come on, Jingles.
Hey, come back here with those horses. Let him have it, Bill.
There's a lot to be said for Kellogg's Corn Pops, partners. But the best way to know about this wonderful two-way cereal is by munching a few mouthfuls yourself. Yes, sir, you can eat Kellogg's Corn Pops 2 ways. One way is right out of the box like I'm eating them now. A real tasty snack with a sweetening already on them. Now, the other way to eat Corn Pops is out of the bowl with milk. But remember what I said about the sweetening. Don't go pouring any sugar on them. They're already sweetened for you. Tasty, puffed-up hearts of corn all ready to go. And your mom's going to let you eat all the Corn Pops you want, 'cause they're good for you. So if you aren't already settled back enjoying Kellogg's Corn Pops right now, you better hit the trail for the store tomorrow and get a load of them. You'll need plenty, 'cause everyone in your family, Pop and Mom too, are going to like them. Yes, sirree. Kids love Pops, Moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Now, in a little while, we'll say that together. Right now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles have just promised Belle that they would stay in Red Rock to try to catch the gold thieves when suddenly there's a commotion outside. Bill and Jingles run out to see their horses disappearing up the dark street.
Why, those ornery polecats?
Hold your fire, Jingles. Hold your fire. They're out of range.
Oh, doggone it. We can't catch them on foot.
Oh, now that's a shame. What are you going to do, Mr. Hickok?
We'll have to borrow some horses.
What's all the ruckus, Mr. Hickok? Were you doing all that shooting?
You ding-dong right we were, mister. Some low-down pack rats just stole our horses.
Horse thieves in Red Rock?
That's right, mister. You don't happen to have a couple of fast mounts we could borrow, do you?
Well, I'll do better than that, Hickok. Hey, Doggy, go ahead. Couple of jaspers just rustled the marshal's horses. Take some of the boys and round them up.
Okay, Mr. Taggart, we'll get him.
Now, that's right nice of you, mister.
It's nothing at all. Rest easy, Marshal. Boys will have your horses back before you know it.
Well, thank you. I see you know who I am. This is my partner and deputy, Jingles.
Taggart's my name. Race Taggart, Hickok. I own the hotel and saloon across the street. When you got nothing else to do, drop over to my office. We'll have a little talk.
Maybe I'll do that, Mr. Taggart. I've been told there's trouble in Red Rock, and now it seems I'm in the middle of it. Well, Jingles, we might as well get a little sleep. We can start looking around tomorrow.
And now you're talking, Bill. You know, I'm getting so sleepy my eyelids feel like window shutters. I declare look out, Bill!
You all right, Jingles?
Yeah, Bill, them coyotes were shooting at us.
Looked that way.
Darn near woke me up. Who do you reckon they were, Bill?
I don't know. I couldn't get a good look at them, Jingles. Maybe we better go see Race Taggart tonight after all.
What for?
He just might have some facts that would help us figure out what's going on around here.
Hickok, I didn't know you were headed for these parts, but I've been thinking about sending for you for some time now.
That's so? What was your reason, Mr. Taggart?
Well, somebody's been stealing the gold we hauled down from the High Pocket mine.
Why, Bill, that's just the same thing that...
Jingles, let's just listen to Mr. Taggart.
Hey, you heard this before, Hickok?
Well, just a rumor.
Well, it's true. Mike McGinty, he's our wagon driver, has been held up 4 times in the last 3 months. We've lost over $40,000 in gold.
$40,000? Why, that'd buy me half the land in New Mexico. Who's pulling these stick-ups, Mr. Taggart?
If I knew that, I'd have plugged him long before now. I own half the High Pockets. It's my gold they're taking off that wagon. Half of it, anyway.
You own half the mine?
That's right. The other half is owned by my 2 partners, Shad Martin and Al Jackson.
Well, do you trust them?
Now, Jingles, that's
As
not
a matter of fact, Hickok, Jingles might not be throwing too wide a loop at that. Shad's all right, but I've been watching Jackson for some time.
Mr. Hickok, Mike McGinty's just come in from the mine road. He's been robbed again of all the gold.
Holy horn toads, Bill. While we've been sitting here chattering like a couple of silly chipmunks, somebody's gone and robbed McGinty. Hey, Bill, look at the bullet holes in the side of that wagon.
Yeah, Jingles. Let's see what the driver has to say.
Sure, here he is.
You the driver of this wagon, mister?
Yeah, that I am, Bo. I'm lucky to be here to tell you so. Mike McGinty's the name. Who be you?
Hickok's my name, United States Marshal.
Be you the one they call Wild Bill Hickok?
Some folks do.
And then if you're so all-fired wild, why weren't you on hand when them bushwhacking howl hoots held me up and took my strongbox with the gold?
Now, just a minute here, Pop. Watch out who you're talking to like that.
Hold it, Jingles.
Who's your bear grease friend, Hickok?
My deputy, Jingles.
Blow it up like a poison pup. Better stand him in the creek before he founders.
Why, you pint-sized salamander, hold your tongue before I douse your rattling head in the watering trough.
Jingles, go sit down while I ask McGinty some questions.
Yes, go sit on a horseshoe nail.
Doggone it, that little old warthog can't talk to me like that.
Now, Mike, how many men held you up?
I don't know. Could have been 2 or 20. It was dark.
Where'd they stop you?
About 3 miles out of town to the north, near the Camel Humps. First, a burst of gunfire, then a voice says, "Hold the wagon!" And I hauls my string to a stop.
Then what?
Well, another voice yells out, "Throw off the strongbox with the gold." Man, that does. Then the first voice yells, "Now get them cayuses moving." And I does it with these varmints shooting up the wagon as I went. Never got close enough for me to see even a shadow of them.
This has happened to you before, I hear.
Yeah, it's a dad burn off and I'm getting to expect it.
You got no idea of who's pulling these stick-ups?
Nope.
You mean you have no idea, or you just won't tell?
Yeah, sometimes a man keeps his hide by keeping his mouth shut.
And sometime a man goes to jail for the same thing. I'll see you later, McGinty. Right now, I've got a few things to catch up on.
Well, let's get over to the hotel and get some sleep.
Well, I want to see Race Taggart for a minute, then we'll go up and hit the hay.
Well, let's hurry. I'm plumb sleepy.
Jingles, that wagon.
Get out of the way, Bill. That's a runaway. Bill, that runaway team darn near got us.
That was no runaway, Jingles. That man was driving those horses.
He was? You mean he was trying to run us down?
That's just what I mean, partner. That makes twice tonight somebody's tried to get us.
You know, Bill, I'm getting the idea somebody around here don't like us.
You know, you could be right. Come on, we'll go see Taggart. And Jingles, don't say anything about that wagon. I'd rather figure that one out by myself.
Well, Hickok, did you talk to McGinty?
Yeah, I talked to McGinty, and I'm inclined to think he's a pretty smart boy.
What do you mean by that, Hickok?
He's smart enough to throw down a strong box full of gold instead of getting a stomach full of lead. And he's smart enough to keep his mouth shut.
I guess that's the way he's lived so long.
Well, now, if you ask...
I didn't, Jingles.
Oh.
Nothing more you can tell us about those gold robbers, is there?
No, Hickok. I just know they're driving us out of business. I've been out of town a good deal, so I don't get all the dirt. But then being a detective is not my line. I leave that to men like you.
Well, in the morning I'll ride out to the spot where McGinney was held up, just to nose around a little. See you when I get back. Come on, Jingles, let's get some sleep.
Now, that's what I like to hear. Feather bed, here I come. Bill, you're getting harder and harder to figure out. First, you tell me I'm going up to bed. Then we go right out the back way, get on our horses, and start riding again. I'm getting more saddle sores than my horse.
Ooh, boy. Ooh. There's the spot, Jingles. There's the camel humps McGinney was talking about.
Oh, what are we doing out here in the middle of the night?
Jingles, would you recognize your horse's tracks among a lot of others?
Why, sure I would. By the way he throws his right front foot.
Then look around for some of them. Break off a piece of that juniper bush and light a torch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Now we look for horse tracks. But, Bill, that's silly. What would our horses be doing out here in a... Bill, I found them.
I thought you would.
Hey, here they are, your horses and mine. Hey, they've been here before.
But we haven't.
Of course we haven't.
Now we know our horses were stolen to keep us in town while somebody robbed McGinney.
We do?
Yes. Back in Taggart's office, you gave me an idea as to why that somebody wants gold.
I gave you an idea? Oh, yeah, I remember. I said that, I was... What did I say, Bill?
You said that $40,000 was enough to buy half the land in New Mexico.
That's right, I did.
What you didn't know was that it's up for sale.
Oh.
And that somebody is buying it with gold.
You don't say. Then you figured maybe there's a tie-up between this gold stealing here in Red Rock and the buying up of all the land in New Mexico?
There might just be, Jingles.
Bill, I want to ask you just one thing.
What's that?
Why were we going on through Red Rock heading west?
Well, I got a letter from a friend of mine asking me to come out and investigate some land buying scheme.
In New Mexico?
In New Mexico.
Well, I'll be a hog-tight sand flea. And we just stumbled saddle over apple cart onto...
Quick, Jingles. Back up in the rocks. We've got company. Just what I expected, but not so soon.
Well, will our horses be all right, Bill?
See how they're back off the road. Now stop here.
Who do you think it is?
Be quiet and keep down.
Oh, why didn't I take up farming?
Them sun-baked rattlers. If I can find the gold, I'll make them squirm. Using me for a target and threatening me with lead poisoning if I talk.
Bill, that sounds like McGinney.
Shh. He's coming this way.
No, he's stopped and looking around. Bill, I gotta move. I'm getting cramped.
Quiet, Jingles.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to step on your foot.
You didn't step on my foot.
I did? Then whose is it?
What are you talking about?
A foot. Wait till I feel around here. Now, Bill, there's there's 2 feet. No, there's 3. Bill, somebody's...
Hey, who's up there? Come on out, you yellow varmints.
McGinney, don't shoot.
That trigger-happy tree-toad, I'll blast him. I'll just...
Fred, who is that knows me? Speak up or I'll blow you out of them rocks.
It's Wild Bill Hickok and me, Jingles, you lop-eared loon. Put away that hog leg now, for you hurt somebody.
Marshal, what are you doing out here?
Looking for you, that's what. You dumped that there gold yourself and come back to get it.
Shut up now. Shut up, both of you. Now listen.
Hey, more company. You know, it's getting as crowded here as a square dance on Saturday night.
Just stay down and listen. Be ready with your guns.
I'm ready. McGinney, one peep out of you and I'll just sit on you.
Oh, I'm quiet, you big water buffalo.
All right, now, fan out and pick up anything you left here earlier. Hickok's coming out here in the morning.
Wait, it's them. Come back for their gold. Stand aside, Marshal. I got me a score to settle.
Quiet, McGinney. Not yet.
Come on, Dovey. We'll get the storm about that.
Bill, did you hear that?
Yeah. Sounds like our men, all right.
All right, let's jump them then. What are we waiting on?
For one thing, we need the evidence. Wait till they get the gold, then we'll follow them and catch the big fish.
Well, for another thing, there's 10 of them, or I lost count.
All right, we got the gold. Now let's get out of here and head for the old mill.
Hey, they're getting away.
Quiet, you.
Who was that?
Somebody's in those rocks.
Let's go.
Well, let them go, Jingles.
Are you loco, Hickok?
Not yet. Now, Jingles, light a match.
Well, all right, but I don't see... Holy horn toads, I plumb forgot about them 2 dead ones I left behind me.
All right, McGinney. Take a look. Who are those 2 men?
Them Shad Martin and Al Jackson, Marshal.
You know, there are 2 things I like about this Wild Bill Hickok show. I like the excitement, and I like the cereal that goes with it. Kellogg's Corn Pops. Just finished a whole box of this wonderful eating cereal that's already sweetened for you. You know, Wranglers, Kellogg's Corn Pops are hearts of corn, all puffed up big and crisp, with plenty of tasty sweetening on them. Now, you can eat them right out of the box by the handful or out of a bowl with milk. But don't go putting any sugar on them. No, sir, because like I just said, they've already got the sweetening right on them. Now, all you ranchers who are eating them right now, take a look at the bag inside the box. Looks like silver, don't it? Well, that bag's pure aluminum. Keeps Kellogg's Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom will like this. That bag's wonderful for storing things in the refrigerator, and you just can't beat it for carrying sandwiches in and keeping them fresh and tasty. Now, don't go settling for 1 box of Corn Pops. The way your family's going to go for 'em, you're liable to miss out on some. Get your mom to load up big. Then out of the box or out of the bowl, you can have all the Kellogg's Corn Pops you'll want. And you'll want plenty. You know who loves Corn Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Let's hustle on back to the show.
Jingles has just struck a match, and Wild Bill asked McGinty to identify the 2 dead men lying beside them in the rocks. McGinty takes one look and says that they are Race Taggart's partners in the High Pockets Mine Company, Shad Martin and Al Jackson.
Why didn't you tell me about them back in town, McGinney?
Well, I didn't know about them, Marshal.
You're lying, McGinty.
Never mind, Jingles.
Well, if I'd have told you then, they'd have shot me too, Hickok.
All right, I'll give you one more chance. Can you take us to the mill without being seen in the moonlight?
Just as safe and sure as a woodchuck, Marshal. Now, just follow close behind me, and we'll be there before you can say Mother McGinty's goat. Here's the mill, Marshal.
Bill, they're in there all right.
Yeah. Listen.
Just about the time we got the gold, this guy yells back up in the rocks.
You lame phrase. I told you before to be careful. This guy Hickok's no fool.
There, you said it.
And Hickok's hot on our trail. Why do you think I had you steal his horses? Just to cover this thing tonight. It was a payoff. Now we'll have to lay low until he leaves. Then we can all go to New Mexico and live like kings. The mine's cleared out. We've got all the gold. We've got Martin and Jackson out of the way. I'll take care of you all from here out.
Not from where you're going, Race. You won't take care of them.
Wait, Hickok! Shoot him, you fool!
Now, don't anybody lose their heads. I got an awful itch in my trigger finger.
And I'll get Hickok myself.
That was your last bid, Race. Reckon you and your boys can load those boxes of gold on your horses and pack it back into town for us.
Yeah, and then we can pack you all off to the calaboose.
Turned out right fine. Now, I suppose you'll be heading on again, Mr. Hickok.
Yes, Bill, we've got to hit the trail.
Well, do you have to take Jingles with you? I'd be right proud to look after him.
Well, now, Miss Bell, that's right nice of you, but then, who'd look after Wild Bill?
Why, he looks like he could look after himself. But you, Jingles, why, you're just like a young colt.
Oh.
You said yourself you wanted to settle down.
Well, no, ma'am. Leastways not till the rest of the varmints like Race Taggart are put away in jail like he is. Now, come on, Bill. Let's get to riding before I get talked into something I just can't talk my way out of.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
We're mighty glad you could be with us today, folks, and we hope to see you around the diggings next week.
Yeah, and if there's any digging to do, you know who'll have to do it.
Well, if you're digging into Kellogg's Corn Pops, we'll both be doing it, right?
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Virginia Gregg, Forrest Lewis, Lou Krugman, Barney Phillips, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
The world's great novels. The French Revolution, more than any other single event, changed the character and destiny of Europe and brought forth good and evil, a Rights of Man declaration, and a reign of terror. Tonight, the NBC University of the Air presents the first of a 4-part radio edition of Victor Hugo's novel 93, featuring Carl Swenson. This is another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. The time is the year 1793, the crucial year of the French Revolution. The king's headless body has been buried in an unmarked grave for 1 year. The Republic is entrenched in power. Yet, in the east, the forces of Prussia loom before the gates of Verdun. All monarchical Europe looks to its guns and cannon. One enemy of the Republic has been smashed along the coast of Normandy, but the Republic has lost a leader. In the battered fortress of Torque in Normandy, where the hopes of the aristocrats suffered a mortal blow, a man sits writing. Before his door stands a Republican guard.
Halt! Out of my way, citizen guard. I must see Simodin.
Oh, must you? Well, you cannot enter this room, citizen.
I'm the mayor of the village of Torque. I must see Citizen Simodin.
Citizen Simodin is not to be disturbed.
Why in the Republic's name can't I see him?
Citizen Simodin is writing.
Where is he, another Voltaire, that he cannot be disturbed?
Go away, citizen. Simodin is writing and left strict warnings about his solitude. I value my life, citizen.
Your life? What nonsense is this?
No nonsense, citizen mayor. Simodin executed our commandant, General Gauvin, his own friend, just 1 short hour ago. It would be nothing to him now to execute one miserable guard. I said Simodin is writing, and not for Citizen Robespierre himself would I disturb him now.
To the Comité of Public Safety, October 5th, 1793. I, Citizen Simodin, here at the fortress of Torque, prepare my last report to you. And I write it while my heart bleeds and my soul cries of grief. For I loved Gauvin as though he were my own son. And it was I, Simodin, who by his vote gave Gauvin to Madame Guillotine. I prepare this report so that even a fool will understand my final deed for France, so that none may say, neither Robespierre nor Danton, that Citizen Simodin did not serve the revolution. I served it well, citizens, even though there is grief in my soul. Understand this, citizens. I knew Gauvin long before the people of Paris killed a king. Further understand, I was a priest once. And in the year of our Lord, 1763, in this self-same fortress of Torque, I heard Gauvin come squalling into the world.
Curé, listen to him. Listen to the sound of my son.
God has given him a brave pair of lungs, my lord.
And a brave heart, I'll warrant. Oh, I'm an heir. Father Simondin, an heir for the Gauvin. My family name shall not be blotted out. For 500 years I've been Gauvin amongst the nobility of France. Now here's the beginning of 500 more.
How will you call him, my lord?
Call him?
Aye. By what Christian name?
What matters that so long as he's known far and wide as Gauvin, Vicomte Gauvin. And Curé, therein lies a task for you.
For me?
Aye, you shall make my son worthy of that name. Now you're only Curé to the parish of Perignes.
So, my lord?
So now you will also become a teacher. You shall be tutor to my son, the Vicomte Gauvin.
I heard him come squalling into the world, and I turned his squalling into words, his infant helplessness into knowledge. I shaped him, kept his young mind from the dungeons of prejudice and superstition, and I was father and mother both to him when death struck down his own. How is love evidenced but in giving? And I gave, citizens, and in return, the lad loved me. And this is the boy, grown to manhood, whom I have had killed. The events that led to it began in June of 1793, in the 4th year of our revolution. They began with a message to the People's Army, guarding the coast of Brittany against the landing of royalist bands.
Citizen soldier, who is the convention's representative to the Cherbourg army?
Santerre.
Where is he?
Why?
I have a message for him from Paris.
Ah, Paris. What have the politicians decided now?
Where is Santerre, citizen? This is important.
Don't excite yourself, citizen. He's behind me in the hut.
Come in. Yes? Citizen Santerre.
Over here, citizen. I'm Santerre. What is it?
A message from Paris.
Give it to me. Oh, what do they want now? The devil, Marcel.
What is it?
Listen to this. Citizen representative. On the 1st of June, the Warbrick Claymore with a masked battery set sail across the English Channel for the purpose of landing upon the shore of France a man of whom this description is given. Tall, old, white hair, peasant's dress, and with the hands of an aristocrat. I will send more details tomorrow. Meanwhile, warn our ships, capture the brig, and guillotine the man. Signed, SALEM.
Well, that's pretty.
Who is this man, messenger?
I know nothing, citizen.
Oh, yes, of course you wouldn't. Oh, yes. But there's an urgent sound about this, Marcel. So quick, warn the ships off Granville. I will see Citizen General Lachelle, and we'll both afterwards visit Madame Guillotine.
I, Simondin, was in Paris at the time, serving however I could the revolution. I lived more in the streets than in a house, for in the streets of Paris one felt the new world throbbing. And because of this, Danjou, a friend, could not easily find me when the crisis came.
Citizen Bonjour. Have you come for a haircut? You'll have to wait then.
Keep your scissors to yourself, barber. Have you seen Citizen Simondin anywhere in the street?
I did. An hour ago, walking through here like a statue himself. Perhaps you'll want some sausage if not a haircut. A friend left some cheap, Citizen Danjou, only 300 francs.
You're a fool. I want Simondin, not sausage.
citizen.
Get off my arm, beggar.
Charity, citizen, in the name of charity. I lack 230 francs to finish paying for my shoes.
Idiot, if I had 230 francs, I'd buy myself shoes. Have you seen Citizen Simordan in your wanderings?
Since we are both in a beggarly state, citizen, I will give you that information for nothing.
Then you have seen him. Where?
In the Place de la Bastille, citizen. May a pox fall on you before you get there!
Let me through. Citizen, I must cross to the other side of the Place de la Bastille.
You will have to wait till the young officers of the military school march past.
You mean Robespierre's page boys? Let me through.
Not till they have passed. Where is your discipline, citizen?
In the name of God.
We do not call on him nowadays, citizen.
Well, in the name of the Republic, then. Look, did you notice Citizen Simordan on the other side of the Place de la Bastille?
I did, talking to a crowd. Future officers of the Republic have passed, citizen. Now you may cross.
It is true. Citizens, it will only last a little while.
So you say, Citizen Simordan, but prices are as high as heaven now.
We are still in a revolution, citizens. One does not explode the world and on the morrow find all the pieces back in their proper place.
Simordan! Simordan! Simordan at last!
Danjou?
Yes, Danjou, it's me. Come, Simordan, you must come with me.
Why, what is it?
The Evershay Club is meeting, and they need you.
Has something happened?
Aye, Simordan, something has definitely happened.
In the convention, some belong to the party of the Jacobins and some to the Girondists. I, Simordan, belong to the party of the Évêchés. All other parties feared us, for through the Évêchés sounded the raw, revolutionary voice of the great mass of Paris. That mass who still kept their pistols primed and watched the convention for the first sign of betrayal. On that evening when Danjou found me, the Évêchés was meeting in the Episcopal Palace.
Citizens, quiet. Simordan is here now. We can proceed. Quiet.
Let him know what we've decided, Lepic.
Silence, citizen.
Don't shout me down like a king. King voices are dead, Citizen Lepic.
I shout you down as president of the Évêché Club. Citizens, this is no time for such clamor. There's grave business to be done. Our republic's fate hangs in the balance, and all our energies must be concentrated on that.
Citizen Lepic.
Yes, Citizen Simordan.
Let us come to the point, citizen. Danjou told me something has happened. Valois shouted something about a decision. Please come to the point.
It is simply this, Citizen Simordan. Civil war will break out in Brittany.
What?
Aye, the royalists have a leader, and a few days ago he landed safely on the Cherbourg coast.
The blockheads who guard the coast should be shot.
Our cruiser sunk his brig, but he escaped. It has begun, Simordan. Civil war. The royalist whites against the Republic's blues. The whites will raise all the peasantry against us.
What makes you say that, Lepic?
Because this new leader of theirs is a prince of Brittany. He is those peasants' greatest feudal lord.
The Marquis de Lantenac, Simordan.
The Marquis de Lantenac?
Yes. Do you know him?
In a way, I come from Brittany. He is the hereditary lord of the Bretons. A man of ruthlessness.
We are threatened in the east as well as the north, Simordan. You know Prussia gathers an army against the Republic, and we in the Évêché Club believe the greatest danger is in the north, where the whites will raise the cry of long live the king. The Republic's strength should be concentrated there. That is the decision Valois spoke of.
And I? You want my vote upon it?
No, Citizen Simordan. You will bring this decision in the name of the Évêché Club to the leaders of the Commune, to Robespierre, Danton, and Marin. You are respected by them.
When am I to bring them that decision?
Now, Simordan. For all three are meeting now, in the cafe on the Rue du Pont.
Simordan.
Oh. Yes, Danjou.
Let me walk with you.
Come along, then.
You are silent.
Some men would consider silence a virtue.
Some, perhaps, but not I.
Then you must forgive me while I keep silent.
Simordan, are you thinking of Lontenac?
Why do you say that?
You grew so pale when his name was mentioned at the club, as if a blow had struck you.
You perceive much, Danjou. Come, walk on. I was thinking of the Marquis de Lontenac.
Why?
I knew him.
Well enough to make you grow quite pale?
Well enough. He's the uncle of a lad I once was tutor to a long time ago. In another kind of world. The lad meant much to me. As much as if he had been my own son.
So?
Well, now I'm afraid.
Of what, Simordan?
Is the lad with his uncle? Has the boy, now a man, taken up arms against all I hold most dear, the Republic of France? Can you not see, Danjou? Is the lad my enemy? The night fell about us like a great dark cloak as we walked on toward the Rue de Pont. And I, Simordan, was filled with a strange, troubled sense, as if stalked by a dream. Before the café stood a unit of the Paris Republican Guard with their blue uniforms and primed muskets. I showed my credentials, and leaving Danjou downstairs, I climbed the café stairs. A door was open on the landing, and through it I could hear the voices of 3 leaders of France. Robespierre's calm and curt, Danton's loud and indignant, and Marat's full of passion and suppressed violence. I stopped to listen.
This is madness. I repeat, Robespierre, the danger to France lies in the west, where the Prussians are.
We have stopped the Prussians before, Danton. We'll do it again. Our great danger lies in the north, in Brittany, where Lontenac foments civil war.
Turn toward Brittany, Robespierre, and we turn our backs to the dagger of Prussia.
You are being literary, Danton.
Aha! So you speak up, Marat. The unliterary newspaper publisher speaks up.
Careful, Danton. Your tongue will lead you to an eternally silent place.
You threaten, Marat?
If you have anything to say, Marat, say it.
I have something to say.
Then say it.
Both of you have your hobbies. Danton's is Prussia, and yours Robespierre's Brittany. Neither of you perceive the real peril, however. It is here in Paris, in the cafes and gambling houses, in the salons and the halls of the merchants and the theater. Here, where there's open, hostile criticism and clashing policies. The peril consists in the absence of unity, the anarchy of wills that will destroy the revolution.
Who is responsible for that anarchy, Marat, if not you?
Citizens, let us stop this. Let us try to have agreement here. The situation is bad enough to warrant agreement amongst us. We can continue this kind of quarreling until
Robespierre has us all guillotined.
You speak foolishly, Marat.
Do I? Then listen to me, Robespierre. I am not blind. I have ears and information everywhere. I know about your secret meetings with certain men. I do not trust your policies and plans.
Whether you do or you don't, Citizen Marat, in this instance, Citizen Robespierre is right.
Who? It is you, Citizen Simordan.
Citizen, how did you enter here?
Credentials from the Évêché Club.
And you come from them in a good time, Citizen Simordan.
I am responsible for this meeting, Danton.
I repeat, a good time. Here we are locked in disagreement. Each one of us represents a power in France. Well, so does Citizen Simordan. He is one of the Évêché. I say let him give the deciding vote. Explain the situation to him, Robespierre.
I think I know the situation already, citizens. Civil war will break out in Britain.
It already has, Simorder.
Already?
Yes. 2 days ago, 2,000 peasants rose under the royalist banner of the Marquis de Lantenac and massacred a battalion of our blues. They burned a village, shot 2 women, and carried off one of the woman's children.
Murderous.
Aye, murderous.
They must be destroyed. The Évêché Club has delegated me to bring you this message. France must, with all her energies, wipe out these traitors.
They will be.
The Marquis de Lantenac must be guillotined.
He will be.
Who is appointed to carry this out?
No one as yet, citizen.
Then it must be done immediately.
It will be done. And you, Simondin, will do it.
I?
Yes. Will you be the delegate of the Comité of Public Safety to Brittany in this matter?
A fine choice, Robespierre. Simondin is just the man. I have never heard of Simondin faltering in anything for the Republic.
Will you accept, Simondin?
Yes, I accept. To whom am I delegated?
To the commandant of the division to be sent out against Lantenac.
Who is he?
An ex-nobleman, a man of great qualities.
But with one fault, Simondin.
What one is that, Citizen Marat?
Clemency. He is magnanimous after battle. He pardons the wives of aristocrats. He releases prisoners.
A grave fault.
A crime. Tell me, Citizen Simondin, what would you do to a Republican leader who set a royalist chief free?
I would have him shot or guillotined in 24 hours. I assure you, Citizen Marat, if the Republican commander to whom I am delegated makes one false or traitorous step, his penalty will be death.
Then I, too, agree, Robespierre. Let Citizen Simondin be our delegate.
The commandant's name, Simondin, is, what did I do with that paper?
Citizen Simondin, well, Robespierre finds his document. Tell me, it is said you were once a priest.
It is the truth, Citizen Danton.
We set an ex-priest to watch an ex-noble. I think, citizens, we have nothing to fear.
Here it is. Army guarding the Cherbourg coast. Division detached for preliminary action against the Marquis de Lantenac to be commanded by Gauvin.
Gauvin?
That's what Robespierre said, Simondin.
The Vicomte Gauvin.
Aye, the magnanimous ex-Vicomte Gauvin, nephew to the Marquis de Lantenac. You are pale, Citizen Simondin.
No. It is the heat, Citizen Marat. The heat.
Citizen Simondin, you have named the conditions yourself. To watch for one false step. Do you swear to carry out this mission on those terms?
I do, citizens. I, Simondin, so swear.
Then you may go now, citizen. Your credentials will be ready at the Committee of Public Safety in the morning. Good night, citizen.
With a sense of foreboding, I descended the stairs, and accompanied by Danjou, I made my way home. I told Danjou of what had transpired in the café, and then I told him all of Gauvin. I left him and found my bed, and slept uneasily upon it. In the dawn, I was wakened by a knocking on my door.
Huh? Who's there? Danjou. May I come in, Simondin?
Oh, are you mad?
I could not sleep.
So you disturbed me. Come in.
I could not sleep for thinking...
Of what?
Simondin, an hour after I left you last night, I had a visitor. Citizen Marat.
Marat?
Aye. He came dropping apologies and regrets with every shrug, yet smiling as if I'd done something naughty and he knew all about it.
Well, what did he want?
You.
Me?
Yes, he wanted all I knew about you. I was Marat's encyclopedia for an hour. I told him all you did since 1789. He was patient, nodding his head with that infuriating smile of his. Finally, though, he said, Citizen, tell me of Simondin before 1789. Tell me, for instance, about Gauvin.
Gauvin?
Aye, and I told him all you told me. He explained that it was merely a detailed preliminary to making out your credentials. But it appeared peculiar to me His coming at midnight, oozing such goodwill and friendship. I can't understand it. Can you?
No. No, not at all. Except that...
That what?
Now, I'm not sure just what awaits me this morning at the Comité for Public Safety. Later that morning, I left for the committee. I remember, citizens, how Paris looked that morning. The half-empty streets, brilliant in the sun, the glint of a wine glass, the flash of someone's smile. I saw these things in spite of the uneasiness in my soul. At the building of the Comité, I searched for the room for credentials. And when I found it, Marat was there.
Good morning to you, Citizen Simardin.
Good morning to you, Marat.
You've come for your credentials to the Commandant Gauvin, haven't you?
I have.
Well, here they are, citizen. Signed and ready. Needing only a man's pocket and a fast horse. You will leave today?
Yes.
Let me read to you these credentials. It is only a formality, yet I'll read them. June 28, 1793. Full powers are granted to Citizen Simardin, delegated as Commissioner of Public Safety to the Citizen Gauvin, commanding the detached column of the Army of the Coast. Signed, Robespierre and Danton.
And, your signature, Marat?
Not on there yet.
Why not?
A detail or two first. I have had a decree passed by the Comité this morning, citizen. Also signed and ready. A necessary one, I think. Your friend Danjou told me of you and Gauvin.
I know of that already.
Good. Your Gauvin is a generous man, citizen. He believes that mercy and clemency defend a revolution. Do not kill the beast you capture, he believes. No, free it instead. And of course, the beast leaps again. I do not like to give beasts a second leap, citizen. Therefore, I have had this decree passed.
What is it?
Passed in spite of your promises last night to carry out your mission loyally. I did not know of Gauvin then, and neither did you until later. So I feel a law should implement your promise.
What is it, Marat?
The Comité of Public Safety commands the strict execution of death against any person found to have connived or abetted or aided in the escape of brigands and captured rebels. That is the decree, Simardin. If your Gauvin violates this decree, you are responsible for his death. Do you accept this mission now? In the name of the Republic?
I do.
Good, Citizen Simardin. Then I, Marat, also sign my name to your credentials.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the first in a 4-part radio edition of 93 by Victor Hugo. Next week, we will present the second episode. All the great novels you have heard and will hear on this series may be obtained from your local library. To those of you who have heard, absorbed, and enjoyed this series and are eager to know more about the books we are opening for your enjoyment, we also suggest that you get full value from this series by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents a quarter will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Requests for this handbook should be mailed to the World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you have heard was adapted for radio by Raphael Hayes. Carl Swenson was featured as Simodain. The cast included Louis Van Ruten, Stefan Schnabel, Guy Rep, Joseph Boland, Carl Malden, Delmar Nutzman, and Norman Rose. The music was arranged and played by William Meader. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Kenneth Banghart speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. A story of that crucial year of the French Revolution, 1793, when the aristocrats struck back at the Republic. The NBC University of the Air brings you the second of a 4-part radio edition of Victor Hugo's classic 93, featuring Carl Swenson. This is another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. The enemy of the Republic, the Marquis de Lantenac, has landed on the coast of Normandy. Citizen Simodain has been dispatched to the Revolution's army on the Cherbourg coast. To that army commanded by the ex-Count Gauvin, once the beloved pupil of Simodain. A decree was passed at the behest of Marat that made Simodain the arbiter of Gauvin's life, because Marat discovered that Gauvin was the nephew of the Marquis de Lantenac, and that Gauvin was a generous man. Through Simodain's last report to the Comité of Public Safety in Paris, our story continues.
Citizens, we move through life upon a journey that is ceaselessly beset by the accidental and the unforeseen. Nor do we know and realize where that journey means to end, even when we have arrived. Consider this, the picture of my own journey through life. I, Simodain, did not know my journey ended here at this fortress of Torque. Now, I know there is no further road for me to travel. I rode out of Paris on my mission in July, my horse galloping along the Avranches road both night and day, a watchdog set by the Comité of Public Safety over my Gauvin. My horse's hoofs beat across the Breton countryside, and I rode with the words of Marat in my brain.
The Comité commands the strict execution of death against any person found to have aided in the escape or freeing of captured rebel prisoners. This is the decree, Simodain. This is the decree. If your Gauvin violates it, then death. Death to Gauvin.
I drove my spurs deeply into my horse's flanks each time the words returned. I raced ahead like a messenger against some impending doom. Through Avranches, down the road toward the town of Dole, along the Normandy coast I rode. And in the early twilight of a July day, I came abreast a wayside inn. Sharply, I reined in my horse. Landlord! Landlord! Is anyone here? A traveler is on the road.
Coming, citizen, coming. I'm too old for running. What is it you wish, citizen? Lodging?
No. Bring me oats for my horse.
Aye, oats it shall be.
Wait. Tell me, this is the road to Dole, is it not?
Are you going to Dole?
Yes. How far off am I?
Only 3 hours, but turn back, citizen. Turn back to Avranches or stay here.
Why?
There'll be a war in Dole any moment.
War? Between who?
Ex-noble, citizen. One against the other. kinsmen at that.
What nobles?
One, a Breton prince, the Marquis de Lantenac. He's the uncle, and a dog of a royalist. And the other, the Vicomte Gauvin.
Gauvin?
Aye, do you know him, citizen? He's the nephew, and a fine republic.
Quick, bring the oats for my horse.
You're not going there, citizen.
I must.
Take my advice, citizen, and listen. Cannon. That's the cannon at Dole. That's Vicomte Gauvin's 16-pounder, citizen. You see, there's war on there.
Stand aside, landlord. Stand aside for my horse. I'm off the door.
Wait, are you mad, citizen? Are you mad?
I learned of the battle later, citizens. How the victory was gained, how the town was lit by the lurid flashes of the cannon at night. With only 1,500 men, my Gauvin attacked the 6,000 under the royalist banner of the Marquis de Lantenac. He caught the enemy by surprise. While I rode like the wind down upon the town of Dole, Gauvin's 1,500 rifles poured volley after volley into the troops of Lantenac, trapped in the public square.
Geisha! Captain Geisha, to me! Commandant Gauvin!
Here, Commandant Gauvin.
Oh, listen, lad, and listen closely. I'm leaving you in command here. The situation's altered. Our surprise is done, finished, a bit of history. Lantenac's barricaded in the square, so it's pitched battle from now on, you understand?
Aye, Commandant.
Good. Lantenac has at least 4,000 men left. We've got our 1,500, so tactics change. Now, use our cannon on the barricade in the square. Keep Lantenac busy. Give me 20 minutes, and then pull off the column and mass it with rifles loaded and primed, ready for an onslaught against the square. I repeat, Guéchamp, you're in complete command. All I want is 7 drummers and the Paris battalion.
What? There are only 12 men left in that battalion, Commandant.
The devil! 7 drummers, 12 riflemen, and me. 20 men to rout an army of 4,000. Well, those riflemen are worth 3 times their numbers. So get them to me, Captain. We're going to take the Marquis de Lantenac from the rear.
I was a short distance from the town when I heard the roar of the charge, citizens. I drove my spurs deep and pounded ahead. Into the town, my horse and I plunged, and in the fitful flare of torches I saw the end of the battle. Small groups here and there still locked in struggle. Overturned cannon, burning wagon, horses screaming agonizingly in the night. I reached the public square and saw the wreckage of Lantenac's barricade. And I saw something else. A great, hulking giant of a man, wild-eyed, with blood streaming down his cheek. In either hand a revolver and a saber flashed. He was at bay, surrounded by a group of our Republicans. Yet they held back from the coup de grace. Instead, a young handsome, with his sword tucked under his arm like a cane, was speaking to the giant.
Surrender! You'll not be hurt! Surrender!
Surrender to a lousy Republican dog? Never! By my God, my king,
I
never!
make you my prisoner, and you know me, don't you?
Another Republican dog!
Look, wait. I offer you my hand. You're a brave man, and I salute you. Take my hand as a guarantee that none shall injure you.
Touch the hand of the renegade Vicomte Gauvin? King killer, I spit upon it. I say, long live the king's son, the Dauphin. Long live the Marquis de Lantenac. And to you, dog, I say this.
I cried out in terror then, citizens. I cried out and plunged my horse forward, for the devil had raised his pistol and his saber on my Gauvin. My horse leaped between them. Then there was a flash, and a gunshot exploded in my ear.
Back! Stand back! Would you trample the man? Rabu, a surgeon. Quick, bring a surgeon.
Instantly, Command.
Oh, look how the blood streams down his face. Does anyone know him? He took a blow meant for me. I must know his name.
He rode into the town a few minutes ago, Commandant Gauvin. I saw him enter.
A stranger? His horse took the pistol and he took the saber. Who is he? I'll cherish him for life.
What shall we do with the royalist dog who did this, Commandant?
Hold him well. Doctor.
Where's the man, Commandant?
Here he is. You must save his life, Doctor. He saved mine.
Well, I'm not omnipotent, Commandant. Such a river of blood. Man still be alive. Here's the water about.
Here, in my canteen.
Bring another torch over.
Here, quick, bring that torch over there.
That's better. I can see whose face I wash. Not a young man, Commandant. The wound appears less than I thought.
Here, give me the torch.
Wait, Commandant, you bring the torch too close, you'll burn me.
That face. I know that face. I've seen it somewhere.
Hold it there. That's better. Now let me see. Only a flesh wound on the head. His hat saved him from anything worse. This is a task for a seamstress. He needs sewing up. He'll be walking in a week.
Doctor, are there any papers on him?
Must I do that, too? Now, here's something, Commandant.
What?
It says, credentials. We have here, no doubt, some important personage with an honest hole in his head. Credentials of a citizen Simordain.
Simordain?
Aye. You know him?
Do I know him? Do I know myself? Simordain, my old master. Master Simordain. It's I, Gauvin. Your own Gauvin.
Oh, Gauvin. Is he all right, Gauvin?
Aye, master, aye, I'm all right. All right because of you. I'm safe beside you, master, safe.
He lifted me himself, citizens, and bore me into a house. A drowsiness stole over me, and I dreamed a saber of enormous size was flashing down upon me. I screamed, and I was struck, and lo, I rose from the ground, and it was not I who lay bleeding and sprawled upon the earth. It was Gauvin. I shouted to him, but he would not stir. I shouted louder. Gauvin! Gauvin! Gauvin!
What is it, Simordain? What's wrong?
What? You are alive, Gauvin.
Yes, master, alive and joyous.
I have been dreaming, lad. Dreaming. What is it outside?
Daylight.
I slept long.
Only the night and morning through.
Oh, my head hurts, Gauvin.
You took a mighty saber stroke meant for me. Now rest. Shut your eyes and rest, master.
No, lad. Don't go. Stay and talk with me. I've over 10 years of absence from you to talk of. Stay, it will make me forget the aching of my head.
Well, I'll stay only for a little while.
I do not think I shall be able to look my fill upon you. I remember you only as a boy, waving a bitter farewell to me at La Torque.
Mm-hmm.
Here you are a commandant in the army of France.
Well, is that so strange? You half killed the nobleman in me as far back as that. I am now what you made of me.
Perhaps. But a man always has a choice. You took the right one yourself. But, come. Tell me of you and Lantenac.
Well, my one-time uncle...
And still your uncle?
No longer. I've disinherited Lantenac. In truth, though, he is but an enemy to me now. A rebel and a royalist, who, after yesterday, lives a measured life.
Why?
His plans have collapsed about his head.
You must explain, lad.
Lantenac has lost all hold upon the Normandy coast. If we had lost yesterday, Simordain, the troops of England's William Pitt would have been in France in a few weeks. Dole controls a fine harbor for landings. Now Lantenac has lost his harbor for that plan, and he's a broken man.
But still at large?
Aye, unfortunately, still at large. He slipped through our fingers last night. But he won't be free for long.
And then?
Then I'll have him shot.
You sure?
Aye. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason at all, except...
Yes?
He must be executed, Gauvin. He must.
He will be. But now you. What brought you to me, Simordain? Whom shall I thank?
Well, you have not read my credentials?
No, in the excitement of last night, I heard your name and forgot all else.
Oh, then you must thank the Comité of Public Safety in Paris, Gauvin. I am here as their delegate.
The Comité?
Aye. To make certain the Marquis de Lantenac is executed.
To make certain? I do not understand, Simordain. Do they think I will fail in that? Am I not trusted in Paris?
Do not be angry, lad.
Nay, I'm not angry, but I can't understand.
In Paris, they say you are magnanimous after battle. You pardon those you capture.
Oh, I see. And you are sent to watch over me?
Well, thank God that it is I, Gauvin.
Why? Why, Simondin? Is there something I should know? Tell me, why?
Another time, Gauvin. I'll tell you another time. My head, it aches so badly now.
Sergeant Rabou.
Yes, Commandant.
Oh, come in, Sergeant. Sergeant, you will stand guard before Citizen Simondin's door. Let no one disturb him while he rests, and do what he asks when he wakes.
I shall not ask much, Sergeant.
I shall be ready for anything, citizen.
Simondin, you shall be guarded by Rabou, a fellow townsman and sergeant of our Paris battalion. And know him, master. He's a brave man.
Before you leave, Commandant, I have a report.
A report? On what?
On the children, Commandant. 3 children of my battalion. There's no sign of them in the town. Lantenac must have moved on with them.
Children? What children?
3 children whose foster father is the Paris battalion. Lantenac holds them as hostages, we believe.
Children?
Aye, children. Months ago we found them and their mother wandering about starving. We adopted them. And, well, even a soldier comes to love children. Their mother was trapped, shot, and children stolen.
100 men of the Paris battalion captured by Lantenac in that same raid were also shot, Simondin. We found them later, stacked up like logs for a woodpile. They lay in a forest clearing where flowers grew and butterflies danced. None of us has ever forgotten it. None of us has forgiven Lantenac.
Aye, none, citizen. I assure you none. There are only 12 men left in my battalion because we swore a vengeance.
Now Lantenac holds the children. As hostages, mind you. A defense for his last battle. Children. A 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, and one of 6. And Paris does not trust me.
Gauvin.
Do you, Simondin, think that I could pardon Lantenac? Be magnanimous to one who shoots the mother and steals the child? Oh, no. I've sworn that Lantenac shall die, and by my honor he shall. And I shall leave his body rotting in an open field for the hawks and the crows to pick at.
He vowed Lantenac's death, citizens. Yet nonetheless my coming raised a shadow between us. Wonder at my mission was a constant unspoken question in Gauvin's mind. And in my own there lay the words of Marat's decree, the decree that made me arbiter of Gauvin's life. I did not tell him the decree. How could I? Could I say, Gauvin, be harsh to royalist leader and follower alike, or I must have you killed? Would he not hate me then? Yet what good was my silence? The decree was a secret only for a little while. For 5 days I lay in bed with my wound, and on the 6th I was roused by the sudden tramp of feet in the town, and voices shouting.
Get on! No straggling! Get on, you king lovers! Get on! You should thank your stars for a man like Gauvin, dog! Files! Keep your files! You're not free yet! Files! Blast your files!
I raised myself to the window, and there, tramping through the street, was a column of men. 100 or so, wearing peasant dress and being escorted by Republican guards. I could see behind the smiles of the peasants there lay a cold and eternal hatred. Suddenly a terrified alarm, like a tocsin, rang within me. I cried, Sergeant Rabou! Sergeant Rabou!
What is it, citizen?
Those men marching outside my window. Who are they?
Prisoners. Captured in the battle last week. Some of Lantenac's men who didn't get away. Poor runners, no doubt.
Where are they going?
Home, citizen.
Home?
Aye, home. Back to their farms. It's plows for them now, not guns.
Who gave this order, Sergeant?
Order? Well, the Commandant Gauvin, of course.
You lie!
Citizen.
I say you lie, you lie! What other officer do you seek to defend, Sergeant? Speak. I represent the Comité of Public Safety. Speak the truth, Sergeant. Who Whom are you protecting?
Are you mad, citizen? Has the saber blow addled your brain?
I'll have your brains addled by a guillotine, Sergeant. Speak the truth!
I speak the truth! The Commandant Gauvin! Who here would dare give such an order without the Commandant's consent? Do you think we Republicans are bandits and rabble? We're soldiers and function like an army. We don't willy-nilly write whatever orders anyone pleases. These peasants are returning home under the orders of the Commandant.
Oh, my head, my head. Forgive me, Sergeant, forgive me, I'm not well.
It is forgotten, citizen.
Go, ask the Commandant Gauvin to come here. Say Citizen Simordan must speak with him.
You wanted me, Simordan?
Hi, Gauvin. Sit down. Here beside me.
Well, how do you feel?
No matter that. Tell me, did you give the order pardoning your prisoners?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Why should I hold them?
They fought with Lantenac against the Republic.
Oh, they're peasants, Simordan. Ignorant men. They didn't know what they were doing when they took up arms for Lantenac.
And now that they are free, they will take up arms with him again.
What would you have had me do with them?
Shoot them.
I am no murderer, Simordan.
You are a commandant serving the revolution and the Republic.
But I do not fight a war in that way, Simordan.
Then you must learn. Go on, listen to me. I know whereof I speak. The cry of the convention in Paris is no mercy, no quarter. I understand what that means. The revolution is still on. Terrible duties still exist. France is like a man with gangrene in one leg, Lantenac. Lantenac and the Royalists are the gangrene. France must be cauterized, cured ruthlessly. Have they not shot our men? Did they not execute 100 soldiers of our Paris battalion?
I've not forgotten that, but...
Yet you pardon the murderers!
Those peasants are not the murderers. I told you, they don't know what they're doing.
Then in God's name, who is the guilty one?
Lantenac! Marquis de Lantenac. He knows the game he plays. He has no pity or feeling for these peasants. They're but rifle bearers to him. A strong ladder upon which the monarchy can climb again in France. Understand me, Simordan. I would not have it said that the forces of the Republic are cruel and unmerciful. Terror is not the gift we bring to the people. We rose and killed a king in the name of justice and freedom. We bring a decent life to France, not a reign of terror. That's why I pardon the peasants. Shall I shoot them and inspire hate for the Republic?
You free them and inspire the enemies of France.
I try to give France only friends.
Go on, take care. I am the people's delegate. The safety of France is first in my heart. First. You understand? First.
What do you mean by that, Simordan?
Why do you drive me like this, Gauvin? For years you were absent from my side. What will you do to my joy at finding you once more? What will you force me to do, Gauvin?
Simordan, what is it that I don't know? I asked you once before. Now tell me. What is it?
I am your judge, God help me. Judge over my own Gauvin.
Judge? Well, if you love me, tell me what you mean.
Marat called for a decree before I left. That is what I mean. A decree. A decree. I know its words like I know my own life.
And what are they?
The Comité of Public Safety commands the strict execution of death against any person found to have aided in the escape or freeing of captured rebels. You know it now, Gauvin. What more will you have of me? I am set over you as a judge. I am granted full powers to...
To execute me?
If you violate the decree. But there is still time, Gauvin. Call back the peasants you pardoned. Call them back. No, do not rise from beside me. Sit and answer me.
I must think. I must go outside and think.
Nay, do not lose time in thinking. You must call them back, Gauvin. You must.
No, Simondin. First, I must have time to think.
And Gauvin left me. And I lay there, with dread in my soul, a terror, as if all time had stopped, as if the world was massed upon the precipice of a sickening event. My own heartbeat was all the sound I heard, a swollen sound that beat like a great and membranous drum. God alone knows how long I lay there, citizens, in a cold sweat, upon a warm July day, with my heart beating until I could stand it no more.
Sergeant Bravo! Aye, citizen?
Gauvin, the Commandant Gauvin, find him. God's name, find him.
But he just left here, citizen.
Then bring him back, find him. Tell him I cannot stand this waiting. Tell him I grow frantic. Do you hear, frantic?
I think I'd better bring you a doctor, citizen. You've got fever.
I want no doctor, you fool. I want Gauvin. That's my fever. The Commandant Gauvin.
Very well, then, citizen. I'll bring you the Commandant Gauvin.
Come back at last, Gauvin.
Aye, Simondin.
And you have decided?
Aye, but listen. You took me to you when I was but a child. You were both mother and father to me when my own died. When I most needed affection, you gave it to me. And I loved you, Simondin. And I still do. What am I, in truth, but your child? Your son.
The answer, Gauvin. The prisoner's answer.
Wait. Whatever I am, you made of me. You planted the seeds, taught me what is good and what is evil. Why, you fashioned the conscience of my mind.
Your decision.
So, I cannot call back the prisoners. I cannot, my master. I cannot change my pardons into executions. I would betray that conscience. And I cannot and will not do that. Let me sit beside you, Simondin.
Aye. Sit.
Here, give me your hand, my master. Oh, Simondin, my heart and soul ache for you. I would not willingly give you such suffering, for I look upon you as my only father. Yet, what can I do? My conscience cries out at what you ask me to do.
And that conscience, I helped to forge.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the second in a four-part radio edition of 93 by Victor Hugo. Next week, we will present the third episode. All the great novels you have heard and will hear on this series may be obtained from your local library. To those of you who have heard, absorbed, and enjoyed this series and are eager to know more about the books we are opening for your enjoyment, We also suggest you get full value from this series by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents a quarter will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Requests for this handbook should be mailed to the World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you have heard was adapted for radio by Raphael Hayes. Carl Swenson was featured as Simondin. The cast included Philip Burnett, Louis Van Ruten, Joe DeSantis, Donald Buca, and Dick Keith. The music was arranged and played by William Meader. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Kenneth Banghart speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The World's Great Novels. A tale of civil war in France after the thunderclap of the French Revolution. A tale of aristocrat and citizen, two worlds locked in combat. The NBC University of the Air brings you the third of a four-part radio edition of Victor Hugo's 93, featuring Carl Swenson. This is another in the series of books that live, the world's great novel. Last week, we learned of the arrival of Simondin in the midst of the Battle of Dole. We learned how, by the grace of God, he saved the life of his beloved ex-pupil Gauvin, now commander of the Republican forces, and how, while recovering from his wounds, Simondin learned of the release of the Royalist prisoners. Gauvin admitted he was responsible for this. Simondin begged that he recall the prisoners, for he, Simondin, is the agent of a decree passed in Paris that demands the execution of any Republican leader who frees Royalist prisoners. Gauvin has refused to revoke his pardons. Through Simondin's last report to the Comité of Public Safety in Paris, our story continues.
Citizens, I have reported much to you. The pages are thick under my hand, yet there is still more to tell. No man's tale is ever truly short. He comes to success or disaster by slow degrees. Though if it be success, a man is swift in the telling. I have not come to success, citizens. I have come to disaster. And thus, I, Simondin, am slow in the telling. After Gauvin, he whom I loved like a son refused to withdraw his pardon of the Royalist prisoners. I lay there on my cot, stunned and terrified, struggling with the harsh whisperings in my brain.
Death to Gauvin. He violated the decree. Guillotine him. Guillotine Gauvin.
No!
You are the people's delegate, Simondin.
Gauvin is almost my son.
Traitor. You betray the people's will. You strengthen their enemy, Lantenac.
I will kill Lantenac.
But not Gauvin, who gives Lantenac his men again. Not Gauvin.
I cannot kill Gauvin.
Traitor. Traitor.
Stop.
Traitor. Traitor.
God, dear God, dear God, make me deaf and blind in this moment.
Traitor.
Let me be someone else.
Traitor.
Let it be another time and in another land.
Traitor.
I am no Abraham with faith enough to sacrifice his son.
Traitor.
Let me be anyone, anything but Simondin.
You cannot. You are the people's delegate, Simondin.
I, the people's delegate, the agent of their will. And so, citizens, in the night when even the candle, like my soul, flickered, I wrote the letter. To the mayor of Fougères, the French Republic, one and indivisible, I, citizen Simondin, delegate of the Comité of Public Safety with full powers, do hereby order, upon the receipt of this, the immediate dispatch to the Normandy town of Dole of the Fougère guillotine and the Fougère executioner. I shall expect their arrival at Dole in 4 days and make my preparations toward that end. But in the morning, citizens, while I waited for a horseman to bear my letters into Fougère, another horseman reached Dole, galloping furiously into the public square.
Headquarters, citizen. Where's Commandant Galvan's headquarters?
There, that corner house there on the square.
A message for the Commandant Galvan.
I am Captain Gauchon. Give it here. I'll bring it to the Commandant.
I am sorry, Citizen Captain. I must deliver it myself.
Very well, then. Come along. Commandant! Commandant Galvan, a message for you.
Come in.
Well, what is it?
A message from the scouting party, Commandant. Lantenac is trapped.
What?
High at the fortress of La Torque near Perigny.
La Torque? That's where I was born.
He has only a handful of men, Commandant. We do not know if he has the children. Meanwhile, we are maintaining a close 24-hour guard.
Good. Go get some food and sleep, lad. We'll be on the move in a few hours.
Aye, sir.
Gauchon, gather the companies for a forced march. Tell the quartermaster the supply wagons must be ready to leave with us. We all clear out in a hurry. I shall be ready in a... Oh, the devil.
What is it, Commandant?
I may not even be commandant anymore.
What?
Aye. Well, carry out preparations for the march. In 1 hour, God willing, you may be leading the column. Good morning to you, Simondin.
Gauvin.
How is your wound, master?
Better.
Good. Simondin, yesterday I defied the decree of the Comité of Public Safety. I pardoned royalist prisoners. What will you do with me, Simondin?
You know the decree.
True. I know it. Death to the violator. Yet I ask what you will do because Lantenac is trapped.
Where?
At La Torque. You start. So did I, Simondin. My own home. The home of both of us, Simondin. The place where we found one another and where you cared for me. It seems all, uncle, nephew, and you, are to be brought together where we all began. La Torque. That is, if I am to live that long. Tell me, Simondin. Am I to live that long?
Why did you not call the prisoners back? Why have you placed this mountain on my soul, this anguish in my heart? If you had only called them back...
It is done now, Simondin. Answer me. You have full powers. Do I lead the column after Lantenac? Or do I end here? Decide.
I have decided.
What?
There. That letter, read it.
To the mayor of Fougère. The French Republic...
No, stop, wait! What do you do to me? Why do you make me traitor to my love for you? Have you no pity? Why do you make me suffer? Why?
I do not do so willingly, Simondin. I said my heart ached for you.
Gauvin, promise me. If Lantenac is captured, you will execute him. Nothing shall pardon him. Nothing.
I would drag my cannon all over France to kill Lantenac. What? Would I pardon the devil?
You swear?
By my life. No. By all my love for you, I swear. Lantenac shall join the corpse of Louis of France.
Give me the letter. For the life of Lantenac, I destroy this. I tear it. And confess I do it willingly. Now, Gauvin. Gauvin, my son. Let me embrace you.
Oh, things shall be well between us, my old master. Things shall be well.
They are well now, Gauvin. My wounds are healed.
Sergeant Rabu,
Aye, Commandant.
I'm ready.
Aye, I'll call the ranks then, Commandant.
Attention! Lads, the prize is almost ours. Monsieur Lantenac is treed like a squirrel after we fought all over Normandy trying to get our hands on him. He's led the Republic a bloody chase, but the chase is almost over now. The play is coming to a quick close. And, soldiers of the Republic, I want Lantenac alive when the play's done. He must not have the honor of a soldier's death in battle, but only a criminal's death. He must die under the guillotine. I have called you to attention so that we might all make a vow. Lantenac shall have no other end than that of a common criminal. That is the vow.
I remembered the feudal fortress of La Torque, citizens, as a monstrous, gloomy pile of stone, rising like a colossal menace with walls 15 feet thick. It rose over a wide plateau and was separated from it by a deep ravine. It was cut off as if some giant knife had done it. The great drawbridge, when down, spanned the gap. But when it was up, La Torque stood inaccessible like some dark, frowning outlaw from the world. For 2 days we marched without sleep, and on the morning of the 3rd, I, riding in advance of the column, saw the fortress of La Torque, and then immediately rode back.
Simodin, what is it?
The drawbridge. It's up. We'll need wings to get across the ravine.
I was afraid of that, but I'd hoped the scouting party had prevented it.
We must have it down.
I know. Guéchamp! Captain Guéchamp!
Come in, Commandant.
I should have known Lantenac's nobody's fool.
What is it, Commandant?
We'll be at La Torque in an hour. Bivouac the men back of the edge of the plateau, place the cannon for point-blank firing at the fortress, and the supply wagons well in the rear.
Aye.
Round up the scouting party and have them rejoin their units. And then, my friend, give everybody a hot meal and tell them all to go to bed.
What? You'll not begin an immediate assault, Commandant?
No, Guéchamp. That is, not until my army learns to fly.
And we bivouacked along the edge of the plateau, citizens, with the fortress before our eyes. There was no sign of life in La Torque, but the very air about it was alert, on guard, as it were. The raised drawbridge gaped at us. Our army was helpless before it. And had it not been for Sergeant Rabou, we would still have been camping there.
Commandant.
Yes, Sergeant?
Commandant, may I have your permission to lower the drawbridge?
To what?
Give me an axe, Commandant, and I'll lower it in what's left of the darkness.
Oh, you're not serious. In the dark? What will you see with? An inner light?
I've got good eyes in the dark. I can climb that ravine and scale that tomb across the way without much trouble.
No, Rabou. I lived here. You'll end up a bloody mess at the bottom of the ravine.
Commandant, the children of my battalion may be in that fort. We fought all over Normandy to get our stolen children back. Would you have us sit patiently now when they may be only a stone's throw away? I speak not for myself alone, Commandant, but for all the men in my battalion. We voted which one of us should attempt the drawbridge, and I won. Let me go, Commandant. Let me go.
You're a brave man, Sergeant. My respects to you. And here's my hand. Do you hear anything, Simodin?
Only the crickets.
Red Bull will never do it in this blackness. I should have answered the sergeant a flat no.
The drawbridge must come down. You know that yourself, Gauvin.
I know, but I thought perhaps a parley or...
With Lantenac? A parley and perhaps a bargain? Gauvin, remember your promise. Lantenac must die.
He will. Only I... Shh. Listen, you hear?
What?
Listen. He's on the drawbridge. The axe. It's falling, Simodin. The axe is falling. Oh, bite deep, Rabou, bite deep. Cut a good banquet for us all. Service the drawbridge of Lantenac. There, one chain's free, half the bridge is ours. And now the next chain, Rabu. The next one, brother.
Commandant, did you hear?
Aye, Guichard. Sergeant Rabu is on the bridge.
I'll cherish him for this, Commandant.
We'll all cherish him. How are you, Rabu?
In a moment, Commandant. In a moment.
There. The axe bites again. Rouse up the men, Guichard. We move with the dawn and we storm La Toque. There, the last chain. There, the drawbridge is down. Brothers, Lantenac is plucked from his tower.
And in the dawn, citizens, we massed along our side of the ravine and set our cannon at the foot of the drawbridge, when from La Toque's battlements came a voice.
Hello, Republicans. Can we speak with you?
A parley.
What are they calling for, Gawain?
A parley, Simodin. Perhaps there'll be no bloodshed after all. Hold your cannon, Guichard, until we know what they want.
Hey, Gawain, wait!
What is it?
Let me walk out on the drawbridge with you. Do not trust parleys with Lantenac.
Wait, stop here. Stop. Here, Simodin, this is far enough. What do you want with us? Who are you?
I am Gouge Le Roi, and I speak in the name of my lord the Marquis de Lantenac. Uncle to you, Vicomte Gawain.
I am no Vicomte, and Lantenac's my uncle no longer.
Nonetheless, uncle to you. Listen, we will bargain with you. We make you an offer since the drawbridge is down. Give us safe conduct out.
Never!
We hold hostages, 3 children adopted by one of your battalions. We will give them back to you unharmed and in good health if we get safe conduct out of La Toque.
And if we refuse?
If they die, here on the topmost floor of the tower of the 3 children, I have primed and fueled their prison. If you attack, before the last of us is dead, we will fire their prison and the children will perish in flames. Do you understand? We shall burn them if you attack.
Murderers!
Accept or refuse.
Children! Innocent children they would burn.
Well, what is your answer?
We refuse!
No! No, wait!
Gawain!
This can't happen, Simodin. Murder children.
What will you do then? Permit Lantenac to go free?
No, but wait. Do not hurry it, Simodin. Wait. Let us wait. Perhaps in time...
Take care, Gawain. Take care. You're promised no bargains with Lantenac.
Perhaps they will change their minds, Simodin. Those children. Perhaps Lantenac will show mercy.
Covered with blood as he is.
We are waiting. Is it yes or is it no?
Answer, Gawain. Shout your refusal to them. Are you struck dumb in a crisis? Speak.
Give them time, Simodin. Give them time.
Time. Always time. Very well, Gawain. Very well. You hear me up on the tower?
Aye, we hear you.
Tell this to your traitorous master, Lantenac. We will give him 5 hours in which to surrender. If he does not, then the forces of the French Republic attack. And the army waited, citizens, while the sun climbed higher and higher, until at last we stood in the crucial hour under the blaze of noon.
The 5 hours are up.
Aye. You will attack now, Gawain?
Aye.
Did you hope they up there in the tower would relent, Gawain? Does the outlaw relent when he feels freedom is still possible? Gawain. Gawain, I too am terrified for the children. But if Lantenac goes free, more than 3 children will suffer. Hundreds more will die in the chase for him. Believe me, Gawain, our men will do everything to reach the children first.
I know they will.
Then give the signal to attack.
Aye. Guichard, Captain Geisha, let the cannons be fired.
The massive doors burst apart with a clang of metal, citizens, and across the drawbridge our soldiers charged. They reached the shattered doors and stopped. For there, in the great hall at the foot of a broad stairway, lay Lantenac's men behind a barricade, pouring at us a murderous rifle fire. Gauvin shouted for the Paris battalion, and they dragged the cannon up to the battered doors.
Here! Set the cannon here, Sergeant Rebel.
Aye, Commandant.
I want you to blow Lantenac out of his barricade.
I'll bring it down on his head, Commandant.
Geisha! Captain Geisha!
Here, Commandant.
You will follow the cannon fire with another charge. Those who escape that barricade will try to bolt up the stairs, so cut them off or there'll be more bloody fighting. They'll most likely have a last defense on the stairway top, so be swift and sure. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
And off you go, Captain. All right. Now, Sergeant, load your guns and fire.
Aye, Commandant. So, now to it, lads. Gunpowder for Monsieur the Marquis. An iron ball for the dog of an aristocrat. Ready? Fire!
A hit, Sergeant! A splendid hit! Oh, they've got a shambles now instead of a barricade.
There goes Lantenac's survivors, Commandant. They're up the stairs.
Cut them off, Geisha! Cut them off from the stairs!
We heard the beginning of the last charge, citizens, as Gauvin and I stood together in the great hall. The sound of it rolled back to us like a clap of thunder. We dashed for the stairway, raced up it, but when we reached the top, the battle was already won. Aye, citizens, already won, but the prize was lost. Lantenac was gone. There were corpses, there was wounded, but no Lantenac. There was only a badly wounded royalist seated on the floor with his back against a massive iron door.
Geisha, where is Lantenac?
God knows, Commandant. He disappeared into thin air. He was gone when we broke the barricade.
Gone? Behind this door?
It's locked, Citizen Simodin.
Who is this wounded man?
Who's Lebrun, he says.
The man who spoke from the tower. Oh, dog. Is Lantenac behind that door?
You're too late, Citizen Republican. Too late.
The truth, or I'll have you shot.
You'll waste bullets then. My belly's ripped open.
Where are the children?
Behind me, Vicomte Gauvin.
Break down that door.
Too late. Too late. The door's iron and locked, and only my Lord of Lantenac has the key. Ah, but you Republicans are blunderers. Listen. Do you hear? It is too late, too late.
Fire! Commandant, there's fire burning from this level. Fire!
Aye, fire. Fire for you foul dogs of the revolution. You gave my lord's fire. I give it back to you. Burn. Burn, you Republican children. Roast. May your whole revolution be charred to ashes with you.
For a moment, citizens, we stood there paralyzed with horror. And then with a wild cry, a dozen men flung themselves against the iron door.
Together! Strike together! The door won't budge, Commandant.
Strike it. Pound it with your rifle butts, but be quick, quick.
It's no good, Commandant. Only cannon can break it down. We must drag a cannon up the stairs.
We can't get a cannon up these stairs, and if we could, the children would still be killed. No, we must break it down. Somehow, some way.
But we cannot, Commandant.
Think, in God's name, think.
We can do nothing, Gauvin, nothing. We must get out before we too are lost in the flames.
Where is your heart, Simodin? There are children in there.
Gauvin, there is nothing we can do.
Lantenac, come out of your hiding place. Killer, come out. There are children burning. Children. Oh, God, give Lantenac into my hands now. Let me see him for 1 instant. Only 1 instant.
You have been answered, nephew. Here I am, the Marquis de Lantenac, and I bear the key for that iron door.
He stood there, citizens, in the opening of a secret passageway in the wall. A thin, imperious old man. No one moved as he walked toward the iron door. inserted the key, and pushed back the massive structure. Smoke eddied out at us, and I could see the flames within. Then, erect and unafraid, Lantenac entered, and one by one, he brought the children out safe and unharmed. Sergeant Rabot took them. And when it was done, Lantenac walked down the stairs, and silently we followed after. Outside on the drawbridge he stopped and gazed at the burning tower.
Look, nephew. Our ancestral home is burning. The Gavins and the Lantenacs leave ashes in the world.
You had escaped.
Aye. The passageway was my private secret.
But you came back.
A foolish thing to do. I confess it.
You came back because of the children.
So it seems, nephew.
You gave up freedom for them.
Nephew, I came back. I am here. Arrest me and let us be done with sentiment.
Then you are under arrest, monsieur.
And who are you?
Simardin.
The ex-priest. My nephew's old tutor.
Aye. And now delegate of the Comité of Public Safety for the French Republic.
Ah, a broadside of words and titles. So, nephew, they send the guillotine along with you. Your republic greeted me with an army, and now says goodbye with a guillotine.
Simardin.
Aye, Gauvin, what is it?
When will it be done?
When will what be done?
The judging, the sentencing of Lantenac.
Tomorrow, lad, I will convoke a court-martial. I promise you it will not be a long one. According to the convention, all that is necessary is proof of Lantenac's identity, and that is all.
Oh. Who will be the judges?
I, Captain Guéchon, and Sergeant Rabot.
Let me be one of the judges, Simardin.
Why?
Well, is it not right? Am I not commandant?
No. It is not right.
I beg you, Simardin.
No.
I am in command of the column. I fought across Normandy to capture Lantenac. I sacrificed comfort and safety while you ate and slept in Paris. I demand a voice in the court-martial. I insist upon... You, a Paris politician. I will permit no one to give orders in my army. I am commandant. Stop! Stop!
I will not let you be a judge, Gauvin. First, because the right of choosing this tribunal is mine, by powers delegated to me. Second, you are Lantenac's kinsman. It will not seem right and may bring unnecessary words later. And last, I do not trust you to judge Lantenac, and that is most important. Your life is of greatest value to me. Lantenac's is nothing.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the third in a 4-part radio edition of 93 by Victor Hugo. Next week, we will present the last episode. All the great novels you have heard and will hear on this series may be obtained from your local library. To those of you who have heard, absorbed, and enjoyed this series and are eager to know more about the books we are opening for your enjoyment, we also suggest you get full value from this series by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents a quarter will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Requests for this handbook should be mailed to The World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you have just heard was adapted for radio by Raphael Hayes. Carl Swenson was featured as Simondin. Members of the cast included Philip Burnett, Joe DeSantis, Guy Rep, Donald Buca, Delmar Nutzman, and Ted Osborne. The music was arranged and played by William Neither. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Kenneth Banghart speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The world's great novels. The story of the echoes of the French Revolution. A tale of the year 1793, when the aristocrats raised a rebellion against the Republic of France. The NBC University of the Air presents the final chapter of a 4-part radio edition of Victor Hugo's classic, 93, featuring Carl Swenson. This is another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Citizens, the report is almost finished now. My journey that began in Paris on a July day nears its end. And if you were to ask me, Citizen Simondin, what have you learned from this journey? I would answer, it is a cruel wisdom that keeps man ignorant of the future. The Royalist rebellion died when Gauvin and I led its inspiration, the traitor Lantenac, out of the burning fortress of La Torque after the children were saved. We placed the prisoner in a hut. We left him bread, water, a lantern, and a strong guard. And when the door was locked and the guard given his instructions, Gauvin and I walked back to our camp.
I'm going to my tent, Simondin.
No, come to my tent, Gauvin. We have a proclamation to prepare.
What proclamation?
For Lantenac's court-martial. The convention long ago decreed that such proclamations be read, stating the place and time and judges.
You do it yourself, Simondin.
But you are commander of the troops.
So?
So you must sign as well as I.
Well, I'll sign later, Simondin. You write it yourself. You know these things better than I. I'm no good at writing death warrants.
Gauvin, you will sign, won't you?
Aye, Simondin. I'll sign.
The French Republic one and indivisible. Proclamation of court-martial. The Comité of Public Safety, through its delegate, Citizen Simondin, orders the convoking of a court-martial tribunal to try the one-time Marquis de Lantenac for high treason against the Republic of France. This court-martial to be held at noon, August 23rd, 1793. Judges are hereby appointed as follows: Captain Guéchamp, Sergeant Rabot, and Citizen Simondin. All citizens with evidence regarding the accused are commanded to appear with such evidence at the time of trial. Long live the Republic of France. Signed, Citizen Simondin and Commandant Gauvin.
The night came down upon us with swiftness, citizens, and we waited for the dawn. Our campfires gleamed along the plateau. La Torque had ceased burning, and against the night sky it loomed a black and gaping hulk. There was a sound of hammering in the air, for I had given orders for the building of a platform for a guillotine. We waited for the dawn. But in the night, how could I tell what was in each man's soul? Citizens, if I knew what went on in a man's soul,
it would not have happened. Gauvin would never have gone toward the woodcutter's cottage where Lantenac was caged.
Halt! Who's there?
Commandant Gauvin.
So you say. For all I know in this dark, you could be the devil himself. Advance. Ah, it is the commandant. Your cloak had me puzzled.
Open the prisoner's door.
Aye. Commandant, they build a guillotine platform back there.
Aye.
Bang, bang, they knock together Knock's new castle, eh, Commandant? Here. It's open now.
Lock it behind me and continue to stand guard.
You, nephew?
Aye, Lantenac.
A visit?
Aye. A visit.
Well, good. Good. You are welcome, my dearly beloved nephew. Boredom was creeping out of the corners of this hut. I have an urge to talk. Sit down. This chair is my prized possession. But it is yours, for I am honored. Are you not the commander of an army?
No, I will stand.
So be it. Stand. Well, what do you say to what's happened? Strange, isn't it? Once there was a king in France, and I was a prince of Brittany. The children cut their king's head off, and now my nephew cuts off mine. A joke, nephew. If the times change, well then, so must wit. Do I chatter too much?
No.
Your guillotine hurries my speech, nephew. Nephew. Rascal would be better. Life's a stupidity. It breeds rascals and revolutions. It produces noblemen, particularly viscounts who descend into the mire of the mob, into a cesspool miscalled a revolution. It boils my blood.
You do not understand.
Understand? I understand. That you, noble-born, heir to a dukedom, have joined with those who killed a king. Oh, if I possessed a gun now, I'd blow your feeble brains out. One doesn't make himself agreeable to a dog, even if he is a nephew. But this is a century for dogs. Peasants and cobblers at the head of France. Statesmen who wash themselves only at Eastertide. Dwarfs have claimed La Belle France. Dwarfs that call themselves citizens. Have you some snuff, nephew?
No.
An indulgence of the old regime, eh? Your revolution was spawned by scribblers and rhymesters, paper scratchers. For so long as there are Voltaires, there will be Dantons and Marats. So long as there are scribblers, there will be revolutions. Books cause crimes. What stupidity, your rights of men. Yes, I would have all scribblers hung. They've replaced a king with clowns and saints with vegetables. Reason, I say, madness and banditry.
But I have not come for this.
I know what you have come for, nephew. Well, go on. Kill the kings, kill the nobles, ruin, massacre, trample our glory underfoot, destroy it all, dash it to pieces, dance upon it. You are all traitors and barbarians. You are all cowards. There. I'm through. I've come unwound. Now have me guillotine, monsieur, my nephew. I'm not afraid, for I'm already dead.
No. No, on the contrary. You're free.
What?
You return to save the children. I return to save you.
Are you mad?
We're of an equal height. Here. Wear this cloak of mine with the hood covering your face. No one will stop you in it. Here. Put it on.
And you?
That's my concern. You showed the children mercy.
And now you show it to a poor old aristocrat.
I'll shout for the guard to open. Walk out and say nothing. Do you understand?
Nephew, our family bred a greater fool than I thought possible.
Guard! Guard, open the door and let me out. We're heavily encamped to the north. You'd best go south.
Goodbye, nephew. And God grant your revolution make more commanders like you. A king will be back on the throne of France in no time. Nonetheless, I'm sorry such a fool bears my name.
Ah, that you singing, Sergeant Raveau?
Shh, Citizen Simardin. The children are sleeping.
Oh. Have you fed them, Mother Raveau?
Aye, Mother Rabu has fed her own. Tomorrow, citizen, I shall ask the quartermaster for an apron. I shall attend the court-martial in a bonnet.
Ah, but
Knitting will be forbidden. Tell me, Sergeant, have you seen the Commandant about?
No, citizen.
Ah. Well, I shall search on. If he comes this way, you will
What is it, citizen?
A light. I saw a light flash from that direction.
That way, citizen? The cottage is that way.
Aye, I know. It's a woodcutter's cottage. The light flashed as if a door had been opened and shut.
Halt! Who is it?
I, Citizen Simondin.
Advance. Oh, so it is. Good evening to you, citizen.
Did this door open and shut just now, guard?
Aye, citizen. The Commandant Gauvin came and went.
The Commandant Gauvin? What did he want?
He wanted to go in, citizen.
To the prisoner?
Aye.
He spoke with him?
Aye.
Open the door, guard. Open the door. Lantenac? Monsieur Lantenac, are you asleep? Yes. Wake up, monsieur. Wake up. It is I, Simon. Gauvin.
Aye, Gauvin.
Well, the guard said you just left.
No, Simondin. I'm still here.
Well, then, who left?
Lantenac.
He escaped?
Aye. Escaped.
I'll call the guard.
No, wait. Wait. I aided him to escape, Simondin. I aided him. Well, do not stare at me so, master. I did. Go on, speak, Simondin, speak.
You're mad. It's not true.
But it is.
He struck you, didn't he? He struck you and stole out, slipped past the guard and escaped. Now tell me the truth. He struck you down. Don't be ashamed of it, Gauvin. He struck you down.
No. I came here and gave him my clothes.
No.
Why should I lie, Simondin? I knew what I was doing. I covered his head with my hood. I called the guard, and Lantenac went out instead.
Impossible.
It's true, Simondin. It's true.
Then... Oh! What have you done, Gauvin? What have you done?
Lantenac came back to save the children from the fire. I could not forget that, Simondin.
Have you forgotten what this has brought upon yourself? Fool! Madman! Do you know what you brought upon us all?
Aye, Simondin. My death.
Aye, death. Death. The word shrieked in my ears. In desperation, citizens, I sent out a searching party after Lantenac. But the outlaw knows how to hide. In the dawn, empty-handed they returned. And I sat and prepared a new proclamation, signed only with my name.
The French Republic, one and indivisible. Proclamation of court-martial. I, Citizen Simondin, delegate of the Comité of Public Safety, denounce the action of Citizen Gauvin, Commandant of the Army. During the night of August 22nd, the Commandant Gauvin, in full knowledge, did aid and abet the royalist traitor Lantenac to escape after his capture. In conformity with the decree of the Comité, a tribunal composed of Captain Guéchamp, Sergeant Rabot, and Citizen Simondin will try Commandant Gauvin, and if found guilty, the penalty will be death. Long live the Republic of France. Citizen Simondin.
Noon of the 23rd of August was the tribunal day, citizens, and our soldiers began to gather before the woodcutter's hut. Gauvin was waiting for us inside. We entered, Guéchamp, Rabot, and I was taken with a sudden sense of darkness, as though I'd entered my own grave.
Prisoner, rise to the court.
In the name of the French Republic, I, Simultan, declare this court-martial begun. Prisoner, come forward. What is your name?
Gauvin.
You're commander of the column of the Cherbourg coast?
Aye.
You are the nephew of the rebel Lantenac?
You know that.
You are charged with aiding and abetting the rebel Lantenac's escape.
Simultan, this is all known by...
Answer!
I did.
The Comité of Public Safety has decreed death for such a deed. What have you to say in your defense?
Nothing.
You must have something. You must speak to the court.
I'm guilty! What else is there to say? Lantenac's one good action blinded me to his 100 criminal deeds. The fault is mine, citizens. I am not strong enough for these times. I was suckled on tolerance and goodwill. But the times require an iron harshness. I'm guilty. I was not equal to what a revolution demands.
Is the accused done?
No, I have a plea, Simultan.
Yes?
I beg of you, citizens, vote death for me. I'm guilty of the betrayal of thousands who died because of Lantenac. And I've made their deaths pointless. And I'll be responsible for many more. So vote death. You, Geisha, and you, Rabu. Vote death for me.
It is time, citizens. We will vote. If the vote is deadlocked, I, as presiding judge, will cast the deciding vote. You understand? Captain Guéchon, speak.
Forgive me, Commandant, forgive me. Simultan, why did you choose me for a judge? Why?
Your vote, Captain.
May God forgive me. But it is the law. I vote for death.
And, you, Sergeant Rabu.
I say guillotine me. By the saints, I would have done exactly as the Commandant did. Lantenac did a brave thing. And because our Gauvin showed equal honor, are we going to turn idiots and kill him? I say make Gauvin general of all the armies. I say the Commandant just spoke nonsense. Suckled on tolerance and goodwill. Why, it was intolerance we began a revolution against in the beginning. I'm no politician, I'm no theorist. All I want is my chief, and I want him as he is.
You vote for acquittal, then?
I vote that Gauvin be made general of France.
Answer me, is it for acquittal?
I vote he be made president of the convention.
Rabu!
I vote you kill me instead of him.
Then it is acquittal. I write down your vote as acquittal.
One for death, Simultan, and one for acquittal. It is deadlocked.
Then I vote for death.
Proclamation of execution. The Revolutionary Tribunal, having found Citizen Gauvin guilty of the escape of the rebel Lantenac, hereby declares his penalty to be death by the guillotine. The execution will be carried out at noon of August 24th, 1793, at the fortress of Tours. Long live the Republic!
Simultan?
Yes, I have come to sup with you, lad.
We will break bread together, Last Supper.
Well, here, Master. Sit down. Sit. I will stand.
No, Gauvin. You sit. I will serve you. I will bring you the bread and wine. Gauvin, are you afraid?
No. I'm not afraid at all, Simodin. Strange, but there's a kind of peace in me now. A quiet. As if all the burdens had been lifted. I'm responsible to no one now.
Here is the bread, Gauvin. And the wine. No, wait, before you drink. Tell me, do you hate me?
No, Simodin. I love you still as a father.
No, see, you won't understand, Gauvin. Now understand. You violated the law. See, endangered France. I could do nothing. Nothing. See, I too was trapped. Now, understand that.
Listen, Simodin. When I was only a boy, it was you who dried my tears and comforted me when it was necessary. When I was ill, you endangered your life to save mine. And only a short time ago, you took a saber blow meant for me. All you have ever done for me was done out of love. I know that what has happened in spite of you. You're not to blame. Not at all. Now here, drink with me and let's talk of France and her future.
I cannot think of France's future now.
Oh, I can, Simodin. I can see a France at peace. A nation without civil wars, without troops who speak the same tongue but wear different uniforms, pouring lead at one another. I see the guillotine rotting in some abandoned field, rusted and forgotten. I see the poor no longer poor, the hungry children fed each day. I see life teeming and thriving. Men reading poetry, listening to music, walking gladly in the open air, trusting their neighbors. I can see all this, Simodin. All of it flowering out of the bloodshed and violence of our revolution. I see this future, and it gives me joy. It makes me unafraid.
That's not the future I see now, Gauvin.
What one do you see, then?
Let me embrace you, lad. Let me embrace you. Soon, I shall be alone. The execution began at noon. About a small hill, the army stood in silent, unmoving ranks, and up on the hill itself loomed the gaunt horror of the guillotine. I and the executioner stood beside it. Over the green field marched a prison detail, and in their midst was my Gauvin, striding erect and unafraid with a sword still at his side. Why does God bring us to such ends? Gauvin striding toward death, and I weeping unseen and burning tears. To the foot of the platform the detail marched, and up the stairs Gauvin climbed, and he was smiling. Smiling, citizens.
Good day, Master.
Will you hear the sentence read, Gauvin?
No, Simodin.
Well, then we will proceed. Your sword?
Here.
Now, your cravat. The neck must be bared.
Here?
Now I must bind your hands.
Ready, Simodin?
Oh, Gauvin.
No tears, Master. No tears.
Forgive me, Gauvin.
forgive me.
I've never blamed you, Simordan. I alone have brought this upon myself. I alone.
And Gauvin looked at his silent army citizens, at the grief-stricken faces as though he gazed across the multitude of the world. And again he smiled and spoke.
Brothers, do not weep for me, for by my deed some of you yet will die. What I have done was a betrayal of all you've suffered for. I ask God only one thing, that he give all of you strength for France. You have been midwives at the birth of a new world, citizens. You have ushered in the future. May you have the power and endurance to build it into an eternal shrine. Long live the Republic. Long live France.
The executioner placed him upon the plank, citizens. The yoke was lowered over his neck. And then the executioner cut the cord. It is the end now, citizens. It is done. And the world about me shrinks with horror. I with horror. For I have killed him, killed my Gauvin. Here is your report. Now, citizens, now give me back, if you can, my Gauvin. God, give me death. Let it come terribly out of the night. Let it strike me. Let it plunge through me like a sword. Let death come, dear God. Let death bring me to my Gauvin.
The Committee of Public Safety, Paris. Citizens, I, Captain Guéchamp, acting commander of the Army of the Cherbourg Coast, send you this sealed report written by your delegate, Citizen Simordan. It was found upon his desk this morning, August 25th, 1793. I send it to you because Citizen Simordan is dead. His body was found at the bottom of a cliff near the fortress of Lautourc. We do not know how he came to his death. In the dark here, one cannot see where the safe plateau ends and the deadly cliffs begin.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the fourth and final episode of 93 by Victor Hugo. Next week, we will present the first of a two-part radio edition of Dostoevsky's powerful novel, Crime and Punishment. Get full value from this series by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents a quarter will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Requests for this handbook should be mailed to The World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you have just heard was adapted for radio by Raphael Hayes. Carl Swenson was featured as Simordan. Members of the cast included Philip Burnett, Joe DeSantis, Ted Osborne, Dan Acco, Frank Tweddle, and Donald Bucher. The music was arranged and played by William Meader. The entire production was under the direction of Frank Papp. Buckley Coslow speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Countdown for blastoff. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, The Man in the Moon.
Attention, attention. This is the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons calling all local agencies. Attention, this is a coded report nationwide. Missing since 9 o'clock this morning the following persons: Smigley, Jonathan, 5 feet 8 inches tall, brown hair, brown eyes, mastoid scar behind right ear, last seen wearing blue top coat and tan cap, wanted by Los Angeles. Hello, get off this wavelength. This is a restricted band.
Hello, Earth.
Whoever you are, you're on a coded wavelength. Tune out. This frequency is reserved for the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons.
Hello, Earth. This is the moon calling Earth. Hello, Earth.
This guy's loony.
This is Jake in transmission.
Jake, this is Charlie of the code room. Some crackpot is on our frequency.
Yeah, I heard him, Charlie. I've got CQ trying to trace the source now. We should have a triangulation any second.
Well, hurry it up, will you? Some ham is in for a good stiff fine by the FCC.
Yeah, they ought to take his license away. Oh, here comes Lenny with the directional fix.
Right.
Thanks, Lenny. Hey, what's this? This is impossible.
What's going on down there? How about it? Get that ham out of my kilocycles.
Oh, listen, Charlie, unless this is a gag, that interference is being beamed from 240,000 miles away.
Oh, now, Jake, you know there ain't no such thing as 240,000 miles away.
Yes, there is, Charlie, straight up.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Charlie, that signal is coming from the moon.
Are you nuts?
Well, somebody might be bouncing it like a radar signal.
Radar on this frequency? Where'd you study basic radio?
Now listen, Flathead, you asked for a fix. I gave the best fix our instruments can find. Take it or leave it. Somebody on the moon is calling the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Mr. Timken.
What's the sweat, Charlie? Shouldn't you be broadcasting?
Listen, Mr. Timken. You know I'm a sober citizen, right?
Hmm?
Never once have I broadcast with the smell of alcohol on my breath, right?
Right.
In all your 12 years here at the Bureau, did I once
what's
ever...
What's the matter, Charlie?
We're picking up a message on our wavelength.
Well, did you report to the FCC?
I ain't got the nerve.
Well, what's wrong?
You'll scream when you hear this, Mr. Timken. You'll jump right out the window, but... we are getting an SOS from the moon. Well, that's it. He started on voice and switched to Morse. The way the signal repeats sounds like a phonograph record or automatic sender of some sort.
Well, what's it say?
Let's see here. Can you read me? Help. Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Let's have that again.
Can you read me? Help. Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Otterburn.
That sounds like a name, huh?
Otterburn. Wait a minute.
Something registered?
Cornelius Otterburn. Holy jumping Jehoshaphat.
Hey, where are you going?
Talk to the chief.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to tell him? We just got a CQ from the man in the moon?
That's exactly what I am going to tell him, Charlie. Hey.
Oh, this is just too much for me.
Washington Star-Ledger.
Let me have O'Brien on city desk.
For a moment. O'Brien.
O'Brien?
Seamus,
Yeah?
Charlie Starbuck down at the Missing Persons Bureau. You want a hot one? No kidding. This'll cost you a beer, okay?
All right, shoot, Noodle Brain. I'll stay on your wavelength for 30 seconds.
Okay. We just got a radio message from the moon.
Yep. What?
From the moon.
Call me back when you're sober.
Okay, Seamus, if you don't know a story when you see one,
I'll send you the name of a good psychiatrist. So long, Orson Welles.
How do you like that? You don't believe me.
Otterburn, Mr. Wade. Now, does that name ring a bell?
You're the man with the photographic memory, Henry. What about Otterburn?
Cornelius Otterburn, atomic physicist, reported missing from his home in Baltimore on June 5th, 1945. Just 5 years ago. Vanished completely.
Are you trying to tell me you really think there's something to this man-on-the-moon business? Henry, I'm surprised at you. This is some crackpot trying to jam the airwaves.
Yes, but the name Otterburn is so unusual.
So are a lot of names.
But I have a theory that...
I was afraid of that. Henry, you always have a theory. Let's see, what was it last year? Oh, yes. That people disappear in occupational psych.
But it's true.
Please, Henry, I'm a busy man. You expect me to believe that this Otterburn is sitting up on the moon, sending out shortwave messages?
Well, he might be on Earth bouncing the messages off the moon. But who's to say he isn't on the moon?
Henry, as chief of this bureau, I have my hands full trying to coordinate reports from 48 states and Alaska. I have no time to include the moon.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, Henry.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, I'm busy.
Yes.
Oh, here. Take this folder of reports for the dead file.
Yes.
And no more nonsense, eh, Henry?
Yes.
I appreciate that you have a very dull job filing old missing persons reports, and I appreciate that you take an active interest in the affairs of the Bureau. But no more nonsense, huh?
No, sir. No more nonsense.
Pardon me.
Hmm?
You are Mr. Henry Timken.
That's my name.
Permit me, Jefferson Philo, scientific feature writer.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, are you a newspaper man?
Not exactly. I write as a hobby. Occasionally the papers give me leads on an assignment. If I may have a moment of your time.
Oh, certainly. Just sit down at my desk over here.
Thank you. My, that's quite a stack of papers.
Filing. I'm the records custodian of the Bureau. 12 years and never misplaced a record.
Magnificent. I admire the precise mind, Mr.
Timken.
Of course. Now, Mr. Timken, Mr. O'Brien, the editor of the Star-Ledger, said I might drop by and investigate a rumor. Only a rumor, mind you, that a message from the, moon?
Well, we aren't certain it's from the moon. It may be a bounce. They have bounced radar waves off the moon, you know.
Yes, I know. I wrote the first newspaper article on it.
Really? I'd be interested to read it.
I must have a copy in my briefcase.
Well, don't bother.
Oh, but I insist. Oh, yes. There you are. I'll leave it on your desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, about this message from the moon, Mr. Timken.
Well, now, we don't know for sure, as I said. But I believe that this message, wherever it originates, is from Cornelius Otterburn.
The physicist?
Oh, do you know him?
I once wrote an article on his contribution to nuclear mechanics. A brilliant man, Otterburn. Years ahead of his contemporaries.
Well, whoever is sending those signals, if he isn't on the moon, is at least using the moon as a sounding board, bouncing the signal.
But why, Mr. Timken? Why?
Well, if you will come here tomorrow night at 8, Mr. Philo, we may learn the answer to that question. I've arranged with Charlie, our radio man, to let me use the equipment.
May I consider this an invitation?
You certainly may.
Very well, sir. Until tomorrow night, then.
Goodbye, Mr. Philo. Let's see now. Aiken, Abelard, Abramson, Rono, Atchett. Well, that's funny. Now, where did this list of names come from? Paul Ahrens, astromathematician. Robert Simons, electronic engineer. Carl Parker, mining specialist. Well, this must have got mixed up with the papers on my desk by accident. Peculiar list of names. Oh, good morning, Charlie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Timken. See, we made the papers.
Oh?
And how? And as the chief steamed up about it, he really gave me what for.
What did the paper say?
Oh, mostly ha-ha. Here's the Herald. Listen. Man on the moon contacts Missing Persons Bureau. Missing atomic scientists sitting on the moon, say Bureau experts, etc., etc. What a panning.
Well, no wonder Mr. Wade is hopping.
Say, about tonight, Mr. Timken, I don't know.
Now, you promised you'd give me a key to the radio room.
Yeah, but I didn't expect
well,
this.
I'll take full responsibility with Mr. Wade.
Not the time for the morning broadcast. We got quite a list today.
Well, mind if I listen a while? We may hear Otterburn.
Well, I ain't self-conscious. Just stick around.
Yes.
Attention. Attention. This is the Federal Missing Persons Bureau calling all local agencies. Nationwide. This is a coded broadcast. The following persons are missing. Aaron's Dr. Paul, 5'5", brown hair, brown eyes, scar on left side of chin, thick glasses.
Aaron's.
Occupation, astromathematician. Missing since 6 o'clock this morning. Being sought by Bel Air police.
Charlie.
Repeat. Dr. Paul
Charlie,
Aaron.
shut it off a second.
Hold it. Delay 1 minute. Listen, Mr. Timken, it's okay to stay, but you can't interrupt us.
This is important. Did you say Dr. Aarons was reported missing this morning?
6 a.m. We got the report from Bel Air less than an hour ago.
Are you certain, Charlie?
Positive. What is this?
Charlie, what's the next name on the list?
Let's see. Simons, Robert, engineer.
What?
Came in less than 20 minutes ago.
20?
Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
It's nothing, Charlie, except that last night, quite by accident, someone left a list of names on my desk. And that list included the names of those 2 men who were reported missing within the last hour.
What? Oh, that don't sound right to me.
Well, it isn't right, Charlie. It leaves a big question to be answered. Who would make up a list of missing persons before they were missing, not after?
And you say this list of names was left on your desk accidentally?
Well, I believe so, Mr. Wade.
Do you have any ideas, Henry?
Well, it's hard to say. Mr. Philo left some papers from his briefcase.
Mr. Philo?
Well, a science feature writer.
I see. You were the leak on that story, then?
Well, yes, sir, I'm afraid I was. I didn't think it would be treated as a laughing matter.
Well, we'll deal with that later.
Yes, sir.
What's this Philo like?
Well, he's a strange old duck, bald, thick glasses, tall. He walks stooped over. Seems to know a great deal about scientific data, but, of course, being a science writer,
Is there any other possibility?
I believe that this is all hooked up with the broadcast from Otterburn.
That seems to be a very remote possibility.
Well, the Missing Persons Bureau deals in remote possibilities, Mr. Wade.
I do not require a statement of policy.
Yes, sir.
What's the theory?
Well, for some time now, it has been my contention that in a country like ours, where even the cleverest criminal can be ferreted out and located eventually, there is no such thing as a missing person.
I was afraid of that.
Now, for 12 years now, I have kept the central files, where information from all over the country is channeled and recorded. I have made a private study.
This is beginning to sound familiar, Henry.
And I have discovered that each year, literally thousands of persons vanish, leaving no trace. They are never located. Where do they go? Nobody knows. And they disappear in interesting cycles.
What sort of cycles?
Occupations, for example. 1 year we'll have a run on, well, say, coal miners. Next year the proportion of engineers increases. And then scientists. And
what do you think happens, Henry?
I don't know, Mr. Wade, but I'm beginning to suspect that somebody else has discovered the same phenomenon, even to the point, perhaps, of being able to predict who will turn up among the missing next.
Philo?
Well, I don't know. But I would like to find out.
And you think Otterburn may be a part of this picture?
Mr. Wade, I definitely do.
Henry, do you honestly expect me to buy an idea like that?
It is more than an idea. The 2 top men on this list are missing, and...
Maybe so, but the rest of them aren't. Parker, Watson, Gibbs. Why, I saw Parker in the restaurant where I had lunch today.
Yes, but...
And if you think I'm going to make myself a laughingstock by accepting such a crack-brained theory...
Well,
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hello, Wade speaking. Yes? Yes? I see. What name? Just a moment. Henry, let me see that list again.
Here you are, sir.
Go ahead. I see. I'll get back to you. I guess I owe you an apology, Henry.
Sir?
Harold Parker was just reported missing.
Parker?
3rd man on your list.
Holy mackerel.
Exactly. Henry, for a good many years now, I've ridiculed these theories of yours. I don't know. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Maybe this time you've really stumbled onto something.
What do you intend to do, Mr. Wade?
I don't know. I haven't thought it out yet.
I was planning to listen for another broadcast tonight in the hope that Otterburn might try to contact us again.
Good idea. I believe I'll join you.
I also invited Mr. Philo, the feature writer.
Oh? I'll be glad to meet him. I'm beginning to get interested in you, Mr. Philo.
Mr. Wade, you don't think...
That he's mixed up in this?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, Henry. But it suddenly strikes me that we don't know very much about him, really.
We ought to contact the police.
No, Henry. I think we're better off keeping this between ourselves for the moment. We're dealing with the unknown. And in solving an equation for the X factor, it's often easier to limit the number of terms. You follow me?
I don't know, Mr. Wade.
There may be more danger in what you have discovered than you are aware of. Let's keep it quiet. Do you agree?
Maybe you're right, Mr. Wade. I haven't thought of the danger involved.
8 o'clock. When Mr. Filer was late.
Well, he said he'd be here. He strikes me as a man who keeps appointments.
Look out the window.
Yes.
The moon is almost in direct phase. We can't wait much longer.
Well, it's a perfectly clear night for transmission. If anybody's sending, we ought to pick it up with this equipment.
You'd better switch on the set.
Yes. I never realized how eerie this office could be when it was empty.
I'll look for light in the hall for Mr. Filer when he comes. Are you getting anything?
Just some foreign stuff, I think.
The British portion of tonight's programming from Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue in April.
That's a peculiar transmission sound.
Earth.
Now, that sounds like something. See if I can work the selector.
The moon is in phase.
Yes.
Hello, Earth. Can you hear me?
I'll try to return. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Earth.
Hello, do you hear me?
Oh, I get you now. Thank God.
Who are you? Can you hear me? Who are you?
This is Professor Cornelius Otterburn. Hello?
Go on, I hear you.
Not much time. They're on to me. They've located my sending point. Do you hear me?
Go ahead, keep talking.
I've only enough oxygen for a few minutes more.
Well, where are you?
I'm on the Earth side of the moon. You get that? The Earth side of the moon. A volcanic crater.
Good. Start that recorder, Mr. Wade. Go on. Explain, please. Explain, please.
Now listen closely. There is an Earth colony on the moon. There is an Earth colony on the far side of the moon, made up of renegade scientists and criminals. Professor Ernst Halsman...
He died in an insane asylum in 1938.
Professor Ernst Halsman discovered nuclear rocket power in 1935. Turned his plans over to escaped inmates of the asylum. They took off and set up a colony on the far side of the moon in 1938.
Go ahead, we're recording you.
Each year, they recruit new colonists from Earth. Slave labor, mostly. I was kidnapped in 1945.
Yes, I know. Keep talking.
They wanted me to work on atomic drive for their flying disc. Hello?
Still getting you. Go on.
Last month, 6 others and I escaped.
Speak louder.
You got to stop them. Stop them.
Stop who?
The moon colony. Planning to take over the Earth. Invasion. Oh.
Hang on.
No oxygen. Hard to breathe. Listen. They have agents on Earth. You hear me?
Agents on Earth? Where? Who? Hello?
Agents in...
Henry, look out. Someone at the window. Get down.
Henry,
are you all right?
I think so. This shot smashed the transmitter.
And the lights. Strike a match. Careful.
It was close.
I got a look at him. From the description, it was your Mr. Philo.
We got a recording anyway, but not the most important part of the message. Poor Otterburn, suffocating to death.
Henry, we've got to get you out of here. He said they have agents. Philo was probably one of them. He'll be looking for you now, trying to kill you.
But the police...
You think the police would believe a fantastic story like this? People being kidnapped to the moon as slave labor? Moon colony planning an invasion of the Earth? But Henry, believe me, they'd clap us into straitjackets before we could finish.
We've got to do something.
We need time. Time to get proof.
You don't think my theory was bunk then?
I know it wasn't, Henry. Right now, my only concern is for your safety.
But we can't walk out of here. Philo's probably waiting.
Listen, there's a service elevator that leads to the basement garage.
Yeah?
We can get down there. There are some delivery trucks parked there all night. We can probably get one started. The garage door's off the ramp, work from the inside. We'll start the mechanism and make a run for it.
I don't know. I think if we call the police...
By the time the police get here, we'll be dead. You think Philo will wait outside all night? Come on. That's an order.
Okay. But what about the recording of Otterburn's notes?
We'll leave that here in the safe in my office. They'll never get into that. Let's go. You buzz the elevator while I hide the recording. This is the basement. Come on. Keep to the side.
Yes, sir.
Shh. Let's try that delivery truck over there. I'll get in. All right, Henry. You start the mechanism to open the garage door, then jump onto the truck.
Yes, sir.
We'll make a dash for it.
Where can we go?
I have a farm outside Chevy Chase. It's private. Miles from the nearest neighbor and completely hidden by trees. We'll run for that. Go ahead. Start the door up.
All right.
Quick. Jump in. There we go, Henry. Cross your fingers. We made it out all right. Anything doing?
There's a blue coupe behind us, Mr. Wade. It seems to be following.
I'll cut up Pennsylvania Avenue. Now Route 1, toward Baltimore.
It is following. He turned with us. Can you go faster?
Not much faster.
He's gaining on us.
I've got an idea. Hang on, Henry.
Yes. Why'd you stop?
I'll turn off the lights. It worked. He shot right past us. Now we'll double back and go out another route.
Well, I don't see anything. I think we've lost him.
Good. I think everything's going to be all right now. We can be at my farm in less than an hour. Not much longer now. Is anyone behind us?
I thought I saw the blue coupe again, but I was mistaken. Whew. This place is really out in the wilderness.
We can stay here indefinitely till we'll figure out the next move. Just up this dirt road now. There's the house up ahead.
You're not going toward it.
No, I have a better idea. There's a big abandoned wheat silo on my grounds. It's down a hollow where it can't be seen except from the air. And even then, the oak trees shield it. We'll hide you out there. Now, we leave the truck here. It'll never be seen. Come on.
Yes. How did you ever find this place, Mr. Wade?
I've always liked seclusion. I bought it about 12 years ago. Come up here in the summertime to get away from it all. There's the silo.
It's certainly well hidden.
There's a small door around the side. Come on. Be careful of those bushes.
Yes.
It's hard to see them in the dark.
Do you suppose Philo will find us?
I assure you, Henry, Mr. Fowler will never find us here. Not in a million years. Here's the door.
It's pitch dark.
Hold my arm. I know the way. Just a few steps up. And another door.
Steel. This is an unusual silo. Double-walled, wood outside and steel inside.
Completely fireproof. An army couldn't wreck it. We're inside the inner shell. Careful.
Yes.
You're in a circular room. Stay here a moment. I'll go outside and see if the coast is clear. In a moment, your eyes will become accustomed to the darkness. I'll bring back some food and water.
Don't be long, Mr. Wade. This place gives me the willies.
Just a moment.
Mr. Wade. I swear I hear something. Mr. Wade. What's that? There is something. Good Lord. There's someone in here. It's locked. Oh, no. Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, let me out. I'm not alone in here. Mr. Wade. This must be a light switch. Thank God. Oh, no. People. 10, 15, 20. Mr. Wade, help! Help!
It will do you no good to shout, Henry.
Mr. Wade, where are you?
Outside. Speaking over the intercom.
Mr. Wade, there are people in here. 15 or 20 of them.
They're sitting like statues, just staring at me.
They won't hurt you, Henry. What? They've all been drugged. They're even more helpless than you.
But who are they?
Permit me to introduce them, Henry, since they're currently unable to introduce themselves. The gentleman seated before you, the one with the scar, is Dr. Paul Ahrens, the astro-mathematician. Next to him is Mr. Robert Simons, electronic engineer.
Names on the list.
Yes, you're familiar with the rest. They've all been, shall we say, recruited for work with Professor Halsman's group on the moon.
Moon? Then you're one of them.
Of course. Oh, yes. There's one whose name was not on our list. If you'll turn around, Henry, you'll recognize the drugged form of your old friend, Mr. Philo.
Philo? But I thought...
That he was part of the conspiracy? No. On the contrary. His snooping made it necessary for us to include
Please put the man in the window, the one who fired the shot.
an agent of mine. The pilot of this ship.
Ship? What ship?
This silo is camouflaged for a rocket launching platform. In a moment, the roof will slide back for the rocket's takeoff.
A rocket ship?
In exactly 70 hours, you and your companions will join Professor Otterburn on the moon.
But you can't do this to me.
We have done it, Henry.
No.
You see, there was another name omitted in that list, which I carelessly mixed up with your papers. That of Henry Timken.
No.
Bon voyage.
I won't let you do this. You can't. Please let me out. Let me out, please. This can't happen. Let me out. Let me out.
Attention. Missing since 8 o'clock last night, the following persons. Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds, brown eyes, slightly balding, occupation records custodian. Repeat, Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds.
In just a moment, a word about next week's adventure. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Man in the Moon, an original radio drama written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Henry, Santos Ortega as the Chief, Ross Martin as Charlie, Sidney Smith as Otterburn, Bob Haig as Jake, Joe DeSantis as Philo, and Ed Latimer as O'Brien. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, the sign on the window said PERIGI'S Wonderful Dolls. A woman and a child waited outside. The little girl peering eagerly through the window, and the woman glancing impatiently at her wristwatch, as if expecting someone who was late for an appointment. And there was nothing about PERIGI'S doll shop to warn them that they were waiting to keep an appointment with doom at X-1.
This is your radio novel. Hello and a cordial welcome to another radio novel. Our story, The Scar, is about a young pilot who walked out alive from a plane crash, but with his mind chained to that ugly, burnt patch on the ground. This is the radio novel, The Scar. Now to our radio novel, The Scar. Jay Breslin had always wanted to fly, even when he was a youngster. But as far as actually learning to fly, Jay never had the money nor the extra time off from helping to earn a living, until the war came along. The Army trained him as a pilot, and he paid Uncle Sam back by flying a P-47 fighter for a double tour of duty in the ETO. He never had any trouble, came out and got his terminal leave without a scratch on him. He wanted to stay in flying, so he hooked up with Trans-American Airways, and they gave him training in 4-engine operation. And then he had his trouble. Double trouble. That's why his friend Jim was with him on this check flight. Jim was chief pilot, and Jay was aware of what that meant.
Procedure turns are fine. Now just time you 3 minutes a little closer, that's all.
Sure.
All right, start your landing approach.
You don't want any more?
Well, I'm satisfied with your air work.
Yeah.
It's all yours. Well, we haven't had any snow for 2 weeks. Maybe the winter's letting up.
Still plenty of snow on the ground.
Yeah. Gotta wear your sunglasses more often.
I don't like them.
You'll get used to them.
Maybe someday. Brandon Tower, this is 11504, over.
Brandon.
Holding at Bryce, 1500. Landing instructions, over.
Wind southwest 15, runway 3, cleared to land, over. 11504, you read me? Over. What's the matter, Jay?
What?
You better acknowledge.
Oh, yeah. 11504, over and out.
You just cleared the outer marker.
Yeah.
It's all yours. I'm just riding along.
Runway 3.
Approach check, Jay.
Yeah.
Glide's a little steep, Jay.
I guess it is.
That's better. And maybe a little more flaps.
Wind's only 15.
All right, you're flying it. You're to the right of the runway, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
Better correct it.
Wind will carry us across.
Well, not that much. You gotta fly the big ships by mathematics.
All right, sure.
That looks good.
Ship field's heavy.
You're stretching your glide too much.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Should be a 500, Jay.
I can't.
Too steep in the glide. Now watch your instrument.
Sure, yeah, Jim.
Steady.
I
Get her in low at the bank. You'll overshoot.
I might undershoot, Jim.
Drop her in.
Too low now.
You're not kidding. I'll drop her in.
But
I'll check it. All right. Take over, Jay. I'll taxi up to the hangar.
Sure. I'm sorry, Jim.
So am I, kid.
You washing me out?
I don't know.
I'd have been all right if it had been on another runway.
You have to land on runway 3, Jay.
Yeah. I'm through?
I don't know. I want to think it over. Come on, let's go in the office.
Sure. Thanks for the check. All the other instructors were getting afraid to fly with me.
Forget it.
I'll get what pay I have coming to me and leave.
I didn't tell you to leave.
Best thing I can do.
I said I wanted to think about it.
You don't have to. If I can't check out with you...
You gotta get over it, kid.
Sure.
The crack-up wasn't your fault in the first place.
But I got out alive.
Those things happen. Now, you can't be blamed for mechanical failure.
Was it mechanical?
I told you
that could be wrong.
Things happen like that in training, but you...
Jim, I know what you're trying to do, but I don't think it's any use.
Will you let me think it over?
All right.
Come on. You see, it's entirely a matter of...
Well, I wondered how much company gas you guys were going to waste.
Bobo.
Howdy, Jimmy. Jay.
When did you get in? I thought you were on the Atlantic Hawk.
A couple minutes ago, company's transferred me to a West Coast run.
I'm glad to see you. You going to be around long?
Oh, dare so.
Well, that's fine.
What are you still doing around here, Jay? Old Jim making you an instructor?
I know.
Boy, it's been a long time since the three of us were together. How about this evening?
Why not?
I'll set up a party over at the airport inn, just like old times.
That sounds wonderful.
Clear with you, Jay?
Sure.
You know, I no more got back stateside when they hand me a transfer. Bobo, old boy. That's what Bernie always says. Bobo, we need you on the coast, buddy. We can't do without you. Trans-American will fold up and go bankrupt unless you hustle out to the coast and fly the Frisco run.
Yeah, we know all about it.
Hey, speaking of knowing, what happened out there at the end of the 3 runway?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on, Pappy. I saw it when I come in. That black burnt-out patch in the snow. Stands out like a sore thumb.
Oh, that.
Well, that. Somebody crack up?
Why, yeah.
That's what I figured. When did it happen?
A couple of weeks ago.
Somebody had a shot, huh?
That's right.
Flamer?
Yeah.
Everybody get out?
Well, there were 2. Trainee got out, but the Czech pilot was pinned in the cabin.
Yeah, too bad.
Those things happen.
Anybody I know?
No, one of the new instructors. Now, what about this party?
Yeah, just like old times, huh? Remember over in London?
Yeah, it ought to be a lot better than the ones we had over there.
It will be. Hey, I almost forgot.
Forgot what?
I got a surprise for you. Jay, you ought to be interested in this.
Yeah?
I'll bring a friend along tonight, a special friend.
Good.
It's, no, I'm not going to tell you. You got to come and find out. I'm talking to you, Jay.
What?
You be over at the airport inn tonight, buddy. I got somebody you ought to meet.
Well, who?
Never mind who, you be there.
All right.
Well, we'll all be there.
I better go make up my log, Jim.
Don't forget tonight, Jay, boy.
No.
Jay.
Yeah?
Let me think it over before we make any decision. All right with you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Jay walked away, sensing they're looking after him. Jim had covered up well, but it was really no use trying to hide anything. Jay got his car out of the parking lot and drove away from the airport, taking the south road so he wouldn't drive by the black patch of burnt ground at the end of runway 3. You are listening to the radio novel, The Scar. And now back to our radio novel, The Scar. Jay drove out into the country, nowhere in particular, just kept driving and thinking. Bobo. It always happened. Bobo always turned up at the wrong time, asking the wrong questions. And Bobo always got everything good. Jay had no idea of how long he drove, except that it was dark, and he had circled back to the airport. He didn't want to go to the airport inn for Bobo's party, yet he knew he had to. He found the table where the bunch were sitting and went over. And then he wanted to turn around and run. The sight of the girl at the table made him feel as if the wind had suddenly been knocked out of him.
About time you got here, Jay boy. For a while we was afraid you were off having a hot time all by yourself. Where you been?
Sit down, Jay.
He can't even talk. Guess he likes my surprise, eh, Jay?
Hello, Jay.
Rusty here is riding through with me to the coast.
I see.
But that ain't the big surprise, Jay boy.
Oh?
Between here and the coast, Rusty and me gonna light long enough to get married.
What's that?
He talks too much, Jim.
When did all this happen?
I made up our minds for us when I met her in Miami. So what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's very fine.
It's his idea, Jim. I haven't checked out on it myself.
Oh, that's the way it is.
She'll come around to it.
You only got 7 hours between here and the coast.
That's time enough for old Bobo. He'll convince little old Rusty.
You going to sit down, Jay?
Yeah, Jay boy, we'll get another chair.
Thanks, but I gotta run along.
Where to?
I got a date in town.
You didn't have one this afternoon?
I'd forgotten about it.
I wish you'd stay.
Thanks, Rusty, but...
Well, maybe he's got some ideas cooking his own, hey, Jay boy?
Yeah, that's it.
Will you be around tomorrow?
Sure.
Go ahead. If you've got your own little party set up, we wouldn't keep a guy from that, would we, Jim?
Well, no, of course not.
Yeah, I better go. Be seeing you.
Yeah, give her one for me, Jay boy.
Jay, just a minute.
Yeah?
Mind if I walk outside with you?
No, why not?
I want to talk to you.
Sure, Jim.
Come on. No, don't get in your car.
What?
I want you to walk over across the airport with me.
All right.
It's a lonely place at night.
Airfield, yeah.
Kind of surprised me about Bobo and Rusty.
I always figured she went for you, Jim.
She just went for all 3 of us, which just happened to include me.
Maybe so.
I sent a wire today after you left.
Wire?
Yeah, I thought it over about you, as I said I would.
I'm washed out.
Not yet. You'll get one more chance.
Thanks, Jim, but I don't think it's any use.
I think it is. You'll check out.
After this afternoon?
I think so.
If anybody else were chief pilot, I'd been gone weeks ago.
Well, what's a friend for, anyway?
Well, there's a limit.
I know what I'm doing.
What's this wire got to do with it?
Well, I don't think my judgment is accurate in your case, Jay. So I wired for a special Czech pilot for you.
What do you mean?
He'll be here tomorrow night. You can run your check with him around 9 or 10.
Does it have to be a night check?
Yeah, Jay.
What's so special about him?
Ever heard of Captain Wynn?
Is he the check pilot?
Yep. Ever met him?
No, but I heard enough about him.
Well, he's coming. You'll run a check with him tomorrow night.
Yeah. Where are we going?
Oh, over there, Jay.
What for?
I want you to get a close look at something.
No.
Don't stop now.
Well, what are you trying to do, Jim?
I'll just show you a burn spot on the ground. There's nothing more than a burn spot on the ground.
No.
I figure if you...
I've seen it too many times already.
It's all in your mind, kid.
Let go of my arm.
You're too good a pilot to let one crack up get
I'm going
you.
back.
You gotta face it and realize
Get out of the
it.
way.
Now, wait, Jay.
Let me by.
I know it'll help you if
You don't
just...
know a thing.
Yes, I do.
Get out of the way.
No, you're gonna...
Will you let me by?
No. Now, wait a minute. Jay! Kid!
He knew he shouldn't have hit Jim. Jim was his best friend. But he wasn't going to go over to the end of runway 3 with him or anyone else. As Jay got into his car and drove wildly out of the airport, he made a decision. He had to leave, now. He had to forget about flying, had to get away from the black patch in the snow. It was still early when he got back to his room and started to pack his things. It was when he had almost finished that he felt someone standing in the doorway.
They told me at the airport where you lived.
Well, why'd you leave the party? Thought it was a big celebration.
It's Bobo's party.
Yours, too.
That's Bobo's idea.
Yeah.
Bobo always had his ideas. He had them when we four went around together in London. They don't mean anything.
That was a long time ago.
Not too long. Packing?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
What'd you come here for, Rusty?
I came to see you.
What for?
I never needed a reason before.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. You know, I could always tell with you, Jim and Bobo,
Tell what?
when something's wrong.
I see.
Jay, it's me, Rusty. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry, baby. I'll tell you, I'm out of flying.
Why?
I'm washed up, have been for 2 weeks.
What happened?
I was practicing night approaches with an instructor, and I undershot. The plane dragged the embankment at the end of runway 3, nosed over and burned. I got out, but the instructor didn't.
Jay.
Jim was watching, and he claims we lost an engine, and that made her nose down. But I know it was bad piloting. There's a burn spot at the end of runway 3 to show where.
I saw it when I came in today.
Everybody's seen it. Ugly black spot against a white background. You can't miss it. Every time I see it, something... I don't know. All I ever wanted to do was fly. Guys I flew with in the war, it was all mechanical to them. Strictly business, a job. Except for Jim and Bobo. We felt different. Fly liaison, fighters, broken down crates, anything just to get up in the air. Yeah. Just to feel that little second when the ground drops away and you shoot up into the sky like an arrow. You get up and the air smells exciting and you can look out across the horizon farther than anybody else can look. And you want to go over the horizon, on and on. Yeah. On and on, never stop.
You'll go on, Jay.
Yeah.
Jim said you'd check out tomorrow night.
Jim thinks he has confidence in me. He thinks he believes in me. But when it got close, he took over the ship like the other instructors.
It'll be different tomorrow night.
I won't be there.
Jim's bringing Captain Wynn over just for your checkout.
It won't be any different with him. Maybe worse, what with his war record. Jim must have pulled a lot of strings to get Wynn.
I haven't heard about him since we came back. What's he been doing?
I don't know. Probably president of some airline. I never even met the guy.
Try it. I'll be there, too.
Bobo?
I'm staying here, Jay.
Are you?
For a long time. Jim said Captain Wynn should get to the field about 7. Good night, Jay.
Good night, baby.
Yes, that's the way it was. Always had been since the first day he'd met the auburn-haired girl who just naturally answered to the nickname of Rusty, who deserved a better lot than a pilot who had washed out because he didn't have the courage to face a brown spot on the ground. You are listening to the radio novel, The Scar. And now, back to our radio novel, The Scar. Jay was well on his way in his car, heading for the main highway out of town, when he heard the zoom of a plane taking off, and he found himself silently cursing the pilot for the clumsy takeoff, telling what he should have done. And suddenly Jay laughed. He knew he'd have to give it one more try. He made it back to the airport in record time. They were waiting for him, and even in the dim light from the planes, in the distance, he could see Rusty's stiff shoulders relax.
Here he comes, Jim. I told you he would.
I didn't need to be told, Rusty.
No.
All ready, Jay?
Yeah.
Captain Wynn's waiting for you in the ship. You'll make it this time, kid.
Thanks. I'll be seeing you.
Just around the field a couple of times, Jay. The weather's starting to close in.
We'll wait for you, Jay.
Captain Wynn?
Oh, hello.
I'm Jay Breslin. I guess we're ready to go.
Anytime you say.
I'll get clearance.
That's a wonderful night.
Yeah. Tower, this is 16355, over.
16355.
Clearance to taxi, takeoff runway. Local, over.
16355, clearance to runway 3 and takeoff. Local flight, over and out.
Roger.
Yeah?
Anything you want to tell me before we take off?
No, nothing. I'm just along for the ride.
Yes, sir.
Jay ran down his takeoff check as they taxied out to runway 3, and the captain leaned back in the co-pilot's seat, relaxed, really relaxed. He looked like he was going just for the ride, but this didn't fool Jay. When they got to the end of the runway, he cut off the landing lights so he couldn't see the black spot in the snow. But he knew it was there. Then he swung the ship around quickly and gunned both engines, and they rolled down the runway and up into the night. Then it was as if Jay were somehow divided into two persons, one watching the other pilot the plane, but powerless to do more than just observe.
Nothing more to do than land the ship, no more. I got her down on the approach leg, checked flaps and gear, looked over the instrument panel as I heard the outer marker. The sky was dark, but the snow on the ground was gray-white, and I could see the lights of the field up ahead. Captain Wynn was in the co-pilot seat, leaning back and completely relaxed. Maybe they hadn't told him about me. Inner marker had to put the ship down now, not overshoot, not undershoot, make it just right. The captain was still leaning back comfortably. The green markers at the end of the runway were coming up fast, and I had to turn on the landing lights to see. I saw the black scar. There it was, black under the landing lights on a blanket of dazzling white. Careful, don't undershoot. Never mind the black patch. Get her down. Not too low, not too low. Runway not lined up. Get up, get up. Sorry, Captain.
Sorry? What for?
Guess I'll have to go around again.
Sure. Why not?
Captain?
Yeah?
You want to take over?
No. Why should I?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I'd have to make it rough for you.
Oh, you can't have rough air.
No, I guess not. Well, I'll have to get on the approach leg again.
Go right ahead. She's all yours.
I looked at the captain to see if he meant it, but he was busy looking out into the night. When I just missed stalling her out over the runway, he'd made no move to take over the controls. He was as cool as if he was sitting on somebody's front porch, and he hadn't tried to take over. Back on the approach leg, I checked my altitude, dropped the props into low pitch, and held 1,500 as we passed over the outer marker. There was snow in the air. Visibility was getting low. I cut in the landing lights and kept looking through the glass ahead, looking for the green markers at the end of the runway. 800, 600, 500. The lights were there and the black scar behind them. But I couldn't let it get me this time. There might not be a chance again. Let her down easy, easy. Don't overshoot. Keep her down. The black spot, hot fire burning. Don't fly over the patch. That's where it happened before. Too low. Get up. Pull up and to the right and don't fly over it. Headed for the hangar. Pull up, pull up. You better take over, Captain.
Me? Why?
You got a lot of guts to go through that and not ask to take over before.
Why should I take over? You're doing fine. Thanks for thinking about me. I'd like to, but you go ahead.
Well, I was off to one side. We came pretty close to the hangar.
Oh, did we?
It was on your side. Snow's coming in thick, so if you want to take...
all I came along was for the ride, not for any favors. Please understand that, Jay. I'm perfectly happy just to sit on the right side and know I'm flying again. Go ahead. It's all yours.
You mean it?
Of course I mean it.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
You're crazy if you think anybody else is going to fly this ship but you. Well, Thanks for offering, but I get my kicks just from riding along.
You think I can? Yeah, you do.
Why not?
Twice you could have taken over. You just sat there.
You want some help? I'll get the flaps and gear down for you.
No. Thanks, Captain. You just sit there. I can land it okay. Yeah, I can. Well, that's that.
Hate to come down.
And how you feel? Coming out?
I think I'll just sit here for a minute or two. I'll be along, Jay.
Sure. Thanks, Captain.
Thank you, Jay. It was a pleasure.
Sure. A pleasure. Jim.
Third time's the charm, kid.
I made it. I'm all right now.
I figured it would work. That's why I brought Captain Wynn in for the check.
Worked all right. He's got nerves like ice. Didn't once reach to take over. Even when we almost took the roof off the hangar, he just sat there and casually looked out the window. That's what did it. I figured if he had that much confidence in me, I ought to have a little in myself. It was a good trick, Jim. Thanks.
Forget it. I know you'd come through.
Jay.
Hello, baby. You see me buzz the hangar?
I saw you.
Come on, snow's getting heavy. Let's go get some food.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
See that ship coming in? Watch where the landing lights hit.
Yeah. It's almost gone now. Snow's covering it up. Not black anymore. There's Bobo. Let's duck him. I'm hungry. Coming, Jim?
Well, in a minute. Hey, Bobo, come over here. Where's J-Boy? I want to ball him out for those passes. Give me a hand, will you?
Sure. Doing what?
I got to help Captain Wynn out of the ship. Well, I guess I'll have to tell Jay someday.
Tell him?
About confidence. You don't fear what you can't see. A bullet clipped a nerve in Captain Wynn's head just at the close of the war. He's blind.
And so ends the radio novel, The Scar.
Your name?
Paul Botwin.
Your age?
26.
Charge against you?
Stealing vehicles.
Speak up.
Stealing vehicles, conspiracy to rob, and burglary.
Sentence?
5 to 10 years.
Proceed.
Having served 2.5 years at the state prison, and having received the permission of the warden, I'm before this board up for parole.
Tonight again, another in the exciting new crime series, Up for Parole. Authentic Cases is actually presented before the parole boards in your state prisons and told here for the first time.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to sit in judgment on another human being, to decide whether he shall become your neighbor, your employee, perhaps your friend, or remain where you, society, have put him, behind prison bars. For that human being is a social offender, a criminal, now up for parole. Remember, at the close of tonight's broadcast, you can compare your own judgment with the official decision of an actual state parole board. I ask you, therefore, to listen and consider seriously the story you are about to hear, told from the official records of Paul Botwin, prison number 824-371, now pleading before the parole board and before you for his freedom.
One of those things, gentlemen of the board, the way things happen. I didn't think at the time I did it, when I stole the car and the rest, that this was a crime not only against society, but against myself, too. But, gentlemen of the board, since I got in a stir, I had a lot of time to think. I followed all the regulations and stayed away from influences. I think, therefore, gentlemen, I am eligible for your kind consideration. Well, that's about it.
Who wrote that speech for you, Botwin?
Sir?
You can pick up one like that from any jailhouse lawyer for $1. Is that what they told you that we wanted to hear?
Nobody coached me. Nobody told me to say
Hold it,
anything. I was...
Skip it. That's all beside the point. First, I think we better start from the beginning.
Yes, sir.
Now, the warden's report here says that you refused to see visitors, especially refused to see your mother.
Oh, look, you gotta bring her
And in a letter to the warden, your mother writes...
What difference does it make what she writes?
She says you used to stand in front of a picture of your father, your dead father. A picture in the living room, and talk to him...
Cut it out, will you?
As if he were alive.
Okay. Okay, it was her and him, my mother and my old man, my girl, too, and her old man, all of them. They made me like this. They wanted me to be like this. They wanted a liar and a crook, and they got it. They made me do it. I can tell you the way they made me do it. They got just exactly what they asked for. Is that what you wanted to know? Is that what you wanted me to say? Okay. I said it.
Well, if you said your piece, Botwin, you can leave now and the board will make its decision. Or, if you want to, you can tell us what that outburst is all about. What it means standing in front of your father's picture.
Okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the whole thing. 6 years ago, I was the good kid in my neighborhood. People used to say to their own kids, there goes Paul Botwin. Why can't you be like him? I was 19, going on 20, going to mechanic school at the time. I got the good news about 5 o'clock, so I came home and surprised Ma.
Who's that? Paul? That you, Paul? Why, what's that?
Take off your apron, Ma.
Oh, but Paul...
No buts, no questions. Just take off the apron, Mom, and get on your new dress. And pin these on.
A corsage. Why, Paul, what...
You and me, we're going to paint the town, Ma. We're going out. Best Chinese restaurant there is. Anything you want on the menu.
It happened.
Mm-hmm. It happened and more. Remember I told you at the end of the term the specialists come down from that electronics company and so on?
Uh-huh.
Big shots to pick 3 men for jobs. Surefire jobs. Well, I got tapped. Number 2 man. Started $39.75 the first week.
Oh, Paul, I...
Oh, Mom, cut that out. It'll take you an extra half hour to fix up your face. Come on.
Oh, Paul.
Go ahead. Get your coat, Ma. I already ordered the table.
Tell him, Paul. He was a man with standards. He'd be proud. If only he were alive now.
All right, Ma. I'll tell him. You go ahead and get ready. I went into the living room where his picture hung. My father's picture. Right over the piano. A big photo colored by an artist. And I stood there like I did ever since he died when I was 4. Hiya, Pa. Ma thought you ought to know about me being picked out for the job and all that. It may not be much, but I'll work hard. I'll make you proud of me, Pa.
I'm ready, Paul. You?
Sure, Ma. You know, it's almost like he was smiling, Ma.
I know.
So long, Pa. It was a lie. The whole thing was a dirty, lousy lie.
Hold on now, Botwin. If you can control yourself, we'll listen to the rest of your story.
All right, I'll try. It was Just 1 month later, the day I graduated, I was to start to work the next day. I came home. Ma wasn't there. I was going out with Martha that night. She was my girl, and I started to get ready. Who's there? Yeah? Can I help you? What? Hey, look, Matt, this is my house. Who are you?
Ain't changed.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
You got a drink in the house?
Hey, wait a minute. I don't mind a guy walking in. Look, Matt, just who do you think you are?
Blood. Take a good long look, boy. Maybe you can answer your question yourself.
You aren't.
Uh-huh. That's just who I am. What'd she tell you?
You can't be.
Leave it to Emma, good old Emma. Always tell the truth, never lie, never steal, She told you I was dead, didn't she? She never told you about him over the piano there, Well, he was in state prison for unlawful entry, burglary, violation of the Sullivan Act, 15 to 20 years. She never told you then, She never told you your old man was a con. Well, take a good long look, Sonny, because your old man has come home. Now, how about a drink? How about a good long drink, We're reunited.
Louis. Oh, no. No, it's impossible. It can't be. She wouldn't do a thing like that. Telling me... You are him. You are him. Look at the picture. Same mouth, eyes. You and him, you're the same. The same! The same!
Quit it! Where you gone?
Who cares? Who wants to know? You gonna stop me? The next 24 hours, the whole world fell on top of me. A whole life, a life of lies. Everything I thought was decent was phony. Everything I believed in was a lie. I didn't know who I hated more, my father or my mother. What did I care what happened? My job, that didn't matter. People I knew were saying things behind my back, lies. Saying they knew it all along. I was too good to be true. Well, okay, I said. Okay. I'll be what I am. The son of a convict. I changed. I got hard. Never again was I going to be soft, get sucked in by lies. I'd show them.
I don't think it's a good idea, Paul.
My girl, Martha, she didn't understand yet. That's how big the change was. Even she didn't understand. We were talking together in a drugstore in the back booth. Safe place.
You sure it's a good idea, Paul?
Well, what am I going to do? Go back and live there? Look at him every morning and her? Listen to explanations and all that kind of stuff? Look, now I'm on my own, and I got plans, kid. I got real plans. Now, don't you go soft on me, too.
Oh, it's not that. It's
Yeah, I know. Your old man says if I see you, he'll break my neck. Well, I'd like to see him try. You're still with me, aren't you?
Of course.
Okay. With you, I can lick them all. Every stinking one of them. The neighborhood, my job, my own man, and her.
Oh, Paul.
What's wrong?
My father.
Martha, get up and get out of here.
Now, look, Mr. Collins.
I told you never to see him again, and here you are hiding.
We're not hiding.
Do you know who he's been hanging out with? The kind of company he keeps, the things he's been
now
doing?
Look, Mr.
You
Collins.
look. Botwin, what did I tell you I'd do to you if I caught you again with my daughter, I told you I'd break your neck.
Get it out!
You're the kind of a man you are. Now, get out of here. And if I ever catch you so much as looking at her again, well, what you just got is only a sample, Botwin. Just a sample.
He made me look like dirt in front of Martha. They made that happen. My old man and my mother. Okay. If I thought before I knew where I was heading, now I knew for sure. For absolute sure. Yo, Lefty, you got it straight? At 10, he closes up the store. He's been averaging $250, $275 a night. Friday night, he ought to have at least $300. Now, you take a look out, Vince. Lefty, you go in the store first, and I'll handle the heavy work. Come on, let's go. It's parked on the corner of 137th and Tremont, a Cadillac with white wall tires. The keys are in the glove compartment. Now, I'll meet you at Samish's garage in 15 minutes. $1,000 at least. Split 3 ways. Look, Bud, I said everything in the register.
Yes, but I already told you.
You told me enough. Now I'm telling you. And then came the best. The best of the whole bunch. I was watching my step, staying in a friend's place. And he found me. How? I don't know. He got the right knock, and I opened the door.
Oh.
But, my old man. Well, how do you like that? Come on, get in. Shut the door. Were you followed?
No, I was careful, Paul. I got to talk to you.
What do you got to say to me?
Paul, I'm on parole, you know that. On good behavior. What you've been doing, it's been getting around. They're blaming me, boy. They say if I ain't a fit father, I ain't eligible anymore to be on parole. They're going to send me back to the pen. It's 5 years. You don't know what that means, boy. I waited 16 years for this to get out and have a chance. You're lousing me up.
Oh, brother, that's the best I ever heard. They're going to send you back for being a bad father. Because your son is doing jobs in the neighborhood.
Well, what are you going to do? Ma says it's...
Shut up, and I'll tell you. Do I care about you going back to prison? Sure I care, Pa. I care so much that if I had any spit to waste, I'd spit right in your eye. Okay. That's what they wanted. They made me a crook. My old man, Martha's father, the neighbors, and her. My so-called mother. They got just what they asked for. Is that what you wanted to know, gentlemen of the parole board?
That wasn't the end, was it, Butler? That was just the beginning. There was arrest, too, for the car theft. Sentenced to Pine Hill. It was the first prison term. And then there was more.
Uh-huh. You want to hear that, too? All right. I'll tell you.
We'll return to our file in just a moment. But first, this Sunday night, genial Horace Heidt will hold his first quarterfinals of 1950 on his CBS Youth Opportunity Program. During these first months of the year, Horace has been making the rounds of the towns and cities, finding new and fine young entertainers. And the pick of these will compete this Sunday night, when Horace Heidt's original Youth Opportunity Program comes round on most of these same CBS network stations. Now, back to the true story of Paul Botwin, prison number 824-371. The man who is up for parole.
Proceed, Botwin.
I did my time as best I could at Pine Hill. They treated me fair. They tried to give you a break. I served my time, and after a year, I got out.
Mm-hmm. You were at Pine Hill, an institution for first offenders, a Wallace prison. They got schools there, no hard labor. Warden wrote me a letter. He said that when you finally finished serving your term, you were offered 3 jobs. 2 were in your own line, telephone repairman. You turned them down. The other one was in a silk house as a shipping clerk. Why did you take that job?
Well, while I was at Pine Hill, I met 2 guys who told me I was a sucker if I didn't take the job at the silk warehouse because it was an easy money deal if I made my plans right. You see, Martha left home, and I could see her any time I wanted, and she'd marry me no matter what her old man said. So I I wanted to make money quick. Big money. So we could get married. Well, when I did get out, I took the job, and in a month I had the place all cased.
That's what we want to hear, Botwin, the truth. Now tell me, did you see this girl, Martha?
Yeah, I saw quite a bit of her, but I didn't tell her what I was up to. I only told her that soon we'd have some money and we'd go out west somewhere. Get out of town.
Paul, I still don't understand it. You're doing well here. You have a good job.
We're going to get out of this town. You just leave everything to me. There's big things coming, baby, real big.
Oh, Paul, I don't care. The main thing is you and me. Oh, why don't we stay here?
Well, what can you build on? A family, a father, a mother like yours and mine?
You ought to see your mother, Paul.
Keep her out of it.
Look, Paul, she's worked all this time. She saved a little money. She's ready to give it to you. We could maybe start a business or something.
Oh, Martha, you still on that? Look, make up your mind. You with me or against me?
Paul, she's your mother.
She's a liar, that's what she is. She's the one that started the whole thing. You know that.
See her.
I won't.
She's been waiting half an hour.
She's here?
She's outside. She just wants to tell you how sorry she is.
All right, Martha. Go ahead. Open the door. Tell her to come in.
Paul.
Martha said my mother was coming to see me. Well, I got news for you. My mother's dead. She died when I was a little boy of 4. She was a fine woman with standards. But she died.
Oh, Paul.
That's right. My mother's dead. Now, go on, get out.
Botwin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Board would like to know if that's still your attitude.
Oh, I know she's alive, if that's what you mean.
I also meant that during your stay in the state prison, you've consistently refused to see her, to open her letters, or to write to her.
That's the way I feel.
Right now?
I just said it.
Go ahead.
So I went on with the plans I had. A heist job at the silk plant. Because that's what they wanted me to do. Okay? That's what I was going to do. First, I saw the fence.
Lined up. You got the truck tag, right?
Right.
You're doing delivery on the truck right in the back.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Truck's due at the plant in Coopersville. 47-minute run, timed it to the second. She blows the tire and the turnout over near Fremont Road. While you're fixing it, our trucks drive up. Tom Zana, the company driver, you take care of. Our boys will slide the silk into the trucks. Mm-hmm. One heads for the intercity bridge. The other takes the north end tunnel. You get $10,000 for the job. The rest goes to me.
Oh, it was smooth. Flat tire, taking care of Zana, the company driver. Transfer the goods to the fence's 2 trucks. Went smooth as silk. One filled up and headed for the intercity bridge. The other one for the tunnel. Me on it. Me and the fence's driver. 10,000 was a good start. And there'd be more. Plenty more. Well, we took the extension highway, turned north at River Street, and then I saw the lights in the tunnel. They were blinking on and off. On and off. What's the matter? What's the matter?
They're blinking. I don't know.
Well, is it for us?
Maybe a traffic snarl.
Well, get your foot on the gas.
What do you think I'm doing?
What? They're closing it up. It is us. It's no good.
Stop that truck! Okay, out. No tricks.
They gave me the business in court. I took a plea. Guilty. What did I care? Because the first thing they told me when they got me in the station, the very first thing...
We had a tip-off, fella. Good-looking kid, too. Name of Martha Collins.
After that, what did I care? She was like Ma, a liar, like all of them.
That's it, Botwin? That's all there is?
Yes, sir. Except I've been serving my time. I never got no marks against me on the report. That's all.
You think that warrants parole?
Well, that's up to you.
No, it's up to you, too. Because your records have a couple of other things on it, too. Like that course you started to take in lathe work and woodwork. Automotive repair course that you started.
What's that got to do with anything?
What's the matter? You ashamed? You ashamed that there's any decency left in you? Is that what you're ashamed of? Ashamed that maybe the world won't think that you're tough, hard Paul Botwin, number 824371? Is that what you're ashamed of?
I got nothing to say.
Just a second. Oh, yes, okay. Botwin, you've got 2 visitors. Principal Keeper wants to know whether you'll see them.
No.
Don't you want to know who they are?
I know who they are.
Board's going to pass judgment on your case within the next hour. We're sending you out now, Botwin, because we have to hear another case. That'll take about a half an hour. Then we'll decide yours. We'll send for you. You can go now.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Martha.
Paul, just one thing. I never tipped off the police. They just said I did it so you'd tell about the rest of the gang. I thought you ought to know.
Thanks.
But that's not important. The important thing is... Oh, Paul, I feel so guilty about how little I made you understand. I wanted you the way you were before. I didn't want you and me against the whole world. I wanted to be part of the world with you. That's all I ever wanted. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
Paul, can I say something? In my own stupid way, I thought, I'll save him. I'll save my boy by keeping the truth from him. But you can't build a life on a lie like that. And, well, now the only thing I care about is... Well, I hope you don't hate me too much and you won't hate me forever.
Oh, Ma.
And one thing, too, you ought to know, Paul. Your pa, Paul, he died. He died because he had nothing. Not you, not me, nothing. And, well, I was the cause of that, too. That's all. Martha, we better go.
Yes, Mrs. Butler.
He died because he had nothing and... Oh, what's the use of talking? What's there to say? Goodbye. I'm glad you came.
Botwin.
Yeah?
Board's ready. Let's go. Is there anything else before we decide, Botwin?
No, sir. No, that's all.
Botwin, all along you've showed 2 sides of yourself. The decent side and the self-pitying side. The side of you that says, I got shoved, hit, okay, I'll shove back. But there's another you, Botwin. There's a young man there who wants to belong, to embrace his mother, to get married, and all that implies.
Oh, what's the sense? Come on, get it over with.
You had something to say?
Yeah. Yeah, I got something to say. My old man's dead. You know why? Because me, his son, I spit in his face. I told him, go ahead and die. Who cares? I didn't care what happened to him, to them, to me, to anyone. I killed him. That's what I wanted to say.
That's all?
Yeah. That's all.
All right, Botwin. Board will make its decision. Step outside with the guard.
While Paul Botwin waits, and the parole board reviews his story and his parole file, you too have a decision to make on his case. Weigh Paul Botwin's story carefully before you form your judgment, because in a moment you will have an opportunity to compare your decision with that of the actual board before which he appeared.
The cream of the fun and songs on Arthur Godfrey's daytime shows are now brought to you in a half-hour special Godfrey Digest every Saturday night on CBS. So if you want a fast half hour of humor and songs by Jeanette Davis, Bill Lawrence, and the Mariners, listen in every Saturday night to the Godfrey Digest on most of these same CBS stations. And now back to the case of Paul Botwin, who is up for parole.
Paul Botwin?
Yes, sir.
When a prisoner has learned a lesson after his harsh years of incarceration, when a man begins to learn a bitter lesson, this board will always be sympathetic. When a man stops blaming society for his shortcomings and begins to place the blame where it belongs, upon himself, he's learned the basic truth. Paul Botwin, this board believes that you have begun to learn that basic truth. And therefore, parole granted.
And today, Paul Botwin, paroled prisoner, is a telephone linesman in an eastern city, a useful citizen, a married man with a son of his own. Paul Botwin has justified the faith you and your parole board placed in him when he was up for parole. You've been listening to Up for Parole with Michael O'Day. Written by Arnold Pearl and directed by Mitchell Grayson. Researched by Wally Gould. Music conducted by Harry Salter. Listen again at this same time next week when CBS will bring you the actual story of Case 33750B. Up for Parole. This is CBS, where you thrill to gangbusters every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale. What was it?
All right, then. What was it?
What was it? Nobody knows. But the house was haunted by something or somebody. The boarders here at Mrs. Dimity's boarding house didn't believe in ghosts either, myself included. But we were curious about them. That's why we voted to move into the old brownstone house on 49th Street. And once we were in, we were still convinced that ghosts don't venture abroad in a New York tenement building. The only one who wasn't quite convinced that ghosts exist only in storybooks was old Mrs. Dimity herself. But her favorite roomer, young, handsome Ned Saunders, and myself, I'm Dr. Hammond, we refused to believe the ghostly nonsense. Anne Mitchell, the young sculptress who lived there, was frankly curious, while the Countess Harkavy, a fortune-teller of some renown and a psychic of questionable fame, was delighted at the idea of living in a haunted house. That was in a business way, of course. It was around 11 o'clock at night when the boarders, who were then assembled in that dark, dreary living room, first heard what some claimed was a ghostly presence.
Listen to that, Dr. Hammond.
I hear it, Ned. It's an uncommon sort of sound for the wind.
That is not the wind, Dr. Hammond. It is the cries from the spirit world. I feel it in the marrow of my bones.
Oh, say, Countess, can't you feel things in a more comfortable place? Bone structures always struck me as the most uncomfortable place to have a feeling going on.
Listen, all of you. Listen.
Oh, skip it. Ned, will you pass me that magazine on the shelf next to you? I think any kind of reading will be preferable to listening to old psychic ears rambling.
Sure thing. Here you are, dear.
You really think this house is haunted, Countess?
Yes, I do.
It would be a fortunate thing for your business if the United States of America could be made ghost-conscious.
Dr. Hammond, you'll live to regret that remark. The Countess will take you seriously.
I am serious.
And talking of taking things seriously, when are you going to start taking me seriously, Anne?
When you start to make a living, Ned. Oh, someday I hope I won't have to try and sell my sculptures.
All art is conceived out of the fires of struggle.
Well, I'm tired of struggling. Oh, if I could just create something out of the ordinary for an art exhibit, I could make a couple of $100. I've been working 3 months for an idea, and I haven't done a thing.
My poor dear Anne, as long as you doubt the extraordinary, how can you create it?
She's got you there, Anne.
Yes, she has, Dr. Hammond.
Well, what would you suggest as a good subject for Anne to sculpt, Countess?
Well, a denizen of the other world, perhaps?
Oh, sure. That's rather a hot place for a girl to venture in order to sculpt the devil, isn't it?
Don't speak so lightly of his satanic highness. No one knows where the devil's hand may be next.
How about sculpting me, Anne? I'm an extraordinary young man.
That you are, darling.
Extraordinarily broke, at any rate.
Oh, the woes of the world revolve on that ugly stuff called money.
People take money much too seriously, Ned.
Well, frankly, Dr. Hammond, if I had some of it, I wouldn't take it at all seriously. I'd scatter it around the world like a veritable windmill.
Oh, frivolity. That's your trouble, my dear friends. Frivolity. You feed on it. Here in this very house is a poor earthbound spirit, and yet you ignore it.
Come, Countess, you don't expect us to take it seriously?
I expect nothing.
What do you expect us to do? Call the spirit in and ask him to sit for me?
Possibly, Anne. Possibly.
Come, Countess, you're joking.
I have never been more serious in my life. I think we ought to hold a seance and command the spirits to enter the room.
That would be interesting, at least scientifically so.
Oh, nonsense, Doctor. Besides, Mrs. Dimmoty'd never stand for it. Ever since she moved us into this house, she's been scared stiff of the very idea of spirits.
Have you seen the amulet she's been wearing?
Yes. She carries it around like a sword.
Why don't we ask her?
Oh, we were just talking about you, Mrs. Dimmoty.
Oh, dear. I tell you, I just can't stand being alone in my room. I just know something was in there with me, Anne. I just know it.
The spirits probably have been attracted to you, Mrs. Dimmoty. I've always felt you're strongly psychic.
Oh, don't say it, Countess. Don't even think about it. It was all a mistake, moving into this house. All a mistake. I've just never been as nervous. Dr. Hammond, feel my pulse. Feel it. It's practically non-pulse, so to speak.
Well, I wouldn't take it seriously, Mrs. Dimmoty. We all know there are no such things as spirits. You see, we've been talking about the ghost for so long that at times we half believe, but that's purely imagination.
It wasn't imagination at all, Dr. Hammond. You know very well there are only 5 of us living here. You 4 were downstairs, and I was alone upstairs, and, oh, I did hear footsteps in the hall. I opened the door, and I felt something cold touch me.
Ah, you see, I knew it.
Oh, listen. Oh, it came from upstairs. Listen, all of you.
Ah, and was that also the wind, Dr. Hammond?
I don't know, Countess. What do you think, Ned?
Well, I think the Countess' idea of a seance is a good practical suggestion. I'm all for it.
A seance? Oh, dear. Yes, let's give it a try.
Well, we're all agreed.
Yes, come on, Les. I think it's a good idea.
You're in charge, Countess. Now tell us what to do.
Well, now, for the first thing, bring your chairs into a circle, please. Now, hold hands. Will someone turn off the lights?
I'll get the switch.
Good. Now we're in the dark. Quiet, please. Quiet while I summon the spirits. It is midnight, O spirits, midnight. Enter the portals of our room and speak to us. Speak to us. We are gathered to commune with you who have passed on. Withhold not your secrets. Speak. Speak. It is I, Countess Harkavy, asking you to descend to this mortal plane. Answer me. Answer me.
If my Uncle Ezekiel's in the room and wants to talk to me, I'd talk to him, Countess.
Yes, Mrs. Dimmoty.
Ned, stop squeezing my hand.
I'm not squeezing your hand, Anne.
Or whatever you're doing, stop doing
I'm not doing anything.
Ouch, doggone it.
What's the matter with you, Anne?
You're so coy, pinching me now.
I'm not pinching you. My hands are in my lap.
Well, who's ever sitting next to me? Stop it. Dr. Hammond.
I'm sitting across from you, Anne.
Mrs. Dimity.
Oh, dear. I wouldn't have the courage to squeeze anybody's hand at this point.
Ouch. Well, whoever it is. Turn on the light, somebody. Turn on the light.
No.
Somebody's got hold of my
No,
hand.
don't turn on the lights. The spirits have entered the room and are attracted to you, Anne. To you.
Oh, please turn on the lights, please.
I'll do it, Anne. I'll do it.
Oh, let go. Oh, there. Oh.
There's nobody sitting next to you. That's a vacant chair.
But I felt it.
Anne, did you imagine it?
Imagine what? That somebody squeezed my hand? I imagine nothing. Look at my hand. And tell me that's imagination.
Let's see it, darling. What? Dr. Hammond, look. Her hand is bruised.
Yes, it is. Pretty badly bruised. Countess, where were you sitting?
Exactly where I'm sitting now, Dr. Hammond, and I haven't moved. You had your chance to do something extraordinary, Anne, but you muffed it. A pity is all I can say. A great pity. The seance is ruined.
But, Countess, wait a minute.
What for? To try another seance and have you become hysterical all over again? Good night.
Dr. Hammond, is it possible that I really was holding the hand of something, or...
Anything's possible, Anne, but not very probable.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
I said not very probable, Mrs. Dimity. I think perhaps the Countess has been playing a trick on all of us.
It's a cute trick, Doctor. A pretty difficult one.
If she wasn't playing a trick, she shouldn't have been so upset when you turned on the lights, Ned.
Oh, Doctor, I think you've got a point there.
Nothing like a good dash of logic to take the cold chills out of my spine.
Well, how could the Countess do it, Doctor?
Well, Mrs. Dimity, psychic phenomena is the Countess's business. After all, she makes a living out of calling imaginary spooks from the outer world. I don't think it's very nice of us to try and pry into her secrets.
I hope you're right, Doctor. I do hope you're right.
Well, I wouldn't worry, Mrs. Dimity.
Well, I'm going upstairs to bed. I've had enough spooks to last me for years.
Oh, wait for me, Mrs. Dimity. I'll go up with you. Good night, Ned.
Good night, Anne.
Good night, Dr. Hammond. See you in the morning.
Good night, my dear. And don't worry about the spooks. They're purely harmless make-believe.
Oh, dear. I'll never sleep a wink, Anne.
Well, Doctor, what's the tongue-in-the-cheek look?
Oh. Ned, I'm afraid we've had our first touch of real psychic phenomena tonight.
But you just said
I didn't want to frighten the women.
And you believe this house is haunted?
Haunted? Well, I don't like the phrase, but in essence, that's the idea. I was wondering if you'd be interested in trying an experiment with me tonight.
Certainly, Doctor, anything.
Well, suppose you and I spend the next few nights down here. We'll turn off the lights and wait. Just wait. Perhaps we can invite some trouble. We waited that night through without sleeping, but nothing extraordinary happened, except for the fact that Mrs. Dimity's rocking chair kept rocking all night long, creaking and squeaking as it moved. But the wind could have been responsible for that. The next night and the next and the one after that, we kept our nightly vigil, creeping up to our rooms like thieves just before daylight broke, so that nobody would suspect our secret experiment. On the fifth night of our wait, we heard the rocking chair creaking, creaking, creaking.
Doctor.
Yes, Ned?
That rocking chair couldn't be moved by wind tonight. There isn't a breath of air stirring.
I noticed that, Ned. I wonder...
Listen.
Yes, the creaking stopped. Same as usual. I'll try to get some sleep.
I can't. I'm as nervous as a cat over this whole thing.
Yes, I'm jittery, too.
Ouch, let me...
What's the matter, Ned?
I don't know. Somebody's attacked me. Help me, Doctor. Help me. It's got its arms around my throat.
There, I feel it. We'll find out who this ghost is in a short time. There, I've got his arms, Ned.
My throat. Let go of my throat.
There. It's hurt.
Can you hang on to him alone, Doctor?
I think so, but he's as strong as an ox. No, you don't.
Listen to him, will you, Doctor? His voice certainly doesn't sound human.
Turn on the lights, Ned, while I hang on to him. We'll find out who this practical prankster is.
I'm afraid to let him go, Doctor.
I can handle him, Ned. You turn on the lights. Hurry, Ned, hurry.
All right, of course. There you are. No, wait. No. Doctor, where is he?
He's right in front. I've got him by the arms. I'm hanging on to it. Well, this is amazing.
Amazing, Doctor. Well, we can't see it. It's invisible.
Help me, Ned. He's trying to escape. Help! If I could only see him.
There we are. I've got it. I've got it. But what is it, Doctor? What is this thing?
What was it? I didn't know as I held the grisly thing in my arms. It struggled and sobbed and moaned exactly as a beast would struggle and moan. An invisible beast. That was the horror of it. An invisible beast. I sent Ned to the basement of the old brownstone to get some stout rope. At least we could prevent this horror from escaping. That's what I thought then. Well, Ned returned shortly from the basement and opened the door.
Here you are, Dr. Hammond.
Oh, quickly, Ned. Bind its legs. I can't hang on to it much longer. Not as young as I used to be.
All right, Doctor, I'll manage. Somehow I try to hold him on the floor.
Yes, of course. There you are, Ned. Now, quickly. His feet are still for the minute.
There. I got the rope about them. Look.
Huh?
A perfect loop around nothing but empty air. Hold him and I'll bind the rope around him.
Oh, quickly, Ned.
There we are. That covers his feet. Now I'll bring it up here and around his legs.
Here, give me the rope and I'll bind his hands.
All right. We're getting him bound up like an Egyptian mummy.
There, that does it. What a relief to be able to let that awful thing go.
All right, I'll take the rope now, Doctor, and bind it to this chair. He won't get away now, I'll guarantee that.
It isn't very large, is it?
No, about the size of a small boy.
Yeah, but what is it?
Have you ever encountered anything like this before?
Frankly, Ned, never. Look at my hands, bitten and bruised. I wonder if I'll ever be able to move them again.
What are we going to do with the darn thing now?
I don't think that's our responsibility, Ned. I think we'd better call the boarders together and let them in on the secret.
Would you like me to get them, Doctor?
Yes, wake them up. But don't tell them why. Just ask them to come down here, and I'll throw this rug over the chair so that they won't see the ropes right away.
Don't ask so many questions, everybody. Dr. Hammond will explain everything.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Hammond. Have you possibly discovered that psychic phenomena does exist?
Come in, Countess. Come in, everybody. Don't be afraid, Mrs. Dimity.
Well, what's that?
I'll explain it in a minute.
Explain it, Dr. Hammond?
Sit down, everybody, please. No, Mrs. Dimity, not in the rocking chair.
Oh, dear me.
I'm afraid we're in for a revelation this evening. Ned, please close the door.
Right.
Strange are the ways of the world.
Yes, Countess. The ways of the world are very strange. Mrs. Dimity, and the Countess has been correct about this house. There is something in it.
Oh, what do you mean?
There's nothing to be frightened of, Mrs. Dimity.
Oh, spirits are often kind. Indeed, they're friendlier than many mortals.
This isn't exactly a spirit, Countess.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I say. It's a beast of some kind.
Oh, the doctor, is it in his room?
Mrs. Dimity, please. Yes, Anne, it's in this room, in that rocking chair. I threw a rug over it.
Oh, unfortunate spirit.
If you wish, Countess, remove the rug.
Yes, of course.
Why, where is it?
It's there. You can see the ropes being held in place by it.
What kind of a hoax are you trying to play on me, Dr. Hammond?
It is not a hoax. There's a living, breathing something bound in that chair. But it's invisible.
Invisible?
Why, that's incredible.
It's more than incredible.
Would you mind if I touched it?
I don't see why I should. It's not my beast. The problem is, what are we going to do with it? What do you suggest, Mrs. Dimity? Mrs. Dimity!
Oh, she's fainted, Dr. Hammond. I'll get a smelling salts right here in the desk drawer.
Oh, I felt it. I felt it, Anne. I felt it. A captured spirit. I must tell my co-worker, Dr. Zarcox, right away. He'll be so thrilled, so thrilled.
I'm not sure that we ought to tell anybody about it. Are you, Dr. Hammond?
Ned's quite right. We should not.
Oh, but Dr. Zarcox is the only living person constantly in touch with the spiritual night and day. Day and night, constantly.
The smelling salts should be in here someplace. Oh, here they are.
Until we find out exactly what it is, I don't think we ought to divulge the secret. Heaven knows what we've stumbled into.
You're right, Ned.
Here, Mrs. Dimity, take a deep breath of this.
And how do you propose going about finding out what it is?
Breathe deeply, Mrs. Dimity.
Well, I was thinking it might be possible for Anne to make a plaster cast of it.
Oh, that's a gay idea, Ned.
breathe deeply, Mrs. Dimity. You'll be all right.
That's quite a good idea, as a matter of fact.
No, you'll hold it while I make a cast, huh? If it happens to bite me with a pair of invisible teeth, that'll be my worry.
No, being a doctor, I shall use a little chloroform and put it to sleep for a while. We'll be able to make a perfect cast.
Mrs. Dimity, are you all right?
Oh, I'll never be all right again.
Well, Anne, are you willing to give it a try?
Oh, I suppose so, Ned. I'll prepare the plaster right away.
There we are, Anne. The chloroform has worked perfectly. Whatever it is, it's asleep. Before you start with the plaster, I should like to listen to his heart with a stethoscope.
Certainly, Doctor.
Normal. A little faster than is normal for a human being, but maybe we're not dealing with a human being.
Yes, Doctor, that's very possible. Ned, would you hand me that container near you?
Certainly, Anne. Here you are.
Thanks, Ned. Well, Dr. Hammond, are you ready?
Yes, Anne, whenever you are.
Well, we might as well start. 2:00. We ought to be through by 7.
And so Anne started to work to cover that invisible form with moist plaster. We watched her spellbound. The hideousness of the rough object which soon met our eyes was appalling. Anne's hands shook perceptibly as she forced herself to complete what she had started. Minutes changed into hours. The mold was completed, and we had a rough idea of this figure. Then Anne allowed the mold to dry. By morning, we had a rough facsimile of the invisible beast. How can I describe what it looked like, when it looked like nothing so much as a demon out of hell itself? Yes, shaped like a man with long, sinewy arms, but it was small, only 4 feet or so high. Its muscular development was amazing, and the face looked like a cannibal's, a demon. Cruel, tiny eyes, a tiny nose, and a twisted, a horribly long mouth, and sharp, shiny teeth. The first rays of light broke through the window, and I realized that the effects of the chloroform were wearing off. And... What's that, lady? He's awake.
I got him, Doctor. You better help me.
Yes, of course. Here, we'll hold him together. And...
Yes, Dr. Hammond?
We'll hold him down, and you bind his legs with the cord.
Yeah. Get that rope around his legs. Good girl, Anne. That's it.
Ow! He bit me. Your arm, darling. It's bleeding.
Don't mind my arm. Bind the legs.
Okay.
Hurry up, Anne.
That's the girl. Now slip the rope around him and pull it good and tight.
All right. There we are. Give me the rope, Anne. I'll secure his arm.
Ned, look at your arm. Oh, Doctor, he's badly bitten.
Don't bother about me now, darling. We can't let this beast loose on the matter.
That face you've done, Anne, looks like the face of a man-eater.
Yeah, it does. Give me a hand, Dr. Hammond. We'll put it back in the chair and tie it.
Clean it now. 1, 2, lift.
There. Now, tie the darn thing there.
What do you think we ought to do with it now?
I don't know. You're the doctor. Well?
I think we all need some sleep. First, I'll tend to that arm of yours, Ned, and then we'll leave the thing here for a while.
Doctor, do you think we dare leave it here quite safely?
Well, judging from the way Ned's got it tied up, I think so. Not even a spirit could get out of those ropes. Come on, Ned, I want to take a look at that arm of yours.
Oh, I'm tired. I'll leave the little statue in here till morning. You know, Doctor, that makes an interesting study, doesn't it?
Yes, quite an interesting one. Extraordinary piece of work, one might say. Well, good night, Anne. Come on, Ned, let's get that arm bandaged. We'll all think more clearly in the morning. We thought we could think more clearly after some sleep. And so the days went by. Ned and Anne and I stayed with that invisible beast constantly. I took test after test. Its heart condition, its breathing, every test I took baffled me completely. For this invisible beast reacted to every test exactly as a reptile would react. Or to be more specific, a python. A type of snake which swallows an animal or a man whole and then digests it. As the days passed, we realized that since this was living matter, it must eat. We tempted it with every kind of food imaginable, tried force-feeding it, but the animal never swallowed one bite of food. And then one evening, all of us were collected in the living room when those horrible sounds started.
Oh, I tell you, Ned, it's hungry.
Anne, darling, we've tried feeding.
But you've got to get it out of this house. I can't take it any longer.
Capturing a spirit will evoke the anger of the gods. My advice to you is to let it go.
That's not very good advice, Countess. Whatever this is, it would be fairly dangerous loose.
No, Isn't there anything we can feed it? It must be suffering horribly, Doctor. No food or water for 2 weeks.
Yes, Anne, there is something we can feed it, but unfortunately or fortunately we can't.
What are you talking about, Doctor?
Human flesh, Ned. This creature is a man-eater, an invisible man-eater. There's only one thing for us to do. Call the police and the medical society and turn it over to them. There's nothing more we can do.
Oh, you'll regret this, Doctor. You'll regret it. You can't evoke the anger of the spirit world without payment in full.
Anne, will you make the call?
Certainly, Doctor.
I'll go with you, darling.
Don't tell them anything about it. Just ask them to come over here immediately. And so, gentlemen, Anne called you and brought you over here. I've told you the complete story of the monster from the very beginning.
Well, Dr. Hammond, as a member of the police force, I don't mean to doubt you. But where is this invisible monster?
It died of hunger 10 minutes before you arrived, Sergeant.
Well, where is it?
On the floor, here, next to my foot. You can feel it even if you can't see it. Here, put your hand down here.
All right. Sergeant, feel this. It feels like a dead man. I tell you it does. Look at that.
Sure, Doctor. What kind of a trick are you trying to play on it?
Trick, Sergeant? Take my word for it, it's no trick. You felt it yourself.
Many people know how to make a mass of material appear invisible. Chemistry can give you a lot of explanations of that kind of a hoax.
It's no hoax, gentlemen, on my word of honor. It's no hoax.
Tell us a better story. Come on, boys, let's get out of here.
Get out of here.
We enjoyed your fairy tale, Doctor, but we can't swallow that one
But,
whole.
gentlemen, ask any one of us in this room. I swear to you, it's the truth. Look in the corner at that statuette. That's an exact replica of the invisible beast.
Now I get it. You're trying to get some free publicity for the art exhibition at the museum.
No, gentlemen. I made that plaster cast myself from the invisible monster. Dr. Hammond's telling you the truth.
Yeah? Well, if it's the truth, what was it?
What was it? Frankly, gentlemen, I don't know what it was.
From the time-worn pages of the past, you have heard, what was it? Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
The world's greatest stories, brought to you by Nelson Armstead. Millions of stories have been told, but some of them, by virtue of their intense dramatic power, will live forever. Tonight you will hear such a story as Nelson Armstead brings you The Lie, a powerful and dramatic narrative written by a young Russian, Leonid Andreev. And now the world's greatest stories and Nelson Armstead.
You're lying. I know you're lying. What are you shouting about? Need everyone hear us? And here she lied again, for I was not shouting. I was speaking in a quiet tone of voice. I was holding her hand and speaking gently and very quietly, while this venomous word lie hissed like a snake. I love you, she continued. You should believe me. Doesn't this convince you? And she kissed me. But when I wanted to hold her hand and press her close, she'd already gone. She left the dark passage, and I followed her into the room where a gay party was just ending. How did I know where it was? She told me I might come there, and I did so, observing couples dancing all night long. No one approached me or addressed me. And when they began to snuff the candles, I went up to her, and I said, It's time to go. I'll see you home. She registered surprise. But I'm going home with him. And she pointed to a tall and handsome person who did not even glance at us, the same person she had been dancing with all evening. And she took me into the empty room and kissed me. You lie, I said very quietly. We shall meet tomorrow. You must come, she replied. And I drove home, alone. The next evening, I again saw her. I threatened, I implored, I ground my teeth. Tell me the truth. But with a face as cold as snow, her eyebrows raised in surprise, her dark, unfathomable eyes shining mysterious and passionless, she answered me, I'm not lying to you. And she knew that I could not prove she lied, and that all my heavy, massive creation of torturing thoughts would not be dissipated by one word from her, one lying word. I waited for it, and it came from her lips, sparkling on the surface with the colors of truth, but dark in its depths. She said, I love you. Am I not all yours? We were far from the town, and the snow-clad fields looked in through the dark windows. Above them was a darkness, and around them was a darkness, thick, motionless, silent. But the fields gleamed with their own latent light like the face of a corpse in the dark. Just one candle threw its light over the well-heated room, and even on its reddish flame there appeared the pallid reflection of the dead fields. I want to know the truth, however sad it may be. Perhaps I shall die when I know it, but death is more welcome than life without truth. There's lie in your kisses, falsehood in your eyes. Tell me the truth and I will leave forever, I said. But she was silent, and her coldly searching glance penetrated my heart and drew out my soul and studied it with strange curiosity. And I cried out, answer or I'll kill you. Kill me? She calmly replied. Sometimes life is so wearisome, but you cannot get truth by threats. And then I fell on my knees and clasped her hand and wept and implored for pity and the truth. Poor fellow, she said, putting her hand on my head. Poor fellow. Have pity, I prayed. I yearn for the truth. And as I looked at her smooth forehead, I thought that the truth was there behind that slender partition. I madly wanted to break the skull to find the truth. And there behind the white bosom beat her heart, and I madly wanted to tear that bosom with my nails to see, if only for once, an exposed human heart. Poor fellow, she said. Poor fellow. And the yellow flame of the candle flickered spasmodically, turned blue, and then went out. Darkness enveloped us. I could not see her face nor her eyes, for her arms had clasped my head, and I no longer felt the lie. I shut my eyes, and neither thought nor lived, but merely absorbed the touch of her hands, and it seemed to me true. And in the darkness her faint whisper sounded strange and fearsome. Put your arms about me. I'm afraid. And again there was silence, and again the faint whisper filled with fear. You want the truth, but do I know it? Oh, how I wish I knew it. Protect me. I'm so frightened. I killed her.
I killed her! When she lay a flat and lifeless mass at the window, beyond which gleamed the white fields, I put my foot in her corpse and laughed. It was not the laugh of a madman. Oh, no. I laughed because my breast heaved evenly and lightly, because within it reigned peace and happiness, and from my heart had fallen the worm that had been gnawing it. Bending down, I looked into her dead eyes. Large eyes, greedy for light, they remained open and resembled the eyes of a wax doll. Round, dull eyes that seemed to be covered with mica. I could touch them with my fingers, open and shut them, and I was not afraid, because in those black, unfathomable pupils there no longer lived the demon of lie and doubt that so long had insatiably sucked my blood.
When they arrested me, I laughed. And to those who seized me, this seemed terribly barbaric. They turned from me in disgust and drew back. And others, with imprecations on their lips, advanced straight towards me. But when they caught my joyful glance, their faces paled and their feet were rooted in the ground. "Madmen!" they exclaimed. And this word seemed to ease them, because it helped to solve the enigma, how I, a lover, could kill my beloved and yet love. Only one fat and jolly-looking individual called me by another name. It came as a blow and darkened the light in my eyes. "Poor man," he said compassionately, without anger, for he was fat and jolly. "Poor man." Don't call me that! I don't know why I flung at him. I certainly didn't want to kill him or even touch him. But all those frightened people who considered me a madman and a criminal became all the more alarmed and screamed out so. And that made me laugh again. And when they led me out of the room where the corpse lay, I repeated loudly and obstinately, looking at the fat, jolly man, "I'm happy, happy." And that was true. I became a panther in my stone cage. I walked and thought. I walked in one line across my cage from corner to corner. And my thoughts traveled along one short line, so heavily that it seemed as if I were carrying not merely a head, but a whole world on my shoulders. And these thoughts consisted of but one word, but what a vast and what a torturing and what a destructive word. Lie was the word. Again it darted forth, hissing from all the corners, and coiling itself around my soul. But it had ceased to be a little snake. It had grown into a great, fierce, gleaming serpent, and it stung me and smothered me in its iron coils. And when I shrieked out with pain, as though my whole breast was swarming with reptiles, I could only utter that repulsive, hissing-like sound, "Lie." And as I walked with my thoughts, the smooth gray asphalt of the floor changed before my eyes into a gray, transparent abyss. My feet ceased to feel the touch of the floor, and I imagined I was floating at an immeasurable height above the misty darkness. And when my bosom heaved forth its hissing groan, there from below, from under the impenetrable shroud, there slowly rose a horrible echo, so slowly and feebly, as though it were traveling through 1,000 years, and in each particle of fog it lost some of its strength. I understood that there, below, it was whistling like the wind that tears down the trees. But it reached my ears in one short whispered word, "Lie." And this mean whisper wrought me into a rage, and I stamped on the floor and screamed, "There is no lie! I've killed a lie!" I purposely turned away, for I knew what it would answer, and slowly, from the bottomless abyss came the reply, "Lie." And so, as you see, I'd made a terrible mistake. I'd killed the woman, but I'd made the lie immortal. Don't kill a woman until by prayer or torture or fire you've torn the truth from her soul. So I thought as I paced from corner to corner of my cell. Dark and dreadful is the place where she's carried the truth and the lie. And there I'm going. And at the very throne of Satan I shall clutch her, and falling on my knees will weep and say, "Tell me the truth." But God, oh God, that too is a lie. There's darkness there, an emptiness of the centuries of infinity. But she is not there. She is nowhere. But the lie has remained. It is immortal. I feel it in every atom of the air, and when I breathe, it enters my breast with hisses and tears it, tears it. Oh, what madness it is for men to seek the truth. What anguish. Help me. Save me.
This has been the Russian story entitled The Lie by Leonid Andreev, as presented by Nelson Olmsted, who now has a few closing comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish very much that I could be with you at this moment to ask you personally your reaction to this story. How did it affect you? What do you think it means? Well, The Lie is a powerful, moving, dramatic narrative written by a young Russian who, I think, approaches that elusive mood that only Edgar Allan Poe could write. As to its meaning, there are two possible explanations. The story may be interpreted literally or symbolically. Let's relay it as a dramatic revelation of an insane mind, the mind of a young man who was very madly in love with a flighty young woman, who for a time returned his affection with pleasure. And then she grew tired of him. But he, not being blind, could see the change in her and felt that she was lying when she repeated, "I love you." She was afraid he would kill her if she told him the truth. But he knew and killed her just the same. Now, symbolically, and Andrea wrote many symbolical stories, the lie puts into words the never-ending but futile search that man makes for the truth. With horrifying pessimism, Andrea reveals his opinion that a man is not destined to know the truth, but must live his petty life like an ant, never discovering why he is here or where he's going. I should like to know what you think about the lie. Tomorrow night, our story is by de Maupassant, entitled A Coward. Until tomorrow, good night and good reading.
NBC presents Nelson Olmsted and his World's Greatest Stories 3 nights each week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at this same time and over most of these same stations. Tomorrow night, a French story by Guy de Maupassant entitled A Coward. Join us at this same time.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, The Green Hills of Earth. The men who pioneer the trade routes of the world, the sailors of the clipper ships, the whaling men, railroaders, black gangs on the tramp steamers, all have their own stories and song about dangers and struggles of their lives.
This is the story of Riesling, the blind singer of the Spaceways. When I first met him, he was hustling drinks in the Twin Moons bar at Dry Waters, Mars. He'd won a guitar off a Chinese barkeep at Luna City by cheating at one thumb. And he made his whiskey by singing in the bar and passing the hat.
Listen to her, Hertzman. Don't you sing pretty? Like a 16-year-old gal.
Hey, Riesling, look over there at the bar. There's an Institute 4-striper giving you the eye. Do you know him?
Manner of speaking. Cold-looking scoundrel, ain't he? Gives the idea he graduated Harriman Space Institute 3 men above St. Peter.
Who is he?
Captain Hicks off the Ghost Show.
Yeah, well, he sure gives you the once-over. Maybe he's got a job.
That don't make never no mind to me. I've been blacklisted. Hicks logged me for making up a song on watch. Right fight song, too.
Oh, the skipper is a father to his crew. Yeah, well, hold on. Here comes old Brass Arm.
Oh, Riesling, I've been looking for you. You've kept your nose clean, and we're going to give you another chance to get back to deep space.
Been a little changing down there from the Goshawk, ain't you, Skipper?
How'd you know that?
You got that new atomic pile drive.
If there's been a leak at the shops,
now take it easy, Skip. You'll have that gold braid just crawling right up your arm.
Quit stalling, Riesling. Take it or leave it. It's a loop trip to Jupiter with the standard release.
I reckon. Double pay when you get back, if you get back. Last 3 of them atomic tea kettles blew somewhere in the asteroids.
If you're scared.
Scared? Well, that gosh hawk is one stinking old tub. Her engine's got more bugs than a beagle dog in spring. And our new drive's about as safe as a pretty gal in the Ozarks. But I reckon she'll do for one more trip.
Welcome home, Riesling.
Hi, Jimmy Legs. Meet my friend Hertzman. He can't hold his liquor no more than a sieve, poor boy.
Riesling, you sober enough to sign the book?
Drunk or sober, I make my mark. Stand aside.
3 X's?
Took me a middle name.
Ha, ha, ha. You 2 lay below. And Hertzman,
Yeah?
get him sobered up before the skipper makes rounds. Cargo stowed, Captain. Fuel lines away and ready.
Good, Casey. What's that?
What it? Oh, that's a guitar, I guess.
If it's that shoeless hillbilly, I'm going to tell him.
Hi, Skipper.
Riesling, what the devil are you doing up here?
That number 2 jet ain't fit. Cadmium dampers are warped. Crooked like a turtle's back.
Well, why tell me? Tell the chief engineer.
I did. He says they'll hold.
Well?
He's wrong.
Oh, he's wrong, eh? He's got a Harriman Institute degree in electronics and power. And some drunk space rat says he's wrong.
Skipper, I was damping jets when that shirt-tailed tad wore pins for buttons.
I got no time for you, Riesling. Scratch your name off the book and get out.
No, don't get excited.
Well, are you shipping or not?
I reckon.
Then get below. That's all. Casey, sound takeoff.
Aye, sir. Come on, boy.
On a Hawk-class clunker in those days, damping was done by hand with a multiplying vernier and a danger peeper. Jetmen slept with one ear tuned to that, and as long as the peeper ticked off slow and steady, we knew the ship was safe. For a while. Riesling, you better stow that guitar. If Jimmy Legs catches you, he'll blow a gasket.
Don't worry, I can damp this tea kettle in my sleep.
Yeah, how's number 2?
All right, so far. Say, did you ever hear that song about Hicks? The one that got me blacklisted?
No.
Oh, the skipper is the father of his crew, a gentle guide and light to me and you. But on Mars he likes his women if they walk or if they're swimming, or if they got 6 arms instead of 2.
Second verse is better.
Yeah. The skipper likes his liquor by the quart. Yeah, he'd go from Mars to Venus for a snort. He'll drink rocket fuel and...
Well, hi, Skipper. Didn't see you come in.
You were too busy, eh? Who's watching the gauge?
I got an eye on it. Don't you fret none.
Riesling, I'm going to fix it so you couldn't get a space berth on a rocket-powered pogo stick. You're logged. Report to Casey under arrest.
I don't rightly think I will, Skipper.
You what?
Well, you kind of forget, Skipper. According to Space Code, you can't remove a jetman till the end of the watch, right?
You tell me Riesling, your shift is over at 2300. And I'll see you ride the rest of the way in slot locker.
Maybe. In the meantime, you clear out of my power room. I gotta make me up a 3rd verse for my song.
Yeah, I got it. Power room.
Damp number 2 a point.
Number 2, I...
Hold on, Hertzman. Jimmy Legs, is that 4-stripe boil up there?
Give me that, Casey. Riesling, I've taken about enough from you.
And I got a little news for you, Skipper. Number 2 jet is bulging like a fat lady in a satin skirt.
Listen, you clown. Damp number 2 a point.
Why, sure. Look out, Hertzman. I'll take it. You watch the gauge. Now.
Yeah, she's riding easy here.
It's bucking a little.
What? Riesling,
hit the emergency!
All right.
She won't damp. It's that warp.
Yeah.
There go the lights. Duck her. Duck.
Riesling!
Stay down behind the baffle. I gotta take a look. It's ready, Ike. Look out. I've gotta fish the hot stuff out of the tube.
What's going on down there?
Shut up, Jimmy Legs. I'm busy. She's tight now.
What happened?
Number 2 blew, you lunk-headed space rat.
You all right?
A little sunburn. Lights are gone. What's the matter with the emergency circuits?
Riesling,
Jimmy Legs, get some lights down here. It's dark. Get the emergency light on.
But they're on, Riesling. They went on right after the blast. The lights are on.
What are you talking about? It's dark. Jimmy Legs! Jimmy Legs, turn on the lights. Turn on the lights.
That blue, radioactive glow from the jets was the last thing Riesling ever saw. His optic nerve was burned out in an instant. He was in sick bay on the rest of the trip, and on the swing back we set Riesling down at Drywater. I ran into Riesling about 2 months later, playing his guitar on a jetty that ran out into the canal. He had a dirty rag tied over his eyes with a jetman's knot, and his hat was on the wharf beside him. And when he finished, we walked out along the canal.
Yeah, I'm doing right fine. Working saloons mostly. But I've been thinking some funny songs, Hertzman. The words come out different than they used to. Come on along the canal with me.
Sure. Here, take my arm.
I know the way. That's another funny thing, Hertzman. I figure I know it better than other folks. Look back there, towards the city. What do you see?
New factory buildings? You could smell them from here.
I still remember them old Martian towers, old before Bible times on Earth. Thin and graceful like the fairy palaces my old grandma used to tell about down home in the hills.
Yeah, they torn them down now, or else blocked them up with cinder blocks.
Hertzman, when I stand out here in the canal, I can see it the way it used to be. The water ice blue with the stars shining up out of it. Way off there, the city with the towers sweeping up like a bird flying off a tree. I can see it.
Now it's the dirtiest stinkhole in the system.
Not to me. Listen, Hertzman.
Won't tire the race that raised the towers. Forgotten are their lords. Long gone the gods who shed the tears that lap these crystal shores. Slow beats the time-worn heart of Mars beneath this icy sky. The thin air whispers voicelessly that all who live must die.
Look that up? I can't figure it myself. I never put words together like that before. I reckon it's just I got time now to study the words and shine them up in my head till they sing true.
Why don't you go home, Riesling?
Home?
Earth.
I've been thinking about that, Hertzman. When I was a young'un down in the Ozarks, I used to climb a big old oak tree my daddy had in the dooryard. You could see the hills for miles, green and cool. I've been thinking about that.
Well, why don't you go back then?
Someday, Hertzman, but I couldn't face those hills now. I couldn't stand to see black when I knew they was lying all around me, cool and green in the sun. I couldn't stand that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to town, Hertzman. I made $3.50 marching today. And I'm all set to drink it down before dawn. Come on.
I lost track of Riesling after that. I shipped out in a slow freight of the Condor class for Luna, and he hitched a hike to Venusberg in an ore ship in the Tri-Planet run. So he beat around the system, Venusberg to Layport to Drywater to New Shanghai and back. Any spaceport was his home, and no skipper'd refuse to lift the extra mass of Riesling and his guitar. He made up his song sitting out watches down in the power rooms with old shipmates, while the monotonous beat of the jets shook the hull plates.
Hear the jets.
Hear the jets.
Hear them snarl at your back when you're stretched on the rack.
Hear the jets.
Feel the pain in your ship. Feel a strain in your grip.
Hear the jets.
Feel her rise. Feel her drive. Strain and steel come alive on her jets.
On her jets.
Little by little, his songs began to travel along with spaceways ahead of him. Raw spaceman songs. A different kind of song. Strange, sad songs, like the ones you find printed in the Centennial editions. Well, there's one called Dark Star Passing and Death Song of a Weed Cold. And then finally, The Green Hills of Earth. It grew for 20 years, that song. They say it started way back when Riesling was down in the labor camps in Venus singing for the indentured men. When when he hit Venus, he'd always head out to the backwoods to sing for them.
First, if someone will kindly pass a bottle.
Oh, it ain't much, Riesling. Here.
It'll do. Oh, what is that stuff?
Tequila. You can't make him good here on Venus.
What do you use?
Karak bush. It is different.
How'd you come to sign on?
When a man comes out the village from the city, he says there's work. You sign the paper and you work. Work? It's work, all right. 10 stinking hours in the jungle with machete.
How long you signed for?
Well, then I only speak Spanish. I don't know. The paper says 10 years. 10 years.
How long you got to go?
What's the use? We ain't getting home. You know how many men die out there in the swamp today? 10 men. 10. What's the use? My mother, she's dead. My father don't care.
Girl?
Oh, she says she waits. I don't know. You sing some more, Riesling. We drink and you sing, huh?
Maybe a new song, son.
We rot in the molds of Venus. We retch out a tainted breath.
See?
Foul are flooded jungles, crawling with unclean death. We've tried each spinning space moat and reckoned its true worth. Take us back to the homes of men and the cool green hills of earth. Take us back.
What's the matter? Finish the song, Riesling.
I can't yet. It just don't come. I'll finish it when I go home. That's it. When I go home to the hills. Now pass that bottle. A dawn whistle don't blow for 4 hours.
That's where the Green Hills started. And I was there when it was finished. It was 20 years after that. And there wasn't a man flying or on the beach that hadn't heard of Riesling and his songs. He was getting old now for a spaceman. He was a familiar figure through the system. Tall, gaunt, with that dirty bandage tied across his blind eyes. I was a chief jetman then on the old Falcon. We were cradled at Venus, Ellis Isle, scheduled for a direct jump to Great Lakes, Illinois, on Earth. I was checking in Dunwich when Riesling felt his way up the gangway and came through the loft. Hey, Riesling!
Who's that?
Mike Hertzman.
Hertzman!
What are you doing in this old hog boat?
Well, I figured I'd ride it back to Earth.
Earth? You going home, Riesling? I thought you were never going to make that run. What changed your mind?
Oh, I've been hankering to set foot in the Ozarks again.
Yeah, how about those hills?
Yeah, I've been singing about them so long now, Hertzman. I got to finish the song. I got to set foot in the dooryard and hear the wind through that oak tree. It's about the last thing I'll be doing. I got to get home before...
Look, Riesling, there's a new company policy in effect now. No more deadhead rides. A new code book's in force.
Oh, that don't bother me none. I'm riding her back to Earth. I'm going to finish my song. It's got to be there.
Yeah, but the skipper's one of them youngsters fresh out of Harriman Institute cadet training. He'll throw the book at you.
At me? I've been around space as long as Haley's Common, Brewster's Ridge. I'm going back to Earth. Ooh, green hills of Earth. I'm going home.
All secured, Hertzman?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing here?
This is Riesling, Captain.
Riesling, huh?
I'm dragging it back to Earth, Captain.
Not in this ship. Shake a leg and get out of here.
Oh, now, Captain, you wouldn't begrudge an old man a trip home.
I can't do it. Space Precautionary Code Clause 6. Now, come on, clear out.
Oh, now, look, Skipper, you can slide me by onto the distressed spaceman's codes in that code book.
Distressed spaceman, my eye. You've been bumming around the system for 30 years.
Oh, Skipper, you're making me do something I never done to no one before. I'm an old man. An old blind man. I want to go home. I never crawled in front of a force drop in my life, but you gotta let me drag home. The law says a man's got a trip coming to him, and you can stretch for a poor old blind man. Now, can't you? You got to, Skipper.
All right, you old space rat, but keep out of the way. I run an efficient ship, and I don't want any trouble.
Oh, no, sir, no trouble. I'll just lay down to the power room. I'd kind of like to be near the jets when they blast off for Earth.
Sit down, Riesling. Take a load off your feet.
Hey, thanks, Mac.
Power room, fire 3.
Aye, sir. Have you seen these new automatic tampers, Riesling? Don't have to do nothing, just sit and watch.
Yeah, where's the peeper?
Turned off. It's all automatic.
Youngsters have it solved. When I was twisting her tail, you had to stay awake. You got the old hand damping plates on?
All but the links. I unshipped them. They cover up the dials.
You might need them.
Oh, the automatics handle everything. Well, you're finally going home, Riesling, huh? Won't seem the same out past the moon.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this a long time, Mac. It's going to be good to get home, I reckon.
The argent skies calling spacemen back to their trade.
Mac, I got the emergency. The hand dampers. Here are the links. Mac, they ought to be on the wall somewhere here. I got them.
What's the alarm? Emergency squad coming in.
Stay out. The place is hot. Radiation blast.
Stay behind the baffles.
I got the links shipped. I can hand damper now.
What's going on in there?
I'm spilling jet 3.
Is this McDougal?
McDougal's dead. This is Riesling on watch.
Riesling! Get out of there, you'll kill yourself.
Don't worry, Skipper. I know this power room like the inside of my shirt. Somebody's got the damper.
Riesling, I'm sending in a crew.
No use. The whole room will be hot for an hour and the other jets won't hold. Oh, Skipper, throw on recording tape.
What?
Throw on recording tape. I got a song to finish. And I gotta make it right now. Yeah, I can hear it.
Riesling, the radiation will burn you down.
She's clear now, Skipper. She'll burn out clean.
Riesling, are you all right?
I reckon. Pretty sharp sunburn. You'll pick me out of here with tongs and bury me in a lead shield coffin. Radiation's getting bright. I can almost see it. Bright, rosy like the sun. Like the sun over the hills down home.
We pray for one last landing on the globe that gave us birth. Let us rest our eyes on the fleecy skies of the cool green hills of Earth.
That's the way he died. Riesling, the blind singer of the spaceways, singing of the home he never reached, the cool green hills of Earth.
You have just heard X-1, transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight's story, The Green Hills of Earth, written by Robert Heinlein and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Ken Williams as Riesling, Nelson Olmsted as Hertzman, Matt Crowley as Hicks, Wendell Holmes as Casey, Bill Griffiths as Rodriguez, Bill Lipton as the skipper, and William Zuckert as McDougal. Original music for Riesling Songs was written and sung by Tom Glazer. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, the strange story of Dr. Grimshaw's sanitarium and of a patient there who suddenly found himself involved in a game of cat and mouse. But the man had actually been reduced to the size of a mouse while the cat remained full size. What happened then? You'll learn next week.
Convicts tell their true stories on The Loser, tonight over most NBC radio stations.
Arthur Godfrey, who usually comes around with his talent scouts about this time on Monday, is off on a summer holiday. He'll be back with us 3 weeks from tonight on August 29th.
Jimmy, I wish we could make Professor Mitchell as happy as we are. Let's help him find a wife to marry.
I got a better idea. Let's find him a single girl.
How about those kids? They're always talking about love.
I love you truly.
No, not that kind. Young love.
Oh! Truly dear. Skidly-oop-de-bam, booty-boo-booty-boo-booty-boo-booty-boo-bam.
Welcome to the new college story, Young Love, starring Janet Waldo and Jimmy Lydon, with John Heaston, the Judd Conlon Choristers, and Wilbur Hatch in his orchestra.
I love you truly. Truly, 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 so truly dear.
Jimmy, do you know who's here on the campus?
Dean Ferguson?
No, he's been here for 40 years. I mean somebody famous.
Guy Madison.
No, a woman.
Esther Williams?
No, an older woman.
Esther Williams' mother.
Jimmy, be serious. If it hadn't been for this woman, I might never have married you. Because her books taught me so much about romance and love and men.
I give up. Who is this dame you're talking about?
Fanny Philpott Burns.
Yeah, sure. Fanny Philpott Burns. It was right on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, I'll bet you haven't read a single novel that Fanny Philpott Burns wrote. I'll bet you never even heard of Fanny Philpott Burns.
I bet you've never heard of Pee Wee Reese.
What did he write?
We're even.
Jimmy, Fanny Philpott went to school here at Midwestern. She wrote those great novels, They Seek But Love, and Wrap the Night Around Me.
Yeah.
Then there's her masterpiece. It's so sensitive and delicate and fragile. Softly Flows the Monongahela.
What's it about?
Pittsburgh. Just think, Jimmy. After her lecture tonight, maybe we can meet her in person.
Oh, you're kidding. After I've sweated through lectures since 8 o'clock this morning? Oh, you can't drag me out to one tonight. I don't want to listen to any stuffy old novelist.
What would you rather do?
I know I got an answer for that. Jan, I thought maybe we'd go for a walk down by Mirror Lake, you know, and get better acquainted.
Well, we could get better acquainted while we're listening to Fanny Philpott Burns.
Fanny would be a distracting influence.
She's an authority on things like getting acquainted.
Well, so am I. Ask me some questions. On this subject, I'm Phi Beta Kappa material.
Jimmy, she's my favorite novelist, and I just couldn't miss seeing her in person.
Okay, go to your old lecture. I'll be down by Mirror Lake getting acquainted by myself.
We enjoyed these.
We all enjoyed it.
Oh, Miss Burns. Oh, I want to tell you that I just loved your lecture.
Why, thank you, dear.
I've read all your novels. I cried in Softly Flows the Monongahela when the Indian princess went to the happy hunting grounds.
I cried when I wrote it, child.
Miss Burns, Could I have just 2 minutes alone with you to ask your advice about something? Something secret.
Well, I'm not too old to remember when I was a student on this campus and had my little problems. Close the door. Now, tell me what's the trouble, child?
Miss Burns, you won't tell anybody, will you?
Well, if it's a juicy little secret, I might sneak it into one of my novels.
Oh, you couldn't.
Don't worry, dear. I always mangle the facts enough so they can't sue me.
Miss Burns, I'm married.
And your husband has deserted you?
No.
Then you don't love him. You're like Madeline in Wrap the Night Around Me. You want to run off with another man.
Oh,
no. Then he's cruel. He tortures you. Your life is a turmoil of mental anguish. You suffer like Gretchen and they seek but love.
Oh, no, Miss Burns. Jimmy is very sweet and nice, and we're very much in love.
You know, this is pretty dull stuff.
But we have to keep it secret. I'm on a scholarship that's just for single women, and Jimmy promised his father he wouldn't get married until he was a bachelor of arts.
And you're asking yourself, did you do the right thing?
Yes. Miss Burns, do you think we should have waited? He's at the fraternity house, and I have to live at the girls' dorm, and... well, I don't even know if he snores or not.
Well, I will answer your question by telling you a story about a little girl, much like yourself, who attended this university many years ago.
Yes.
She fell in love with a man here on this campus. There was a difference in their ages, and she thought she would be prudent, deny her love and wait. They drifted apart, and that little girl was left alone with a lamp, a typewriter, and a hollow thing called fame.
It was you, Miss Burns.
How did you guess? Do you know why I've returned to Midwestern? Not to lecture alone. That little girl has come back to claim her first love.
Oh, are you really marrying somebody here at Midwestern?
Mm-hmm. I can't possibly tell you who it is, but he's proposed to me, and I've agreed to become his blushing bride.
Oh, Miss Burns, can an old married lady like me wish you much happiness?
Oh, thank you, child. You can read all about my honeymoon in my new novel, Other Mornings, Other Noons.
You've written all about your honeymoon even before you've had it?
Well, my publishers thought it would be better copy that way.
What does the title mean? Other Mornings, Other Noons.
Who knows? Nobody buys a book these days if the title makes sense. Anyhow, it'll be out in September, and it's $2.85 COD. And I just happen to have an order blank with me.
Jimmy, I sympathize with you.
Well, do you think I was a crumb not to go to the lecture with Jan?
I congratulate you, Einstein. Any man who declares himself against Fanny Philipot Burns should be photographed for a liquor ad. I stayed at her lecture for 10 minutes, but that was all I could take. My stomach got unsteady.
Isn't she supposed to be a great novelist?
Fanny Philipot Burns couldn't write her way out of a paper bag. In her novels, all the women suffer, all the men are heels, and all the writing is from hunger.
You don't think much of her, do you?
I'll say this much for her. She punctuates beautifully. Brother, what Fanny Philipot Burns has done to the English language shouldn't happen to Sanskrit.
Jimmy, I think I just made a great discovery.
Well, what are you doing with that book, Jan?
Some literary detective work. Listen to how Fanny Philipot Burns describes Professor Storm in her first novel. I looked up into the professor's strong face. He was tall, witty, blonde. He had the mind of a Socrates and the body of a Red Grange. I looked up into his strong face again, and I said to myself, I love him. This is the man I love. I love him. I love him. Yes, I love him. Jimmy, what do you get from this?
She loves him.
But who is it? Who is the professor? Tall, blonde, popular, built like a football player.
Could be Mitch.
That's it, Mitch. That's exactly the way I figure it. Nobody else on the faculty is anything like that.
Well, you mean you think Fanny, what's her name, has the GBs for Mitch?
It's obvious. The preface says this novel is frankly autobiographical.
Well, I can tell you frankly that Mitch does not have the same GBs for Fanny.
They're just getting married, that's all.
Oh, you're crazy. Mitch can't stomach her. He went to her lecture, stayed 10 minutes, and couldn't take any more.
Of course, he was overcome with emotion. There was his old sweetheart on the platform, and he couldn't reach her. He got all choked up.
Well, that isn't exactly the way Mitch put it.
Jimmy, it all adds up. Mitch stood up with us and helped us with our wedding plans. Now we've got to do the same for him.
Jan, honey, where did you get all this marriage talk?
I got it straight from the horse's mouth. Fanny told me.
Professor Mitchell.
Yes, Dean Ferguson?
Mitchell, I've called you into my office to discuss the relationship between a man and a woman.
That can be an interesting subject for discussion. Shall I close the door?
Mitchell, you may think of me as something of an old fuddy-duddy.
Oh, no, Dean Ferguson.
No, don't butter me up. I know some of the things that are said about me at the faculty club. I even know that some of the students have on occasion referred to me as walrus puss.
Not for a minute.
Let's not be kind, Mitchell. This may strain your imagination, but there was a time when my puss wasn't quite so walrusy. Matter of fact, in my younger days, I looked very much like you. I was blonde then, before these locks turned to gray, what's left of them. I was athletic then. Didn't have this. Could see my feet. Even played a little football. Center field. Didn't have shoulder pads in those days. Bare-knuckle stuff. Extremely rough and tumble.
Why, Dean, this is a side of you I didn't know existed.
Well, Mitchell, there's a visitor on the campus at the moment who knew that side of me very well. In fact, when she was a student here and I a young professor, we were quite chummy. I believe that's the word they use nowadays.
Fanny Philipot Burns.
How did you know?
I just put two and two together.
You don't think that anybody else, there aren't any rumors afoot. Do you think anybody suspects?
I don't think so.
Fanny was a little indiscreet in one of her first novels. Have you read They Seek But Love?
Yes.
You like it?
I loved it.
Mitchell, I may as well let the cat out of the bag. I am the handsome, dashing, muscular Professor Storm. Please don't tell anybody.
Well, your secret is safe with me.
Now, after 19 years, I've asked Fanny the question I should have asked her 19 years ago, and she's accepted me. After 19 years.
Sounds like a red-hot thing.
No, mind you, I'm proud to have Fanny as my bride, but there are factions among the trustees who would consider Fanny a woman of notoriety. So I feel we should keep our marriage a secret until President Wrightson decides what he's going to do about his health.
Well, what does President Wrightson have to do with it?
Well, of course, we're all disturbed about President Wrightson's illness, but he is an older man. And if his health should take a turn for the worse, my name has been mentioned as a possible successor as president of the university.
Aha. Gotcha. We don't want Fanny to stand in the way of your being President Ferguson.
It does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I can hardly ask the dear girl to wait any longer.
Hardly.
Mitchell, I need your help. Would you scour around quite discreetly, of course, and find a suitable marrying official, arrange the time and place, and stand up with us? In short, I'm asking you to help Fanny and me get hitched.
Jan, Jimmy, I want you to do me a favor.
Anything you say, Mitch.
You name it.
I want you to get in touch with that justice of the peace who married you.
A justice of the peace.
What for?
A wedding. What do you think? I want to register a horse?
Don't you worry about it, Mitch. You've got enough on your mind. We'll get him for you.
Leave it to us.
Swell, kids. See if he can come to my apartment tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock.
We'll get him.
He'll be there.
Great. Hey, keep this kind of on the QT, huh?
Sure thing.
See you later.
So long, Mitch.
Well, I'll be darned.
What did I tell you?
Well, I guess you're right. Mitch must have the GBs for Fanny Philippot. But, honey, how can a guy marry a gal when all he likes about her is her punctuation?
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Jan and Jimmy in Young Love. Yes, it's Monday night again. Time for another Breakfast with Burroughs just a little later this evening. That's Abe Burroughs. He gets up late. But tonight, Abe will surely be up for breakfast because the birdie will wake him. A most famous little bird. The one that lovely songstress Evelyn Knight has made so popular. Yes, Evelyn Knight will be Abe Burroughs' guest tonight. So, for some swell singing and some masterly wit, don't miss tonight's Breakfast with Burroughs on most of these same CBS stations. Now back to Jimmy and Jan and the second act of Young Love.
Oh, the old gray bean, he ain't what he used to be, ain't what he used to be, ain't what he used to be. The old gray bean, he ain't what he used to be 19 years ago.
But he thinks he is. How can any gal get romantic about old Walrus Puss? When you come right down to it, how can old Walrus Puss make calf eyes at that literary gravel Gertie? Well, all I can say is they deserve each other.
It was awfully nice of you to come, Sam.
All the way from Circleville.
Oh, I'm very flattered. A justice of the peace is just like anybody else. And when satisfied customers come back for a second marriage, well, it's just like a plumber who gets a second call to fix a leaky faucet.
This marriage may be very much like a leaky faucet.
Jimmy!
Gee, I hope you don't think I drove too hard a bargain asking for my bus fare, but I only get $2 for the service, you know, and with the fare 85 cents, well, that'd knock an awful hole in my profit.
I think you were very fair about the fare.
Fair about the fare. Oh, fair about the fare. Oh, I see. Oh, you made it funny.
Right in here. This is Mitch's apartment.
Oh, nice. Well, where's the happy pair?
Oh, we're a little early.
Good. Then you can tell me something about the victims. Well, that's not the word, really. You know, it's funny, I haven't been at this game long enough to know exactly what to call the people I do it to. It's real strange. Folks come to me just ordinary people, and when they go out, they're all married and everything. You know, sometimes I wonder how I do it. It makes me feel just like Superman.
Well, you remember Mitch.
Mitch?
Oh, he was the witness at our wedding. He stood up with us.
He was my best man.
Oh, sure, a little fat fellow with a vest.
No, Mitch is tall and blond, and he has shoulders like a football player.
Oh, well, I'll know him when I see him. How about the bride?
Well, Fanny Philippot Burns.
Fanny Philippot Burns? The eminent novelist?
Well, she writes books.
Well, she's my favorite authoress. Didn't she write Wrap the Monongahela Around Me?
Something like that.
Gosh, you know, I've heard that some people swoon about movie stars like Frank Sinatra and Betty Grable, but any day of the week, give me Louis Bromfield and Fanny Philippot Burns. Oh!
Is she really so great?
Great? Why, she's the Charlotte Bronte of Pittsburgh.
Well, that's exactly the way I feel. And to think she'll be Fanny Philippot Burns Mitchell.
Gosh, I'm so nervous. Do you know this is going to be the most famous wedding since Rita Hayworth married that Allie Cohen? Oh, dear. Golly, I only hope I don't flub this job. Gosh, what if I say the wrong thing? A novelist like that knows so many words.
Gee, Jimmy, at a time like this, I realize how lucky we are.
Yeah.
Just think. For 19 years, all she had was a typewriter.
Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm just so nervous.
Oh, I know what'll smooth over everything. I'll put on some music. Every wedding should have some music.
Good idea. Do you suppose Mitch has the wedding march in his record collection?
I hardly think so. It's not the kind of thing you use every day.
Well, here's Bop Me Mr. Basie with a basic bounce.
No, I don't think so.
Here's the Missouri Waltz.
But Mitch is from Michigan and Fanny is from Pittsburgh.
Not only that, I think she's a Republican.
Oh, here they are.
Oh, my goodness, I'm all pit-a-pat.
Oh. Come in.
Good afternoon.
It's the bride.
Oh, Miss Burns.
Yes?
Miss Fanny Burns?
Yes?
Miss Fanny Philipot Burns?
Yes?
May I touch you?
Where?
Miss Burns, this is the Justice of the Peace who's going to marry you to the man you've loved all these years.
Well, don't make it sound quite so long.
Miss Burns, I do want you to know how thrilled I am, and I hope I'll do it all right. My name is Sam.
Sam. How romantic.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
What are these two children doing here? My fiancé told me this was going to be a private and secret ceremony.
Oh, don't worry. We won't give your secret away. He stood up for us, and we're going to stand up for him.
He was at your wedding, and he's known all along about you two.
Oh, sure. Your bridegroom's a real hep guy.
Hep? Hep? Oh, maybe I've got a surprise coming. Maybe he's better preserved than I thought.
Oh, dear, I'm so nervous.
Now, calm down, Dean Ferguson.
You've got the ring. Have you got the ring?
For the 14th time, yes.
Oh.
Now, don't expect an arbor of lilies in my apartment. I haven't had time to fancy things up. I don't even think the bed's made.
Don't worry about it, Mitchell. Have you got the ring?
What would you do if I said no?
Please, Mitchell, I'm in no condition for levity. One other thing. You're positive nobody connected with the faculty or student body knows what I'm doing?
I don't think you even know what you're doing yourself.
Well, it's better that way. Well, my hopes for the presidency hang on absolute secrecy. I don't suppose there's any way we can do this thing without telling Fanny.
That would be tough.
She's not very good at keeping secrets. Have you got the ring?
Come on in, Dean. Let's get this over with before I do lose it.
Hi, Mitch.
Hello, Mitch. Oh, hello, Dean Ferguson.
Mitchell, what are these students doing here?
Well, we just brought the Justice of the Peace.
I'm certainly very pleased to make your acquaintance, Professor. I hope you don't mind if we do this job pretty snappy-like, but I've got to catch the bus back to Circleville.
That's all right with us.
Oh, Mitchell, we can't go through this thing in front of these children.
Now, let me see. I guess everybody knows everybody. Oh, of course, you know the bride. Naturally, you would know the bride. You're marrying her.
Now, just a minute.
Don't say anything with all these people here. Hello, Fanny.
Hello, Bertie.
Oh, Jimmy, this is so romantic. I'll bet you I'm going to cry.
Kids, you don't need to stay if you've got anything else to do.
Wild horses couldn't drag us away.
Well, shall we take a whack at it? You know, time, tide, and bus schedules wait for no man. Now, will you stand, please? Right here in front of me.
Is this where you want me?
Fine. Would you mind stepping forward, sir?
Me?
If you don't mind.
You want me to stand alongside the bride?
Well, when I marry people, I like to think of them going through life side by side, not single file.
Marry people. Hey, Sam, hold everything.
Now, Mitchell, don't make a scene. Maybe this is an act of providence.
But Dean, you mean you want me to...
Now,
Now, Mitch, we know how you feel, but don't be nervous.
It'll be over before you know it, pal.
Oh, yes. Shall we begin?
Look, you don't...
Mitchell, give me the ring. I'll hold it for you.
Dean Ferguson, I can't do this to you.
Do this to me? You're saving my life.
You know, I don't have a very clear picture of what's happening.
Fanny, you've got to understand. I can't marry you with these students watching.
Well, you certainly can't expect me to marry her.
Now, just a minute, you bounder. Huh? You can't trifle with the affections of my favorite novelist, this fragile flower from Pittsburgh. I've read every book she ever wrote.
Oh, you nice man.
Oh, thanks.
Which one did you like best?
Look, she's supposed to get married to Dean Ferguson.
Mitchell, for heaven's sake.
Dean Ferguson.
You mean Fanny's got the jeebies for the dean?
Why, Miss Burns, I wouldn't marry you to this old goat. Why, you're a woman with a volcano in your soul.
Oh, what a nice way of putting it. Young man, you should write.
Well, I've got all kinds of swell ideas. You know, for a long time I've been wanting to write a novel about some people, and they're together, see? And I haven't figured out exactly what happens after that. But I've got to... What?
Write your novel someplace else.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's get down to fundamentals. Who's marrying who?
We could flip.
Miss Burns, you ought to have some say in this.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of interfering. This is more exciting than reading one of my own books. Why, I can see the whole plot. 2 men and a beautiful woman, and they all get married. I've got just the title, 3 Tickets to Paradise.
Where do I get a transfer? I'm going the other way.
Oh, my goodness, this is even more confusing than the time I married these 2 kids.
Oh,
hey.
What? You mean these 2 students are married?
Oh, didn't you know? Yes, they're my first. I cut my teeth on them.
Sam.
Well, you shouldn't have told.
Aren't you the Shaw girl who's on the Cora Groover scholarship?
Oh, yes, but...
That's explicitly for single women.
Oh, but you won't tell anybody, will you, Dean?
Don't tell anybody. I'm the anybody that nobody's supposed to tell.
Don't take it out on these kids. They were just trying to help me help you get married.
Help me? They've not only been of no assistance, they engaged this moronic dignitary, eradicated the secretiveness of the entire project. And not only that, they've loused up the whole darn thing. Come on, Fanny.
Wait a minute. How about my fee and my bus fare? I was promised $2.85.
All right. Here's your money.
And here's an order form for my latest novel. Sign where it says name.
Well, aren't you sweet?
That'll be $2.85.
$2.85. You know, I don't think I'm a very good businessman.
We'll return to the campus of Midwestern University in just a moment. You know, it's no picnic when they leave it to Joan Davis, that is, but somehow they do. And tonight, Joan manages to get herself hilariously lost on a picnic and treasure hunt for her fellow department store employees. If you're ready to laugh, stay tuned now for Leave It to Joan, starring Joan Davis, who'll be along on most of these same CBS stations immediately following Young Love. Now, back to the campus of Midwestern University.
Sit down, Mr. Lewis, Miss Shaw, or perhaps I should say Mr. and Mrs. Lewis.
Dean Ferguson, I know why you called us into your office, and I don't care what you do to me. Kick me out of school if you want to, but don't do anything to Jan.
Oh, no, Dean Ferguson. I know you'll have to take away my scholarship, but don't blame Jimmy.
All very noble, very commendable, but I want you to know that I intend to do something that I have never done in my 40 years in the academic world. I intend to blink.
Blink?
Blink?
Blink. I intend to blink at the fact you 2 children are married.
Oh, Dean.
However, I expect the 2 of you to blink back. I think you already suspect that my interest in Fanny is somewhat more than literary. You might as well know the thing whole hog. Last night, we drove over to East Liverpool and found a justice of the peace in his right mind.
And now you're Mr. and Mrs. Fanny Philipot Burns Ferguson.
Yes.
Oh, congratulations, Dean. I hope you'll be as happy as we are.
That's really why I called you in. You see, we have to keep our marriage secret. Now, since Fanny's living at the hotel and I'm staying at the faculty club, well,
Well, it's the same way with us. I'm at the fraternity house
And I'm at the girls' dorm.
I know. That's why I need your advice. Kids, how do you swing it?
You'll hear Young Love, the new CBS college story, every week at the same time, starring Jimmy Lydon and Janet Waldo, with John Heaston, Bea Benaderet, Jerry Hausner, Herb Butterfield, your announcer Roy Rowan, the Judd Conlon choristers, and the music of Elliot Daniel, conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Young Love is written and directed by Lawrence and Lee. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In cooperation with the station to which you are listening, the Office of Price Stabilization presents another edition of Your Pocketbook, a weekly transcribed feature. Tonight's guest on Your Pocketbook is Mr. Schuyler Patterson of the Regional Director's Office in the Office of Price Stabilization. Mr. Patterson.
Today, let's go back into a little not-too-ancient history. Let's cast our memories back about 10 years or less, say 9 years. How many of you who are listening recall when sirloin steak was selling for 31 cents a pound? That was the price in 1942 and for some time thereafter. It was the best steak, too. Just consider what $1 would buy for you in the way of meat then. You could get 3 pounds of steak. Imagine that, 3 pounds of steak for just $1. And you'd get some change besides. Those surely were the good old days. But they're gone now. Gone together with the 5-cent telephone call, the 3-cent bar of candy, and the 8-cent loaf of bread. But let's not dismiss those good old days so quickly. Perhaps we are passing right now through what we may recall as the good old days in another few months or years. It is true that, right now, some steaks cost as much as $1.39 a pound. It is also true that local telephone calls are 10 cents each. Candy bars have increased in price. All of this seems rather expensive. But have you seen the recent dispatches from Chicago? The traction lines out there are asking a 20-cent streetcar fare. In support of this request, they are reciting the mounting costs of operation, of all the materials they buy. Who knows? They may get it. People who live in Chicago may be paying 40 cents a day just to get downtown to their places of business and back home again. These are just a few samples of inflation. Given the increased transit fares, even higher and higher prices for those steaks, mounting prices for clothing, possibly a few rent boosts, there is no telling what is going to happen to your dollar. You see, there is never any limit to what inflation can do. I have in my possession a Chinese $1,000 bill, issued about 1945. I got it while I was in the Navy. It is a very pretty and official-looking piece of paper, has all sorts of pretty engraving on it. There was a time when such a piece of Chinese currency would have been worth about 330 United States dollars. You could have bought a lot of things with it. But when I got it, it was worth about 1/10 of a cent, as far as purchasing power was concerned. Inflation had made that banknote truly more worthless than the paper on which it was printed, and it never can nor will be worth more than it is today. Only once in this country's history has truly deflated currency regained its real value again. Before World War I, steak sold for as little as 19 cents a pound. Good steak. Prices doubled during that war, so did some wages. But when all was said and done, no one, with the exception of a favored few, were any better off after that war than they were before. As fast as earnings increased, so did prices. Economists tell us that our dollar today is worth only 55 cents, as compared with its buying power of some 10 years ago. If inflation runs riot for the next 5 or 6 years, or even less, they foresee another loss in buying power.
Should we see the same decrease in dollar value in, say, the next 6 years, we will be paying almost $1 for a pack of cigarettes, for the dollar will be worth only 30 cents. There you have the reasons for an effective and equitable system of price controls. There are a lot of people who pooh-pooh all of this. They advocate letting events shape their own course. They are against controls of any sort, saying that higher and higher prices will bring forth goods and commodities. Well, let's see what happened in China, that place where the $1,000 bill finally became worth 0.1 cent. As prices mounted in China, the farmers refused to sell food to the cities. They did this purposely. They expected, and rightly as it turned out, that if they held on to their food products for a few more days, the bidding would become stronger. They knew the city dwellers had to eat, so a bushel of rice, mounted first by the dollars, then by the hundreds of dollars, and finally by the thousands and the millions. Well, we all know what has happened in China since. Let no one ever forget that inflation is a disease, like cancer, which, unless checked, finally destroys the body economic in which it is lodged. This has been the course throughout world's history. Mark Connolly, in his play The Green Pastures, actually emphasizes the fact that the Old Testament is very largely a recital of economic inflations and depressions. The interlude through which we are passing now is as old as the history of man. But today there is some benefit gained from these experiences. There are authoritative voices in the land warning us against a similar debacle. Director Eric Johnson of the Economic Stabilization Agency said only the other day that uncontrolled inflation can cost every American family $1 a day from now on. That is $360 a year. In terms of national figures, it means that an extra $35 million a day is going to be spent. For what? Not for anything tangible. Not for any added advantages insofar as the average man is concerned. He'll be like the character in Alice in Wonderland, who had to run faster and faster to stay where he was. It's nice, if you like that form of exercise. But let's see what is going to happen to this extra $35 million a day. For one thing, it totals about $12,600 million a year. That would ordinarily be more than enough to pay the interest on the national debt of which we have heard so much. But the federal government has scarcely begun to spend for this present emergency. We are told that the bill for rearmament will run to more than $5 billion a month beginning about the 1st of October. That amounts to $60 billion a year. And we have no idea how long it will be necessary to keep this up. Furthermore, if inflation takes place, this $5 billion a month will buy less and less as time goes on. A year from now, it may have to be $7 or $8 billion a month to obtain what $5 billion does today. Of course, you can say, well, we'll get higher wages. But some, but not all of you may. But they won't buy anything more. Those of us who are led to believe that inflation holds anything for the average man are like the mules that are led to run faster and faster because bags of oats have been tied out in front of their heads just out of reach. They run and run all day to catch up with those bags of oats, but the faster they go, the faster the oats get away from them. They just exhaust themselves and never get what they want. Anyone who tells us that we can overtake an inflationary dollar is putting us in the position of those mules. Critics of price freezes assert that inequities have developed since the original price action in January. That is only partially true and was understood beforehand. That original price freeze was not intended to be a permanent instrument. Many prices were caught in badly distorted relationships. Continuation of the stopgap rules which were put into effect then would have been neither fair nor feasible. For one thing, it would have been unfair to those whose sales prices had not yet been fully adjusted to rising costs. Here especially, it would have penalized those who had attempted to comply with the government's appeal for voluntary price stabilization. In addition, it could have impeded production and distribution. Something had to be done to relieve those inequities. It was not easy to move from a general price freeze to what might be called tailored price structures. In other words, it is not easy to place price ceilings on all of some hundreds of thousands of products and commodities overnight. That calls for the detailed work of experts over a long period. The first step was to call a halt. Then, to continue the metaphor, to dress the lines so that every man had proper room on all sides. That is not easily done. It is a highly complex process. For that reason, the Office of Price Stabilization utilized a number of interim regulations to serve until more precise ceilings could become practicable. For manufacturers, for example, the formulas used generally permitted them to add to their pre-Korean prices the increases which had taken place in their materials and labor costs up to a certain date. Prices for distributors gave them markups which could be added to inventory costs. The formulas for manufacturers were designed to establish a better balanced price structure, which would give relief to those manufacturers who had lagged behind, while at the same time rolling back prices that had run ahead of cost increases. In extending the Defense Production Act to the month of July, however, the Congress included a proviso that during that month no price ceiling should become effective which was lower than the price ceiling on June 30th. In accordance with this, the Office of Price Stabilization issued its General Overriding Regulation 13, suspending all price ceilings, increases as well as decreases, which would have become effective under these formulae regulations after June 30th. Manufacturers affected by this suspension will continue to price their products under the regulations previously applicable. In other words, they revert to the original general freeze. This suspension is merely a stopgap measure. It awaits the terms of the extension now being considered. The Office of Price Stabilization has strongly recommended that Congress, in enacting the extension, permit those rollbacks to take effect so that a balanced price structure may be maintained. Otherwise, it will become necessary to raise the entire price level to the height of those prices which have gone up the most in the past year. Adoption of these rollbacks was halted by the month-long extension granted by Congress. It has seemed to the Office of Price Stabilization that these rollbacks were necessary to effect operation of stabilization authority. Sales of most other food will eventually be placed on the same basis as meat. There will be definite ceiling prices for each category and grade posted in each store. In the meanwhile, regulations have been issued covering so-called dry groceries, which affect 60% of the food items in the country's 500,000 retail stores. These are modeled after certain OPA wartime regulations, which were particularly effective. These regulations provide specific percentage margins for 38 food categories. Retailers are placed in 4 groups, which are gauged according to type of operation. Smaller margins are permitted for the chain stores and the supermarkets. As a result of these regulations, there have been removed many of the squeezes, excessive margins, and other inequities which arose during the January freeze. Less than 2 weeks ago, in what appeared to be a beautifully timed utterance, we were offered the possibility of an armistice in Korea, a possibility which now gives promise of fulfillment. This offer came at just the psychological moment when Congress was considering appropriations for rearmament, the maintenance of anti-inflation barriers, the conduct of major programs for the future. Whether or not this offer was made at that particular moment just to confuse us, we can only guess at this time. But we can be on guard. Today, democracy truly stands at the crossroads. No outside force need attack us if we will willingly oblige by destroying our own economy. But if each of us strives to do something for his neighbor, if we will maintain our standards of living, maintain the prosperity and liberty under which we have lived, we must exercise control and caution. We must think in national terms, in terms of the good of the nation. It is to that purpose the Office of Price Stabilization is dedicated. It is for the general public interest that it may operate effectively. This can only be accomplished with the help of every man, woman, and child in the nation. That means you.
You have just heard a transcribed address by Mr. Schuyler Patterson of the Office of Price Stabilization. The battle against inflation is everybody's battle, and you can help us win. Just remember that whatever you buy, whenever you buy wisely. Your pocketbook, edited and produced by Bill Seilig, is a weekly presentation of the Office of Price Stabilization. This is Sybil Crane speaking.
We should like to have you meet Mr. Jerry Damon. Mr. Damon is the NBC announcer who hopes to buy Ellis Island. Believe it or not, we think he'll make it.
And they used to kid us all about buying the Brooklyn Bridge.
Well, I want to tell you something. He has all the plans for Ellis Island. He has everything drawn up, everything but the checks to pay for it.
A very ambitious scheme.
Well, as you know, I'm in California at the moment, and I must say that I took out a great many presents for my daughter and for my son and for the new baby, and they were bought at G. Fox & Company. Shopping at G. Fox & Company, I think, is always a joy, but right now, with every department bursting with new spring arrivals, shopping really is a wonderful adventure. The spring fashions have all arrived at G. Fox & Company, and you will find the most complete selections in every department. For instance, you might like to choose a suit. Now, for every member of the family, there might be a little one who wants a junior suit. So don't miss G. Fox & Company's wonderful suit collections in the budget suit department, the better suit department, and the specialty shop. Their millinery department, saluting Hat Week, is a fantasia of fabulous creations. Today is Betmar Day in particular, with the entire Betmar hat collection on display. Treat yourself to the fun of early spring shopping at G. Fox & Company and have luncheon this noon at the Hotel Statler Hilton to see the G. Fox fashion show. Make a day of it, won't you, at that great store in downtown Hartford. Park conveniently at the G. Fox & Company Parking Center and shop today between 9:30 when we went on the air until 6 o'clock. Jerry Damon was really a wonderful experience meeting this charming and brilliant announcer, and I'll tell you why. I looked at Jerry Damon and I said, now this is just a long shot, Jerry, but I remember when my father was professor at City College, one of the other professors who taught Italian, who was professor of Romance languages, used to come to the house. Could it be by any chance that this man was related to you? He was Professor D'Amata, and that was Jerry's father.
No kidding.
Yes, and he was professor of Italian and Romance languages at City College, and he used to visit our home, and he and my father were great friends because my father was professor there too.
Jerry's a friend of Dick Bertell of our staff.
That's how I met him.
Yeah, they worked in radio together.
Mm-hmm.
So now Jerry's buying property in New York Harbor.
And I think he'll make it, you know?
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck, boy.
Yeah.
Now, let's have a New York and New England apple to celebrate this event. Bite into it.
I want a crisp air apple that's just come awake.
Yes, a crisp air apple, good to eat or bake.
Imagine an apple this time of the year.
Oh, fresher than September, so I tell you, dear, I want a crisp air apple. Just gotta have it.
Crisp air apple, what a wonderful habit. A special kind of storage, and you know for fair. The freshest, crispest apples now are called Crisp Air.
Yes, Crisp Air apples are here, and right now that means springtime Macintosh apples from local orchards. Tangy, crunchy Macs picked last fall at the peak of their prime, then rushed to controlled atmosphere storage rooms and put to sleep in perfect condition. Now these fine Macintosh apples are awake and at your market in orchard fresh quality for your springtime enjoyment. So remember,
a special kind of storage, and you know for fair. The freshest, crispest apples now are called Crisp Air.
I suppose if you bite into anything, you wake it up, don't you?
I imagine so.
Even an apple.
Yep.
Well, now, let's visit with Jerry Damon, and here he is, believe it or not.
I'm here in New York City
doing some interviews with very interesting personalities. Our guest is Jerry Damon. Jerry Damon is a well-known announcer with NBC here in New York. But more important, or equally important, is this fact. Mr. Damon, Jerry Damon, is the man who hopes to own Ellis Island. He is trying to buy Ellis Island. Jerry, at long last, I've been more or less chasing you and to do this interview for, I guess months and months and months. And here you are. How are you?
Fine, thank you, and good to see you, Jean.
Well, nice to see you, too. I'm simply fascinated by this idea of yours, purchasing or owning Ellis Island, because I happen to be a New Yorker, and I've heard of Ellis Island my whole life.
Well, of course, Ellis Island is probably the best-known piece of real estate in this country because so many immigrants, 20 million or more, came through Ellis Island, and it's therefore very, very well known simply as a piece of real estate, more than to just New Yorkers.
I think we should locate Ellis Island, don't you, Jerry?
All right. I can tell you its exact location. It's 1.25 miles southwest of the southern tip of Manhattan and about 1/4 mile west of the coast of New Jersey.
Now, is it anywhere near the Statue of Liberty?
Yes, it's about 1/2 mile north of the Statue of Liberty, and it's 27.5 acres in size.
Mm-hmm. How did you happen to get the idea of buying Ellis Island? It seems a bit sort of fantastic.
Well, Ellis Island was put up for sale by the United States government through the General Services Administration a few years ago, and it has been put up for sale from time to time with no buyers to the satisfaction of the government. And one of the times that it was put up for sale, we heard of some of the propositions for its ultimate use. I say we, that's Elwood Doubt and I.
Elwood Doubt?
Doubt. No, Elwood Doubt.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Harvey.
No, it's not Harvey's friend. We heard of some of the propositions, as I say, and we felt that they lacked in imagination and lacked in possibilities for what we felt was probably the most unique piece of land in the Western Hemisphere.
Now, should you buy Ellis Island, now I don't know how much our government wants for it. I suppose I should ask you that question too. But suppose you become the owner of this island, what do you propose to do with it?
Well, I'll take one part of the question at a time. Number one, the government hasn't specified a price for the island. I don't believe they will. The second part is the most important part, and that's what we propose to do with it. And this goes back several months to when Frank Lloyd Wright was still living. We felt at the time that we first attempted to purchase the island that it would lend itself ideally to the construction of a miniature, ultra-futuristic city. And by saying city, I don't mean housing development or even a fancy housing development. I mean a complete independent entity unto itself.
Would this be anything like Disneyland? I mean, would you use this as a city for entertainment or for people to live on?
Oh, no, this isn't an amusement center. This is an actual city, like any suburb of New York with a population of 7,000 to 9,000 people. It would be a functioning city for people to live on.
Would people get there by ferry? I suppose it would be something like Oakland, California. You would get there by ferry from San Francisco.
Well, yes, ferry, but the method or type of ferry we propose to use is a completely different method and a rather radical method, one which suits itself, we believe, ideally to transportation to this particular island, and that's the use of high-speed aluminum hydrofoil ferries, which would do the trip in actual traveling time about 75 seconds.
75 seconds on a ferry?
The actual traveling time, yes. They're very fast, very steady.
And what type of a city would this be? You mentioned Frank Lloyd Wright. Would you have ultra-modern houses? Would they be apartment houses, or would they be private dwellings?
They would be apartment houses, and the city would include hotel facilities, some exhibition facilities, a yacht club, houses of worship, schools,
parks,
nightclub, amusement, or rather recreation areas. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said amusement because it's not an amusement center. So that it will contain all of the functions of a small suburb, plus many of the functions that would be found in a small resort town such as Atlantic City or Miami Beach. Not on that grand scale, of course.
How many people do you think you could house at Ellis Island? I mean, should this, prove to be an absolute fact? I mean, should it come to fruition?
We believe between 7,000 and 9,000 would be its permanent population. That's not including the people that would be working there and performing various of the functions that would be necessary for people just living there.
Now, what is happening on Ellis Island at the present time?
Nothing. There are about 35 or 37 buildings being maintained by the government and watchmen, maintenance workers, but it's not being used for immigration. It hasn't been used for 4 or 5 years or more for immigration purposes.
How do these people get back and forth to Ellis Island?
I believe they use Coast Guard cutters to get back and forth right now, and there's very little traffic to and from the island since there's no immigration there.
Mm-hmm. Well, this would be an ideal place to live, I dare say. It would be certainly beautiful in the summertime and not too cold in the wintertime, and really ideal, wouldn't it?
Well, we believe that it would be a most extraordinary place to live for both its architectural design and its position. If you stand on the island and look at Manhattan, you happen to see what is the picture postcard view of Manhattan. It's a very breathtaking view. In addition to which, there's something that we found that was quite exciting about it, and that's the fact that even though Manhattan is within a stone's throw of where you're standing, it seems to be in an absolute quiet of its own. In other words, all you hear if you stand on Ellis Island is the lapping of the water against the seawall around it, and you can look at Manhattan and see it and know that all the roaring and bustling and buses and throbbing populace is there in Manhattan, but you hear none of it. It's a very refreshing thing, very quieting thing.
Ellis, did you mention how much they want for the island? I don't mean Ellis, but I mean Jerry. How much money are they asking for this island?
Well, the government hasn't specified a price. Much of the offers to or solicitations for purchase by various individuals from the government have been by auction or by some form of bidding. And you don't know what the other person's going to offer. Your own offer is simply going to be considered along with his. And equally importantly, apparently, is the use to which the island will be put. The government is very interested in that. Apparently they don't want to see something untoward appear in New York Harbor, where approximately 2,000 foreign ships a year come through, where the piece of land is so well known that there might be public disfavor if poor use were to be made of it. So the government is quite interested in what's going to be done.
But about how much? I mean, can you sort of hazard a guess, roughly? I mean, would this be in the millions? I haven't any idea.
Well, all I can say is that some of the bids that have been received by the government range from anywhere from a few dollars from pranksters, maybe, to $1 million or so in that area.
Now, do people think that you have gone off your rocker because you want to buy this island? I mean, do they take you seriously about this plan?
I don't believe anyone thinks that I've gone off my rocker yet, although the amount of work involved in doing this is so enormous that I may go off my rocker all by myself with no help.
Well, what has been the response? I mean, have you gotten any other partners to go in with you to buy this island?
We've had some excellent response from people who want to back us. And, of course, there are two phases to the financing of it. One is the immediate financing, that of actual purchase of the island. And the long-range financing is that for the actual construction of the city, which we intend to call the Key, by the way.
Well, evidently Frank Lloyd Wright thought well of it, because he certainly was an astute and brilliant, probably our greatest architect of all times.
I think so.
If he drew the plans, I knew him and interviewed him, and I think he was just a genius.
Well, he had thought for many years about the design of a prototype city. And when we asked him if he would be interested in designing this city for us, he answered quite enthusiastically and went right ahead with the work and laid down all of the basic plans necessary to its completion.
Oh, this long telescope which you have with you,
like
Jerry has a gigantic, as a matter of fact, it looks like an aluminum slender, one of these stovepipes or something you might see on a barge.
It's a map case.
It's a map case.
Yeah.
This contains the drawings of Frank Lloyd Wright.
It contains the drawings which are a result of the basic drawings made by Frank Lloyd Wright. In other words, what is in here is a presentation set of drawings done in color and gold leaf and executed for presentation purposes by the Taliesin Associated Architects, which are the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation architects. They carried out, for presentation purposes, the conceptual ideas of Frank Lloyd Wright.
Jerry, do you know who originally built Ellis Island? I mean, and why they call it Ellis Island?
Well, Ellis Island was once owned by a man by the name of Sam Ellis. There was an Ellis. And I understand that he lived in New Jersey and used to take his family over there for picnics and a little bit of whatever hunting that he could do there. It was a much smaller island at the time. It was only 3 acres in size. Much of it was a foot or two underwater, which the government, when they bought it from him, shored up and filled in and expanded to its present size. Before Sam Ellis owned the island, it was known as Gibbet's Island, because apparently the Dutch, who were in the harbor and in Manhattan at the time, had many very wealthy ships in the harbor, and pirates used to come up and try to trap the Dutch, and the pirates, of course, didn't know their way around the harbor as the Dutch did, and they'd come off the mouth of the river, and the Dutch would stop at a certain point, let some of the ships go all the way up to Spite and Dival, come down the east side, trap them from behind, catch several of the pirates, run them over to Gibbet's Island, and hang them, hence the gibbet. So it's got some pirate history behind it, too, in addition to immigration history.
Of course, the immigration, at one time, they used to house, thousands and thousands of immigrants there, didn't they?
Yes, and the problem that was involved, apparently, was that many people came over and didn't know whether or not they had proper papers to get into the country through there, and they were kept or detained at Ellis Island for some length of time, and I suppose many of them had to be sent back. Now I understand that the Immigration Service performs all of these functions at the port of debarkation in Europe, let's say, so that if you're permitted to come to the country, you know that before you get on the ship to come over, and I suppose it avoids a lot of heartbreak, saves a lot of money to the taxpayers, too.
I wonder what the government originally paid Ellis for Ellis Island. Do you know?
I have no idea. I'm sure it isn't anything like what they want for it now.
I want to ask you some questions about yourself, Jerry. Where are you from, originally?
I'm from Orange, New Jersey.
So, of course, Ellis Island is very familiar to you.
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure of this, and I haven't checked it out, but I believe that my father might have come to this country through Ellis Island. And one day, when I have a little more time, I'm going to look into that just for a point of curiosity.
How long have you been with NBC as an announcer?
A little over 5.5 years.
You do mostly news, don't you?
Yes, I do. I also announce some TV shows.
But you are, by and large, a news announcer. Do you like doing TV?
Yes, very much. Matter of fact, I like all phases of show business. My interest in real estate is not necessarily, I hope, an indication of my lack of interest in broadcasting. Broadcasting is my first love.
Have you ever been an actor?
Yes, I've done well, as a matter of fact, I started acting as a boy, as a child, and kept quite an interest in it for a long time, and found that I wanted to earn a more steady living than being an actor can do in its early phases. Hence, staff announcer.
Did you ever do any Broadway shows, Jerry?
Oh, no. I never reached quite that degree of success as an actor. I still do occasional parts in TV or radio shows, but nothing extraordinary, nothing to get excited about.
Now, should you own Ellis Island, should this come to pass, would you give up announcing?
Oh, no. I have no intention of giving up announcing. This is my profession.
You have a family. You have a wife and 2 children, don't you? How old are the children?
Well, my daughter, Gabby, is 3.5, and my son, Roland, is just 1.
Are you French, Gabrielle?
Her name is Gabrielle. I'm not French. I'm of Italian extraction.
Oh.
But I think we chose the name Gabrielle mostly because we like the nickname.
Well, I thought, when you said Gabby and then Roland, because they're 2 very French names.
Well, Roland was my father's name.
Oh. Well, thank you very, very much, Jerry Damon, for being our guest and talking about Ellis Island. Incidentally, should anybody be interested, what do they do? Just call you up at NBC?
Well, I suppose that might be mixing one business with another business, I suppose the simplest thing would be to reach us. I'm in the Manhattan directory, and we do have a business address, so that would be...
Well, good luck on this. I did interview a Mr. Robinson some years ago who bought the island of Killarney in Ireland.
Oh, really?
Yes. He only kept it a short time, and then he sold it. But he had marvelous plans of building this island into a beautiful resort, all kinds of hotels. And he came from Chicago. Life magazine ran a story about him. This was about, it was in 1956.
Has anything come of it since?
I don't think so.
I understand that Life magazine is interested in doing a story on this, which would be interesting, I suppose, of academic interest to many readers.
Well, again, many thanks and good luck.
I was thinking, I don't know, a little while ago we were talking about something to eat, before we listened to the talk with Jerry Damon. About a week ago, I think I read in the news about the dinner of the Explorers Club. You know that club, don't you?
Yes, I've been there, as a matter of fact.
Oh, brother, what meals they serve. Talk about exotic foods, a squid, and, I don't know. And these were just hors d'oeuvres. The main course was roast beef.
You know who took me to the Explorers Club? Well, I say you know, but you wouldn't know. Peter Freuchen. When I was a young actress, I worked with him. He
I know
was
the name.
Great explorer. He wrote, the Seven Seas.
Yes.
And, of course, he was a Norwegian, a terrific Scandinavian. He could drink 40 cups of coffee.
Could he?
Yes, he
Well,
could.
they must have all been Nescafe if they were that good.
I hope so.
There once was a dancer who had great routines, but her favorite step she called 43 beans. It was the step that she took to the kitchen each day for a 43-bean cup of Nescafe.
Yes, you get 43 beans in every cup of Nescafe, real coffee beans, that's all there is. In Nescafe, 43 beans in every cup make Nescafe the all-coffee instant coffee with the let's have another cup taste.
Extra beans means extra flavor. Today's Nescafe goes all the way for flavor with 43 choice beans in every cup. Tastes fresh, friendly, completely satisfying. Right now at your grocer's, there's a special offer on today's Nescafe. Stock up and save while the offer lasts. Make today the day you buy Nescafe.
And listening to the talk with Jerry Damon today reminded me of that story you told about Jerry coming to meet you for the interview. I thought it was rather amusing, and I thought you might tell it to the folks.
I don't think I shall ever forget that day. It was February the 18th, and a Thursday morning, the night before, a friend of mine wanted to celebrate my birthday, and I wasn't feeling too well. I guess I was sort of coming down with the grip, you see. We did get to this perfectly beautiful restaurant, Ciro's, in New York City. This was somebody I hadn't seen for about 15 years, I knew him years ago in New York, and I used to visit with him and with his wife. And so he said, Jean, this calls for a celebration. So we went to Ciro's, and they had champagne ordered and flowers. And when everything came to the table, suddenly I heard myself say, Bruce, I don't feel well. I think I'm going to faint. Would you take me back to the hotel? He said, Jean, is this a joke? I said, no, hardly. So I did go back to the hotel. I was violently ill all night long. All I could think of was Jerry Damon, Ellis Island, a recording which I had to do, you see, on a Thursday morning. How could I contact Mr. Damon? Well, I didn't know how to contact him. He came up to the Hotel Chatham at 8 o'clock in the morning. I looked like somebody from the scene, Fall of the House of Usher, because I had very long black hair. My long black hair was trailing, and I had deep circles under my eyes, and I was wearing a quilted robe, and I was freezing. I had a blanket over my shoulder. And he said, are you Miss Colbert? I said, yes, Mr. Damon, I'm very ill. He said, well, you don't look very well. He said, are you sure you're all right? Do you want to do this recording? And I heard myself say, Mr. Damon, do you think you could go downstairs and bring up some tea or some coffee, something hot, and if I can keep that down, we'll do the recording. He went downstairs. He said, can I leave my telescope here and my maps? And he went downstairs, came up, and bless him with the tea and the coffee and some toast. And I said, take the toast away. But I got the beverage down, and we did that recording. And he was such a darling. He said, are you sure you're all right? Can I put a hot compress to your head, or would you like some ice cubes on top of your head? I said, why, I'm okay. And of course he's Italian, and he's a wonderful person. He made me promise that I would visit with him and they would fix an Italian supper. Franco-American spaghetti.
Let me parler some French to you. Simply to say la sauce c'est tout. That means the sauce is everything in Franco-American spaghetti.
Vary your Lenten menus with 2 kinds of Franco-American spaghetti. Franco-American spaghetti with special sauce made from tomatoes and cheddar cheese. And new Franco-American Italian-style spaghetti with a nippy sauce blended from fine Romano, Parmesan, and cheddar cheeses. Both meatless treats from Franco-American.
Let me parler some French to you. Simply to say la sauce c'est tout. That means the sauce is everything in Franco-American spaghetti. La sauce c'est tout makes the flavor sing in Franco-American spaghetti.
Well, that winds up our Saturday program. What's on for Monday, Jean?
On Monday, we meet at 2:05. On Monday, our guest will be Roberto Iglesias, bullfighter, Spanish dancer, artist, handsomest Spaniard in the world, the new Jose Greco, the new Jose Limon, only 29 years old, the greatest Spanish dancer of all time. This was the recording which I did at the Bushnell at midnight a few weeks ago when he danced, with his troupe. I saw him dance in Paris, but without a doubt, Roberto Iglesias, this handsome bullfighter dancer, is the greatest dancer of all time. This is Jean Colbert wishing you a pleasant weekend. Meet us on Monday at 2:05. Goodbye.
Uncle Sam presents Wings to Victory. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. Tom Jones, USA. The story of a raid on a hidden Japanese airdrome in Burma and how General Chennault's 14th Air Force flyers in China are carrying on the great tradition of the Flying Tigers. From the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, the dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names of characters in these true stories are fictitious.
China has been fighting the Japanese for 6 years. Until 1940, she fought them alone. Then the American volunteer group, the AVGs, the Flying Tigers, arrived in the Chinese skies. Their deeds are history. Their leader, General Claire Chennault, has taken rank among the great captains of aerial warfare. Now he commands an American Air Force in China. But he and his men still fight against odds. It is a holding action until North Africa is won, and a path is cut across Burma, and supreme assault on Japan can be mounted. Such strategy requires courage and infinite patience. Well, the 1210th Medium Bomber Squadron had courage aplenty, but patience in war is not an American characteristic. Our flyers have a slam-bang, up and at 'em, kick their ribs in and get it over with crew. All of which brings us to a tent at a Chinese airdrome near the Burma border. Lieutenants Wally Jeffers and Bruce Danforth are entertaining Lieutenant Lee Chung of the China Air Forces at afternoon tea.
Nobody here but us chickens.
Nobody here but us chickens. A funny story. A very funny story.
I will memorize it and tell my general. Have you another one, Wally?
Oh, sure, now. Let me think.
Lieutenant Lee Chung is kidding you, pal. He heard that old wheeze years ago.
Did you, Lee?
I heard about the chickens before. No, has it been told?
Thousands of times. It's got whiskers.
But in America, Bruce, not in China.
Yes, Wally is right. The Generalissimo may have heard it from Madame Chung, but my general has not heard it. He will roar with laughter. He has the belly for jokes.
He'll need it. Have some cake, Wally. It's only 3 months old.
What a pal. He turns the plate so I'll have to reach for the big hunt.
Sit down and let Lieutenant Chung tell one.
Sure, go ahead, Lee. Get even.
I'm afraid you Americans have heard all the jokes in the world. Do you know the one about the madman and the physician?
No. How does it go?
If I am not boring Lieutenant Danforth?
Not at all. Go ahead, shoot.
The story is that Mr. Chu went to the great Dr. Hui Wan Ko and said, "Our mutual friend, Mr. Lin, is quite mad. He thinks he is a duck. Every day he swims in the river and announces that he is going to lay a golden egg. I am in terror. If he prepares to lay a golden egg, it will be so heavy he will drown." So the great Dr. Hui Wan Ko said to Mr. Chu, "You and Mr. Lin are both crazy. Tell Mr. Lin to lay his golden egg in my garden. It will give me great prestige among the other hens."
Oh, my. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
I never heard just that version. Is it an old story in China, Lieutenant?
Yes, it dates from the Tang dynasty.
I've got the payoff, Lee. After the war, I'll translate Joe Miller into Chinese, and you put all your old ones into English. We'll both make a fortune.
It is an interesting idea. I think...
Lieutenant Chung! Lieutenant Chung!
Yes, Sergeant.
A coolie just came in from the trail. He says he's got to see you right away.
Thank you, Sergeant. I will come at once.
Yes, sir.
He can wait long enough for you to finish your tea, can't he?
No, they memorize messages, and sometimes they forget if they wait and gossip. Please excuse me.
You see, Bruce, it's like in a movie.
Sure. Charlie Chan on Burma Frontier. You peddle joke books. I am going to Hollywood after this war.
Oh, that Chung guy. What a character.
Yeah, I can't dope him out.
Well, there's nothing to dope out, Bruce. He's just a happy-go-lucky type, that's all.
Yeah, but what's he got to be happy about?
Why, plenty. He was a private in the 9th Route Army. He went to military school and studied English, so now he's a senior lieutenant and liaison officer. That's an important job in his league. Why shouldn't he be happy?
Well, I can think of a few reasons.
Yeah? What?
And perhaps in about 10 years, when you're all grown up, if ever, you'll understand why.
Ah, sarcasm. Lee's pretty fair at that, too. Only he doesn't pick on me. I've got the guy in my corner.
Well, you can have Lieutenant Lee Chung. What right has he got to be wisecracking and laughing? His people are dying of famine by the thousands, and the Japs are killing them by the thousands.
Well,
I've seen things since we came here that'd make me feel like a heel if I ever laugh again.
Well,
You've got some excuse, but this is Chung's own country. They're his people.
He knows that, but he's been looking at it since he was a kid.
Well, nuts to Chung. You're the one I'm really worried about. You think you understand the Chinese.
Ah, you've read too many highbrow books. All of them wrong. There's nothing mysterious about Chung. He's as simple-minded as I am.
Well, he'll get you in trouble one of these days. Serious trouble.
Trouble? Ah, that's what Lee and I would call just plain chop fooey. Hey, chop fooey. What a phrase. It's sheer genius. I gotta spring that on Lee.
Later that afternoon, Lieutenant Bruce Danforth had his worst forebodings verified. He was playing gin rummy with another pilot of the 1210th Squadron in the operations hut.
A nice little jack of spades, and I'm out. Pay me, Willie.
32 cents. Now, that really ruins me. Never play cards with a professor. My mama done told me.
Let's make it double or nothing this time.
Laundry, laundry, collars chewed, buttons smashed, socks lost, while you wait.
Oh, get that guy out of here, Wally.
Hey, where'd you find him? He could stand a little laundry.
Yeah, a gag's a gag, but this one really smells.
Silence! Hey, cut! This is Prince Cotton Gizzard Wow Wow of the Burmese aristocracy. Prince, do your stuff.
My lovely fella, washy, very good. I belong washing machine. He go wish, scream. Shirt rip, washing machine, he no care.
Lee Chung, it's Lee Chung.
Hey, what's the idea of the coolie costume and all that dirt, Lee? I never...
A military secret. We've got to report to Lieutenant Danforth. Come along, Prince. Hiya, Bruce. Meet Prince Wow Wow. He wants to powwow.
I'm doubled up with laughter. Ha ha.
Wally makes a joke of everything. This is not actually of a humorous nature. I think it best we step outside, if you please.
Okay.
Come on, Bruce, crack a smile. You know, Lee's the funniest sight in China. Hey, pipe the skirt, and the comb in his hair. I like to die with this guy.
We have bewildered Bruce? True?
True.
It is a simple explanation. The Japanese have caught many of our people behind the Salween front. They are dead. They cannot help us anymore in this world.
They were part of Lee's warning net, Bruce, so he's got to go over there and see how badly things are gummed up. The skipper wants me to drop him in Burma.
Oh, I get it.
We are to fly in the scout plane tonight. There is a chance that Wally may be shot down. Major Howard suggests that I explain the map to a reserve pilot. If Wally is shot down, it will be necessary for another to come for me when I have completed my investigation. That is why I'm so anxious for you to have a part in this mission, Bruce.
Well, I'm sorry, but the whole idea sounds half-baked to me.
Half-baked?
There, Bruce, for Pete's sake.
Well, if Lee wants to snoop around in Jap country, that's his own funeral. But I don't see why he should drag you into this spy melodrama, or me either. I'm going to have a talk with the skipper right now.
Wait, pal, you don't want to... Bruce!
Major Howard?
Oh, hello, Bruce. Did Wally and Chung tell you?
Yes, sir, and that's why I'm here.
Oh, you're looking mighty riled. What's wrong?
Well, I don't get this, Skipper. Chung is a nice little guy, but he doesn't look to me like he's any mastermind.
Oh, now, Bruce, what are you talking?
Well, why should Wally be hooked into this Charlie Chan business? Flying a slow plane over Jap lines at night. I think that's asking for it, and for nothing.
Sit down, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
I know how you feel. When I came out here to join the AVGs, I felt the same way. It struck me that the Chinese were playing fan-tan and calling it war.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was wrong. General Chenault finally beat the truth into my thick head. You know the main reason the AVG was such a hot outfit?
Good planes and great pilots, sir.
No. It was the Chinese intelligence system.
Oh, really, sir?
Yes. They set up the best air raid warning net that's ever been organized anywhere. We usually had 2 hours' notice of a Jap raid. We knew every move they made. They caught us on the ground just 5 times in 16 months. Pretty good record, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, but...
But what?
Well, Lieutenant Chung strikes me as being totally irresponsible.
Well, he isn't. He's one of the smartest young officers in the Chinese army. You'll take the old man's word for that, won't you?
Well, of course, sir.
Do you know what their warning net actually is? It consists of about 5,000 coolies, scholars, poets, and soldiers, and radio senders strategically placed. Now, if they're caught, they don't get off with just a plain shooting or hanging. The Japs torture them to death.
Yes, sir.
Chung got a report this afternoon that the Japs cleaned out his boys in the Salween area. That means 2 things. They can raid us here without warning, and they're probably concentrating a lot of planes at a new airdrome. So Chung is going to drop in by parachute.
I see, sir.
Have I given you a little better slant on Chung?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't quite realize.
Well, get a new slant on all these Chinese, kid. They've been sweating it out on a long, bloody road. 6,000 or 8,000 years of it. When this war is over, they'll probably put up a statue to Tojo in Peking. He got them together and made them a nation. They've found the right trail and they're marching. Someday China is going to be a pleasure for God Almighty to watch.
Yes, sir.
That night, Lieutenant Danforth waited anxiously on the field for Lieutenant Wally Jeffers to return. The Chinese coolies on the night shift were hard at work building the new runway. They sang a monotonous chant as they labored in the glow of an old, tired moon.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. How's it with you?
The same as with you, I guess, Lieutenant. I've been listening for Mr. Wally. There ain't a job I like.
Lieutenant Jeffers should be back by now.
And I'll give him another half hour, sir.
Oh, can't you pipe those coolies down or give them a new tune? They drive me nuts. I get so Listen, isn't that a plane?
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Wally. The tower spotted him, and they're giving them the lights.
Wally, you okay?
Yeah, not a scratch, not a scratch.
Thank God. Hey, they put plenty of holes in your ship. You sure you're all right?
Yeah, I ran into a little flak, that's all. Hey, Wang Cho, come here.
I beg pardon, Mr. Lieutenant Wallace. Ship come chop. Where's land?
Okay, but you tell the boys no run toward plane, run away from plane when it lands chop. Savvy? Big go devil wheel cut head off. Savvy?
Yes, sir.
Zhang, where's Silo Milk?
Boys say, illustrious Lieutenant Lee Chung, he is dead.
No. The illustrious Chung is not dead. He make ground with, Sky Umbrella. He walk away. He come back soon.
I savvy. I thank you so much. Come here, dude.
Oh, boy, am I a linguist. I talk Hindustani, Australian, and Chinese. Put that on my service record, pal.
Why didn't you give Wong a good bawling out?
Bawling out? What for?
Well, that work gang runs in front of every plane that lands. They act like a lot of jerks.
Oh, they only wanted to find out if Lee made his landing. He's their big hero.
I still say he's bad medicine for you.
For gosh sakes, Bruce, are you gone nuts?
No, but I've got a hunch.
Next morning, Lieutenant Danforth and Lieutenant Jeffers were eating breakfast under an oak tree near the mess tent. The coolie construction gang still toiled with picks, shovels, baskets, and scrapers. Stripped to the waist, bronzed by many suns, the workmen kept the tempo that is China. Slow, dogged, patient, tireless, unyielding.
Do just one thing for me, Wally.
Yeah, what?
Tell your pals out there to get a new song. It doesn't have to be a new one or a good one, just a different one.
Okay. I'll take it up with Lee as soon as he gets back.
If, when, and as.
Oh, come on. Don't be so gloomy. Break out and smile. Look at those China boys. A cup of rice and a gunny sack to sleep on, and they laugh. Murdered, tortured, burned out, and kicked around for 6 years by the Japs. And they can still go. You ought to read my letters home. I am strictly a press agent for China.
I've suspected that.
After this, as long as I live, I'm going to take my characters rugged. I'll be in there yelling for the guy who gets up off the floor and swings. I like the type. Call me a sucker for this bloody but unvowed stuff, but I love it. Now, Japs.
Enemy planes! Take cover! Take cover!
Oh, it's just a practice alert.
No, hear him? Lee said they might sneak in on us.
I'm convinced. Come on, take a dive for that trench.
I'm right with you, pal. Gangway.
They're keeping high. Maybe it's only a look-see.
Oh, they're going to bomb us. Hey, Bruce, look at those coolies working on the field.
Oh, the jerks, they're going to get hit.
Hey, one shot. I can't hear me. I'll have to go.
You stay here. Don't be a fool.
Let go of me. Bruce, don't get hurt. Hey, one show. Air raid. Get your boys into a trench. Chop. Hurry.
Wally, come back here. Come back, Wally.
One show. Jacks. Bombers. Run, all of you. Into the ditch. Get down.
Wally, where are you? Oh, my God, they killed him. Wally.
That afternoon, Major Howard, the squadron commander, sat with Lieutenant Danforth in his tent. They had packed Wally Jeffers' belongings in his footlocker. Padlocked and addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Wallace Jeffers, Sr., USA, the battered iron box rested beside an empty cot. Lieutenant Danforth was trying not to look at it.
That's not much use staying here, Bruce. Let's go over and talk to the gang a while, huh?
I don't want to talk to anyone, sir.
Shall I clear out?
No, sir. If he'd just gotten it in action, if he'd got it fighting, but to throw his life away on a lot of stubborn coolies. I just can't stomach that. It isn't fair. It's a filthy, swinish trick to pull on Wally.
You aren't being quite fair either, Bruce. The work crew, well, that was my fault. I kept needling Wong to get the job finished. They thought it'd be dishonorable.
Oh, I don't care what they thought. Wally was worth all the... Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Well, don't hold back on the tears, kid. It helps. I used to be able to...
Major Howard. Yes? Lieutenant Lee Chung is here. He'd like to speak to Lieutenant Danforth.
Lee Chung?
Maybe later, Bruce?
Oh, wait, sir. I'll talk to him.
Very well. Sergeant, ask Lieutenant Chung to step in. I'll run along, Bruce. You got that letter to write?
Yes, sir. And tell him, sir, tell us folks that it was in action, will you, sir?
Of course. It was in action.
Perhaps I should not intrude, Major?
No, it's all right, Lee.
I have news for you, sir. In your quarters, later.
Right. I'll see you gentlemen later.
Well, got any good jokes, Lee?
No, I do not seem even to have words. Not the right English words.
They tell you how it happened?
Yes. Huang Cho and the brothers are overcome with humiliation. And remorse. Is that the correct word?
Well, that'll do as well as any.
They love our friend. In his name, they are going into Burma as soon as their work here is finished. I promised them to announce this to you in fitting speech.
Well, I can do without the speech.
Thank you. We are the friends of a brave man. A hero.
He was too brave.
For the sake of his life here, yes. But why should his family not take comfort in knowing the truth of his death? Are they not a Christian family?
Christian? Oh, well, sure. Of course.
Then they will know he died with Christ-like generosity. He gave his life for his brothers.
You think that'll console them?
They have been Christians a long time, all their lives, perhaps.
Well, naturally, all of his folks, for generations.
I would hesitate to speak for such a family. I became a Christian only 8 years ago.
Oh, well, I see now why you...
When I read the story of Jesus in my own language for the first time, I was like a man who has discovered the whole world and all of life for himself alone. I felt that I had solved a huge, ugly riddle with a beautiful answer.
Well, it's the only answer we have.
And the true one, Bruce. The true one.
I hope so.
But it must be more than a hope to us who have seen our friend die. In my father's house are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you. It is so. We dishonor our dead comrade if we do not believe that.
Yes, sir. Else he threw his life away for nothing. And this is a nightmare, and the sooner we're all done with it, the better.
Yes, you have thought about this thing, as all soldiers should, as most of them do. I know you share my faith. No, forgive me. I talk too much. I am a soldier. Please pardon me this unseemly emotion.
I'm glad you said it, Lee.
Nonetheless, I am overcome with confusion. A soldier must not forget that he is fighting the barbarians. I have failed to be, as Wally says, rugged.
Oh, you're rugged, all right.
Rugged? Did Wally ever speak so of me?
Yes, and the skipper, too.
Truly? Not in jest?
On the level.
I thank them. This gives me courage. And I will need courage.
Oh. You going back to Burma?
More difficult than that. I found a hidden airfield near the SALEM River. Many large Jap bombers, perhaps 200. It is heavily guarded with Zeros and HICKOCK. I had been hesitating to propose a raid to Major Howard.
Oh, that's silly. He'd love it, and so will I.
You, Bruce? No. Not this mission.
Oh, Wally would despise me if I ducked it. Why, you wouldn't want Wally to despise me.
No. I want him to love us both.
Well, come on, then. Let's go see the skipper.
The 1210th Squadron took every Billy Mitchell bomber they had on that raid. Major Howard timed his attack to hit the Jap airdrome at dusk. He, with Lieutenant Bruce Danforth as co-pilot, Lieutenant Lee Chung as guide and observer, flew in the leading plane. The three of them discussed the attack.
You still think we should come in from the south, Lee?
Yes, sir. They never expect an attack from the south. The mountains will cover us as we circle.
It's going to be too dark to see much, I'm afraid.
You will be surprised, Bruce.
Lee says his men will have flares at the four corners of the target. How's that for service?
Flares? Why, I thought they got all your boys.
They are seldom quite so efficient.
It's getting dark. We'll have to pattern the target area. Well, what's it like from above, Lee?
Oh, he doesn't know that.
Oh, yes. The English officer who flew me back hid most cleverly in the clouds as we crossed the river. I had several fortunate glimpses. You will see nothing but jungle, Major. They have made hanging gardens to cover the airdrome.
Ingenious chaps, these Japanese.
Yes, sir. They should go back to living in trees. The jungle is their natural
habitat, pal.
Thank you, habitat. And, Major, this is Shinwao Peak. I suggest we turn to a course of 28 true. We are approaching the target.
Right. Attention, all pilots. Attention, all pilots. Follow me in echelon, V in V, and spread to cover an area of 1,000 yards. Watch for flares. We're going in now. That is all. Isn't this it, Lee? Where are the flares?
A little patience, Major. It is still... Now you see, 4 flares.
Right on the beam. Hey, Bombardier, stand by.
All ready, sir. Bombs away, sir. Skipper. Zero's at 1 o'clock.
Bruce, Lee, are you okay?
Okay, sir.
In good health, Major.
A bullet went right by my head. Oh, this is beautiful, Lee. Beautiful. Fire's wreckage.
It's getting pretty hot, Skipper. We going back to straight?
What do you say, Lee?
Go back on straight, sir. Pour on all the lead we can manage.
Okay, you asked for it. All guns, pour it on them. Lee.
Pardon? Yes.
You see anything we've missed?
No, sir. I would say thoroughly efficient.
Lee, what the...
He's been hit. He must have got it before we turned. Lee, here, let me help you. Where is it?
No, I ask your pardon. Most inconvenient at this time.
Is it bad, Bruce?
No, I'm trying to see, sir. I think we'd better head for home.
No, do not hurry. I beg of you. Not on my account.
Home she is. What's the matter, Bruce? Can't you get his jacket loosened?
No, sir. His tie is stuck in the zipper.
Easy, Bruce.
Cut it off him. Here, you fly the plane. I'll take care of Lee.
No, please, Major. I have found a few words I must say to Bruce.
Now, don't talk, Lee. Just lie still while I get this jacket open. Oh, Skipper, how do you work this morphine hypo?
Morphine? That bad?
Yeah, they shot this little guy up pretty bad. I think he'll be more comfortable if... Lee.
It's all right, Bruce. We part good friends?
Oh, friends, of course. But you stay here, Lee. Stay here and fight. Well, give me a chance to square myself for all the rotten things I've said. Here, I'll fix this ampule. We'll get you home.
Home? My house is gone. My mother, father were killed. But Wally... Bruce.
Yes, Lee.
Wally has a home, a family. You must comfort them. To die is nothing. To live, when the heart breaks and one must go on drawing breath, that takes great courage. Promise me, Bruce.
I'll do my best.
Tell them he has a friend who loves him for his gift to China, who is proud to journey with him.
Oh, he couldn't ask for a better friend than you. No man could.
Wally, you hear what Bruce has said? Wait, Wally. I will overtake you. That is very humorous. Oh, be patient. I will laugh with you soon.
Lee.
Wally.
Lee.
Did you give him the morphine, Bruce?
No, sir. He didn't need it. He was a rugged little guy.
We of the Army Air Forces shall never forget that we fight beside valiant brothers. Here's to the Royal Air Force and the lads who flew the Spitfires through that awesome September of 1940. Hitler stood looking toward the white cliffs of Dover until they streamed with German blood. He turned his haggard face away from world dominion. Here's to the Aussies, the Anzacs, the Canadians. They were rugged men in those days when the Luftwaffe raged boastfully toward Egypt and Suez. Outnumbered, outplaned, but never outfought. They put the icy chill of defeat in Goering's fat heart. Then, from the rubble of their homelands, the Pole, the Norwegian, and the Dutchman rose up to strike the foe. They fought in borrowed aircraft. They fought from strange fields with sorrow and bitterness in their souls. But how they fought. The Germans choked in burning cockpits. The Japs plunged down with broken wings. And once more the tyrant learned that free men can be terrible in war. Nor should the brave story end without a toast to the Russians and Chinese. 3 words: Leningrad, Moscow, Stalingrad. Oh, men of Russia, our enemies will remember them. You sharpened the blizzard stroke with Stormoviks and Yak-1s. 1 million Nazi corpses lie beneath the hammer and the sickle. And now the China Air Force takes wing. Chinese boy, we shall meet you in the sky above Tokyo. Our comrades, our allies, are an inspiration to us and a challenge. So let us fight, that when the victory is won, our comrades will say, these Americans kept faith with us, and with freedom's eternal soul.
And now the Army Air Forces has an important message for the several 100,000 American youths who, between the hours of 9 and 11 tomorrow morning, will take examinations for the Army's Specialized Training Program. All candidates must be between 17 and 22. Every man who qualifies will be sent not to a troop unit, but rather to a replacement training center for his basic military training. If he makes good, he may expect to find himself at the earliest opportunity in a college unit of the Army's Specialized Training Program. There he will take the course for which he has shown the greatest aptitude. At its completion, his promotion to Officer Candidate School and his ultimate commission as an Army officer depend entirely upon the quality of his performance. Now, this is no easy program. It offers no guarantee of a commission except to those who can qualify. To the young men who have accepted this challenge and who take their examinations tomorrow, go the best wishes of the Army Air Forces, of the American people, and of all people engaged in today's great cause of freedom and democracy. You young men are our hope for a better world to come. We salute each one of you. You have been listening to Wings to Victory, the presentation of the Army Air Forces. Sergeant Hal Gibney speaking. This war service program came to you from the West Coast. This is the Blue Network.